It all began with a flash of blue light. Huang Yu remembered that just a second ago, he had been sitting on his dormitory bed, a copy of Surgical Nursing propped on his lap, his phone wedged between his shoulder and ear as he argued with Zhao Iman. That guy had stood them up again. They had planned a 3-player online session that weekend, but he had run off to Mintugu to hammer at rocks instead. You said the same thing last week and the week before that. Zhao Iman, put your hand on your heart and tell me how many times you have ditched us. This time it really is rocks. Zhao Iman's voice exploded from the earpiece, accompanied by the howling wind of the open field. There is a Cambrian thin-bedded limestone set exposed here in Mintugu. The bedding is gorgeous. My advisor says it might contain trilobite fossils. Your advisor says you believe everything your advisor says. I study geology. If I don't trust my advisor, should I trust you? You don't know rocks. I don't know rocks, but I know you. Huang Yu switched the phone to his other ear, flipped a page of Surgical Nursing, and kept talking without pausing. Last month you said you were going to Zakutian, but you actually ran into the mountains for a barbecue. The month before that you said Yanqing, but you posted a moment's photo washing hot pot by the river. You call that field work. That was just a side activity during the field trip. Side activity. Like using Wang Luken tent pole as a barbecue skewer. On the opposite bed, Wang Luken did not even look up. His hands were disassembling a water bullet gun, its parts lined up neatly on the pillow. Hearing his name, he merely grunted and kept tightening a screw. Early summer breeze poured in through the half-open window, carrying the greasy smell of the cafeteria dinner. Braised pork and soy sauce tonight, judging by the sweet caramelized soy aroma hanging in the air. The curtain puffed up one last time, then settled softly like a slow exhale. As for the tent pole, I paid him back later. Zhao Iman protested stubbornly. And we really can go online this weekend. I will be back tomorrow afternoon 6 p.m. Same place. My treat snacks on me. That's what you said. That's what I said. Fine, I have it all recorded. Recorded, I don't care. Just as Huang Yu was about to retort, a WeChat message slid in from the top of the screen. It was from Wang Luken. Only 5 words. He is lying to you again. Huang Yu glanced up at Wang Luken. Wang Luken kept his head down, one hand still tightening a screw, the other just lifting away from the phone screen. Not a single expression on his face, as if the WeChat message had sent itself. Zhao Iman. Huang Yu said into the phone, Luken says you are lying to me again. 2 seconds of silence on the other end. So you two are sitting face to face in the dorm, sending WeChat messages to trash talk me. Yep. Fine, you win. I will come back tomorrow, no lies. You said no lies last time too. Last time was last time, this time is real. You always say it is real, every time. This time it is really real. Wait a second, I just spotted an outcrop over here. The call cut off. Huang Yu glanced at the screen. The call interface had already jumped back to the home screen. He took the phone from his shoulder as usual and placed it on the nightstand. Zhao Iman hung up mid-call whenever he was in the field, sometimes because he had spotted an interesting rock, sometimes because the signal was bad, sometimes both. He was used to it by now. That guy would probably stand them up again tomorrow afternoon anyway, and playing online with just Wang Luken was not his first rodeo. He pulled his attention back to the textbook. Surgical Nursing, somewhere around page 600, the chapter on the nursing care of traumatic shock. He reached the 3rd paragraph. Early signs of traumatic shock: cold, clammy skin, rapid, thready pulse, decreased urine output, altered consciousness. Then he felt a strange gust of wind. The wind rose from inside the room. The air itself gained weight, pressing in from every direction. The pages of the book flipped with a flutter under some invisible force, then the whole book lifted off his knees, drifting up and slowly spinning in midair. He saw the half-disassembled water bullet gun parts on Wang Luchen's pillow also float up, springs, gears, screws, plastic shells, arranging themselves into a loose star constellation, slowly rotating. Wang Luchen's hands were still frozen in the middle of tightening a screw, but his body was lifting to his bottom, already leaving the mattress. Huang Yu tried to call out his name, but no sound came out. The air had become some thick, viscous liquid, smothering every sound in his throat. The last word he heard stretched, distorted, and twisted into a low-frequency hum he could not recognize, like a tape getting stuck, and then being forcibly dragged on for a few seconds. The curtain puffed one last time. The whole world flipped over. Huang Yu's vision was like being torn down the middle. The dormitory walls collapsed toward the ceiling in both directions. The bed, the textbook, the gun parts, the pillow, the phone, the lamp, everything floated in zero gravity for half a second, then was seized by an indescribable force, crumpled and stuffed into a colorless tunnel. He felt his body falling, tumbling, being squeezed into a line by some immense force, and then unfolding over and over his mind, a chaotic mess, the only thought left being, damn, this hurts. Then came a muffled thud of impact. The back of his head hit something hard, or rather the rear rim of his combat helmet pressed down under the impact, the inner liner crushing brutally against his occiput, his whole skull buzzing like a wooden plank, smacking the bottom of a pot. At the same time, some soft flesh at the back of his neck was directly jammed against something. A sharp stabbing pain exploded from there. The impact force traveled all the way down his spine to the coccyx, his spine, like being struck by an iron rod from bottom to top, every vertebra protesting in turn. The communication diaphragm of the gas mask let out a short buzz in the vibration, like someone flicking a rubber band right next to his ear. His consciousness flickered into static. He did not know how long, maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Huang Yu's awareness slowly floated up from the static. First came touch, his back pressed against a hard metal surface, icy cold perceivable through the protective suit. Then came hearing a low humming noise like an air conditioner running steady and continuous, very low frequency, almost like the idle of some large machine, plus a finer electrical current sound, like an old fluorescent ballast, persistent, easy to blend into the background, if not listened to carefully. The communication diaphragm of the gas mask amplified his own breathing and bounced it back into his ears. Each inhale came with a tiny valve click 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 metronome-like. On exhale came a faint hiss, the airflow escaping through the exhalation valve, soft, but very clear in this extremely quiet environment. The positive pressure air supply system was working, a very faint airflow brushing against his cheek inside the mask, cool and dry, carrying that characteristic compressed air dryness. The back of his head still ached, throbbing like someone had strapped a tiny heart to his occiput. The helmet inner liner pressed against his tingling scalp, the sensation like someone grabbing his hair and pulling it up half an inch, then letting go his whole scalp, retaining that uncomfortable tugging feeling. Inside the mask was only his own breath vapor. He opened his eyes. An olive green metal ceiling. Warm yellow LED light strips were on the light, soft, casting of vintage photo warmth over the olive green interior walls. But the ceiling was not flat. There were wire conduits running along the vehicle's centerline from front to back, wrapped in olive green insulation. There were air conditioning vent grills, rectangular with adjustable louvers. There was a soft lining covering the metal, seems the texture of some dense sponge, the surface with tiny bumps, not smooth. The light strips ran in a row along the ceiling's centerline from front to back, broken once by the air conditioning vent, then continuing all the way to the top of the ramp door at the rear. Damn. A muffled voice came from the left, transmitting through the mask diaphragm, the timbre slightly distorted, but still recognizable. It was Zhao Aiman. His voice carried the hoarseness of just waking up mixed with the strange high pitch of post-fear excitement. Where is my geological hammer? Huang Yu struggled to turn his head. The neck muscles protested that bruised soft tissue, pulling painfully. He saw Zhao Aiman climbing up from the metal floor, wearing a suit of clothes Huang Yu had never seen before. A woodland camouflage coverall, the pattern that faded gray-green and tan-brown blocks interwoven, almost merging into the olive-green vehicle walls. Over the coverall was a modular tactical vest, pockets and attachments everywhere, a row of magazine pouches on the chest, a radio pouch on one side, a first aid pouch with a red cross on the other. A pistol at his waist, the holster hard plastic with a pressed stud. A knife sheath strapped to his thigh, the sheath body made of dark green polymer. On his feet were a pair of heavy-looking combat boots, the boot shafts reaching above the ankle, the laces tied neatly. On his head sat a combat helmet covered with a cover matching the woodland camouflage color scheme. The top had an empty night vision mount base. His face was covered by a black gas mask, the lens dark. Looking in from outside, you could see nothing, only the communication diaphragm vibrating slightly with his breathing. A patch on his arm, a blue United Nations emblem, the white olive branches surrounding the globe pattern with black UN letters below. Wang Lucan was also there. He sat on the floor back against the base of the seat behind the driver's seat. An assault rifle was cradled in his arms, and he was staring down at it in a daze. Same equipment, but he was much quieter than Zhao Aiman. Huang Yu noticed that one of his hands was resting on top of his helmet, then slowly turning his head from left to right, from right to left, as if checking whether his cervical spine was injured, his movements very slow. Huang Yu looked down at himself. The gas mask gave the entire field of view a subtle border. You could always see the four arc lines of the lens frame at the top, bottom left, and right of your eyes, like permanently looking at the world through a picture frame. He reached out and touched his own chest, the fabric of the protective suit making a slight friction sound under his fingertips, the texture softer than imagined. The reinforcement pads at the knees and elbows felt harder and thicker, pinching with a fingernail. He could feel the hard padding inside. There were several pockets on the tactical vest. He casually opened one at the chest position, and inside was a rifle magazine. Heavier than imagined, he pulled the magazine out halfway, saw the bullets inside. The bullet heads were pointed rifle bullets, but the casing parts were not brass, but a dark gray composite material. What kind of clothes are these? Zhao Aiman was tugging at the Velcro on his chest, which had a UN emblem and a line of small white text, his voice still at that post-fear excited pitch. UNCBRN, Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear. UN Defense Chemical Corps. When did I join the army? What don't I know about it? Shouldn't the question be how did we get here? Huang Yu braced himself against the floor. Huang Yu stood up. The protective suit rustled at the knees and hips, his combat boots thudding dully against the metal floor as he glanced around. It was a narrow but not cramped metal compartment. Military green interior with a row of fold-down bench seats on each side. The seat cushions were wrapped in olive drab fabric, thin, but with a wide supporting surface, folded flat against the walls and secured by buckles. The space beneath the seats was sealed by metal cover plates. Stamped on each plate were the abbreviated ammunition type and maximum load, with every gauge currently pointing to 0. The central aisle was wide enough for one person to pass through. If two people walked toward each other, they would have to step aside. At the rear was a massive hydraulic ramp door that occupied the entire back wall from top to bottom. 2 blue water tanks were fixed to the inner side of the door, each about 20 liters in capacity. The tanks were translucent blue plastic, and the liquid level inside could be seen sloshing at about 80%. A medical box stamped with a red cross, its body made of military green metal with push-button quick-release latches. An olive drab toolbox with a crossed wrench and hammer icon painted on it, alongside it a cardboard crate marked Emery, its factory seal intact with a batch number and expiration date printed on the seal. The front section was the driving area, fully open to the troop compartment. The driver's station had 2 joystick controls instead of a steering wheel. The joystick shafts were made of some dark gray engineering plastic with anti-slip textures. The grip area was wrapped in a rubber-like material that reflected the light faintly. 3 electronic screens were all on a range side by side in front of the driver's station, displaying real-time imagery from external cameras. There was no windshield, no windows, no opening for direct visual contact with the outside. A raised structure protruded from the middle of the roof. From the interior contour, it was clearly a turret base. Below the base was the gunner's station, equipped with an independent fire control terminal and display. This was no dormitory, no classroom, no hospital, no vehicle he had ever sat in during his life. An infantry fighting vehicle. Infantry fighting vehicle. Wang Luqian spoke. His voice came through the membrane of his mask, a lower pitch than Zhao Iman's, his tone as calm, as if he had already digested every shock. GYRA 2035 United Nations Standard Equipment, hybrid diesel generator set, plus battery pack, silent running, in pure electric mode, unmanned remote-controlled turret, main weapon 30mm autocannon, anti-tank missile launcher on the right side of the turret, 4-barrel smoke grenade launchers on each flank. How do you know? Zhao Iman turned his head to look at him, the motion too sharp, and pulling at his neck he winced. This is a vehicle from a game. I've driven it in games before. Wang Luqian raised the rifle in his arms. The weapon's body had a matte black non-reflective quality under the light. This is an MX Rifle 6. 5x39 caseless ammunition. Caseless means the bullet has no traditional brass casing. The propellant is compression molded, wrapping around the base of the projectile, fully combusting upon firing, with no spent casing left behind. Then how would things from a game end up here? Zhao Iman walked over, bending at the waist to look at the gun in Wang Luqian's hands. His bending posture was stiff, his back muscles clearly still aching. The matte black weapon body was longer than any assault rifle he had seen in movies, with a thick tubular object fitted over the barrel, which he would later learn was a suppressor. A flashlight and some kind of launcher module were integrated near the grip. On top sat a square holographic sight, with deep red lenses showing no reticle when powered off. The rifle's lines were clean and sharp, with no unnecessary edges. It looked neither like the rugged industrial aesthetic of an AK nor the slender Cold War relic of an M16, but rather a design language that said at a glance, this is not from this era. The ratio of polymer to metal, the arrangement of modular interfaces, the ergonomic curves of the grip. Every element declared, I was designed, not assembled. I don't know. Wang Luqian carefully placed the gun on his lap. He held it with both hands cupped together, like cradling a freshly bought cactus. Huang Yu noticed that his index finger remained extended, never curling into the trigger guard. That was correct. At least this much he had done right. In games you press R to reload, F to switch fire mode, but in reality, I don't even know where the safety is. This is the real thing. Not a prop, not a model. The real thing. Didn't you play a ton of games? Zhao Iman said. Military simulations too, a whole bunch of them. Arma Squad, Hell's Gate. You were always dragging us into those brutally hardcore games. Games and real guns are 2 different things. Wang Luqian raised his head to look at him. The mask's lens faced Zhao Iman's direction, but no one could see what expression lay behind it. This is the first time I've touched a real gun in my life before this. Theory is theory, practical skill is 0. Then all 3 of us are 0 right now. Zhao Iman straightened his back, patted the MX rifle slung on his chest, and said 3 zeros added together still 0. Just then a translucent blue interface exploded open inside Huang Yu's mind. It hovered in the dead center of his vision. Wherever his eyes moved it followed. It occupied no physical space, but was clear beyond any illusion. He instinctively closed his eyes and opened them again. The interface didn't move. Blue background, white text. The font was some kind of sans serif monospace, very similar to a programming software interface. Do you see it? His voice was tight, his fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of his tactical vest. I see it. Zhao Iman said, his voice shifting from excitement to some kind of alert stillness. Blue and interface. I see it too. 3 attribute bars were laid horizontally in the upper left corner of the field of vision. Constitution, reflex skill, each labeled with a numerical value followed by a small sign with a notation beside it, available points 5. On the right was the supply points, 3,000, with a number in bright yellow. Below was the shop icon, rows of them spread out like a mobile game's recharge interface, each icon labeled with a name and price. Further below were the recruitment module, equipment status, and map markers. At the very top was a line of small white text, no decoration, quietly floating at the very top of the interface. Support system activated, current location, Yunzhou Nation, Jiangnan Province, outskirts of Jiangnan City. Date, May 14, 2016, a local time 1843. Huang Yu read the system information 3 times. May 14, 2016, outskirts of Jiangnan City, Jiangnan Province. He had never heard this place name, not in this lifetime. Yunzhou Nation, he had never heard of that either. Support system. Zhao Iman read it aloud. Telling us we have a system now. It's just a name. Wang Luqian stood up, slapped the vehicle wall with his palm. The metal rang back, dong dong dong, like striking a very thick metal bell. He then stomped on the floor. The sharp real sound of boot soles scraping against metal anti-slip textures. Have we transmigrated? Transmigrated, Zhao Aiman said. The word came out of his mask heavier than usual, 10 times heavier. We transmigrated or got teleported or got kidnapped by aliens. No, aliens wouldn't issue us officer certificates. Officer certificates? Huang Yu was confused. He opened the officer certificate he had found. Dark blue cover with an embossed United Nations emblem. Inside was a laminated card with photo, name, rank, branch, affiliation, blood type, ID number, barcode, anti-counterfeit watermarks, and microtext, all complete. The photo on the card showed Zhao Aiman in dress uniform, looking very serious. Lieutenant UN, CBRN, 0101 Huang Yu. Lieutenant Junior Grade UN, CBRN, 0102 Wang Luken. Lieutenant Junior Grade UN, CBRN, 0103 myself. Inside were training records, rifle basics, pistol basics, CBRN protection, tactical, driving, battlefield first aid, vaccination records, anthrax, smallpox, plague, botulism, Ebola, and several others he couldn't even pronounce. Mission directive: deploy to Yunzhou Nation, Jiangnan Province, to conduct humanitarian assessment and CBRN response. Humanitarian assessment. Huang Yu repeated the phrase. What situation requires sending a fully armed CBRN unit to do a humanitarian assessment? CBRN units carrying rifles and 30mm autocannons to assess humanitarian situations. This sounds less like assessment and more like war. Epidemic, Wang Luken said. Or a bioweapon attack. The premise for a CBRN unit doing humanitarian assessment is that there is a biochemical risk locally. If it were just an earthquake or flood, they'd send engineers or medical teams. Sending a CBRN unit means there may be some biochemical threat outside, or at least that possibility. So that's why we're wearing protective suits. Huang Yu looked down at his own sealed CBRN protective suit. Positive pressure air supply, combined respirator, compressed air cylinder, hose connecting to the mask intake. The design logic of the entire equipment was crystal clear. External gases could not enter the respiratory system. The skin was not exposed. This was prepared for a toxic environment, not for ordinary humanitarian assessment. But the instruments aren't alarming. He opened the chemical detector interface. Readings were normal: oxygen at 21%, toxic gas concentration at 0, radiation indicators within safe range. The external air is clean. At least the air detected inside the vehicle is clean. Then this suit is preventive, Zhao Aiman said. The system thinks there might be a risk outside, but not necessarily right now. Or the risk isn't airborne. It's contact transmitted or bodily fluid transmitted. The protective suit blocks splashes and contact, not air. That makes sense now, Wang Luken said. If it's bodily fluid transmission, blood, saliva, then the full body sealed design of the protective suit is targeted protection. But that also means if there really is something outside, it won't infect us through the air. As long as the protective suit doesn't tear and the airtight seal holds, we're safe. The premise is that the protective suit doesn't tear. Huang Yu walked over to the driver's station and shifted his attention to the 3 electronic screens. The real-time imagery from the cameras was unrealistically clear. Every crack in the asphalt, every withered yellow leaf on the median shrubs, every rust spot on the guardrail bolts. Everything was rendered in perfect detail on the screens. But there was nothing in the imagery. No streetlights, no buildings, no convenience stores, no bus stops, no office towers. Only an empty highway. For lanes, the asphalt surface a pale gray under the evening sky. Half the shrubs in the central median were dead, their leaves drooping, some branches already bare and poking toward the sky like they hadn't been trimmed in a long time. But a few clusters of shrubs were still alive, their leaves a deep green with a thin layer of dust settled on top. The guardrails on both sides were intact, the anti-glare panels neatly arranged, not a single one missing. Far away there was a green highway sign. The distance was too great to read the text on it, only the outline could be seen. On the road, not even one. No plastic bags or garbage anywhere. The road stretched forward, rising slightly into a gentle slope about a kilometer ahead before disappearing among the undulating contours of distant hills. Farther still, the horizon blurred into dusk and thin mist with only the vague shadow of mountains visible. No trace of any buildings. The same stretched behind them. The highway extended to the horizon, empty and straight. Beyond the guardrail lay a wasteland where weeds and low shrubs covered the gently undulating ground. The grass had grown to calf height, with several crooked trees scattered sparsely, some poplars, others broadleaf varieties, their leaves already yellowing and curling at the edges. Farther in the distance, a river or irrigation canal seemed to run along its surface, catching the last touch of orange-red sunset from the western sky, like a luminous thread stretched across the earth. Nowhere to be seen, no villages or shops in sight. The entire world felt mute, as though someone had pressed the volume button down. Where exactly are we? It's as quiet as a horror film. Zhao Aiman leaned in close, her helmet nearly clipping Huang Yu's goggles, and he shifted back to give her room. She stared at the screen for a few seconds. Didn't they say Jiangnan City? Suburbs of Jiangnan City. Huang Yu pointed to the location data on the system interface. The term suburbs could cover a vast area. Judging by the surroundings, we're somewhere on the highway, still a considerable distance from the urban center, though how far is impossible to say. The system hasn't provided coordinates and the navigation is likely losing signal. So we're on the highway now, and then what? Should we drive forward or back? Which direction is Jiangnan City in? Hold on. Huang Yu cycled through the camera views, front, rear, left, right, checking all 4 directions. He tapped at the screen as he spoke. Did you notice something? What? There aren't any vehicles on this highway. Not a single one. Zhao Aiman paused, then scrolled through the footage from beginning to end. The entire highway lay like a gray ribbon, forgotten for who knows how long, resting quietly in the wilderness at dusk, not a single moving thing to break its silence. Zhao Aiman studied it carefully. May 14, 2016. She tapped the screen. Saturday 6:43 p.m. This is the suburbs of a provincial capital. Highways near provincial capitals on Saturday evenings should have at least some traffic. People heading home for the weekend, going on road trips, long-haul truck drivers, delivery drivers. Not a single one. Wang Luqian, though still seated on the ground, had his eyes locked on the screen. Right, none at all. That's not right. Silence fell in the cabin for a few seconds. Outside, the microphone picked up the wind's low moan, its dry rasp passing through the desiccated branches of the median strip, like some large animal gnashing its teeth in the distance. Nothing else beyond that. 2 possibilities. Wang Luqian broke the quiet, rising to stand beside the driver's seat with one arm resting on the backrest, his gaze fixed on the empty highway displayed on the screen. Either the road's been closed off, accident, or construction ahead. Traffic police blocked the whole stretch and rerouted everything. Shouldn't we see warning signs then? Huang Yu replied. Besides, road closures require barriers and cones. Just blocking the lanes without any markings. That doesn't add up. Then it's the second possibility: something happened in this area that stopped all traffic. Epidemic, evacuation, military control, who knows what. Or both. Huang Yu nodded slowly. Before we figure this out, we can't stay stopped in the middle of the highway. Let me try pulling over first. He settled into the driver's seat, upholstered in military green fabric. The padding was firm but supportive, and the moment he sat down, the seat automatically adjusted the front edge of the cushion, lowering slightly, while the lumbar support inflating to contour his spine. He hesitated for a moment, then shifted his weight, and the seat adjusted again. His hands gripped the 2 control sticks. The resistance was moderate, heavier than a game controller, but not so heavy that it required forceful manipulation, just enough to feel every subtle change in movement. The problem was he had no idea what came next. How do you drive this thing? He turned to Wang Luqian. In the game, you press W to move forward, S to reverse, and A and D to turn left and right. Wang Luqian approached the driver's seat and bent down to examine the interface on the touch panel. The panel displayed the powertrain status. Battery at 87%, diesel generator on standby, running in pure electric mode with the energy recovery system active. Additional readouts showed suspension status, tire pressure, the chemical filtration ventilation system, climate control settings, and external environment sensor readings. Each subsystem had its corresponding icon and status bar, with green indicating normal operation, yellow signaling something to monitor, and red denoting a fault. Right now, every system was green. Fly-by-wire controls. All movements managed through the 2 joysticks. In theory, the left stick handles steering, push forward to advance, pull back to reverse, lateral movement, turns left or right. The turret has its own independent fire control terminal. In theory, that's how it's designed in the game, but the actual controls might work differently. Games simplify things for playability, and the GYRA is a 2035 vehicle. None of us have ever driven a real one. So I'd suggest you try it gently first, don't force it, just nudge it slightly, and see if the vehicle responds. Huang Yu took a deep breath. He could hear his own breathing amplified inside the mask. His left hand gripped the left joystick, fingers pressing into the anti-slip texture, then he pushed it forward just a tiny amount. Maybe a few millimeters of travel. It felt like beginning to shove a heavy door that moment just before it actually moves. The Warrior vehicle emitted an almost imperceptible electric hum. The speed indicator on the dashboard jumped from 0 to 3 kilometers per hour, and the entire body glided forward smoothly for about half a meter. There was no hesitation or jerk. The acceleration curve was as smooth as pushing a curling stone across ice. Huang Yu barely felt the acceleration himself. He only realized the vehicle was moving when he saw the road surface on the screen begin to shift backward. It's moving, he said, a touch of surprise, even surprising to himself, coloring his voice. It moved. Try the brakes. Wang Luqian's tone carried a hint of excitement too. Huang Yu pulled the left stick back to its neutral position. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. The brakes work as well. Huang Yu's voice had shifted from pure astonishment to cautious confidence. Let's test the steering next. He tilted the left stick slightly to the left. The front of the vehicle angled left with a responsiveness that reminded him of a high-end simulator he'd once driven. He then tested rightward movement and reverse. When reversing, the rear-view feed automatically switched from the secondary display to the main one, magnifying the road behind until it filled the central screen entirely. Compared to this, the old Jetta from driving school with its half-turn of dead steering was practically something from the Iron Age. This is amazing, he couldn't help but say. Much easier to handle than that old Jetta from driving school. I don't even need a steering wheel. 2 sticks handle everything. That's because you're on an empty highway, Zhao Aiman called from the rear, his voice carrying from the middle of the personnel compartment with a bitter edge of reality checking in. No obstacles, no pedestrians, no traffic lights, no parallel parking. That old Jetta would be easy to drive on a highway too. Highways don't require skill, just an accelerator and a steering wheel. The issue is this vehicle. He approached the driver's seat. The chassis is at least 3 meters wide. Are you sure you can turn in city streets? Do you even know what the turning radius is? I don't know. Do you know how you check behind you while reversing? You have no windows, no rear-view mirrors. Everything depends on cameras. What if there are blind spots? What if they fail? I don't know. Do you have any idea how heavy this thing is? Would it sink if it hit soft ground? I don't know. So right now you've just pressed a few buttons and got the vehicle moving. Zhao Aiman gave Huang Yu's seat back a pat. Not too hard, not too soft. That doesn't count as knowing how to drive, though it's better than what I could manage. You got at least one thing right. Huang Yu admitted. We're on the highway now with no obstacles, so we won't hit anything for the moment. That's good. Let me pull over and secure the vehicle first, then we'll thoroughly examine it. We're not moving tonight. He guided the warrior vehicle slowly onto the emergency lane and shut off all exterior lights. The external cameras automatically switched to night vision mode, transforming the gray dusk into a ghostly green monochrome. Sky deepening to forest green, the road surface paling to a pale chartreuse, and every tree on the distant hills becoming silhouettes in varying shades of green. We're not moving tonight. He repeated it to the group. It's getting dark soon, and we have no idea what's out there. This highway has no streetlights. If any exist, they're not working. Driving at night is too risky when we can barely read the signs. We'll spend the night in the vehicle and decide which direction to go tomorrow once it's light. Agreed. Wang Luken took his position at the gunner's station and began examining the fire control terminal interface. The question is... Zhao Aiman walked over to the rear ramp door and slapped against the massive metal surface, the sound dull and resonant. Are we just sitting here waiting all night? We've got to do something. With a vehicle this size, all this equipment, a mall system, and 3 guns we don't know how to use, we should figure out what cards we're holding before dawn. Let's fully understand this vehicle first before thinking about anything else. Huang Yu stood up, moved to the center of the personnel compartment, and turned to face them both. He raised a finger pointing at the metal floor beneath them. The vehicle is our only means of mobility. If we can't drive it, we're trapped here. The weapons can wait. There's no one and no vehicles outside, at least none that we've seen so far, so the guns aren't urgent right now. But the vehicle. If we need to leave suddenly tomorrow morning, whether it's danger or something we discover, we have to be able to start this vehicle in the shortest time possible. So the priority order is vehicle first, system second, weapons third. Agreed, Wang Luken said. Then I agree too, Zhao Aiman added. But how do we study it? None of us 3 know anything about vehicles. You're from nursing, I'm from geology, and Luken is from game design. I'm not game design. You have hundreds of games on Steam. In our eyes, that makes you a game person. What major is gaming? Stop changing the subject. Huang Yu raised his hand to cut them off. For the next hour or so, the 3 of them went through the GYRA infantry fighting vehicles, driving systems, visibility systems, navigation, communications, and internal supplies from start to finish. During this process, Zhao Aiman discovered several hidden submenus. He had a natural talent for finding things in chaotic menus, probably developed from years of navigating various geological software. Wang Luken was responsible for explaining the differences between each feature's game prototype and how it might actually work in reality. Huang Yu made the final calls, deciding which systems to skip for now and which ones were critical to understand immediately. The driving system was easier to master than anticipated. In pure electric mode, the top speed was approximately 60 kilometers per hour, while the diesel generator mode could recharge the battery and provide higher speeds and off-road power, albeit with engine noise and thermal signature. Visibility relied entirely on 3 screens and the vehicle's cameras. The night vision mode could still discern the outline of every tree on the distant hills under completely lightless conditions, while the infrared thermal imaging highlighted any object with a temperature above the background in bright colors. The navigation system left the 3 of them silent for a good while. As expected, there was no GPS signal at all. The inertial navigation could only record relative displacement, and the map was a blank expanse. The communication system scanned all frequencies. HF and VHF were completely silent, but on a certain UHF band, there was a faint pulse signal pulsing every 3 seconds like some kind of automatic beacon. At least it means there's still a device emitting radio signals in some direction, Wang Luken said. Whether it's operated by humans is another matter. Maybe it's just a transmission tower still running on autopilot. The internal supplies were also inventoried: about 32 liters of stored water, 12 MRE ration packs, a medical first aid kit containing battlefield medical supplies from 2035. Huang Yu and Wang Luken recognized about half of them, and the other half required reading the instructions. The toolkit was of standard military specification, complete with wrenches, screwdrivers, pliers, and crowbars. The supply points amounted to 3,000, with the shop prices ranging from 5 points for a magazine to 1,200 points for an armed helicopter CAS. Zhao Aiman found a page labeled Crew Compartment Environmental Control on the touch panel. He tapped the light strip in the model, and the LEDs inside the cabin instantly switched from warm yellow to dark red. Wang Luken was momentarily dazzled by the light, raising a hand to shield his mask's visor. Zhao Aiman tapped a few more times, and the light strips shifted to eerie green, then dark blue. The 3 unanimously agreed on locking in the dark blue. It had a sci-fi feel. He also found zone air conditioning controls, internal communication modes, and seat heating. Wang Luqian said turning on seat heating in May was a sign of a brain problem. Zhao Im encountered that it might snow where they were going tomorrow. Wang Luqian argued that the probability of snow in Jiangnan Province in May was approximately 0, and Zhao Iman replied that approximately 0 is not equal to 0. Can you two put the seat heating issue aside for a moment? Huang Yu said without turning his head. By the time they had gone through all the subsystems, the system time had already jumped to 1930. Outside the vehicle, the sky had turned completely dark. The darkness on the expressway was absolute. No streetlights, no artificial light sources of any kind. Even the wind had ceased in the external microphones, leaving only a certain extremely low-frequency background vibration, possibly the conduction of the air conditioner compressor's operation. I'm hungry, Zhao Iman said. He tore open the seal of the MRE cardboard box and pulled out 3 packs. Menu 8, beef and black bean wrap. Menu 12, Italian meat sauce pasta. Menu 19, chicken and rice. He kept the chicken and rice for himself and tossed the other 2 packs to Huang Yu and Wang Luqian respectively. The MRE heating pack reacted with water and generated heat. After 5 minutes, Zhao Iman felt it through his glove. The solid warmth was unmistakable. He tore open the ration pack and the aroma of chicken and rice surged out from the opening. Then he stopped. How do we eat? His voice carried a deep confusion. The food is hot. My face is inside the mask. The food is outside the mask. The system says the air is safe, Wang Luqian said. The detector readings are all normal too. So theoretically we can take off the masks, Huang Yu said. But theoretically there could be things the detector can't pick up, Zhao Iman said. We're dressed like this for a reason. If there were something the detector would react. This machine covers all currently known categories of biological and chemical warfare agents. It recognizes things you don't. So if it says it's safe, it's probably really safe. Probably. There's no such thing as 100% safety, but under the premise that we need to eat 99% is good enough. The 3 fell silent for a few seconds. The aroma of the MREs continued to accumulate in the cabin. Let's eat in turns, Huang Yu made the decision. Keep the mask off time as short as possible. Eat quickly. Zhao Iman, you go first. Zhao Iman walked over to the folding seat next to the ramp door. He took a deep breath, then unfastened the sealing buckle of his mask. With a click, the gas mask detached from his face. He squinted for a moment. Having been inside the mask for nearly 2 hours, suddenly being exposed to the air felt a bit strange. The cabin's LED light shone directly on his face, which had previously been filtered through a dark visor. His hair was a mess from the helmet, and a red mark from the mask's rubber seal was pressed across his forehead. The air doesn't seem to have any problems, he sniffed. A bit dry, smells like air conditioner and this food. Damn, it smells good. He ate for about 3 minutes, devouring the entire pack of chicken and rice, even scraping the sauce from the bottom of the bag. After finishing, he folded the wrapper and stuffed it into the empty cardboard box as a trash bag, then put his mask back on. Wang Luqian ate the Italian meat sauce pasta even faster than Zhao Iman, his eyes fixed on the surveillance screens the whole time. Huang Yu ate last. The beef and black bean wrap was quite good. The tortilla was soft, and the minced beef was well seasoned. After finishing, he put his mask back on and glanced at the system time 952. The food problem is solved, he said. He was about to discuss the next steps when Zhao Iman suddenly shifted his position on the seat, crossing and uncrossing his legs twice. I have another question, Zhao Iman said. What? I need to pee. The cabin was silent for 2 seconds. Then Huang Yu said, are you serious? I'm serious. Before the crossing, I drank a whole bottle of water in Mentugu. After the crossing, we've been busy for nearly 2 hours. I am very, very sure that I need to go to the bathroom. Then get off the car and go to the bathroom, Wang Luqian said. The detector shows the external air is safe. Get off to your business and hurry back. But how do you use the bathroom while wearing a hazmat suit? We might need to figure that out first. The 3 of them re-examined the construction of the CBRN protective suits. On the lower back of the hazmat suit, there was a sealed zipper covered by a protective flap. Once the zipper was opened, the inner layer of clothing could be accessed. The design allowed for brief opening to handle physiological needs under the premise that the external environment was safe. The front of the hazmat suit also had an independent quick-release design, but only for urination. At least there's a design, Zhao Iman said, standing up and rolling his shoulders. How do I get out? The ramp door. The ramp door is hydraulic. Opening the rear door would make too much noise. Huang Yu walked to the left side of the crew compartment and pointed to the rectangular metal cover plate below the observation window. Next to the observation window cover, the side door's opening handle was embedded in a recess in the vehicle's armor. It was a T-shaped metal handle with a push-to-unlock button. Pull this. Wang Luqian came over and studied the handle structure. Press to unlock, rotate 90 degrees to the right, then push outward. It'll open. Let me do it. Zhao Iman gripped the handle and followed Wang Luqian's steps. When the unlock button was pressed, there was a crisp mechanical click. After rotating 90 degrees, the handle popped out half an inch from the recess. He pushed outward, and the side door opened silently by a crack. The door's hinges were hydraulically assisted, so opening it required almost no effort. The external air rushed in through the gap, but the chemical detector's readings remained unchanged, all green. So it seems the air is indeed safe, Zhao Iman said. He pushed the door open just wide enough to slip through sideways, and poked his head out to look. Outside was pitch black. The emergency lane of the expressway was faintly visible under starlight. Beyond the guardrail, the vague outline of wild land stretched out. The dark silhouettes of distant hills almost merged with the horizon. It's damn dark out there. Can we turn on the headlights? We can turn on the marker lights, Huang Yu said, operating from the driver's seat. No headlights, save power. The GYRA combat vehicle's external marker lights came on dim amber LED strips that traced the vehicle's contours along both sides and the rear. The light wasn't strong, but it was enough to illuminate a few meters around the vehicle. Zhao Aiman squeezed through the door gap and stepped out. His combat boots crunched on the asphalt of the emergency lane. He took a few steps and stopped about 3 or 4 meters from the vehicle, his back to the door. Under the glow of the marker lights, his figure was a military green silhouette. The outline of the helmet and hazmat suit looked surreal in the night, like a prop that had wandered onto the wrong sci-fi set. Don't close the door, his voice came from outside. It's too dark out here alone. Creeps me out. The door's open, Huang Yu said, standing by the side door with one hand on the panel. Huang Yu stood by the side door, one hand holding the door panel. The external microphones now picked up the sound of Zhao Aiman's boots scraping on the asphalt, and also a faint chirping of insects from somewhere far away. There had been no insect sounds before, now there were. Perhaps after nightfall the temperature had dropped to a certain threshold, and the insects had become active. Wang Lucan returned to the gunner's seat, and continued studying the fire control terminal interface. During the wait, Huang Yu walked over to the gunner's position. The gunner's seat was slightly to the right of the driver's seat, equipped with an independent touch panel and a dedicated display screen. The main interface of the fire control terminal showed the turret's current status: 30mm autocannon on standby, ammunition counter displaying 0 rounds in the belt, anti-tank missile launcher empty, and smoke grenade launcher with 4-round capacity fully loaded. The autocannon has no ammo, Wang Lucan said, adjusting to a more comfortable position. The belt is empty. Buying one from the shop costs 50 points for 300 rounds. Our ammo storage slot is also empty, which means this vehicle came from the factory without ammunition. Maybe the system expects us to buy it ourselves, or we'll get resupplied by airdrop later. Or maybe the system assumes we don't need the autocannon, Huang Yu said. After all, we're NBC defense troops, not armored troops. For NBC units, the infantry fighting vehicle might just be a transport vehicle not meant for direct combat. That's possible, but a 30mm autocannon is no joke. Our firepower advantage would be absolute. But we don't have a single round. So for now it's just a decoration. Wang Lucan switched through several modes on the fire control interface. The turret could traverse with an elevation angle from -10 degrees to +60 degrees, covering the front and both sides. The turret's servo motor emitted an extremely faint hum when operated, almost indistinguishable from the sound of the air conditioner. He also opened the fire control system's simulation training mode. Without live ammunition, it could simulate firing, providing virtual ballistics and hit feedback. This is pretty useful. We can practice gunner operations in simulation mode without wasting ammo. Huang Yu watched the fire control interface for a while, then walked over to the driver's seat to check the surveillance feeds. All 4 directions were still empty. In infrared mode, a small heat source was moving at the foot of a distant hill, probably a dog or some other nocturnal animal jogging along the edge of the wilderness. The thermal signature didn't match a human at all, and its movement pattern showed no signs of purposeful behavior. Is there something out there? Zhao Aiman's voice came through the radio. A stray dog or a wolf? It's far away, heading toward the hills. Are you done yet? Almost. The external microphones picked up the sound of Zhao Aiman zipping up his hazmat suit, followed by the rustle of fabric, then the sound of urine hitting the asphalt. Loud and carrying far in the extreme stillness of the night. It lasted about half a minute, then the sound of zipping again, boots scraping on gravel, and Zhao Aiman walking back toward the door. Huang Yu was about to head to the side door when he suddenly noticed something new at the edge of the right side camera feed. A moving light point very far away on the expressway behind them, slowly growing larger. He zoomed in on the right side image and saw the rough outline of the light source, a rectangular vehicle body with 2 headlights shining in high beam mode, illuminating the road ahead. The light point was moving very slowly, maybe only 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, and its driving posture was odd. A slight side-to-side wobble, as if the driver was constantly micro-adjusting the steering wheel. There's a vehicle, Huang Yu said, his voice not loud but distinct in the quiet cabin. Wang Lucan immediately got up from the gunner's seat and moved to the driver's side. Zhao Aiman had just boarded and heard it. What kind of vehicle? Still looking. Huang Yu zoomed in further and switched to infrared thermal imaging mode. The thermal signature of the vehicle body was clear. Large vehicle, multiple heat sources, moving very slow. Heading our way. A bus, Wang Lucan said. He pointed at the outline of the vehicle body on the screen. The side had a row of neatly spaced window contours, and the roof had a slightly raised middle section. Looking at the window arrangement, it's a passenger bus. Military or civilian? Hard to tell, but judging by its speed, it doesn't seem military. Military vehicles don't drive this slowly on an empty highway. And it doesn't look like a runaway vehicle either. Huang Yu stared at the screen. The light point was growing slowly but steadily larger. Estimated at its current speed, it would reach their position in about 2 or 3 minutes. They'll see us soon. What do we do? The cabin was quiet for 2 seconds. Let's not get out for now. Also, this vehicle is the first sign of human presence we've encountered in this world. Friend or foe, we need information. The marker lights are already on. No need to turn them off. Let them see we're an armored vehicle parked on the shoulder. Don't turn on the main lights, don't move the autocannon, and no one should be outside the vehicle. Huang Yu said seriously. What if they stop and ask questions? Zhao Aiman asked. We'll use the loudspeaker. This vehicle has an external speaker. Wang Lucan found the external broadcast system option on the touch panel. It's in the vehicle communication module. Can broadcast externally. Then use the broadcast. Don't open the doors. We don't know who those people are, but we can observe first. Huang Yu sat in the driver's seat and switched the main display to the rear camera. The amber marker light strips outside the vehicle appeared as blurry bright lines in the night outlining the vehicle's silhouette parked on the emergency lane. Zhao Aiman closed and locked the side door, then stood behind Huang Yu's seat, one hand on the backrest staring at the light point on the screen. The light point grew closer and closer. In the night vision feed, the overall outline of the bus was now clear, a medium-sized passenger bus, white or light-colored body with a roof rack. The headlights were two circular patches of light casting two swaying beams on the road. The swaying was more pronounced than normal, indicating frequent steering corrections by the driver. The speed was indeed very slow, and at this distance the engine sound was audible. It sounded like one cylinder was misfiring. The speed decreased a bit more as it approached, dropping to about 15 or 16 kilometers per hour. The bus was now less than 200 meters away. The bus was halted 50 meters away, its engine still running, the exhaust pipe sputtering plumes of exhaust. The headlights cast a stark beam onto the road ahead, the edge of the light pool just grazing the rear of the GYRA combat vehicle. In the night vision display, every window on the bus's side was clearly visible, but the figures inside remained indistinct. Switching to thermal imaging, the cabin was packed with dense heat signatures, at least 20 or more. So many people. Zhao Aiman stared at the screen. It stopped, but no one's getting off. Wang Lucan said. Maybe they're observing us. Or maybe they're scared, Huang Yu said. A normal person would be terrified to see an armored vehicle parked on the highway in the dead of night. The external microphone picked up only the idle thrum of the bus engine. After nearly 2 minutes, the bus door opened, the old mechanical hinges emitting a sharp screech, followed by footsteps. 2 people stepped out. One was tall and sturdy, wearing a dark uniform with shoulder boards, chest pockets, and insignia, resembling something like civil servant's attire. The other was thinner, dressed in civilian clothes, standing half a step behind the uniformed man. Neither wore any protective gear. In the backlight of the bus headlights, their facial features were hard to discern. The uniformed man raised both hands, palms open and facing outward, showing that he held nothing. The civilian beside him mirrored the gesture. Then the uniformed man slowly lowered his right hand, lifted the flap of his uniform, revealing an empty waist. Nothing there. He turned half a circle, allowing the other side to confirm he had no concealed weapons. Smooth moves, Wang Lucan murmured. He's done this before. The man faced the combat vehicle again, hands still raised, and shouted something. His voice was not loud, but it carried far across the empty highway, clearly captured by the external microphone. It was Mandarin with a strange accent, but every word was distinct. We're refugees. I'm a police officer. No weapons. Same language. Huang Yu felt the tension in his back muscles ease slightly. Police. Zhao Aiman leaned forward, studying the man's uniform on the screen. Does the other world's police uniform look like that? No way to verify, but he proved he's unarmed, Wang Lucan said. At least he's showing good faith. Seeing no response from the armored vehicle, the man took another step forward. The civilian beside him tugged at his sleeve. He turned, said something, and then continued forward. That step brought him slightly out of the bus headlight's backlight, and Huang Yu finally made out his face. Around 40, square-jawed with a few days stubble and slightly sunken eyes. I'm the station police officer at Jiangnan City Bus Terminal. My name is Chun Gang. He shouted again, slower this time, leaving pauses between words. The people on this bus are survivors I brought out of the city. More than 20 of them, men and women, and a few injured. We have no weapons. We've been driving for 2 days and the bus is almost out of fuel. Which unit are you from? He stopped about 40 meters from the combat vehicle, close enough for both sides to see each other clearly. Huang Yu didn't answer immediately. He turned to look at Zhao Aiman and Wang Lucan. The dim blue light inside the cabin reflected off the lenses of their gas masks, making their expressions unreadable. What the hell? I'm still processing. Huang Yu was still trying to wrap his head around it. He identified himself, Wang Lucan said. We don't have to guess if he's a cop. 20+ people, doesn't sound made up. The almost out of fuel claim matches the bus's wheezing engine. So how do we respond? Zhao Aiman asked. Wang Lucan said, tell him we're sent by the United Nations. No need for too much explanation. Huang Yu pressed the external speaker button. Officer Chen, we are the United Nations Chemical Defense Emergency Response Unit under the UN Emergency Chemical Defense Department, conducting chemical defense operations in this area. The voice carried from the vehicle's external speaker. When Chun Gang heard the words, United Nations, he visibly paused, turned to glance at the civilian beside him, who shrugged. United Nations? Chun Gang repeated, his tone tinged with confusion. Are you here for rescue? Our current mission scope is limited to Jiangnan Province. Chun Gang was silent for 2 seconds, as if digesting the uncertain answer. Then he nodded, a weary nod devoid of high expectations, but still polite. We have 3 injured on board. Not bites, but cuts from glass and falls. We've done basic first aid. We have a few bottles of water left, almost no food, and the bus can run at most another 30 kilometers. He paused then added, if you're not comfortable, I can take out my police ID. It's in my shirt pocket. Huang Yu pressed the microphone mute and turned around. Should we send someone out to talk face to face? Yes, Wang Luken said. We need to verify his ID up close. Too risky, Zhao Iman said. Don't forget, we have guns. Wang Luken walked to the rear of the crew compartment. The weapon rack inside the ramp door was a military green metal frame with quick-release buckles. The rightmost buckle held an MX rifle. He pressed the release button. Click. The rifle came free and he held it level in his hands. Zhao Iman looked at him, then at Huang Yue before reaching for his own MX rifle on the seat. I'll go too. I'll stand by the door and cover your blind spot. Wang Luken glanced at him and nodded. Huang Yu switched the external speaker back on. Officer Chen, we need to confirm your identity. Please stay where you are. Chen Gang nodded and stepped back to the front of the bus while the civilian beside him retreated half a step toward the bus door. Huang Yu stood up and moved to the gunner's seat, then operated the turret control panel. The turret's servo motor emitted a low hum, and the 30mm autocannon barrel slowly rotated to face the bus. Wang Luken walked to the side door. I'm opening it. The door slid open silently, and the cold outside air rushed in. Wang Luken stepped out his combat boots, landing on the asphalt of the emergency lane. The amber strip of the marker lights cast a faint contour on his figure. The woodland camouflage of his chemical suit turned dark gray under the dim light, with only the blue UN patch still faintly visible. Zhao Iman followed, closely stepping out, and immediately moving one step to the right facing the bus. His rifle wasn't raised, but his stance suggested he could fire at any moment. His gaze swept past Wang Luchen's right shoulder. Wang Luken didn't rush forward. He stood still for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness outside. Then he walked toward the bus step by step, unhurried and steady. When Chen Gang saw the door open, he straightened slightly. He watched a figure emerge from the armored vehicle. A person entirely encased in a military green protective suit, a black gas mask hiding his face, not a single inch of skin exposed. The figure carried a rifle, his walk steady, neither rushed nor slow. Behind him another person stood by the door, similarly armed and fully equipped, back against the armored vehicle, motionless, eyes fixed on this side. Chen Gang's expression shifted. The civilian beside him muttered something, but Chen Gang didn't answer, just shook his head slightly. Wang Luken stopped about 5 meters from Chen Gang. His voice came through the diaphragm of the gas mask, muffled but clear. Officer Chen, I need to see your identification. Chen Gang slowly reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, his 2 fingers pinching a dark blue ID case. He pulled it out and held it at shoulder height. The police badge on the cover caught the dim glow of the bus headlights, reflecting a dull gold. It was a bird with spread wings, its lines sharp and angular, unlike any insignia they were familiar with. Zhao Iman raised her gun the moment he reached inside. Her breathing, transmitted through the intercom to Wang Luchen's earpiece, was a little fast, but still steady. Chen Gang froze. The ID remained suspended in the air, and he didn't speak. His partner took a half step back, instinctively gripping the door handle. Wang Luken glanced back at Zhao Iman, raising his right hand and pressing his palm downward. Zhao Iman lowered her gun by a few inches, but didn't put it away completely. Wang Luken pressed his hand down again, and only then did Zhao Iman lower the muzzle to the ground, muttering something under her breath. Wang Luken walked up to Chen Gang. Chen Gang's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers holding the ID were slightly pale at the knuckles. Don't be nervous. Wang Luken took the ID, his tone flat. Chen Gang nodded slightly and released his grip. Wang Luken held the ID in one hand, took a step back, raised his right hand, and pressed the transmit button on the shoulder microphone. Acknowledged, please respond. Received. Huang Yu's voice came back clearly through the earpiece. Chen Gang, Jiangnan City Bus Station Police Station, 2nd Level Inspector, badge number JN 20130-514-007. He recited it slowly. Recorded. Huang Yu opened the system memo on the vehicle's touch panel and typed in Chen Gang's identity information. Wang Luken released the transmit button and returned the ID to Chen Gang. Then he pulled out his own military ID from the left chest pocket of his tactical vest, a dark blue cover embossed with the United Nations emblem. He handed it over. Chen Gang took it and looked down. The cover was thick, the embossed UN emblem distinct under his fingers. He opened it. The holographic security pattern on the laminated card shifted with the angle of the bus headlights, revealing geometric textures he had never seen before. The photo showed a man in formal attire, his expression indifferent. Chen Gang read the information from beginning to end. 2nd Lieutenant, United Nations Chemical Defense Emergency Unit. Then he closed the ID. He handed the military ID back to Wang Luken with both hands, then stood at attention, straightened his back, and raised his right hand to his temple. The man in civilian clothes beside him hesitated for a moment before also straightening up. Though not in uniform, he raised his right hand to his temple. His posture imperfect, but his attitude was earnest. Hello, 2nd Lieutenant Wang. Chen Gang's 2nd Level Inspector, Jiangnan City Bus Station Police Station, reporting for duty. His voice was much louder than when he had been shouting earlier, carrying far across the empty highway. The external pickups captured every word clearly inside the vehicle. Huang Yu, sitting in the driver's seat, paused his typing upon hearing the shout. He saluted you. Huang Yu said over the internal comms. Zhao Iman stood by the door, her gun still pointed down, but she tilted her head, clearly seeing Chun Gang's salute. Holy shit, his voice came through the intercom low. A cop from another world just saluted Liu Ken. Wang Liu Ken stood still, his mask hiding all expression. He tucked the military ID back into the left chest pocket of his tactical vest, then raised his right hand in a return salute. Not perfectly formal, but respectful enough. At ease, Officer Chen. No need to be so formal. His voice came through the gas mask's diaphragm, still flat, but if you listened closely the last syllable rose slightly. Chun Gang lowered his hand and relaxed from his rigid stance. Officer Chun. Wang Liu Ken switched his rifle to his left hand. Tell me the specifics of the injured on the bus. Chun Gang glanced back at the bus window. Several faces were still pressed against the glass. The young man in glasses had moved from the back to the front as if wanting to get off, but being held back by someone. 3 injured. One with a glass cut on the arm, not deep, already bandaged. Second one sprained an ankle, swollen badly, can't walk. The third is the worst. Hit his chest against the steering wheel during the rollover. He's been lying down for 2 days. Chun Gang's tone shifted from reporting to anxiety, his words coming faster. We have no doctor on board. Only a stewardess with basic first aid training. She can bandage and stop bleeding, but she doesn't dare touch the chest injury. Wang Liu Ken pressed the transmit button. Captain, 3 injured, arm laceration, sprained ankle, chest blunt trauma. The chest injury is the worst, possible rib fracture. Need you to come down and take a look. Received. Wang Liu Ken released the button and said to Chun Gang, we can provide temporary treatment, but our medical capabilities are limited. Chun Gang's expression shifted. Wang Liu Ken was a second lieutenant, and now there was a captain as well. He instinctively straightened up again and turned to glance at the armored vehicle. The side door of the vehicle was open. The amber marker lights cast a faint blurred edge along the doorframe. Someone in the same chemical protective suit and black gas mask was stepping down from the side door. Moving quickly, he pulled a packet from his tactical vest's medical pouch as he walked. Huang Yu stopped beside Wang Liu Ken for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Chun Gang's face. Officer Chen, where are the injured? In the back. Huang Yu nodded, walked between the two, and headed for the bus door. As he stepped onto the bus's entry step, he glanced back at Wang Liu Ken. Wang Liu Ken turned, handed his rifle to Zhao Aiman, and then followed. They boarded the bus one after the other. Zhao Aiman remained by the door on guard, her eyes sweeping between the bus and the dark highway. The interior was heavy with smell and dimly lit, only 2 small ceiling nightlights glowing. Just enough to make out the silhouettes of people. More than 20 people were crammed into seats, the aisle and gaps between stacked luggage leaving a narrow path for them to pass. As they walked through, they could feel the eyes of the passengers on them glinting in the dim light. Huang Yu started with the arm laceration. The patient was a middle-aged woman sitting by the window in the front row, her arm wrapped in a torn bedsheet strip. He unwrapped the cloth. The wound was on the outer side of her left forearm, about 10 centimeters long, clean edges not too deep, with no signs of infection. Disinfection, rebandaging, fixation. The woman nodded and whispered thank you. The sprained ankle belonged to a young man in his early 20s wearing glasses, the same one who had been peeking out the window earlier. His outer ankle was swollen and shiny. Huang Yu crouched to examine it. Pressing caused indentation, joint range of motion was normal, no crepitus. Ligament injury, no fracture. Keep your foot elevated above heart level. The young man pushed up his glasses, hesitated, then said, thank you, sir. Then the two walked to the back row. The patient with the broken ribs was lying flat across 3 seats in the back row. He was in his 50s, thin knees bent, feet pressed against the window. His breathing was shallow and rapid, lips dark, forehead covered in cold sweat. Huang Yu attached a portable vital signs monitor to his chest. The readings flashed: heart rate 112, SpO2 89, respiratory rate 34. He crouched down and gently palpated the patient's sternum. The patient winced in pain, sucking in a sharp breath. Huang Yu's fingers stopped. The palpation felt wrong, more than just fractures. There was obvious subcutaneous emphysema on the left side of the chest. Pressing down, he could feel a fine crackling sensation in the subcutaneous tissue, like pressing on thin foam plastic. This was a sign that pneumothorax had spread to the subcutaneous tissue. He continued palpating and found an entire abnormal bulge on the left chest wall. The bony structure had collapsed in part. Flail chest. At least 3 ribs were broken, forming an independent floating segment. With each breath, the unstable chest wall moved paradoxically, sinking on inspiration, bulging on expiration. This meant the lung wasn't just punctured. It was being repeatedly stabbed by the broken ribs. There was likely significant blood and air in the chest cavity, compressing the lung to the point it couldn't expand. Moreover, flail chest had destroyed the support of the chest wall, completely disrupting the mechanics of breathing. Without a ventilator, chest tube drainage system, or operating room, this man wouldn't survive the night. Huang Yu withdrew his hand from the patient's chest and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he turned to Wang Liu Ken and gave a slight shake of his head. Wang Liu Ken stood behind him, the lenses of his gas mask fixed on the patient. He saw Huang Yu's head shake and also noticed the abnormal movement on the patient's chest wall. He had learned the same signs in nursing school: flail chest, subcutaneous emphysema, respiratory failure. He was silent for a second, then nodded. A small movement, but Huang Yu saw it. Huang Yu stood up and turned to Chun Gang, who stood by the door. The carriage was quiet. Everyone sensed something was wrong. Huang Yu walked up to Chun Gang and lowered his voice. The mask's diaphragm made his voice muffled, but every word was clear. Fracture's preliminary diagnosis is flail chest with subcutaneous emphysema. Oxygen saturation has already dropped below 90 and is still falling. He needs thoracic surgery and ICU ventilator support, neither of which we have. Needle decompression can temporarily release the air in the chest, but it won't solve the underlying problem. His chest wall has collapsed, and every breath worsens the damage. Shen Gang stared at Huang Yue, his lips moving, but no words coming out. He glanced at the driver lying in the back, then back at the lenses of Huang Yu's mask. His eyes were dry, but the skin around them was tight. When he spoke, his voice was much lower than before, as if something was blocking his throat. There's nothing we can do. Huang Yu didn't answer. Shen Gang nodded, walked to the back, crouched down, and placed one hand on the driver's shoulder. The driver opened his eyes, still lucid, breathing hard, his lips dark. Shen Gang leaned down and whispered a few words into the driver's ear, too soft for anyone else in the carriage to hear. Huang Yu turned and got off the bus. Wang Luken followed. They walked back to the armored vehicle one after the other. Zhao Aiman saw them come out and handed Wang Luken his rifle. How is it? Huang Yu stopped, his tone unchanged. The third one can't be saved. It's too severe. Saving him would waste medical supplies that we need for others, and at the current rate of deterioration, he might not make it till dawn. Wang Luken took the gun. The three of them stood by the side door of the armored vehicle, none speaking. He's still on the bus. Zhao Aiman tilted his head toward the direction of the bus. The hinges of the bus door made no more sounds. The faces that had been pressed against the windows gradually receded, leaving only the bespectacled young man still seated by the window, his profile turned outward. The lenses reflected the dim night lights inside the bus, making his expression unreadable. The bus engine idled with a rhythmic thumping sound across the empty highway. The white exhaust from the tailpipe slowly dissipated, and the infrared view stretched into a slanting tail by the wind. Shen Gang knows we did our best, Wang Luken said. He knows. But knowing and accepting are two different things. Huang Yu leaned against the armored vehicle's hull with only his tactical vest between his chemical suit and the cold metal exterior. He looked up at the sky. The night sky above the expressway was free of any artificial light pollution, and the stars shone brighter than any he had ever seen in his hometown. The Milky Way stretched across the zenith from the southeast, like a pale ribbon of light. If he didn't think about where this road led, or why he was standing here in a chemical suit in a strange parallel world, the scene was actually quite beautiful. Zhao Aiman shifted his stance, his combat boots crunching on the gravel. He rested his rifle on his shoulder, muzzle pointing skyward, checking if the bespectacled young man was still in the bus window. He was still there. The young man turned his head to look at them. From 50 meters away in the darkness, he probably couldn't see their details, only the three military green figures and the outline of the turret within the glow of the marker lights. But he kept staring motionless, as if confirming they wouldn't suddenly disappear. About 10 minutes passed. Zhao Aiman switched his rifle from his right shoulder to his left, then back again. Wang Luken leaned against the side of the armored vehicle, his hands crossed over the magazine pouches on his chest, the lens of his mask fixed on the direction of the bus, motionless. Then the bus door opened. The hinges creaked louder than before, as if the metal was protesting. It was Shen Gang. After stepping off, he straightened his back, rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, and then walked toward the armored vehicle. His pace was not fast, but his steps grew heavier. The rhythm of his soles on the asphalt didn't change, but each step seemed to press the ground firmly before the next. Zhao Aiman said, "He's coming." Huang Yu pushed himself off the vehicle. Shen Gang's figure slowly emerged from the backlight of the bus headlights, transforming from a silhouette into a three-dimensional person. His gray-green uniform appeared darker in the night, with a glint of reflection on his shoulder board where the headlights caught it. He stopped about 3 or 4 meters from them, glanced at Huang Yu first, then nodded at Wang Luken. His eyes were a bit red, but you couldn't tell unless you looked closely. "Thank you, old Zhou, the driver." He said thank you. Shen Gang's voice was a little hoarser than before, but his tone was steady, not trembling. "He asked me to tell you that he has been driving for 30 years from the bus station to the highway. Having your help on this last stretch isn't too bad." Huang Yu was silent for 2 seconds. "Officer Chun," Huang Yu began, "we need to know the situation in Jiangnan City." Shen Gang nodded as if he had expected the question. "What do you want to know?" "What happened in Jiangnan City, whether there are any safe places nearby, and if there are other survivors." Wang Luken said. Shen Gang put his hands into his uniform pockets and pulled out the empty cigarette pack. The cardboard was already very soft, the corners worn round. He looked at the pack, then at the lenses of their masks. "Do you want the detailed version or the summary?" "The detailed version," Huang Yu said. Shen Gang walked to the highway guardrail and rested one arm on it. The metal surface was already cold. The May night breeze carried a faint scent of withered grass. He was silent for a few seconds, not because he didn't want to speak, but because he was organizing his words. 4 months of events. Where to start? January 7th. He finally spoke. "I remember it clearly. January 7th, Thursday. That afternoon, a long-distance bus from the direction of Jinghua arrived at the station. There was a passenger acting strangely, feverish, sweating profusely. The attendant took his temperature, 39.8°C. We thought it was the flu and told him to get medicine from the clinic in the waiting room. He said no, got off the bus and walked toward the exit. I was on duty at the exit at the time. When I saw this person, he was already unsteady on his feet. He leaned against the wall, then collapsed to the ground, starting to convulse. We called an ambulance. It arrived in 15 minutes. But the person woke up before the ambulance came. The first thing he did after waking up was bite my colleague. He turned to look at them. Bit my colleague on the arm. Through the winter uniform drew blood. We thought it was mental confusion after an epileptic seizure. We restrained him and waited for the ambulance. The ambulance took him away. My colleague went to the clinic to treat the wound. 3 stitches. The next day he didn't come to work. Fever, stayed in bed. The third day his family called, said he was unconscious. The fourth day he woke up. His wife called crying, saying he didn't recognize anyone and tried to bite her. She locked herself in the bedroom and called me from the kitchen. I went to his house with 2 officers from the station. Through the crack in the door, I saw him in the bedroom, chewing on the mattress. He had not a hole in it, exposing the foam. His eyes were gray, his pupils didn't move, his mouth was open, and there was blood on his teeth. His own blood from biting his lips. Zhao Aiman didn't speak, but his breathing audibly paused on the comm channel. Shen Gang continued, we didn't dare go in. I locked the door and told his wife to come with us. She refused, saying her husband would get better. The next day she called again, but this time it was her neighbor. Her husband had burst out of the bedroom, pinned her to the living room floor, and bitten her neck. The neighbor heard the screams and called the police. But by the time we arrived, she was already dead. Her husband was no longer her husband. We held him down, 3 of us, and beat him with batons more than a dozen times before he stopped. Hit him on the head. Hitting elsewhere didn't work. If you don't hit the head, it keeps moving no matter if you break its arms or legs. As long as the head is intact, it moves. We learned that rule later. Anyone bitten or scratched gets a fever, falls unconscious, and wakes up as one of those things. Fast in a few hours, slow in a few days. No exceptions. No one recovers. Not a single one. He said all this in a very flat tone, as if reciting a work summary he had reported many times. At first it was 1 or 2 in the city, then dozens, then everywhere. The hospitals were the first to fall. The ambulances brought the unconscious people to the hospital, and they woke up there biting doctors, nurses, and other patients. City first hospital, second hospital, the Chinese medicine hospital, all became epicenters within the first 2 weeks. The military came in at the end of January. The Jiangnan military region sent 2 regiments, set up a blockade line around the city outskirts, saying they would contain the infected within the urban area. They held the line for about 2 weeks, then suddenly withdrew. The news we heard was that higher-ups ordered the military to withdraw to a safe zone and stop urban clearance operations. The specific location of the safe zone, west of Jinghua, called Wanping Base. We heard Wanping Base's broadcast saying they accept survivors, provide food and medical care. But from Jiangnan City to Jinghua, the straight line distance is about 1700 kilometers. Driving on the highway under normal circumstances, it would take a few days. Now, we've been driving for 2 days and are still circling on the highway in the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Safe zone. Wang Luqian repeated the word. Did the broadcast say how many people are in the safe zone now? No. The announcement was very brief, just repeated the Yunzhao Nation Provisional Government has been established. The capital is temporarily moved to Wanping Base west of Jinghua. All survivors are accepted. Please make your own way there. Make your own way there. Those 4 words are the most important. Shen Gang flipped the empty cigarette pack from one hand to the other. They have guns, artillery, and walls, but they won't send anyone to pick you up. You have to get there yourself. Whether you survive on the road is your own business. Huang Yu mentally noted this information. Wanping Base west of Jinghua, a safe zone exists, but does not actively rescue. After the blockade line was withdrawn, what happened? Huang Yu asked. After the withdrawal, the city was completely abandoned. Those who could run had run. Those with cars fled to the highway, those without cars fled to the countryside. The elderly, the sick, and those who didn't want to leave stayed in the city and became part of those things. Shen Gang put the pack back into his pocket, his fingers pausing at the edge. The bus station was one of the last units to organize an evacuation. We originally had 6 vehicles, 2 large buses, 3 medium buses, and 1 car. In the end, only this one made it out. The others were either crashed or blocked in the city and couldn't escape. Of my colleagues, the 4 who were on duty with me, only I survived. That exit gate, we rammed it open. We used a scrap truck to reverse into it, 3 times, knocked down the iron fence, and then charged out. The front windshield shattered when we hit the gate. I still remember the feeling on my face at that moment. All glass shards. He turned his face sideways. In the faint light of the vehicle's marker lights, a patch of fine white scars was visible near his left cheekbone. They had healed, but the scars were dense like scratches from a cat. When did the people on your bus get on? Wang Luqian asked. When we broke out, there were people running on the roadside. They waved when they saw our bus. We stopped and let them on. At first it was 5 or 6 people. Then, at every intersection, more got on. With each addition, the noise increased. Some wanted to go east, some west. Some said go to the countryside, some said go to the mountains. We argued for a whole day on the bus. Finally, I made the call, head toward Jinghua, as far as we can go. Shen Gang turned to look ahead on the highway. In the darkness, nothing could be seen, only the road markings reflecting faintly under the marker lights. 4 months of driving, and we haven't even left Jiangnan Province. Zhao Aiman shifted his rifle to the other shoulder and stretched his neck. When you were driving in the city, were there many of those things? Shen Gang looked back at him. This was the first time he seriously looked at Zhao Aiman, the one who had been standing by the door, holding a gun. The lens of Zhao Aiman's mask reflected the marker lights. His eyes were not visible. Many. So many you don't want to look. On the main streets of the city, even during the day you could see groups, dozens sometimes hundreds, roaming the roads. They have no direction, no purpose, just wander wherever. But they are sensitive to sound and light. A car horn could make them chase for several blocks. So we later stopped using the horn. We also covered half the headlights with black cloth, leaving only half the light to see the road. Chun Gang gestured with his fingers the width of the cloth. Like this, only a slit left. Enough to see 30 meters. 30 meters is enough to break. Daytime is actually harder because they are more active during the day. During the day you can see them, and seeing them makes you afraid to drive. At night you can't see them. Just pretend they don't exist. How did the four of you manage to survive these past months? Huang Yu asked. Luck and a few people. Chun Gang gestured toward the bus. That guy with glasses, his surname is Liu. Just call him Xiao Liu. He's a senior majoring in mechanical engineering at Jiangnan University. He knows how to fix vehicles. This bus has made it this far half thanks to him. The fuel pump broke twice, the radiator leaked once. All repaired by the roadside with whatever he could scavenge. That hand crank pump was also his doing, made from scrap iron pipe and a bicycle chain. And then there's that attendant, her surname is Fong Ping. The one I mentioned who has first aid training. She used to be an onboard attendant at the bus terminal, and now she's our only medic. She manages all the food and water rations, recording exactly how much each person gets per day in her notebook. And there's Old Zhou. He paused. Old Zhou drove buses his entire life, running the Jiangnan City to Jinghua route for 20 years. He knew every pothole, every slope prone to rollover, every service area with a gas station. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. It was just his terrible luck. We roamed around the city outskirts for roughly 2 months, surviving on scavenged trash and looted convenience stores. Then we decided to head north toward Jinghua. But the gas stations along the expressway had all been drained dry. The first ones to arrive emptied them, leaving the rest of us staring helplessly. We were fortunate enough to encounter an overturned tanker on a provincial road. The cab was totaled, but the tank was intact. Xiao Lu used the hand crank pump to extract roughly 50 liters of diesel from it. With that 50 liters we kept driving straight through to today. Besides those 3 that broke down, did you encounter anyone else? Wang Lucan asked. We ran into a group of soldiers, or rather former soldiers. 4 of them wearing military fatigues with the shoulder insignia torn off. They had a tent set up by the provincial road. When they saw our bus they stood in the middle of the road and signaled us to stop. I slowed but didn't kill the engine. They asked where we were headed. I said Jinghua, and they told us it was too far, suggested we follow them instead. They claimed to have a base in the mountains with food, water, and safety. I declined, and they stepped aside without blocking us. But I noticed a military off-road vehicle parked behind their tent with a large bloodstain on the door. You didn't ask them why they tore off their insignia? Huang Yu said. No need to ask. Tearing off your insignia means you don't want people knowing which unit you're from. Why hide that? Either you deserted, committed some offense, or your unit no longer exists. None of those are reasons to trust someone. Wang Lucan nodded once. Once we also encountered a convoy. 6 civilian sedans with luggage strapped to their roofs looked like families fleeing en masse. They sped past in the opposite lane without stopping. I honked to acknowledge them, but they didn't respond. Their taillights disappeared within moments. That was over 2 months ago. Since then I haven't encountered another living soul. What about your communications? Wang Lucan pointed toward the roof of the bus. Can the radio on board still receive signals? Hardly any stations come through anymore. Right after everything went wrong we could catch emergency broadcasts from Jiangnan City Radio, but that stopped. Later we picked up intermittent transmissions from the Wanping base. Weak signal, barely intelligible, only a few words here and there. After that, nothing at all. Chun Gang turned the empty cigarette pack over in his hands, opening and closing it. Do you have any frequencies you can tune into? We did intercept 1 beacon pulse signal, around 450 megahertz, repeating every 3 seconds, coming from the east. Wang Lucan spoke. Chun Gang's expression shifted subtly, that lingering exhaustion giving way to something sharper, a flicker of hope. We haven't received that signal. The bus radio is too outdated, only picks up FM broadcasts. Can you triangulate the source? Not yet. The signal isn't strong enough. But if we continue eastward it should sharpen, and we can triangulate then. Wang Lucan paused. Provided that signal source is actually a safe zone, or at least human-made, and not just an automated transmitter running on loop. Even a transmitter is better than nothing. Chun Gang crushed the empty cigarette pack in his palm. Which direction are you planning to head next? East, Huang Yu said. Toward Jinghua. Our operational zone covers Jiangnan Province, but the beacon signal is coming from the east. Heading east allows us to cover our mission area, while also approaching the signal source. If the Wanping base truly exists, we need to confirm its location and communication protocols. But before that, he hesitated. We need to assess the current situation in Jiangnan Province, enter Jiangnan City to survey the spread of the outbreak, and evaluate the remaining threat levels. Chun Gang's expression hardened the moment he heard the words, enter Jiangnan City. The muscles around his eyes tightened, his jaw set, and the empty cigarette pack in his hand was crushed into a dense ball. Sir. His voice rose half a degree above before. You won't be able to assess anything by going in. Huang Yu remained silent. Chun Gang stepped forward half a pace, his body leaning ahead, making him look like a rope pulled to its breaking point. I've been a neighborhood police officer for over 10 years. I've lived half my life in Jiangnan City. I know every shop on that street. The breakfast vendors, the cobblers, the pharmacy owners. Now there's nothing left on that street but those things. What are you going to look at? Empty houses. Streets covered in blood. Or watching those things shuffle beneath the street lights. You don't need to go in to see that. I can tell you right now, the entire city has fallen. No survivors. No military presence. No order. What could you possibly accomplish by going in? Take a few photos to file a report. And then what? And then you just stand by and watch these 20+ people stranded on the expressway wait to die. He paused, his chest rising and falling noticeably. His hands were trembling. That weight he'd carried for 4 months had finally found an outlet, and even though this outlet wasn't quite right, the pressure demanded release. More faces pressed against the bus windows behind him. The young man with glasses cracked the window open, just a sliver letting in the cold wind, but he didn't close it. You're from the United Nations, Chun Gang, said, his voice dropping back to its normal pitch, but rougher still. You have firearms, armored vehicles, medical equipment. You got on this bus and saved 2 lives in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes I spent 4 months trying to keep these 20+ people from dying too quickly. You arrived, you saved people, and now you're telling me you're going into the city to take photographs. Sir, you're not here to assess the situation. You're here to save lives. You may not want to admit it, but the people on this bus, they don't see assessors when they look at you. They see an armored vehicle and 3 fully armed UN soldiers. They see the first person in 4 months who didn't run past them, but stopped. Another face appeared at the bus window behind him. The middle-aged woman, the one with the glass cut on her arm, pushed the window open a fraction, revealing a narrow slit. She said nothing. She simply looked in their direction, her eyes gleaming unnaturally in the darkness. You can't just abandon these civilians. With those final words, Chun Gang's trembling hand stilled. His voice had steadied as though he had laid all his chips on the table and sat back waiting for the other side to reveal their hand. Zhao Aiman glanced between Chun Gang and Huang Yu. Wang Luken remained silent. He shifted his gaze from Chun Gang's face to Huang Yu's, and the two locked eyes across their mask lenses for a second. Huang Yu did not respond immediately. He looked at Chun Gang in silence. For approximately 5 seconds, though everyone present felt those 5 seconds stretch longer than the preceding half hour. Then he raised his right hand, pressed the seal latch on the side of his mask, and with a sharp click removed the gas mask from his face. This was the first time since crossing over that he had taken off his mask outdoors. The outside air hit his face, cool, dry, carrying the scent of withered grass and diesel from the bus exhaust. His hair was disheveled from the helmet, and a red indentation from the mask's sealing strip marked his forehead, but he paid no mind to either. He looked directly into Chun Gang's eyes, unfiltered. Officer Chen, you're right. We're not here to take photographs. Chun Gang hesitated. He saw a face, younger than his voice had suggested. But we do need to enter Jiangnan City. Huang Yu's tone remained unchanged, steady, and measured. Not to take photographs, not to write reports and file them away. It's because our superiors need our assessment to determine the next deployment of resources. Chun Gang opened his mouth, but Huang Yu raised a hand, preventing him from interrupting. Let me finish. Before we arrived here, our orders were to assess the spread of the outbreak in Jiangnan Province and the current threat level. The results of this assessment will be reported directly to our superiors, who will then decide 2 things. First, whether to establish a safe zone in Jiangnan Province, and second, whether to deploy additional personnel. If we do not enter the city and conduct on-the-ground reconnaissance, but instead merely drive around the suburban expressway and return, our report can only contain 4 words: unable to assess. Those 4 words mean our superiors will have no basis to make any decisions. No safe zone will be established, no reinforcements will be sent. And those trapped in Jiangnan Province won't just be your 20-odd people. They'll be every survivor, hiding in the shadows, waiting for rescue that will never come. Chun Gang's hand still gripped the empty cigarette pack, but the whiteness at his knuckles had faded slightly. I understand how you feel. Huang Yu lowered his voice half a degree. You've led these 20+ people for 4 months. You finally encountered a group that appeared capable of helping, and then they said they were going into the city. You believe they're risking not only their own lives, but also yours. You think we either don't understand how dangerous the city is, or we know but don't care. He paused. We understand. But we also understand something else. This step combat vehicle is not for show. We're going in not to die but to reconnoiter. Chun Gang said nothing. He studied Huang Yu's face carefully, as though verifying whether these words were genuine. Then he turned to glance at the bus windows behind him. The faces pressed against the glass, the middle-aged woman with bandages wrapped around her arm, the young man with glasses. Can you guarantee you'll come out? Chun Gang turned back, his voice hoarse. I cannot guarantee anything. But I can tell you this. We will not leave you here. Huang Yu looked at him. While we conduct reconnaissance inside the city, you can find a secure location in the suburbs and wait for us. We have radio equipment and can maintain communication. Chun Gang was silent for several seconds, then slowly nodded. Is there anything I can help with, he asked. Maps. Detailed maps of Jiangnan City's urban area, the routes you originally used when breaking out, which roads are blocked, which are still passable, which zones have the highest concentration of infected. All of that information. Huang Yu turned to Wang Luken. Open the system memo, create a new sketch map of the city, and mark every location Officer Chen mentions. Wang Luken nodded and turned to enter the combat vehicle. Zhao Aiman leaned her rifle against her shoulder. I'll go inside the vehicle and grab a few things. Wang Luqin opened the system memo on the touchscreen, created a new blank sketch, and locked the starting coordinates to the current highway's kilometer marker. GYRA's inertial navigation system drew a green trajectory line on the blank map extending from where they woke up to their current stopping point. The total length was only a few hundred meters, but the endpoint of this line now had a clear geographical reference, the route out of Jiangnan City provided by Qingang. You departed from the Jiangnan City passenger station. The exit is on the southern side of the city near Jiangnan Avenue. Wang Luqin marked Qingang's narrated route on the sketch segment by segment. Every street, every intersection, every stretch blocked by abandoned vehicles. Qingang recalled them as best he could. Whenever there were places he couldn't remember, he would say, "I'm not sure about this part, I may have remembered it wrong." And Wang Luqin would mark a question mark at that spot. After exiting, you headed south on Jiangnan Avenue, then merged onto the Ring Expressway. The southern section of the Ring Expressway has a river crossing bridge. Huang Yu pointed to a location on the sketch that Qingang had marked. Here you got stuck once. There was a pileup on the bridge. You reversed for 40 minutes before finding another ramp. Is this the place you mentioned? Yes. After descending that ramp, it becomes a provincial road. There are gas stations along the provincial road, but they're mostly empty. Qingang drew a line on the sketch with his finger from the ramp all the way to where they were now. We drove along the provincial road for about 2 days, stopping and starting as we went. When cars broke down, we repaired them. When roads were blocked, we detoured. Later, old Zhou suggested we return to the highway, saying there might be fewer people and vehicles. So we got back on from the provincial road and kept driving north until we encountered you. Huang Yu connected Qingang's route to their current position on the sketch. From the highway heading south, approximately 40 kilometers led to the southern section of the Jiangnan City Ring Expressway, beyond which lay the urban area. About 40 kilometers from here to the city edge. Huang Yu measured the distance with his finger across the sketch. Your bus has enough fuel for at most 30 kilometers. 30 kilometers won't get you to the city, nor to anywhere likely to have people. The nearest gas station, Officer Qin, you said there are gas stations on the provincial road. Where's the closest one? Qingang pointed to a location on the sketch along the provincial road. Right here, about 15 kilometers. When we passed by, there was still fuel in the tank, but no pump. Little Lu hand pumped about 10 liters, which took nearly an hour, then we left. If your vehicle can drive over there and siphon the remaining fuel into the bus can travel further. 15 kilometers. Our vehicle can make it. The problem is you cannot leave this bus parked on the highway while we're gone. It's far too conspicuous. Whether it's living people or something else, anyone spotting a lone bus parked by the roadside will come to investigate. Wang Luqin scanned the sketch, and his finger stopped at the intersection of the provincial road and a country track. Here. Next to the provincial road, there's an abandoned service area. Did you pass by it before, Officer Chun? We drove past it. Half of the service area building has collapsed. The parking lot is open and empty with clear sight lines. Anyone approaching can be spotted well in advance. Then let's make this the spot. While we enter the city for reconnaissance, you wait at this service area. If anything comes up, any situation at all, you leave ahead of time. No need to wait for us. Qingang looked at the marked location on the sketch and nodded. Huang Yu saved the sketch, and the system memo automatically generated a simplified map with coordinate markers. Although there was no satellite positioning, combining the inertial navigation trajectory with manually marked road signs would at least keep the error within a few hundred meters. Zhao Aiman made a trip back to the armored vehicle while the two were cross-referencing the map. He first opened the external storage compartment and checked. 9 packs of MRE rations remained in the cardboard box, and there was still a full case of 20 compressed food blocks. Mineral water was stacked in 4 rows of 6 bottles, each in the storage compartments beneath the seats. He squatted down, pulled 5 packs of MRE from the box, took 7 or 8 compressed food blocks, retrieved 5 bottles of water from under the seat, stuffed them all into an empty MRE cardboard box, and climbed out of the vehicle carrying the box. He walked over to the bus door. Qingang's partner, the lean man in plain clothes, protruded half his body from inside the doorway. Zhao Aiman handed the box over. The man caught it and paused, clearly surprised by how heavy it was. Divide these among yourselves. Zhao Aiman said. 1 pack of MRE is enough for 1 person per meal. Half a compressed food block per person and a small amount of water per person. Give the wounded more water. The man in plain clothes glanced down at the contents of the box, 5 matte brown sealed pouches printed with letters and numbers he couldn't read. 7 or 8 silver-wrapped compressed food blocks that looked military-issued, and 5 bottles of water with no labels, just transparent plastic and blue caps. He opened his mouth to say thank you, but all that came out was, "I'll take this to Fang Ping to distribute." Zhao Aiman had already turned and walked back toward the armored vehicle. Qingang stood by the guardrail, watching the cardboard box being carried onto the bus. Inside the bus, the man in plain clothes set the box on the front seat. Fang Ping crouched beside it and began to tally the supplies. She picked up an MRE pack and turned it over several times, clearly unfamiliar with the text on the packaging, then continued counting the compressed food blocks. Her lips moved silently. She was likely counting heads. More than 20 people, 5 packs of MRE, 7 or 8 compressed food blocks, and 5 bottles of water. Each person would get very little, but she counted with great seriousness. Qingang turned back and looked at the 3 people standing beside the armored vehicle. Huang Yu had already put his gas mask back on the helmet's adjustment knob secured tightly at the back of his head. When do you plan to leave? Chen Gang asked. Before dawn. Huang Yu said, it's a little past 9 now. We have a few hours to rest. We'll depart at 4 in the morning and reach the city edge at daybreak. Once you go and how will you contact us? We will reach out to you first. Wang Luken said. If we haven't received any communication from you for 2 consecutive days leave. Don't wait. Head straight east. The signal gets stronger the further east you go. Perhaps your bus radio can pick up broadcasts from the Wamping base at some distance. The taillights of the bus shrank into 2 dim red dots at the end of the expressway, then were swallowed by the night. Huang Yu stood by the side door of the armored vehicle watching until the 2 red dots vanished completely. The amber light strip of the clearance lamps cast a long shadow across his body, stretching onto the asphalt of the emergency lane. He reached out and pressed the side door close button. The hydraulic hinge emitted a low hum, the door panel sealed shut, the rubber gasket compressed, and the outside air was locked out. The air conditioning and filtration ventilation system inside the vehicle resumed air circulation, and the pressurized supply airflow brushed against his cheeks. He turned around and looked at the 2 people standing in the crew compartment. Wang Luken leaned against the back of the gunner's seat, his arms crossed over his chest. Zhao Aiman placed her rifle back into the weapon rack, her movements gentle, as if afraid of waking someone, though there was no one else in the carriage but them. The silence lasted about 3 seconds. Zombies. Zhao Aiman spoke first, her voice filtering through the masked membrane, carrying a sense of absurdity that had been suppressed for over an hour and finally released. Damn it, we've been sent to a zombie apocalypse. It's a parallel world zombie apocalypse, Wang Luken said. What's the difference? A parallel world means the zombies here have no connection to our world's zombie culture. They haven't seen zombie movies, played zombie games, or know the word zombie, so they call it that thing. That's even worse. Zhao Aiman said. At least we know to aim for the head. Huang Yu took off his gas mask and placed it in the storage compartment beside the driver's seat. He sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the backrest slightly backward, and rested his head on the headrest. So the system knew what was outside from the start. And it knew we couldn't use guns. Wang Luken said. That's why the store has magazines for sale, simulation training modes. It assumed we 3 were clueless rookies. Then the system's name is quite interesting. Zhao Aiman also took off her mask, placed her helmet on the seat, and stretched her neck. Support system. Who supports whom? Are we supporting this world, or is the system supporting us? Both, Huang Yu said, bringing up the store interface on the touch panel. Now we know it's zombies outside. The trait of zombies is sheer numbers, and we don't know if there are variants. Plus we only have 3 rifles with a total of 180 caseless rounds. Every shot counts. If we face a horde, rifles won't be enough. What's the most effective weapon on the vehicle? The 30mm autocannon, but it has no ammo. He switched the store interface to the ammunition category and selected the 30mm high explosive belt. The screen displayed the product description: 30 by 173mm high explosive incendiary rounds, belt fed, 300 rounds per belt, compatible with the GYRA remote controlled turret. Price 50 supply points. 50 points, Huang Yu said. We have 3000 supply points. Buy it. He pressed the confirm purchase button. The system popped up a prompt, detected that the ammunition storage slot of the GYRA infantry fighting vehicle is empty. After purchase, automatically load. What does automatically load mean? Zhao Aiman leaned in to look at the screen. Wang Luken answered for her. It means the system loads the ammunition directly into the turret's belt slot and storage slot without us needing to move it manually. In reality, 300 rounds of 30mm ammo, each as big as a beer bottle, would take us hours to load. The system skips that step. Confirm. Huang Yu pressed the button. The supply points dropped from 3000 to 2950. Almost instantly, all 3 heard a sound. From beneath the metal cover of the ammunition storage slot came a series of dull metallic collisions. Clank, 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 like a giant vending machine dispensing goods. The sound lasted about 10 seconds, then stopped. On the turret's fire control terminal screen, the ammo counter updated: autocannon ammo, 300 high explosive rounds. Belt status, loaded. Turret status, standby. Zhao Aiman let out a whistle. 50 points for 300 high explosive rounds, auto-loaded. That's less than 0. 17 supply points per round. Cheaper than a rifle magazine. Probably because the system's design logic encourages us to use vehicle-mounted weapons. Wang Luken said, vehicle-mounted weapons have high firepower and cost fewer points, but you need the vehicle. Rifles offer more flexibility, but ammo is expensive and resupply is troublesome. The system is guiding us to fight around the vehicle. Then we'll fight around the vehicle. Huang Yu closed the store interface, stood up, and walked to the center of the crew compartment. At dawn tomorrow we'll enter Jiangnan City to assess the spread of the outbreak. After that we'll rendezvous with Chun Gang and the others. We've had a rough night. Do you know what we need most now? Sleep, Wang Luken said. Sleep, Zhao Aiman said. Huang Yu pulled down the folding seat beside the driver's seat and used the respirator backpack as a cushion for his lower back. Wang Luken reclined the gunner's seat back to an almost flat angle. The gunner's seat was narrower than the driver's, but he didn't care. Zhao Aiman lay down on the folding bench seat in the crew compartment, took off her tactical vest, folded it into a pillow, and placed it under her head. Entering the city tomorrow, any thoughts? Zhao Aiman asked with her eyes closed. Blast them with the cannon, Wang Luken said. That tactic is too one-dimensional. We'll deal with tomorrow when it comes. Huang Yu closed his eyes. Now sleep. We set off in 4 hours. The carriage fell silent. The low-frequency hum of the air conditioning vents continued uninterrupted, and the air valve of the filtration ventilation system emitted a faint click with each breathing cycle. Only the sound of wind came through the external pickup, very light. The night wind on the expressway rustled through the dry branches of the median strip like someone turning the pages of a thick book in the distance. The 3 gas masks were taken off and placed side by side on the storage shelf beside the driver's seat. Their lenses reflected the dim blue LED light strip from the ceiling, like 3 expressionless faces quietly watching the 3 young people in the carriage sink into sleep. It wasn't long before Huang Yu was roused by the system alarm. A soft blue notification popped up in the center of his vision, current time 0400. The scheduled departure time had arrived. There was no sound. The light flickered twice, then hovered quietly at the edge of his field of view, awaiting his confirmation. He opened his eyes in the driver's seat, staring at the military green metal ceiling for about 3 seconds. The back of his head rested perfectly against the headrest, his neck free of stiffness. Yet his back, having slept all night in the hazmat suit, was damp with a thin layer of sweat. He sat up, and the fabric of the suit peeled away from the seat upholstery with a faint tearing sound. The cabin was quiet, the air conditioner still blowing. Time to get up. He clapped his hands, and the sound echoed briefly in the narrow cabin. Not loud, but enough to jolt the other 2 awake. Wang Luken reacted the fastest. He opened his eyes in the gunner's seat, skipped the drowsy transition, sat up straight, and reached for the helmet beside the fire control terminal. Zhao Aimin turned over on the foldable bench seat, pulled out the tactical vest she had been using as a pillow, muttered, "I just fell asleep," then sat up, her hair sticking up in odd shapes after being pressed by the helmet all night. Huang Yu picked up the gas mask from the storage shelf, checked the sealing gasket and lenses, then pressed the mask against his face. The seal clicked shut, the positive pressure air supply restarted, and a cool stream of air brushed across his cheeks. Wang Luken and Zhao Aimin were also putting on their masks. The 3 moved with noticeably more proficiency than the night before, from picking up the mask to securing it snugly. "Check your gear." Huang Yu's voice came through the mask's diaphragm, carrying a morning rasp. He walked to the driver's seat, straightened the backrest, and gripped the control sticks. The darkness at 4 in the morning was deeper than midnight. Under night vision, the road surface glowed with a faint phosphorescent green, and the distant hill outlines began shifting from dark green to a grayish hue. Dawn was still a way off, but not far. In the gunner's seat, Wang Luken opened the simulation training mode on the fire control terminal and ran through the target area they had marked the night before with virtual trajectories. The beacon signal strength has increased by about 3% since last night, bearing stable, southeast by east. Based on the rate of signal enhancement, the source is roughly 200 to 300 kilometers away. If it's the transmission tower of Wanping Base, then Wanping Base is much closer to Jiangnan City than the 1700 kilometers Chungang mentioned. Either he misremembered or the broadcast was referring to another safe zone. It could also be a more powerful relay station, said Huang Yu. Not necessarily the base itself. Never mind that for now. Our journey to Jiangnan City is about 40 kilometers. In pure electric mode, we can make it within an hour. I'm setting the navigation now. From the current parking spot, heading south along the expressway for about 30 kilometers, then exiting onto the provincial road, continuing south for another 10 kilometers to reach the edge of the city. The combat vehicle started up. In pure electric mode, only the faint rustle of tires on asphalt could be heard. The body slid smoothly off the emergency lane and onto the empty roadway. Huang Yu stabilized the speed at around 50 kilometers per hour. Not fast, but at this speed the battery range was most economical, and it gave the cameras enough time to scan the road ahead. By the time we enter the city, it should be just getting light. Zhao Aimin sat on the folding seat, pulling magazines from the pouch on her chest to check them. Chungang said those things are more active during the day. Going in during daylight. Are we walking right into the line of fire? Daytime benefits them, but it benefits us too. Wang Luken didn't turn around. He kept his eyes on the fire control screen. Don't forget what we're inside. The expressway remained empty. No vehicles, no people, nothing moving. Reflective posts stood every few dozen meters, blinking in the peripheral light of the headlights like some ancient timepiece. Occasionally a small animal darted across the road. A rabbit or a field mouse. Its thermal signature small, gone in a flash. Other than that, nothing. Approaching the provincial road exit, he spotted the first abandoned vehicle, a silver-gray sedan parked on the emergency lane, its body intact, windows unbroken, but the doors slightly ajar. A layer of dust had settled on the roof, and a few withered leaves had accumulated on the windshield. The car had likely been sitting here for months. The owner had vanished, never to return. First one. Zhao Aimin noticed it too. There'll be more and more ahead, said Wang Luken. The ramp of the provincial road exit was mostly blocked by an overturned van. The van's front had rammed into the guardrail, the hood popped up, and the windshield was cracked into a web of fractures, but hadn't shattered completely. Huang Yu decelerated the combat vehicle and squeezed through the narrow gap on the right side of the ramp. The width of the GYRA required him to adjust the steering with extreme care. The left front wheel brushed the guardrail, and the right rear wheel was less than half a meter from the van's tail. He double-checked the clearance on the screen and spent about 2 minutes getting through the gap. So this is what Chen Gang meant by blocked roads. Huang Yu marked the situation on the system's memo map. Provincial road exit ramp 1, overturned van single lane passable. Marked as obstacle point. The provincial road was in much worse condition than the expressway. Debris began to appear on the surface, broken glass, a shoe, and overturned trash can whose contents had been scattered by the wind. More and more vehicles lined the roadside. Some parked on the emergency lane, others right in the middle of the road, doors wide open. One SUV had its hood up, the battery removed, a wrench discarded nearby. A motorcycle lay toppled in the center of the road, its body bearing scrape marks, as if it had been knocked over by another vehicle and never picked up. Then he saw the first bloodstain. Not large. On the provincial road, near the guardrail, completely dried, a dark red, close to black, deepening from the edge to the center. Beside the bloodstain were 3 parallel drag marks stretching from the road surface all the way outside the guardrail. The drag marks led toward the wasteland where the grass at the end was flattened over a large area. Bloodstain drag marks direction toward the outside of the guardrail. Huang Yu marked the location. He didn't comment, just recorded. Zhao Aimin saw it too, but said nothing. Daylight gradually crept in over the next 20 minutes. The eastern horizon shifted from dark green to deep gray, then to a murky dark blue before suddenly erupting with the first orange-red streak, like someone had struck a match along the bottom of the sky. The morning light ironed over the asphalt of the expressway, transforming the entire road from a gray ribbon into a golden-brown river. The wasteland on either side of the provincial road emerged, weeds swaying in the morning breeze, distant hill outlines shifting from blurred silhouettes into detailed entities, exposed rocks, scattered shrubs, a dried-up irrigation ditch. This was the first sunrise Huang Yu had witnessed on this unfamiliar continent. Continuing south along the provincial road, buildings began to appear on the sides. First, scattered farmhouses, red brick walls, gray tile roofs with farm tools and plastic buckets piled in the yards. Most of the farmhouse doors and windows were shut. A few windows had been boarded up from the outside with rough planks, as if hastily nailed with whatever wood was available. One farmhouse's courtyard gate stood open. Inside was a tractor, its trailer loaded with half a cart of hay, the haystack covered in dust. A few clothes still hung on a clothesline in front of the farmhouse, faded by wind and rain, stiffly swaying in the morning breeze. These farmhouses, someone boarded up the windows. Huang Yu zoomed in on the image. But it doesn't look recent. Whoever boarded them either left or is gone. No sign of anyone. Zhao Aimin switched to thermal imaging and scanned. All heat sources were cold. No body temperature above ambient, not even a dog. This is what Chen Gang meant by everyone who could run ran, said Wang Luken. Driving further, the density of buildings began to increase. The farmhouses on either side of the provincial road gave way to 2 or 3-story self-built buildings with shops on the ground floor. The rolling shutters were pulled all the way down, some spray painted with words. Huang Yu aimed the camera at the inscriptions, evacuated January 15th, no survivors, go north on the expressway. The lettering varied in size and handwriting, clearly not by the same person. Some words were neatly written as if the author had considered the phrasing beforehand. Others were so scrawled they were barely legible, as if sprayed in haste during a desperate escape. On another wall, a larger line in white chalk read, Jinghua direction blocked, don't go. Jinghua direction blocked. Zhao Aimin read it aloud. Why blocked? I don't know, said Huang Yu. The person who wrote this. Either they lied to lure survivors elsewhere, or they really knew something. Neither possibility is worth judging now. He took a screenshot of the line and saved it, marking it on the map. On the left sidewalk of the provincial road, Huang Yu discerned a humanoid silhouette moving slowly within the dim edges of the morning light. Its feet shuffled along the ground, its body tilted approximately 15 degrees to the left shoulder drooping lower than the right, as if all the joints on that side had come loose. The clothing it wore was a jacket of indistinguishable color, one sleeve torn open to reveal grayish-white skin beneath. As it passed a roadside tree, its shoulder collided with the trunk, causing its body to veer slightly, yet it made no adjustment and continued dragging itself forward. Huang Yu decelerated the armored vehicle, locking the camera onto the figure. In the thermal imaging, its body temperature was lower than a normal human's, the overall thermal signature cool, though the head temperature was slightly higher than the torso. Without any external stimulus, it suddenly halted, standing still, its head turning slightly, as if listening to something. Then it resumed moving forward, tripping over the root of another roadside tree, stumbling, but not falling. Its knee absorption was almost non-existent. A normal person would instinctively bend their knees and reach out to brace themselves, but it did not. It simply lurched 2 steps from the impact, and kept going. None of the 3 spoke. This was the first time they had seen such a thing with their own eyes. In the morning light, less than 30 meters from the vehicle, they beheld what was called that kind of thing. Its jaw hung down at an abnormal angle, mouth agape, lips cracked to the point of exposing the gums. The eye sockets were sunken, and the color of the eyeballs in the morning light was neither black nor brown, but a faded grayish-white. The pupils had contracted into pinprick-sized black dots that did not move or focus. Mere black apertures staring into the empty void before them. Zhao Aimin spoke, her voice lower than ever before. Damn, isn't this exactly like the zombies in Resident Evil? Huang Yu stopped the vehicle, opened the system memo, An under-infected individual appearance characteristics recorded item, by item skin grayish-white body temperature below normal head temperature slightly elevated, severely impaired motor coordination abnormal joint movement. No autonomous obstacle avoidance, jaw drooping pupillary reflex absent, no response to stationary silent objects. After writing the last entry, he paused, and added another line approximately 90 similarity in appearance to zombies from video games. The zombie continued forward for about 50 meters until it was blocked by an abandoned tricycle parked by the provincial road. It collided with the cargo bed of the tricycle, rebounded, then collided again, rebounded once more, repeating this 3 times. The few cardboard boxes stacked on the bed fell off, landing at its feet. It showed no reaction, then turned at a slight angle, went around the side of the tricycle, and continued dragging itself along the sidewalk. It went around, Wang Luken said. It's not completely devoid of problem-solving ability. It eventually found a path around the obstacle, just took far more attempts than a normal person. It retains basic spatial judgment, but not all individuals may possess it. This sample is for reference only. Huang Yu drove on. As they entered the edge of the city, the streets began to narrow, buildings shifting from 2 or 3 stories to 5 or 6-story residential blocks and streetfront shops. The number of abandoned vehicles on the road increased. Most of the shops along the street had their rolling shutters tightly locked, but several had been pried open, some from the bottom, some with glass doors shattered, others with entire doors removed, leaving only empty door frames. The automatic door of a convenience store had been forced halfway open, with a few bags of puffed snacks and crushed soda cans scattered at the entrance. Another pharmacy's glass display window was smashed down to the frame medicine cabinets, overturned pills, crushed underfoot, colored tablets, and broken glass mingled together. Huang Yu reduced the speed to 15 kilometers per hour. At this pace, the cameras could stitch the street view into a clear 3D image, and the thermal imager could penetrate the glass storefronts to detect heat sources inside. Then the humanoid heat sources ahead suddenly multiplied. On the thermal display, the intersection ahead and the sidewalks along the street showed at least 30 independent heat sources. They moved very slowly, each in a different direction. Some wandered aimlessly in the middle of the intersection, some stood still against walls, others shuffled along the pavement. This was what Chun Gang had called groups of those things. 30-odd, just at one intersection. Farther in, at every intersection, every main road, near every hospital and school, the numbers would likely be even greater. Huang Yu pulled the vehicle to a stop beside an abandoned bus stop and killed the external lights. In pure electric mode, the vehicle was nearly silent. He magnified the image of the intersection ahead and carefully observed the distribution pattern of the zombies. Their movements were slow, and before any attack target appeared, their distribution was haphazard, like a group of randomly placed mannequins, each shifting slowly along its own crooked trajectory. We need a vantage point, Wang Luken said. From a height, we can see the entire city's infection distribution and street blockages. Reconnaissance on ground level only shows the stretch ahead, not the bigger picture. What's the tallest building in Jiangnan City? Zhao Iman asked. Huang Yu zoomed in on the map Chun Gang had marked the night before. Chun Gang had mentioned several high points. The Jiangnan City TV tower was in the city center, but surrounded by commercial districts with narrow streets, inconvenient for the armored vehicles' maneuverability. The city government building was in the north of the city, 17 stories tall, with a wide rooftop view, a plaza in front for parking, and usually equipped with backup power generators and communication equipment, making it a worthwhile reconnaissance target in itself. Let's head to the city government building. The rooftop view should cover the entire city, and the front plaza can park the vehicle. The communications room there might have equipment to pick up signals from Wamping Base, helping us confirm the location of the beacon source. Then it's the city government. Wang Luken set the navigation target to the government building on his terminal. Huang Yu pushed the control stick, and the vehicle silently pulled away from the bus stop, weaving through the gaps between abandoned cars. 50 meters ahead, 2 zombies crossed the crosswalk, one after the other, their footsteps dragging, utterly oblivious to the armored vehicle behind them. Huang Yu watched them disappear from the edge of the camera frame, blocked by a wall at the street corner. When the municipal government building came into view in the morning light, Huang Yu had been operating from the driver's seat for nearly an hour and a half. He slowed the war machine and brought it to a stop behind an abandoned bus stop, observing the plaza ahead. The municipal government building was a 17-story gray structure, rectangular in form, its facade clad in white tiles and blue glass curtain walls, styling fashionable in the 1990s. The tiles had chipped away in patches, exposing the gray concrete beneath. The glass curtain wall, however, remained surprisingly intact. Only 2 windows on the 3rd and 7th floors were shattered, while the rest reflected the morning sun with dazzling brightness. Yet what stood before the building commanded more attention than the structure itself. Sandbags formed a semicircular defensive position approximately 30 meters in front of the main entrance, arranged in an arc across the plaza. Behind the sandbags, 4 police vehicles were parked with their distinctive white and dark blue striping. Adjacent to them sat 2 military-style transport vehicles, tall and rugged with thick tires, their cargo areas covered by army green canvas that slapped against the sides in the wind. The windshield of one transport vehicle's cab was shattered as though something had struck it from within. A police car lay overturned between the sandbag emplacement and the main entrance steps, its body scorched with paint, blistering and peeling away, the tires reduced to charred remnants wrapped around the steel rims. Spent casings were scattered across the ground before the sandbags, glistening brass in the early light stretching from the forward edge all the way down to the open space beneath the steps. At least hundreds mixed in with spent magazine casings. This is a defensive position, Wang Luqin said from the gunner's seat controlling the fire control terminal. The 30mm cannon's barrel made slight adjustments tracking toward the building. Obviously they didn't hold it, Huang Yu said. If they had, they wouldn't have left all this behind. He switched on the war machine's thermal imaging. Several slow-moving cold-temperature humanoid heat signatures appeared on the plaza surrounding the building. About 7 or 8 scattered across the open ground between the sandbag emplacement and the transport vehicles. 3 heat signatures were motionless inside the canvas-covered cargo area of the transport vehicle, likely zombies lying or sitting. 2 more rested near the overturned police car, crouched or prone. Roughly a dozen outside the building scattered across the plaza. Interior is unclear. Wang Luqin activated the thermal imaging mode on the fire control terminal. We can't drive through. The gaps between sandbags are too narrow. To reach the building we'll have to dismount and cross the plaza on foot. With 12 or 13 zombies out there will certainly be spotted. Then clear the plaza first. Huang Yu said, his tone as calm as if discussing wiping down a table. How loud will the cannon fire? Over 150 decibels, at least. Sound carries for kilometers in open terrain. All the zombies in Jiangnan's urban district will likely hear it. After firing, how much time do we have? From when the sound travels until zombies start converging on the source, roughly 3 to 5 minutes. From initial gathering to forming a large horde depends on local density. Based on what we saw at the intersection earlier, about 30 per crossroad, the 4 approaches around the plaza could amass 1 to 200 zombies. We'd have maybe 10 to 15 minutes total. 15 minutes. Will that be enough to enter the building, reach the roof, and complete our observation? No. 17 floors. Walking up takes at least 5 minutes for an average person. But we're wearing protective suits carrying gear, so it'll take longer. And once we're up there we need time to observe, photograph, and document. Adding the descent 15 minutes barely gets us to the roof for a quick look before we'd need to run back down. Then we can't methodically clear them one by one with the cannon. Wipe out all the zombies in the plaza at once, finish the recon before the horde converges. Or we could try a different approach. Skip the cannon entirely, pick off the zombies one by one with rifles instead. The rifle is suppressed anyway, sound stays well contained within a few dozen meters. 12 or 13 targets, 6 each for us, take our time. That would take too long, Zhao Iman said. And don't forget we handled real firearms for the first time last night. Are you certain we can hit a zombie's head from 50 meters away? And it's a moving target. Huang Yu was silent for a moment. Zhao Iman had a point. Then we use the cannon to clear the plaza, move into the building quickly, and complete our reconnaissance before the horde gathers. If 15 minutes isn't enough, Luqin will handle the artillery from outside to suppress the approaching zombies. Understood. Wang Luqin replied. If we need fire support from inside the building, you can target the exterior walls directly from outside with the cannon, but avoid the load-bearing columns. We're not looking to get buried alive. Zhao Iman said. Huang Yu glanced at Zhao Iman, then turned to Wang Luqin. I'll go in with Iman. Keep comms open. Understood. Wang Luqin's response was a single character. The 30mm cannon's barrel locked onto the nearest zombie in the plaza, a figure in tattered camouflage pants and a gray shirt standing beside the transport vehicle. Its stance was unnaturally crooked, head bowed low as if transfixed by the shell casings scattered across the ground. After Huang Yu and Zhao Iman verified their gear, Huang Yu moved toward the side door, with Zhao Iman trailing behind. Zhao Iman gripped his rifle, rolled his shoulders, and cracked his neck with a faint pop. Let's go. Huang Yu pressed the side door release. The hydraulic hinges hummed deeply, and the door slid open silently. Huang Yu disembarked first, his combat boots striking the plaza's concrete surface, hard and unyielding with sparse yellowed weeds sprouting through expansion joints in the pavement. Zhao Iman followed, stepping right and scanning the open ground between the sandbag emplacement and the transport vehicle. He crouched, picking up a spent casing from the ground. The casing had weathered only briefly, bearing a sharp firing pin impression on its base. He held the casing up to eye level, studying it through his gas mask's lens. The caliber was smaller than the 5.56 and 7.62 rounds he'd encountered in games. The case was shorter with steeper shoulder angles and a noticeably narrower rim. This wasn't a NATO standard caliber nor Warsaw Pact, something entirely unfamiliar to him. He raised the casing toward the morning light, turning it over, then keyed his radio. Luchin, these casings aren't 5.56 or 7.62. They're smaller caliber, shorter cases, and the rim is even narrower than 5.56. I've never seen this type before. Wang Luchin's voice returned through the earpiece, carrying a moment of deliberation. Send me a photo. Might be a proprietary Yunzhao caliber or a small caliber high-velocity round. If it's incompatible with our rifles, we can skip it. But if it's a local standard used by both military and police, it could prove useful later. Zhao Iman tossed the casing aside and brushed the dust from his gloves. Fine, let's move. He rose and fell into step beside Huang Yu, heading toward the building's main entrance. As they passed the sandbag emplacement, Huang Yu glanced down behind it. Several police shotguns leaned against the bags, and a fallen officer's cap lay wedged in the gap between the sandbags and transport vehicle. Its brim crushed the bird emblem on its front, stained with dust. These officers weren't poorly equipped, Huang Yu observed. Looks like they put up a fight. They lost, Zhao Iman replied, stepping around the overturned, burned police cruiser without breaking stride. They fired hundreds of rounds from this position and still couldn't hold it. Do you think they made it out, or did they all perish here? Either's possible, Huang Yu said, reaching the bottom of the main entrance steps and looking up at the doorway. Double glass doors marked the entrance, one shattered shards of glass scattered across the steps. The right-hand door remained intact, but a heavy iron chain wrapped multiple times around the handle from the inside, securing it shut. Beyond the doorway, spent casings littered the floor alongside overturned desks and a toppled swivel chair. Outside, several zombies on the plaza turned slowly toward the sound of their approach. The nearest one, the zombie beside the transport vehicle, had already shifted half a step toward Huang Yu and Zhao Iman. Wang Luchen's voice crackled through the radio. They've spotted you too. Want me to clear them? Go ahead, Huang Yu replied. GYRA's 30mm cannon roared to life. The high-explosive round detonated on the ground near the transport vehicle, sending concrete fragments and sandbag debris flying in every direction. The zombie beside the vehicle was obliterated from the waist up. The lower half was thrown backward by the blast wave crashing against the tire. The second round struck beside the overturned police car, detonating directly between two zombies. The concussive force hurled both bodies sideways simultaneously, their remains scattering across the ground. The remaining zombies began turning toward the source of the cannon fire, though their reactions were at least 3 times slower than a living person's. The cannon fired methodically, eliminating each zombie in the plaza one by one. Huang Yu didn't look back. He stepped over the shattered glass on the entrance steps and squeezed through the frame of the broken left door. Zhao Iman followed closely, rifle raised barrel sweeping across every corner of the first-floor lobby. The interior was dim. Sunlight streamed diagonally through the shattered glass doors, and several high windows cutting brilliant shafts through the dust-laden air onto the grimy floor. The reception desk had been knocked over, its marble surface split down the middle. The wall-mounted digital display was long dead. The elevator doors stood open, the car halted between floors with a 2-finger gap beneath it. Dust in the hall was shaken loose from the ceiling by the machine guns, shockwaves, fine gray particles churning within the light beams like sediment stirred from the riverbed. Outside, Wang Luqin was still firing. With every high-explosive shell detonating, the hall's glass curtain wall shuttered the remaining panes, emitting a faint hum. Huang Yu had his rifle shouldered on the right, the barrel slanting upward. The rifle light's white beam fell on the soaring ceiling, illuminating a crystal chandelier caked in dust, and a ring of moldy gypsum decorative molding around it. Zhao Iman walked beside him, rifle held at the ready. The light spots swept across the floor from left to right and right to left, past the overturned front desk, scattered documents and shattered glass, and a yellowed notice posted on the frame of the wall-mounted electronic display. This place must have been quite grand before, Zhao Iman said, her rifle light resting on the crystal chandelier overhead. The chandelier had long been disconnected from power. Its glass pendants were covered in thick dust, and under the white light of the rifle they looked less like luxury and more like some fossil encrusted with frost. Huang Yu didn't respond. He walked over to the wall beside the front desk and lowered his rifle light from the ceiling, revealing a map of Jiangnan City posted there. The map was more detailed, with a red date stamp in the lower right corner reading January 5, 2016. He peeled it off the wall, folded it twice, and stuffed it into the map pocket of his tactical vest. Zhao Iman circled around to the back of the front desk and tilted her rifle light downward. The beam landed on a plastic newspaper rack inside the counter. A few newspapers were wedged in at the topmost, dated January 14, 2016. He pulled out a newspaper, hung the rifle from his body, and angled the light obliquely onto the front page. The headline in bold black type read, "City initiates Level 1 emergency response to major public health incident." The subheading stated, "Municipal government establishes Epidemic Prevention Command Center. Mayor Chen Yongnian appointed commander-in-chief." He flipped through the pages. Below the front page, a news item reported that multiple universities begin winter break early, mentioning that 6 institutions, including Jiangnan University, Jiangnan Medical University, and Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, had begun arranging for students to leave campus starting January 6th. Zhao Iman read it twice. All schools let out for winter break on the 6th. He called out toward Huang Yu without looking up, his eyes still on the newspaper. The students on campus should have all gone home by now, so there won't be many people left. I'd estimate there won't be many infected. We did a lot of field work at our geology university before. Even during holidays, not everyone left. I often stayed behind too, heading out to the field with my advisor. But whether this world even has a geology university is another question. Not hearing Huang Yu's response, Zhao Iman flipped a few more pages and found a report on the 3rd page about quarantine zones, 12 observation and quarantine sites established citywide. Military subdistrict cooperates in control operations. The subsequent pages carried mall promotional ads, spring festival travel ticketing information, and a prose piece in the supplement section titled, "Winter Rain in Jiangnan," accompanied by a hand-drawn illustration of a stone bridge over flowing water. "Hey this." Zhao Iman was about to share the quarantine site information with Huang Yu when he raised his head and the words caught in his throat. Huang Yu was no longer by the front desk. He was crouching before several corpses near the elevator, his rifle still slung over his right shoulder, the light angling upward onto the ceiling. He sat wrapped in a halo of blurred backlight. In his right hand he held a branch, some stick he'd found somewhere, likely snapped from an overturned potted plant, and was using it to poke at the collar of the corpse's uniform. "What the hell are you doing?" Zhao Iman's tone hovered somewhere between confusion and irritation. Huang Yu didn't even look up. His rifle barrel cast a trembling shadow against the ceiling. "Just looking at the bodies." He used the branch to lift the insignia on the corpse's collar. The insignia was dark blue with silver stripes and a small shield-shaped emblem beside them. The style matched the shoulder boards Chun Gang had worn but appeared to denote a higher rank. Beneath the insignia was a crack that had long since dried, a gash running diagonally from above the collarbone downward for roughly 7 or 8 centimeters. It didn't look like a knife wound, the edges were ragged as if torn open by something. He then moved the branch to the corpse's fingers. The nails were intact. "Aren't you afraid?" Zhao Iman tucked the newspaper into the magazine pouch at his waist, shouldered his rifle, and walked over. The light's beam shifted from the floor to Huang Yu's back, bleaching the woodland camouflage on his protective suit. He stopped 2 paces behind Huang Yu. "I'm not afraid exactly, but I'd rather not touch them directly. The branch is fine, long enough." Huang Yu poked the head of another corpse with it. This one had a clear gunshot wound through the skull, an entry point centered slightly above the forehead, and exit at the back of the head. The rear cranium was mostly gone and fragments of bone mixed with dried brain tissue were smeared across the floor tiles. "Look at this. Frontal entry, close range, massive exit wound. Can you stop describing things in such detail? I don't share your enthusiasm for examining corpses." "You're afraid of corpses, eh?" "I'm not afraid of looking at them. I just don't go poking dead people with sticks." "It's not a stick, it's a branch." "Fine, branch. Just don't use that branch on anything else after you've poked a dead person. Hygiene matters. Back at the geology department we went into the field and at least wore gloves and used pickaxes. And you're out here poking things with a stick." "I'm not poking you. Try it, and I'm telling Wang Luken on you." Wang Luchen's voice came through the radio. "I can't hear you. Also, the area outside is cleared. The zombies at the nearby intersections are probably already on their way here. Estimates suggest the numbers won't be small. I recommend you speed things up. Copy, maintain perimeter watch." Huang Yu rose to his feet, tossed the branch into the overturned pot beside him, and was about to walk back toward the front desk when Zhao Iman pulled the newspaper out again and flipped to another page. Zhao Iman stopped at the last page and held the newspaper closer to the rifle light's beam. "Wait, there's something else here. Jiangnan University began winter break on the 6th. All students dismissed early." "The 6th, I say. You already said that." "What I said before was about universities in general. This is Jiangnan University's specific notice. 6th for the break, dorms sealed uniformly, all students leaving early, a roster of those staying behind to be reported." The 6th. The first confirmed case Chun Gang mentioned was the 7th. The school shut down one day before the first case. Huang Yu took the newspaper, glanced at it, then folded it, and tucked it into the map pocket. "That timing is interesting. Break on the 6th, first case on the 7th. Either the government received advance warning, or it's purely coincidental. What do you think?" Just standing and thinking, what else? Before Huang Yu finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head. Zhao Iman had heard it too, a sound from deep within the hall near the stairwell beside the elevator shaft. A noise came. Dong. As if something had struck a metal door. Then another, dong dong. The intervals were about 3 or 4 seconds apart, uneven in rhythm. Zhao Iman's muzzle swung instantaneously toward the stairwell doorway. He held the rifle with both hands stock braced against his shoulder, the light's beam fixed straight on the half-open fire door. At the same moment, Huang Yu lowered his rifle from his shoulder, shouldered it, and brought his light down from the ceiling. The 2 beams crossed over the fire door. "Who's there?" Huang Yu's voice echoed through the hall, steady and unwavering. "Show yourself." The echo gradually faded. No response. The knocking had stopped too. Silence held for approximately 10 seconds. Zhao Iman's muzzle remained aimed at the gap in the door. He tilted his head slightly, his masked visor turned toward Huang Yu. "Did we both imagine it?" "Unlikely. The odds of both of us hallucinating the same sound simultaneously are too low." Huang Yu flipped open his rifle's safety, the click of the lever sharp and clear in the quiet hall. Could be rats. Old buildings always have rats. The old teaching building at our geology university. Mice could have run a marathon across the ceilings. Huang Yu didn't answer. He stared at the fire door for a few seconds, the rifle light flickering across its surface. "Want to go check?" Zhao Iman asked. Huang Yu rolled his eyes behind his mask. The face shield obscured his expression, but he rolled them so hard the entire helmet shifted, which Zhao Iman saw with perfect clarity. "I can see you rolling your eyes even like this. Then don't ask questions that get you dead within 30 minutes in a zombie film." Huang Yu moved the rifle light off the fire door, sweeping the beam upward toward the ceiling. The hall dimmed once, then brightened again. Rushing in blind without knowing anything. What's the difference between that and a snack for them? The ones who die fastest in zombie movies are always the curious ones. You ever see a supporting character say, "Let me go check," and come back alive? So we're not going in. Did I say we're not investigating? I said don't walk in to investigate. Huang Yu's right hand reached for the grenade pouch on the side of his tactical vest. Just as he was about to pull it out, the fire door swung open. The hinge emitted a sharp metallic shriek, and then a silhouette staggered out from the doorway. then a second, a third. 3 figures crowded together in the dark doorway, reduced to mere outlines against the shadows pooling in the stairwell behind them. Zhao Iman's muzzle snapped up instantly, the rifle light pinning the first figure squarely in the face. Her index finger twitched against the trigger, a reflex honed by training. Click. The hammer fell on empty air, the sound crisp and ringing in the silent hall. No safety off. Damn it. Zhao Iman's voice exploded over the radio. She glanced down at the safety lever, still seated and safe. She flicked it off in one motion. Huang Yu had already shoved the grenade back into its pouch the instant Zhao Iman's trigger click confirmed she'd gone dry. His right hand came free from his waist, gripping the rifle forend. The light beams split down from the ceiling and crossed with Zhao Iman's, pinning all 3 figures rigidly in the fire door frame. 3 faces went stark white under the rifle light. The middle one was a man late 40s with a scabbed cut running from his left brow ridge down to his cheekbone. His shirt sleeves were rolled to the elbows and a filthy bandage was wrapped around his forearm, seeping a small patch of dark yellow tissue fluid through the gauze. He squinted against the blinding light, barely able to keep his eyes open, but made no move to shield his face. To his left stood a woman several years younger, short hair, lips cracked and peeling, leaning against the doorframe, as though holding herself upright by sheer will. To his right was a young man, early 20s, wearing glasses with a crack running across one lens. The skinniest of the 3, his collarbones protruded from beneath his t-shirt collar like 2 thin rods wrapped in skin. Don't shoot. The middle man spoke first, his voice raspy as though he hadn't had water in days. We're people. We're human. Huang Yu's muzzle didn't lower. His index finger rested outside the trigger guard. The rifle light swept from the man's face to the 2 beside him, then back to the doorway. The stairwell beyond was absolute black, nothing visible. Anyone else? Huang Yu's voice came through the mask membrane, cold and hard. Yes. The man gripped the doorframe, his breathing ragged. Everyone from the 15th floor up is still alive. We were forced to come down and scout. There were explosions upstairs. Nobody knew what was happening. They sent us to check. Forced? Who forced you? The man hesitated. The woman beside him answered before he could, her voice even huskier but sharper. There are over 20 people trapped on the 15th floor. We've run out of water and food. A few of the younger ones volunteered to come down for supplies, but the stairwells are crawling with those things. We came through the service cavity inside the fire escape. They pushed us out first, said we 3 were the fastest. Huang Yu and Zhao Iman exchanged a look. Behind helmet and mask, neither could read the other's expression, but Zhao Iman's muzzle dipped a few inches. Huang Yu swung the rifle light away from the man's face and onto the fire door behind him. The beam cut a white channel into the black stairwell, revealing shattered glass scattered across concrete steps and several dark drag marks streaking the floor. Huang Yu keyed his radio. Lu Chen, we have confirmed multiple survivors inside the building. Repeat, multiple. 3 emerged from the first floor stairwell, claiming over 20 more on the 15th floor and above. No signs of infection on the 3. What's the situation with external horde movement? Wang Luchen's voice came back through the earpiece, carrying the faint background rumble of the turret firing. External count is increasing. Past 50 and still aggregating. The machine gun burst just now pulled them in from intersections all around. Name. Huang Yu's voice brooked no negotiation. Lu Zhengwo. The man in the middle spoke first, his voice hoarse, but his enunciation still clear. Deputy Director of the General Office of Jiangnan Municipal Government. This is Zhou Min from the Secretarial Section, and he tilted his head toward the bespectacled young man beside him. Son, E from the Information Center. He passed the civil service exam just last year. How long have you been in this building? Since January 7th. Lu Zhengwo said. On the day the lockdown began, we received orders to set up a temporary command post here. Then the military arrived and withdrew. When the outer defenses fell, those things poured in. We sealed every entrance on the upper floors and retreated upstairs, where we've been trapped ever since. For months. Zhao Iman's rifle was still trained on them, though the taut hostility in her voice had eased by half. How did you survive up there? There were bottled water jugs in the office, and the supply room had spring festival provisions, biscuits, instant noodles, canned goods. It was enough at the beginning, but for over 20 people lasting for months. Lu Zhengwo shook his head. We ran out long ago. Just last week we distributed the last half box of biscuits. For the past few days we've been drinking collected rainwater. There's still some residual water in the toilet tanks above the 15th floor, but there's absolutely nothing left to eat. Are you with a search and rescue team? The young man named Sun, he spoke up suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper, as though even speaking required conserving energy. Is it safe outside now? Do we look like a search and rescue team to you? Huang Yu said. The 3 of them finally began to study the 2 armed figures before them properly. The gunlight's white beam had been too intense, forcing them to squint. Now their eyes had adjusted somewhat, and their gaze traveled from the weapon muzzles upward, scanning their equipment. All unfamiliar models they had never seen before. They recognized the Velcro patches and arm badges on the tactical vests, the blue United Nations emblem. But this did not resemble search and rescue team gear, nor did it appear to be equipment from their own country's military. Are you with the United Nations? Zhou Min stared at the arm badge on Huang Yu's sleeve. Her voice was even more hoarse than Lu Zhengwo's, but beneath it lay a tautness, as though 4 months of silence had congealed into a hard shell in her throat, and now that shell had suddenly cracked open. Are you from outside? Is there still a normal government out there? What about abroad? Do they still? International information cannot be disclosed at this time. Huang Yu cut her off. Our current operational scope is limited to Jiangnan Province only. Zhou Min's lips moved, swallowing the words behind them. But she took a step forward. Her eyes fixed on the United Nations arm badge on Huang Yu's chest, as though staring at something that had stepped out of a dream and into reality for the first time in 4 months. Zhao Aiman raised her rifle barrel slightly. Zhou Min failed to notice the movement and took another step forward. Her pace was not fast, but her steps were short and faltering. The gait of someone too weakened to walk steadily, yet attempting to hurry. She began speaking in fractured sentences. You have to help us. There are still people upstairs waiting. They've waited 4 months. We thought everything outside. Zhao Aiman squeezed the trigger. The MX rifle suppressor reduced the report to a dull thud, as though someone had slammed a thick book onto a table. The bullet passed less than half a meter to Zhou Min's right, striking the wall beside the stairwell's fireproof door. Concrete fragments and plaster dust exploded in a small cloud, and spiderweb cracks radiated outward from the impact hole. Zhou Min froze as though electrocuted, her expression shifting from excitement to blankness, then to a belated horror. She finally understood that she had nearly been killed by that single shot. Step back 5 paces. Zhao Aiman's voice came through the masked membrane, the rifle, but still braced against her shoulder. Zhou Min stood rooted, her legs buckled and unresponsive. Lu Jiangwo grabbed her arm and dragged her backward 5 steps. Sun Yi retreated with his hands raised, the crack in his glasses flashing briefly in the gunlight. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. She was just too overwhelmed. Lu Jiangwo's voice carried a profound exhaustion. Huang Yu turned his head and glanced at Zhao Aiman. Through the visors of their gas masks, the two exchanged the briefest of looks. Huang Yu said nothing, turned back and addressed the 3. From this moment on, everyone maintains a 5-pace distance. Do not approach. You will answer only what we ask. Do not make any movement we might perceive as threatening. We ask, you answer. We help because we choose to, not because we owe you anything. Understood? Huang Yu's muzzle did not lower. His weapon light swept from Lu Jiangwo's face to Zhou Min, then from Zhou Min to Sun Yi, the beam flickering between the 3 twice before settling on Lu Jiangwo's chest. Hands on your head, face the wall, squat down. Now. Lu Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, but did not argue. He turned around, clasped his hands behind his head, and squatted down, facing the wall beside the stairwell fire door. His movements were slow, a dry click could be heard from his knees as he bent them. 4 months of malnutrition had nearly drained the synovial fluid from his joints. Zhou Min followed suit, squatting down. Her legs still trembled, whether from the shock of the gunshot or hunger, perhaps both. Sun Yi was the last to squat. The crack on his glasses glinted under the weapon light. His hands moved to his head with practiced precision, as if drilled during military training. The 3 squatted in a row facing the wall, their backs to the 2 beams of light. Huang Yu tilted his head slightly toward Zhao Aiman. Zhao Aiman moved to the side, rifle raised, but muzzle pointed downward, his weapon light still illuminating their backs. He positioned himself at an angle where he could see all 3 pairs of hands simultaneously. Huang Yu walked behind Lu Jiangwo, the weapon light shining on the back of his head. Where is the rifle? Lu Jiangwo's back stiffened. What rifle? Those shell casings on the square are clearly from a rifle. You wouldn't have left the rifle on the square when you retreated upstairs. So where is it? Lu Jiangwo was silent for 2 seconds. The back of his head faced Huang Yu's weapon light. Half his hair had turned white and the roots were caked with dust. It's on the 15th floor. It's not that we're hiding anything. Those guns were never ours. When the military withdrew, they left a batch of equipment in the temporary armory on the 2nd floor. We carried everything we could when we moved upstairs. What exactly? 3 automatic rifles, 2 pistols, 1 shotgun. Ammunition. About 100 or so rifle rounds, 2 boxes of pistol rounds, a dozen or so shotgun shells. He paused as if weighing whether to continue, then made up his mind. There's also a light machine gun, but no ammunition. It was like that when we moved it up. Huang Yu considered this. A light machine gun. This was the first time they had encountered automatic firepower in this world. Shengang's bus had no guns, the police cars in the square only had shotguns. But the survivors in the municipal building had a light machine gun. Even without ammunition, the mere presence of such a weapon meant the people in this building were no ordinary civilians. Who's using these guns? A few neighborhood police officers and the building's security police. The leader is an inspector named Zhang Cheng, formerly of the Public Order Detachment of the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau. After the military left, he organized the remaining people, sealed the building, rationed food, arranged sentry posts. He's the one in charge. An inspector. Huang Yu repeated the word. An inspector outranked Chengang's sergeant rank, and he wasn't from a grassroots station like the bus terminal police station, but from the city bureau's Public Order Detachment. That meant Zhang Cheng had real authority, at least before January. Why didn't he come down with you? Lu Jiangwo squatted on the ground, not answering immediately. His fingers interlaced behind his head, then tightened, and loosened, tightened, and loosened. Speak. Huang Yu's muzzle did not move. Zhang Cheng wouldn't let us leave. Lu Jiangwo finally spoke, his voice lower than before, as if uttering words not meant to be heard upstairs. He said, this building is the last stand. Hold it, and there's hope, retreat, and we lose everything. Earlier someone suggested going downstairs for supplies. He disagreed, saying the stairwells were full of those things that going down was suicide. Today when you opened fire outside, he thought the military had returned. He sent us 3 down to check, but he wouldn't come himself. He said he had to stay upstairs to watch. Watch what? Watch the others. Zhoumin suddenly spoke. Her face was still buried between her knees. Her voice was muffled but steadier than before. He said it was to protect us, but we all knew he was afraid someone would run. The supplies upstairs ran out long ago, but every time he distributed food, he kept an extra portion for himself. He said he was the inspector, that he needed to maintain his strength to protect everyone. No one dared to contradict him because he had a gun. Lu Jiangwo turned his head and glanced at Zhoumin. The look wasn't reproach, but acquiescence. Sun Yi remained silent, but his Adam's apple bobbed, as if swallowing something. Zhao Aiman stood nearby, muzzled down, weapon light, illuminating the 3 backs. After hearing Zhoumin's words, he was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. Lu Jiangwo, you're lying. Lu Jiangwo's back stiffened again. I didn't. You said the guns weren't yours. Zhao Aiman interrupted him, his voice low. But you just said there were over 100 rifle rounds, 2 boxes of pistol rounds, and a dozen or so shotgun shells. How do you know the exact numbers? Lu Jiangwo's fingers interlaced behind his head, nails digging into the skin of his hands. Speak. Zhao Aiman's voice, lowered, was more intimidating than a shout. Are you going to tell me you heard those numbers from Zhang Cheng? He'd be reporting the inventory while his back was turned to the armory cabinet as he distributed food. Lu Jiangwo's shoulders slumped. I counted them. I moved the guns. I sorted the ammunition. Zhang Cheng gave me a key to the armory cabinet. He said it wasn't convenient for him to carry it. If others saw it, they might try to take it. But he only gave me the key, not the guns. So you're his man. I'm no one's man. Lu Jiangwo's voice suddenly rose half a pitch, then immediately dropped back. He turned his head, his profile stark white under the weapon light, revealing reddened eyes. I just want to survive. I help him manage the ammunition, and he gives me an extra half portion of biscuits. If I didn't help him, I wouldn't even have that half. Do you know how long it's been since I've had a full meal? 4 months. Every day the food I get is just enough to keep me from starving. I can barely walk without panting. He says he's the inspector, that we all have to listen to him. He has a gun. What can I do? Fight him. Zhao Aiman didn't reply. Huang Yu had listened to the entire exchange. He waited until Lu Jiangwo's breathing steadied, then spoke. Upstairs, besides Zhang Cheng, who else has a gun? Everyone you know about. Tell me everything now. Before Lu Jiangwo could speak, the sound of the autocannon outside suddenly changed. It had been firing in bursts, but now it switched to sustained fire. 3 rapid muffled thuds stacked together, followed by another 3 2 seconds later. Dust and ceiling plaster rained down. Huang Yu pressed the transmit button on his radio. Wang Luchen's voice crackled through the earpiece, his speech slightly faster than usual. The number of zombies outside has already exceeded 300, and they're still pouring in from the surrounding intersections. At this rate, ammunition will run out soon. The influx is outpacing our clearance. I estimate they'll reach the sandbag line in 2 to 3 minutes. Can you handle it on your end? How much longer? Huang Yu glanced up at Zhao Aiman. Zhao Aiman immediately turned and ran to the doorway, opening fire with single shots. 2 minutes. Huang Yu spoke into the radio. I'll have an answer in 2 minutes. He released the transmit button and walked over to Lu Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo was still crouched on the ground, his hands over his head, but now his head was turned, watching Huang Yu. The commotion in the square told him what it meant. Fastest route upstairs? Huang Yu asked. Can the stairwell go directly to the 15th floor? Yes, but there are fire doors on a few floors that we locked from the inside. We'll have to pry them open, and the keys are on me. Lu Jiangwo fumbled a set of keys from his belt, his hands trembling, the keys jangling. Besides Zhang Cheng, how many people with guns are upstairs? 2. 2 patrol officers, each with a pistol. The rifle is with Zhang Cheng. No one else has weapons. Does Zhang Cheng know we're here? Will he take others hostage? Lu Jiangwo paused. He shouldn't. He's not that kind of person. He's just too scared of dying, but he's not crazy. Huang Yu glanced at him, then pressed the radio. Luchin, there's a group of survivors upstairs. The leading inspector has a gun. I need to go up and deal with it. Hold for 3 more minutes. Wang Luqin didn't reply. What came through the radio wasn't a human voice, but the dull roar of continuous autocannon fire. 30mm high explosive rounds detonated against the facades of buildings around the square, sending chunks of concrete and shards of glass raining down onto the sandbags. The sound leaked through the radio's microphone, mingling with the sharp whine of the turret motor. He's probably too busy right now. Zhao Aiman stood beside the main hall's entrance, her back against the doorframe, rifle to her shoulder, muzzle aimed at the square. She was taking slow-aimed shots. With each muffled thud from the suppressor, a zombie's head burst open as it tried to climb over the sandbags. But for every one that fell, 2 more scrambled over its body. More than a dozen corpses had already piled up on the sandbag line, and the zombies behind were using them as stepping stones to climb higher. She swapped magazines, reseating the stock against her shoulder. The zombies are already at the sandbags, and they're still coming in an endless stream. Luchin's ammunition is about to run out at this rate. Huang Yu grabbed Lu Jiangwo and pulled him to his feet. Lu Jiangwo's legs were still weak. He stumbled before steadying himself. Lead the way. His voice came through the mask's diaphragm, cold and swift. Lu Jiangwo clutched the keys and hurried toward the fire door. Zhou Min stood up from the ground, moving even slower than when she had crouched. One hand braced against the wall, the other pressed to her knee. Her lips were dry and cracked, but her eyes no longer held that vacant look. I'll go up with you. I know the upstairs better. There's a hidden door in the fire escape that leads from the 15th floor to the rooftop. Zhang Cheng doesn't know about it. How do you know? Huang Yu asked. Because I locked it. When the building was sealed in January, I wrapped the rooftop door with 3 loops of chain from the outside. I have the key. She pulled a thin cord from her collar, revealing a flat copper key that glinted dully in the gunlight. She had kept it hidden on her person, never telling even Zhang Cheng. I'll go up, but I have one condition. Speak. Don't kill him. Zhang Cheng. He's not a bad person. The group entered the fire escape. The stairwell was pitch black. The emergency lights had long since died. After pushing open the fire door, the only source of light was the gunlight on Huang Yu's rifle. The beam swept across the narrow concrete stairs, illuminating scattered shards of glass, a few crushed shell casings, and large red spray-painted words on the wall. 3rd floor, closed. 5th floor has infected. Do not open. 8th floor and above safe. Announce identity when coming up. The handwriting ranged from scrawled to neat, the color from bright red to dark red, clearly not written on the same day. Lu Jiangwo led the way, climbing much faster than he had been while crouching. When they reached the 5th floor fire door, he didn't bother with the keys. He slammed his shoulder into it, forcing it open. The locked tongue on the frame had long been pried loose, hanging there as a mere decoration. He turned back to explain, we broke it last month, and continued climbing. Zhou Min followed behind Lu Jiangwo, one hand clutching the copper key around her neck, the other against the wall. She climbed much slower than Lu Jiangwo, needing to catch her breath with every step, but she never stopped. Huang Yu brought up the rear, his muzzle always aimed upward, ready for anything that might come charging down from above. Every 2 floors he glanced back into the darkness to confirm nothing was following. The sound of the autocannon felt more distant here than in the lobby, but the frequency was higher. Wang Luqin was blanketing the entire perimeter of the square with sustained fire. High explosive rounds detonated in a continuous roar between the streets and buildings, shaking chunks of plaster off the stairwell walls. When they reached the 10th floor, Zhou Min stopped, bent over, hands on her knees, panting. Her short hair fell forward, covering half her face, sweat dripping from the ends onto the concrete steps. 5 more floors. Hurry. Huang Yu pressed the radio transmit button. I'm in house the 1st floor. We're almost at the 15th. Zhao Iman's voice came back through the earpiece with the background of suppressed rifle shots and hoarse zombie growls. The things were now close enough for the radio microphone to pick them up. They're increasing. The sandbags are piling up. If we drag this out any longer, we might all die here. Hurry up there. Huang Yu was about to reply when the fire door at the 11th floor landing suddenly burst open from the inside. A group of people emerged. At the front were 2 men in dark blue security uniforms. One held a transparent riot shield in his left hand, its surface covered in cracks, and a pistol in his right. The other stood behind the shield with a pistol, his helmet visor down, face obscured. Behind them were 3 people in police uniforms, 2 patrol officers, one with a pistol, the other with a folding stock rifle, and the third at the rear, the highest rank, with silver bars on his shoulder, epaulets glinting coldly in the gunlight. Zhang Cheng. He held an automatic rifle, its muzzle pointed down the stairs, finger resting outside the trigger guard. Behind him crowded several civilians in plain clothes, huddled behind the police, unarmed except for one person holding a mop handle. Both groups' gunlights hit each other almost simultaneously. Huang Yu's light shone upward, pinning Zhang Cheng's group at the 11th floor fire door. Zhang Cheng's light shone downward, directly hitting the lenses of Huang Yu's gas mask. Don't move. Zhang Cheng's voice echoed in the stairwell, but after shouting he squinted. Huang Yu's gunlight was so bright that standing above he was almost blinded by the white beam and couldn't see the other's face clearly. The 2 patrol officers behind him also flinched, turning their muzzles away. The one with the pistol raised a hand to shield his eyes, his muzzle inadvertently tilting upward. Only the shield-bearing security officer managed to hold his ground, but the cracks on his shield were clearly visible under the gunlight, each one made by a zombie's hand. Put down your guns. Zhang Cheng shouted again, but his own muzzle was wavering. He couldn't see clearly. He only saw 3 people standing at the bottom of the stairs, Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Min in front, and behind them a figure in full hazmat suit with a black gas mask whose gunlight blazed like the sun. Zhang Cheng, don't shoot. Lu Jiangwo stepped forward, hands raised above his head, placing himself between the 2 groups. His back almost touched Zhang Cheng's muzzle. They're from the United Nations. They came to save us. That armored vehicle outside is theirs. Listen to the cannon fire. Their people are fighting those things. Zhang Cheng didn't lower his muzzle. He looked at Lu Jiangwo, then at the figure in the gas mask behind him. That person said nothing, his muzzle steady, aimed upward. The mask's lenses reflected the gunlight with a dark green sheen, revealing nothing. Old Lu, move aside, Zhang Cheng said. No. If you shoot me first. Lu Jiangwo didn't budge. He stood straight, shoulders trembling, but his voice was steadier than ever. Huang Yu's radio beeped. But with both hands on his rifle muzzle aimed upstairs, he had no free hand to press the transmit button. After 3 beeps, the radio automatically switched from earpiece to speaker mode. Zhao Iman's voice came through the radio with the background of continuous, suppressed rifle fire and hoarse zombie growls. I've only got 3 magazines left. There's fucking more and more. Damn. I almost got bitten just now. How much longer up there? The line's about to break. The echo of the last word bounced off the stairwell walls several times before fading. The radio speaker was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Zhang Qing heard it. The two patrol officers behind him heard it too. The shield-bearing security officer peeked, half his face out from behind the shield. Huang Yu didn't reach for the radio. His muzzle remained fixed on Zhang Qing as he spoke. Zhang Qing, you heard that too. The things outside are pouring in endlessly now. He paused. Do you want to wait here to die, or lead the people out? Zhang Qing didn't answer immediately. His muzzle still pointed at Huang Yue, but his finger had slipped out of the trigger guard resting straight above the trigger. Who has the keys to the truck downstairs? Zhang Qing turned his head and asked a patrol officer beside him. Old Wu has them. The officer pointed to a middle-aged man in gray work clothes in the crowd behind. He's from logistics. He's always had the fleet keys. The man named Old Wu squeezed out from the crowd, pulled a set of keys from an inner pocket of his work clothes, and jingled them in the air. The keys clinked with a clear metallic sound. I have them. The tank is definitely full, filled up in January and never moved since. Zhang Qing looked at the keys, then lowered his rifle's muzzle. Seeing this, the two patrol officers and the shield-bearing security officer also put down their weapons. How many people are still upstairs? Huang Yu asked. Besides us, there are about a dozen waiting on the 15th floor, Zhang Qing said. All civilians, no weapons. Lu Jiang will go up now and bring everyone down immediately. Tell them not to bring anything, Huang Yu ordered. Lu Jiangwo turned and ran upstairs faster than when he had climbed earlier, the keys jangling in his hand. Zhang Qing told the shield-bearing security officer to go with him. The two disappeared around the stairwell corner. In less than 3 minutes, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from above. Huang Yu pressed the radio. I'm in, we're coming down. We'll meet you on the first floor. Hold the main entrance, but don't let any zombies in. Roger. Zhao Iman's voice was steadier now. Hurry up. After this magazine, I'll have to switch to my pistol. Zhang Qing led his people at the front with Huang Yu and Zhou Min bringing up the rear. The descent was much faster than the climb, but the group was stretched out. Over 20 people crammed into the narrow stairwell separated by several landings. Someone fell in the dark, a nearby hand yanked them up and kept moving. No one spoke. Only footsteps and gasps echoed off the concrete walls. Just before reaching the first floor, Huang Yu pressed the radio. Luchin, how's your situation? Wang Luchin's voice came back. The street is packed with heads now. At least 700 or 800. The turret's ammo is almost gone. Reloading will create a few seconds of firepower vacuum. Hurry. Got it. Huang Yu slammed open the first floor fire door. Zhao Iman slapped the last magazine into her rifle and pressed the stock back against her shoulder. The sandbag defensive line was already crawling with zombies. The foremost ones tumbled over the piled corpses formed by the sandbags, falling onto the concrete floor inside the plaza before scrambling to their feet and charging forward. They were not fast, but their numbers were overwhelming. As one fell, those behind stepped over the fallen body, creating a slow tide of rotting limbs. He fired 2 shots in a burst. The nearest zombie took a bullet dead center in its forehead, toppling backward onto another, and both rolled down the sandbag pile. As he was about to aim at a third, he heard the sound of a crowd surging through the fire door in the hall. How do we withdraw? Zhao Iman shouted without turning around, continuing to fire. Huang Yu dashed to the side of the main entrance, dropping to one knee about 3 meters, to Zhao Iman's right rifle pressed to his shoulder, weapon light, fixed on the sandbag line. He didn't answer Zhao Iman's question. Instead, he fired 2 shots. One tore through the head of a zombie scaling the corpse pile, while another struck a second in the chest, staggering it backward before it rose again. A third shot to the head put it down. He emptied the remaining rounds from his magazine into the horde, but the number of zombies showed no sign of diminishing. Zhang Qing. Huang Yu yelled while reloading, slamming the stock back against his shoulder. You said there was a truck. Where is it parked? The parking lot behind the building. There's a military truck and 2 police vans. Zhang Qing had already retreated to the center of the hall, one hand supporting a middle-aged woman he'd helped to her feet, the other still gripping his gun. He turned and barked at the shield-bearing security officer beside him. You, go get the truck. Take the side door to the parking lot. Then he grabbed a patrol officer behind him. You two. 2 men, 1 truck. Cram in as many as you can. Bring the vans too. Move. The patrol officer holstered his pistol, spun around, and slammed through the side door. The shield-bearing security officer followed close behind, the shield slung across his back, its edge clanging against the doorframe as he ran. Everyone else with a gun hold the main entrance. Zhang Qing shouted again, then moved to Huang Yu's other side, raising his automatic rifle toward the sandbag direction. Another patrol officer behind him carrying a folding stock rifle moved into position beside Zhao Iman, while the pistol-armed officers fell back in front of the civilians, training their guns toward the side entrance. Huang Yu pressed the transmit button on his radio. Lu Chun, we're evacuating from the parking lot behind the building. I need covering fire. Concentrate on the east side of the plaza. Draw the horde in front of the main entrance to the west. There was a moment of silence from the radio, then Wang Luchen's voice came through. His tone was calm, so calm it bordered on irritation. Son of a bitch, you'll have to fend for yourselves. You have no idea what kind of shape our vehicle is in. Huang Yu looked up and glanced out through the main entrance. The GYRA infantry fighting vehicle was still parked behind the bus stop, but its hull was completely surrounded by zombies encasing the vehicle in a dense mass. The zombies futilely slapped their hands against the armored hull, their fingernails scraping across the matte white armor plates in a piercing screech. The vehicle swayed gently under the assault. All right. Huang Yu said into the radio. Then what's your plan? You clear the main entrance and I'll floor it and drive straight in. Huang Yu released the transmit button, then shouted toward the hall, everyone, move to the sides. Clear the main entrance. Now. Zhang Cheng turned his head and glanced at him, didn't ask why, and immediately turned to wave his arms at the crowd behind him, herding them to the walls. Against the wall. Against the wall. Everyone against the wall. Don't block the main entrance. His voice exploded through the hall, startling several civilians who had been peering toward the entrance. Zhou Min pulled an elderly man with a limp backward while Sun Yi pushed a middle-aged woman clutching a canvas bag toward the side corridor of the hall. Lu Jiangwo came running from the stairwell, paused for a moment at the scene, then immediately joined the effort to clear the area. He shoved two people by the shoulders toward the wall, shouting back, back, back. In less than 20 seconds a path was cleared behind the main entrance. Huang Yu and Zhao Aiman simultaneously retreated from both sides of the doorframe, taking cover behind the interior columns and continuing to fire, picking off the few zombies that tried to enter. Then the sound of an engine came from outside. The GYRA infantry fighting vehicle roared out from behind the bus stop, crushing the zombies in front of its hood. Wang Luken pushed the control stick all the way forward. The GYRA's electric motor let out a sharp whine, and the diesel generator roared to life simultaneously. The vehicle accelerated from a standstill to 40 kilometers per hour in less than 5 seconds. The vehicle smashed through the sandbag line, crashing straight through the middle. The sandbags burst open, sand spraying like water. The vehicle charged up the main entrance steps, its tires grinding over the shattered stone slabs, producing a series of sharp, grating sounds. The intact glass door at the entrance, along with the iron chain securing it, was torn apart by the impact. The tempered glass shattered into countless fragments, sliding forward several meters, pushed by the vehicle's body. The vehicle crashed into the hall and came to a stop less than half a meter from the central load-bearing pillar. The side hatch opened, and Wang Luken leaned out halfway. The lenses of his gas mask swept across the people in the hall before he turned his gaze to Huang Yu. The truck hasn't arrived yet. His voice filtered through the mask's diaphragm, sounding eerily calm in the hall's echo. Should be soon. Huang Yu reloaded, walked to the main entrance, and glanced outside. The gap in the sandbag line created by the vehicle was being filled by the following zombies, but the path the vehicle had plowed through had created a clear area. From the direction of the distant parking lot came the roar of a diesel engine igniting. It's here. The roar of a diesel engine came from the direction of the parking lot, growing louder. A military truck rumbled over the broken glass outside the side door, its side panels still bearing several scratch marks left by zombies. The neighborhood police officer sat in the cab, gripping the steering wheel, his face drenched in sweat. Behind the truck followed a police van, its windshield covered in dust, the wipers scraping dryly, emitting a screeching sound. The vehicles are here. Zhang Cheng shouted by the main entrance, firing 2 more shots from his rifle toward the square. Hurry up! Hurry up! Pack as many as you can. The crowd in the hall began to surge toward the side door. Zhou Min pulled the old man with mobility issues while Sun Yi pushed the middle-aged woman clutching a canvas bag into the side door of the van, then turned back to pull another slow runner. Lu Jiangwo stood by the side door, counting heads, his lips moving, his finger pointing one by one. When he reached the 20s, his mouth still moved, but his eyes had turned red. Old Wu pushed through the crowd and helped pull a fallen young man to his feet, shoving him toward the truck. The breach in the distance was being filled by the following zombies. The gap Wang Luken had created by ramming his vehicle had only been open for a dozen seconds, and now it was already packed with a dense mass of zombies. They stepped over the crushed corpses and pushed forward. The ones at the front were knocked down by those behind, the fallen were trampled into pulp, and those behind kept stepping over them to advance. The pile of corpses near the sandbags had already risen slightly higher than the sandbags themselves. The zombies behind were still climbing up, and the entire defense line resembled a slowly collapsing dam, leaking more with every second. Zhao Aimin leaned half his body out from behind a pillar, his left hand already finding empty space in the magazine pouch on his chest. His last magazine had just been emptied, and the rifle's bolt now locked open. Catch! Huang Yu pulled a full magazine from his own pouch and tossed it over. Zhao Aimin caught it and slapped it into the magazine, while the motion smooth and fluid, a world apart from his practice in the car last night. Once these magazines are emptied, that's it. Huang Yu shouted. We can buy them. Zhao Aimin fired 2 controlled bursts, his voice half drowned by the gunfire, the latter part coming through the intercom channel. We still have at least 2,950 supply points. Buying from the shop takes time too. Then conserve your shots. Just as Huang Yu was about to reply, a dull mechanical clanking came from behind. Click, followed by the high-pitched whine of an electric motor spinning at high speed. The turret atop the GYRA infantry fighting vehicle began to rotate, its barrel turning toward the main entrance. The servo motor at the base of the turret emitted a shrill hum in the enclosed hall. A brand new ammunition belt had just been automatically loaded, 300 high-explosive rounds. Earlier, Wang Luken had completed the purchase in the vehicle during the brief window after ramming through. The ammunition counter jumped from 0 to 300, the belt status changed from empty to loaded, and the barrel spewed flames. The sound of the cannon firing in the enclosed space of the hall was entirely different from outside. Outside, it was a muffled thud. Inside the hall, it felt as if all the air in the world was sucked away for an instant before being violently slammed back, by a tremendous force. The shockwave hit the ceiling and bounced down, struck the marble walls, and ricocheted, slamming into everyone's chests, numbing their ribs. The first high-explosive round struck less than 15 meters from the main entrance, and the blast wave sent an entire section of the zombie horde near the sandbags flying into the air. Severed limbs and concrete debris crashed into the hall's glass curtain wall. The remaining panes of glass shattered simultaneously, cascading down from the third floor to the first with a loud clatter. Then came the second, third, and fourth rounds. The autocannon poured out shells like water at a rate of 200 rounds per minute. Zhang Cheng and the police officers under his command almost simultaneously crouched down. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected the noise of this thing firing inside the hall to be so immense. He had thought the cannon fire outside was loud enough, but that was through more than a dozen floors of concrete. Now this cannon was less than 20 meters behind him, and each shot felt like someone smashing his eardrums with a sledgehammer. Huang Yu and Zhao Aimin, thanks to their combat helmets with built-in noise-canceling earphones, had external noise suppressed below the safety threshold. So to them the cannon fire was a dull rumble, like someone beating a drum in the basement rather than a direct assault on their eardrums. But everyone else in the building endured the sound pressure impact of the autocannon's fully automatic fire. Let them board first. Huang Yu pressed the intercom and shouted to Wang Luqin, "Luqin, we'll cover the retreat." Wang Luqin did not reply. The fire control terminal's targeting display was densely packed with heat signatures. He controlled the autocannon's field of fire to cover the fan-shaped area of the square outside the main entrance, using high-explosive rounds to tear a vacuum zone between the zombie horde and the entrance. Zombie limbs and concrete fragments were hurled into the sky by the shockwaves, then rained down like hail. The concrete floor of the square was cratered one after another, craters smoking, with scattered flames burning at their edges. But the zombies kept surging forward. They had no fear, no pain, no morale. One row fell, and the next row stepped over the corpses and continued. The autocannon's firepower coverage before the zombie tide was like a shovel scooping water from a river. Each scoop lifted a portion, but the river's flow remained completely unaffected. Too many. Wang Luqin's voice came through the intercom. The autocannon's clearance rate can't keep up with the influx. At this rate we can hold out for at most. He didn't finish. The intercom fell silent for a moment. Then a system notification popped up in the center of all three people's field of view simultaneously. It was not the usual soft blue text, but a full golden banner that unfurled from the top of their vision, the font 2 sizes larger than normal system messages, with a flashing border effect, as if afraid they wouldn't see it. System detected that the host's points have exceeded 5,000. Support module unlocked. Before Huang Yu could react, a second prompt followed immediately, this time in red. Detected that the host is currently in a high-risk combat state. Zombie density severely exceeds standards, ammunition reserves insufficient, personnel casualty risk extremely high. System has automatically deducted 500 points and activated the support module. UH-60 Black Hawk utility helicopter arm support configuration. Estimated arrival time 30 seconds. A countdown flickered to life in the upper right corner of the system interface, the digits dropping from 30 downward. The autocannon continued to roar high explosive rounds, carving intermittent clear zones across the square, but the horde behind showed no sign of halting. Black Hawk. Huang Yu pressed his radio, his voice cutting through the deafening clamor of the autocannon. Luqin, hold the fucking line for 30 seconds. I hear you. Wang Luqin's reply was only a few words. He pushed the autocannon's field of fire 50 meters outward, detonating a new interception line around the square's perimeter. Outside the side door, the truck and minivan were already packed to capacity. Zhang Cheng stood at the rear of the truck bed, one hand gripping the side panel, while the other hauled the last civilian aboard. He was a young man in a plaid shirt, wearing only one shoe, his bare foot slipping on the truck's running board. Zhang Cheng grabbed him by the collar and heaved him up. The young man collapsed onto a heap of people in the truck bed, gasping for breath. A large tear ran up his pant leg, and a bloody gash marred his shin, likely from shattered glass, when he fell in the stairwell. Zhang Cheng slapped the truck bed twice, the metal vibrating with a dull hum amid the gunfire. He didn't yet know the name of the man in the gas mask. He hadn't had the chance to ask. Hey, over here. We're ready. Zhang Cheng shouted toward the direction of the lobby. He didn't know what else to say, so he said that. Huang Yu stepped back from behind the pillar, a faint wisp of gun smoke still curling from his rifle barrel. Zhao Aimin followed close behind, and together they turned and sprinted toward the infantry fighting vehicle, its side door still open. Go on ahead. Huang Yu's voice came through the mask's diaphragm, half swallowed by the autocannon's thunder. Uncertain whether they had heard, he waved them on. Zhao Aimin dove through the side door, and Huang Yu followed immediately. The door sealed shut behind them, the rubber gasket compressing tight, cutting off the outside air completely. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning and filter ventilation system re-established circulation. Pressurized airflow brushed against his cheek, carrying the distinctive dryness of compressed air. Without missing a beat, Huang Yu settled into the driver's seat and gripped the control sticks with both hands. Zhao Aimin took the gunner's position. Wang Luqin, upon entering, had already shifted from the turret to the fold-down seat in the troop compartment, handing the turret over to Zhao Aimin. You handle the shooting, I'll catch my breath. Huang Yu pushed the control stick forward. The vehicle's electric motor emitted a low, resonant hum, as the hull crashed through the corridor leading to the side entrance of the main hall. He pressed the external speaker. His voice projected from the amplifier atop the war machine. Zhang Cheng, lead the way. We're right behind you. Zhang Cheng slammed his palm against the truck panel twice. Then the police officer shifted gears and the cab slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the military truck's diesel engine let out a guttural snarl. Tires crushed through shattered glass and fallen concrete rubble as they burst out through the side door passage. The minivan followed close behind. The security officer's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his helmet askew, and forgotten, his eyes locked onto the truck's taillights ahead. Huang Yu brought the speed up to 40 kilometers per hour, following steadily behind the minivan. Zhao Aiman recalibrated the autocannon's firing envelope from the gunner's station, concentrating firepower on the hordes surging from the eastern side of the square. High explosive rounds detonated in rapid succession, carving an intermittent barrier zone between the street and the square. And then a sound came from the sky above. The unmistakable thrum of heavy helicopter rotors. The sound approached from the southeast, growing from a distant murmur into a sharp, rhythmic drumming. Each rotation louder and more frequent than the last. A UH-60 Black Hawk utility helicopter swooped down from above the city skyline. It flew so low it seemed to skim just above the rooftops of the towering buildings. The fuselage was painted in matte white. Bold black, UN, lettering marked the belly and tail boom with the United Nations blue emblem on both sides of the nose. Both side doors were open, each mounting a Gatling rotary cannon. The Black Hawk hovered above the square, nose pitched slightly down like a diving eagle, pausing mid-strike above its prey. The rotor downwash swept away much of the gunsmoke hanging over the square. Then the Gatling cannon at the side door opened fire, its 6 rotating barrels spewing ammunition at thousands of rounds per minute. A straight line of fire tore across the square. Wherever it passed, zombie bodies were bisected as if by an invisible giant scythe, severed limbs and black viscera spraying across the cement ground in an irregular dark red streak. Zhao Aiman watched the carnage through the fire control screen and let out a whistle. Woohoo! Kill these fuckers. The Black Hawk pilot established a data link with the APC through the radio. A green dashed line automatically appeared on Huang Yu's navigation display, marking the optimal evacuation route. UH-60 evacuation route marked. Proceed north along the main road, turn left at the 3rd intersection onto the provincial highway. We will provide air cover. Roger that. Huang Yu responded from the driver's seat and pushed the control stick all the way forward. The APC's tires screeched black rubber marks across the concrete square as it followed the truck and minivan onto the main road. The 3 vehicles formed a single file and accelerated northward. The Black Hawk trailed overhead. The helicopter maintained an altitude of 100 meters, executing S-shaped maneuvers centered on the convoy. The Gatling cannon at the side door pinned the zombie hordes surging from both streets at the intersection edges. Whenever zombies attempted to cross the road and block the convoy at an intersection, the Gatling would unleash a burst of short, controlled fire, riddling them with bullets and pinning them to the asphalt. Near the provincial highway entrance, the convoy passed a toppled tanker truck lying across the road. The Black Hawk's machine gun shredded the tanker, triggering a massive explosion. Huang Yu watched the fireball shrink into the distance on his rearview screen. His fingers loosened their grip on the control stick by half an inch. Outside the vehicle, the buildings of Jiangnan's suburban district retreated into the morning light, growing increasingly sparse. The Black Hawk's rotor blades thundered overhead, a mechanical eagle spreading its wings to shroud the entire convoy beneath its shadow. The convoy departed Jiangnan City, driving along the provincial highway where the asphalt surface gleamed with a grayish-white sheen under the light. Farmland and wasteland lined both sides of the road, occasionally interrupted by farmhouses with doors and windows tightly shut, their courtyards overgrown with knee-high weeds. The truck led the way, the minivan followed in the middle, with Huang Yu piloting the infantry combat vehicle, bringing up the rear. Their speed held steady at around 50 kilometers per hour, his hands resting on the control levers as the muscles in his shoulders finally began to relax. The Black Hawk's rotor blades thrummed overhead with a steady rhythm like a giant fan turning at low speed. Since the evacuation began, the Black Hawk had maintained an altitude of 100 meters, weaving figure-8 patterns around the convoy, occasionally firing short bursts to clear the scattered zombies on the road ahead. Fuel approaching minimum reserve for return. The pilot's voice came through the intercom. We've exited the high-risk zone. Road conditions ahead are stable. We'll be returning in 5 minutes. Huang Yu pressed the transmit button. Copy that. Thanks. The helicopter's nose tilted upward slightly, and the rotor sound shifted in pitch. The helicopter circled the convoy one final time. The gunner at the side door raised a hand toward the ground in a brief gesture, then the Black Hawk climbed and banked southeast, its rotor noise fading into the distance until it vanished into the gray-blue clouds on the horizon. The cabin fell quiet for a few seconds. Zhao Aiman rose from the gunner's seat and peered through the forward camera display, watching the direction where the Black Hawk had disappeared. They're gone. Just as Huang Yu was about to respond, a system notification materialized at the center of his vision. A pale blue translucent banner unfurled from the top of his field of view. They came one after another as though the system was tallying the full results of this reconnaissance mission. Preliminary reconnaissance mission completed. The spread range of the infection in Jiangnan City has been confirmed. Zombie density assessment uploaded. Survivor distribution data recorded. Host has cumulatively rescued over 20 survivors. Rescue points settled. Current supply point balance 5872. Base construction module unlocked. Personnel recruitment module unlocked. Zhao Iman stared at the number for 2 seconds, then let out a low whistle. Damn, the more we fight, the more we accumulate. Wang Luqin sat in the folding seat, his back resting against the interior wall of the vehicle. Looks like you get a set number of points per head. 20 plus people settled together pushed us past 5,000, nearly 6,000. This mechanic seems designed to encourage us to save people. Then we save more people in the future. Save as many as we can. By the end, we'll be calling in air strikes and leveling the ground at will. Zhao Iman counted on her fingers. 500 points per Black Hawk. 5,000 gets us 10 hellos. Do you know what 10 Black Hawks can do? We could systematically clear every zombie in all of Jiangnan City. Let's deal with what's in front of us first before we start talking like that. Huang Yu closed the system interface. We're almost at the service area ahead. An abandoned service station appeared alongside the provincial highway. Its main building was a 2-story concrete structure with most of its exterior tiles missing, exposing the gray cement beneath. The parking lot was vast, the asphalt cracked with patches of withered yellow weeds. Chun Gang's bus was parked at the entrance, its front facing the direction of the provincial highway. Chun Gang himself stood beside the bus, one hand on his hip, the other holding an unlit cigarette, probably dug up from somewhere too precious to smoke, just held between his fingers to catch the scent. At the sound of the approaching convoy, he tucked the cigarette back into his pocket and walked a few steps toward them. Huang Yu brought the combat vehicle to a halt beside the bus and climbed out through the side door. The air carried the scent of dust, dead grass, and dry hay drifting from distant farmland. He removed his gas mask. The outside air was cool, carrying the crisp freshness characteristic of an early summer morning. Zhao Iman climbed out of the vehicle as well, removing her mask and shaking out the hair flattened by the helmet after hours of wear. She squinted up at the sky. Wang Luqin stayed inside, loading ammunition into magazines. The military truck and minivan pulled into the other side of the parking lot. The beat cop stepped from the truck cab and wiped the sweat from his face with the back of his hand. Zhang Cheng jumped down from the truck bed, rolled his neck, and started walking toward Chun Gang. Chun Gang approached Huang Yu but hadn't yet opened his mouth when his gaze landed on Zhang Cheng. He paused, then recognized the newcomer. Inspector Zhang. Chun Gang's tone carried a hint of uncertainty, as if trying to place the face of someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Zhang Cheng also froze. He stared at Chun Gang for 2 seconds, then his expression shifted. Chun Gang. Yeah, it's me. Chun Gang extended his hand. Zhang Cheng took it. Both men's hands were rough, their knuckles covered in cracked skin and old scars. They must have met before at a joint law enforcement operation or work conference. An inspector from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Security Brigade and a neighborhood police officer from a passenger station ranks, separated by several levels with no reason to cross paths under normal circumstances. But 4 months into the collapse on this abandoned service station along a deserted provincial highway, rank meant nothing at all. How did you? Chun Gang began to ask why Zhang Cheng was here, then noticed the people emerging from the truck and minivan. Their clothes were filthy, some in office dress shirts, others in security uniforms, others in civilian wear. Chun Gang studied them for a moment, then turned back to Huang Yu. You went to the municipal government building. Yeah, Huang Yu replied. These people were rescued along the way. Chun Gang said nothing. He looked from Zhang Cheng to the survivors, then nodded slowly. By the way, that helicopter, just now. Chun Gang turned back, meeting Huang Yu's eyes with a question he'd wanted to ask the moment the Black Hawk appeared. Was that here to rescue you? Does that mean the situation is under control out there? That there's still a functioning government? Is there still a functioning government? Huang Yu looked into Chun Gang's eyes. He was still holding the gas mask he had just removed from his face, and the red mark pressed into his forehead by the mask's rubber seal had not yet faded. I'm sorry, we're not here for rescue. Chun Gang's expression shifted slightly. So the situation outside hasn't been brought under control either. Based on the information we currently have, no region has yet declared complete control over the epidemic. Huang Yu's voice remained steady, offering no deliberate consolation. But there is still hope. Chun Gang rendered a salute. Sir, thank you for informing me. Huang Yu did not return the salute. Instead, he reached out and patted Chun Gang on the shoulder. No need to salute, every time, Officer Chun. Zhao Iman stood nearby, rifle resting against his shoulder, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly when he saw Chun Gang salute. He glanced between Huang Yu and Chun Gang. You two talk. I'll head back to the vehicle first. He turned and walked toward the infantry fighting vehicle. After a few steps, he glanced back at Chun Gang again, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately holding back, merely giving a brief wave. Huang Yu followed behind him toward the vehicle. About 10 paces on, he heard Zhang Cheng's voice from behind, deliberately kept low. Typed of the kind meant to go unheard by the person being discussed, yet the surrounding silence made it impossible to muffle entirely. Chun Gang, who exactly are these three? Huang Yu did not turn around. He continued walking. The side door of the infantry fighting vehicle remained open, and the dim blue LED light strips inside appeared faint in the morning light. He heard Chun Gang's reply come from behind. Quiet, yet every word perfectly clear. They're with the United Nations CBRN Emergency Response Team. Their leader is a Lieutenant Huang. The other two are surnamed Zhao and Wang, both lieutenants. We encountered them on the highway last night. Huang Yu stepped onto the side entrance platform of the vehicle and ducked inside. Zhao Aiman was already seated on a folding chair removing his tactical vest. The side door remained open because Wang Luqian was cooking something inside. At some point Wang Luqian had purchased a small alcohol stove from the system store, military green metal casing palm-sized, and placed it on the metal floor inside the vehicle's ramp door. A compact field pot sat on the stove, the water inside beginning to bubble. He crouched beside it slicing luncheon meat with his combat knife. He had bought it from the system store at 3 points per can and purchased 2 cans. Beside the stove were several packets of emergency rations, a small bag of hot pot seasoning base, and multiple bottles of mineral water. The hot pot seasoning bag had already been torn open. Dark red beef fat cubes were slowly melting in the pot, while Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies churned in the boiling water, releasing an intense numbing spicy aroma. The fragrance drifted out through the open side door, mingling with the faint scent of alcohol from the stove spreading across the service area parking lot. The moment Zhao Aiman caught the scent, he bolted upright from his folding chair. His head nearly collided with the air conditioning duct on the ceiling, and a bizarre sound escaped his mouth, somewhere between a cheer and a howl. Hot pot. Hot pot. I knew it. That familiar scent has been bugging me since I got in here. Luchin, you bastard, you went and bought this behind my back. He pounced down beside the stove, bracing his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed on the melting beef fat in the pot, as though witnessing a sacred religious ritual. Wang Luqian did not even look up, continuing to slice the luncheon meat. I didn't hide it. I just bought it. Every item has a clear price. Hot pot seasoning base is 5 points per portion, luncheon meat is 3 points per can, and the alcohol stove is 10 points. We've got enough surplus now that a hot pot meal isn't exactly luxurious. Not luxurious. Exactly. Not luxurious at all. You're absolutely right. Zhao Aiman had become incoherent with excitement. He stood up and paced back and forth in the narrow aisle, his combat boots clanging against the metal floor before spinning around abruptly and pointing at the pot. What about beef tripe? Did you buy any? There's beef tripe in the system store. I'm pretty sure it's 3 points per portion. No. Buy it. Buy it now. I have 500. No, we have over 5,000 points. What's a few portions of tripe? Buy it yourself. Wang Luqian arranged the sliced luncheon meat on the pot lid as a temporary plate, then used the tip of his knife to pry open a ration packet and tossed 2 pieces into the pot as the staple food. Zhao Aiman had already opened the system store, his fingers flying across the virtual interface as he chanted, tripe, 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 before letting out a triumphant cheer. Got it. I'm drinking cola today too. Zhao Aiman swiped twice more on the virtual interface, and between a row of mineral water bottles and compressed rations, she found canned cola, 2 points per can, and added it to her shopping cart. He pressed the confirmation button. Got it. He closed the system interface, squatted down, and moved closer to the stove. The flame of the alcohol stove was pale blue, almost transparent, quietly licking the bottom of the field ration pot within its military green metal casing. The beef tallow in the pot had completely melted. On the dark red surface of the broth floated a dense layer of Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili peppers rolling up and down with the boiling water. The spicy aroma filled the entire carriage, drifting outward through the open side door. Wang Luqian arranged the sliced luncheon meat on the pot lid. The pink slices appeared remarkably vivid under the dark blue LED light strips on the vehicle roof. He used the tip of his dagger to pierce open the compressed ration wrapper, broke off 2 pieces, and tossed them into the pot. Then he pointed the dagger at the empty space beside the pot. Where's the tripe you bought? The system says it's being deployed. Damn it, does the system need deployment procedures for purchases? Zhao Aiman stared at the logistics status on the system interface, which read, product purchased currently deploying. Estimated delivery time immediate. Before he finished reading that line, a crisp ding-dong sounded from the automatic delivery hatch beside the ammunition storage bay of the infantry fighting vehicle, the exact same sound as a microwave finishing its cycle. The metal cover of the delivery hatch slid open automatically, revealing a large vacuum-sealed package of tripe, 3 cans of cola, and an alcohol stove slightly larger than Wang Luqian's. They even threw in a stove? Zhao Aiman retrieved the items from the delivery hatch and turned the new alcohol stove over in his hands, examining it from every angle. Unlike his palm-sized one, this was roughly the size of a mess kit. The military green metal casing bore the inscription Field Cooking Kit Type 3. You bought a stove? I didn't buy a stove. I only ordered tripe and cola. Zhao Aiman pulled up the system shopping list for a glance. Tripe cost 9 points, cola 6 points. The stove wasn't deducted from my points. This stove must be a system gift, bundled automatically alongside the hot pot-based Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers. Buy tripe, get a free alcohol stove. Wang Luqian processed this information in his mind, then pointed his dagger at the pot. The water is boiling. Zhao Aiman tore open the tripe packaging and used his dagger tip to lift out a single piece. The vacuum-sealed tripe was in unexpectedly excellent condition. The leaves were thick and sturdy, their distinctive bumpy texture clearly defined, glowing with a pale pink sheen under the light. He lowered the tripe into the pot to cook, his movements practiced and skillful. Though he had no chopsticks, he could tear off a stiff paper strip from the compressed ration wrapper to use as tongs. Let me tell you, tripe needs 7 lifts up and 8 down. Leave it too long, and it turns tough. When I was eating hot pot in Beijing, my roommate, who's from Chongqing, Taught me this after you submerged the tripe, count to 7, lift it out, put it back and count to 8, and that's perfect. Not 1 second more. What kind of situation do you think we're in? Still talking about 7 up, 8 down. Huang Yu sat down beside them, removed his tactical vest, folded it into a cushion, and placed it beneath him. He watched the bubbling red oil and luncheon meat slices in the pot, paused for 2 seconds in silence, then took the rigid paper strip from Wang Luchen's hand and used it as chopsticks. The three of them squatted on the metal floor inside the ramp door of the infantry fighting vehicle, gathered around a small field ration pot. Inside, the beef tallow hot pot base churned furiously, while Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili peppers emitted a fine crackling sound in the boiling water. Zhang Cheng had somehow ended up standing outside the side door of the vehicle. One hand gripped the door frame, the other held the rifle, sling, his knuckles white from the pressure. The spicy beef tallow aroma wafting from inside the carriage made his lips move several times, but not a single word came out. Zhao Aiman was in the middle of cooking his third slice of tripe. He squatted beside the stove, the paper strip tongs moving the tripe up and down in the boiling broth, counting under his breath. 5, 6, 7 up. 2, 3, 4. Out of the corner of his eye he caught the silhouette of a new figure at the side doorway. He glanced up at Zhang Cheng and noticed the expression on his face. The look of someone wanting to say something, but unable to find the words. He looked down at the tripe clamped in his paper strip tongs, then back at the churning red oil and luncheon meat slices in the pot. In a fraction of a second, he matched Zhang Cheng's expression against the current scene and arrived at an obvious conclusion. Haven't eaten yet. Zhang Cheng's Adam's apple bobbed. He said nothing. Earlier in the parking lot, when the hot pot aroma had drifted out from the vehicle's side door, he and several uniformed officers had been sitting on the bed of a truck, moistening their cracked lips with sips of mineral water. For someone who hadn't had a proper meal in 4 months, the smell of hot pot was nothing short of a physiological assault. Right, he said. Just one word, his voice parched and dry. Zhao Aiman stuffed the rinsed tripe into her mouth, winced at the heat, then looked up at Zhang Cheng, who was standing at the door. Zhang Cheng was still standing at the entrance, but this time before he could speak, Zhao Aiman spoke first. Go back and wait. We'll move the supplies over to you in a bit. Zhang Cheng was taken aback. He glanced at the cardboard in Zhao Aiman's hand and the bubbling red oil in the pot, then at Huang Yue, who was scooping out luncheon meat beside the stove, and Wang Luchen, who was crouched nearby cutting compressed biscuits with a dagger. None of the three said anything, nor did they show any sign of reluctance. All right. Then he turned and left, not fast, but lighter than when he came. Only sunlight remained outside the side door of the infantry fighting vehicle. Zhao Aiman finished the third slice of tripe, wiped her mouth, stood up, and walked over to Wang Luchen. Let's buy another batch. The ones we just bought are for ourselves. Buy another batch for them. There should be about 40-something people, so buy for 50. What do you think? Wang Luchen glanced at her, still holding the dagger, its blade smeared with grease from the luncheon meat. Since when were you so generous? I've always been generous. Last time you treated us to hot pot in the dorm, you even split the cost of a 2-yuan tissue paper. That's different. Zhao Aiman remained unruffled. Save when you should, spend when you should. We're treating them to hot pot. What's that called? It's called investment. Didn't the system say that taking in survivors gives points? These people are our future source of points. So you're using the system's points to invest in survivors to earn more points, right? Right. And then use the points to buy more hot pot. Right. Wang Luchen sheathed the dagger into the scabbard on his leg and opened the system mall to make purchases. The delivery chime rang for a full 2 minutes, and then 5 military green plastic boxes lined up on the floor of the crew compartment. Zhao Aiman crouched down, counting the boxes with her finger. 1 box of luncheon meat, 1 of compressed biscuits, 1 of hot pot base, 1 of water, and 1 of ration packs with a stove. 5 boxes. The system buys in bulk and packs them automatically. This design is impressive, way better than the packing I did when I worked at the convenience store. You worked at a convenience store? Huang Yu asked. Freshman summer, worked for a month, then got fired. Why were you fired? I stacked the instant noodle boxes too high, they fell, and knocked off the rearview mirror of the store manager's scooter. That's not the point. The point is this box of hot pot base. Zhao Aiman opened the third box, pulled out a bundle of red packaged hot pot base, and held it up, her expression suddenly turning serious. Huang Yu looked at her expression and felt she was about to start spouting nonsense. 10 packs of hot pot base. Do you know what that means? What? Wang Luchen said. It means enough for everyone to eat. Zhao Aiman stood up, still holding the bundle of hot pot base, and turned to face the two of them in the cramped crew compartment. Think about it. In 4 months, this is the first time someone's offered them a hot meal. A steaming pot of hot pot luncheon meat rolling in the red oil, compressed biscuits soaking up the spicy broth steam, so hot you can't even open your eyes. What is this? This is the first step of civilization rebuilding. Huang Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with the hem of his tactical vest. He looked at Zhao Aiman holding the bundle of hot pot base, her chemical suit collar open, hair sticking up in a strange shape, a light in her eyes that was utterly serious, yet completely offbeat. So you're starting a religion? The Church of Hot Pot. Zhao Aiman tossed the base back into the box, spread her arms wide, as if preaching to an invisible congregation. Tripe as the holy sacrament, hot pot base as holy water, the alcohol stove as the sacred flame. Sunday services, everyone around the pot, tripe as the ritual. Shen Gang as Deacon, Zhang Cheng as security captain. Initiation, eat a piece of tripe, done 7 times up and 8 times down. Failures get a redo. Wang Luken. You'll be the chief theologian responsible for proving why 7 up and 8 down is a sacred number. 7 up and 8 down adds up to 15 times, Wang Luken said. Your sacred number is just addition. Your theology is flawed. At the first doctrinal debate of the Church of Hot Pot, you'd be burned at the stake. Bullshit. 7 and 8 are both in it, so 7 up and 8 down contains sacredness. That's theology. You're using heretical logic to attack orthodox doctrine. Huang Yu chimed in from behind. The Church of Hot Pot hasn't even been around for 30 seconds, and already there's a heretic. This religion splits faster than the Roman Empire. Heretics must be purged. Zhao Aiman turned and pointed at Huang Yu. Patriarch, I request the first ecumenical council of Hot Pot agenda. Should 7 up and 8 down be the official dipping method? The Patriarch is busy right now eating luncheon meat. Huang Yu fished a slice of luncheon meat from the pot and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing twice. And besides, this ecumenical council of Hot Pot has only 3 attendees, you Luchan and me. You're the proponent, Luken is the opponent on the chair, and your 7 up 8 down is vetoed. You didn't vote. You were eating meat. I exercise my veto while eating meat. That's called executive power. Since when does a patriarch veto during an ecumenical council while eating meat? That's abuse of power. I'm impeaching you. Impeachment requires the joint signature of the deacon and the security captain. Wang Luken didn't look up, continuing to cut luncheon meat. Chen Gang and Zhang Cheng haven't joined the church yet. Your impeachment procedure is invalid. Zhao Aiman opened her mouth, looked at Wang Luchen, then at Huang Yu. Neither of them looked at her. One was cutting luncheon meat, the other was fishing for it. She stood for 3 seconds, then crouched down and began to rinse the tripe, clamping it with the cardboard and dipping it into the pot, counting 1, 2, 3. 15. Wang Luken said, shut up. When Zhao Aiman counted to the 7th time, once more Huang Yu placed his chopsticks on the lid of the pot, stood up, and brushed the dust from his knees. All right, the first Grand Council of the Hot Pot sect is adjourned. Now move these boxes over there, got it? Adjournment requires the sect leader's signature on the adjournment order. The sect leader has signed it now. Just move the boxes. Huang Yu bent down, picked up 2 crates, and exited through the side door. Zhao Aiman muttered behind him, the adjournment order lacks the sacred seal of the Hot Pot sect, procedurally invalid. But his hands were already moving the crate of canned luncheon meat. Wang Luken sheathed his dagger, hoisted the crate of alcohol stoves with one hand, grabbed a case of bottled water with the other, and followed them off the vehicle. In the service area parking lot, the survivors, sitting in the shadows of trucks and vans, saw the 3 carrying military green plastic crates, and rose to their feet one by one. Beside Qin Gang's bus, Fang Ping had already set up a makeshift stove with 2 bricks atop, which sat in an aluminum pot retrieved from the bus's luggage compartment. The pot was empty, and the water hadn't been boiled yet. She saw the 3 approaching with crates, stood up, and wiped her hands on her pants. Luncheon meat, compressed biscuits, hot pot base water, and ration packs. Huang Yu placed the crate on the concrete floor beside the bus, crouched down, and flipped open the lid. The military green packages of compressed biscuits were stacked neatly in several layers. Distribute these as you see fit. Let me know if more is needed. Fang Ping crouched down, opened a crate, picked up a pack of hot pot base, and examined it from every angle. The packaging bore characters she couldn't read, but she recognized the diagram printed on the back. Simple enough to need no translation. She placed the base beside the aluminum pot, then picked up a can of luncheon meat. Her fingernails scraped across the edge of the vacuum seal. The packaging felt thick and sturdy, not a brand she had ever seen. Where did these come from? Our own supplies. Huang Yu offered no further explanation. On the other side, Zhang Cheng's people had already cleared the space beside the truck using bricks and scrap iron to build 3 makeshift stoves. The neighborhood officer brought down 2 iron barrels from the truck, previously used for rainwater collection, now scrubbed clean and serving as cooking pots. The security officer placed the shield upside down on the ground, using it as a cutting board. Lu Jiansuan crouched beside it, dicing luncheon meat with a dagger. Zhang Cheng stood on the truck bed, handing bottles of mineral water one by one to those below, counting each one as he handed it over. You handle the distribution. I'll check on Chen Gang's side. Huang Yu handed the remaining supplies to Wang Luken and walked toward the bus. Chen Gang was still standing by the front of the bus, holding the stainless steel cup. There was some water in it. He saw Huang Yu approaching, adjusted his grip on the cup, and straightened his posture. Lieutenant Huang. No need to call me Lieutenant every time. Huang Yu is fine. Huang Yu stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Gang. From where they stood, they could see the entire parking lot. To the left, Zhang Cheng's people were busy among 3 stoves. Steam from the hot pot was already rising. To the right, Fang Ping crouched in front of a stove, lighting the fire. Xiao Lu fanned the flames with a piece of cardboard. The fire licked the bottom of the aluminum pot, and delicate bubbles began to form in the water. How many people in total? Huang Yu asked. Reporting Lieutenant Huang. 24 on the bus, 26 on Inspector Zhang's side. That's 50 total. Chen Gang still hadn't quite gotten used to the change in address. Huang Yu gazed at the steam rising over the parking lot, and didn't correct his form of address this time. Chen Gang turned his head to look at him, but said nothing. In the distance, a small crowd had gathered around the stove beside the truck. Zhao Aiman stood in the center, holding a piece of tripe with a piece of cardboard, dipping it up and down in the boiling water, counting under his breath, 5, 6, 7, up 2, 3, 4. Beside him stood 3 neighborhood officers and 1 security officer, each holding a tin can in their hands, their expressions as focused as if they were participating in some religious ritual. The security officer, who had earlier used the shield as a cutting board, now held his tin can with both hands, his eyes fixed on the tripe, rising and falling in the steam. His lips moved slightly, as if counting along silently. See that? 7 times up, 8 times down, exactly 15 times. 1 less, and it's raw, 1 more, and it's overdone. Zhao Aiman scooped out the blanched tripe and placed it into the tin can of a nearby officer, his movements solemn. That officer looked down at the piece of tripe in his can as atoms, apple bobbing once. Then he picked it up with the cardboard and shoved it into his mouth. After chewing twice, his eyes widened. He mumbled something indistinct, probably holy shit, or delicious, impossible to tell. Zhao Aiman turned around facing the small crowd. He spread his arms wide, the cardboard wedged between his fingers like some awkward makeshift ritual implement. Who wants to be baptized? I mean, who wants to learn? Me. The security officer who had carried the shield stepped forward, holding out his tin can. What's your name? Leon. Good. Leon, from today onward you are the first. No, the first batch of official believers of the Hot Pot sect. From now on, your tin can is your holy chalice, your chopsticks are your sacred symbols, and the alcohol stove is your sacred flame. Zhao Aiman placed a freshly blanched piece of tripe into Liang's can. Liang stared down at the tripe, then looked up at Zhao Aiman, his expression oscillating between piety and bewilderment. In the end, piety won. He ate the tripe. Wang Luchen, standing by the side door of the infantry fighting vehicle, witnessed the entire scene. He held the door with one hand and a can of cola in the other. Cola bought by Zhao Aiman, then appropriated by Huang Yu under the pretext of the sect leader's reasonable taxation of the apostles, and given to him. He watched Zhao Aiman place the tripe into Liang's can, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Then he raised the cola, took a sip, and muttered, "Crazy." Before receiving the new mission, Zhao Aiman was still standing by the stove next to the truck, preparing a special meal for the last remaining patrol officer, teaching him the second style of tripe, lightly spicy, clear broth hot pot method. The patrol officer nodded repeatedly while holding a tin can, unsure whether he truly understood or was just being polite after eating. Then Wang Luchen's voice came from the direction of the armored vehicle. "The vehicle radio is ringing." He shouted and turned around to get into the vehicle. Huang Yu was leaning against the front of the bus, checking the head count with Chen Gang. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up, shoved the cardboard sheet with the numbers into Chen Gang's hand, and strode quickly toward the armored vehicle. Zhao Aiman shoved the cardboard into the patrol officer's hand, saying, "You practice on your own," and then ran after him. The 3 of them squeezed into the vehicle almost simultaneously. A voice came through the speaker of the vehicle radio. The speech was unhurried, each word pronounced with perfect clarity, devoid of any regional accent, as if reading from an official document. "Joint National Defense Chemical Emergency Unit, the latest mission directive has been issued. Please confirm receipt." Huang Yu sat down at the communications console and pressed the receive button. Confirmed receipt. The radio was silent for 2 seconds, then the announcer read, "Mission number JN 20160-514-002. Mission objective: proceed to the main campus of Jiangnan University and establish a temporary safe zone. Safe zone criteria: clear infected individuals within the campus construct defensive fortifications, set up medical points, and supply distribution stations, accommodate and protect survivors in the area. Time limit 72 hours. Mission reward: unlock personnel recruitment module. Support configuration 1UH, 60 utility helicopter, free to use during the mission, parked in an open area 3 kilometers north of your current location. Additionally, the temporary personnel recruitment module has been activated for you." The radio was silent for a few more seconds, as if waiting for confirmation. Then the announcer added a final line, "That is all. Wishing you a successful mission." The radio hung up. The cabin was silent for about 3 seconds. Zhao Aiman was the first to speak, "Giving us a mission via radio, quite ceremonial, huh?" The system could have just popped up a notification directly. Wang Luchen pulled up the communication log and reviewed it. It insisted on simulating a process of receiving mission orders via a vehicle radio. Ceremony is important. Huang Yu sat in the driver's seat with his arms crossed. It isn't simulating the mission itself, but what the person executing the mission should be like. Zhao Aiman thought for a moment, then nodded. "True, using this method." He stroked his chin. "It feels like someone is actually communicating with us." Chen Gang stood outside the side door, knocking on the door frame with one hand. "Lieutenant Huang, is there a rescue mission?" he asked. Huang Yu looked at him. There was a light in Chen Gang's eyes. Not much, just a tiny glimmer, like looking up from the bottom of a deep well. "Not a rescue," Huang Yu said. The light in Chen Gang's eyes flickered. It didn't go out, but dimmed by half a degree. "But we received new orders. We need to go to Jiangnan University to rendezvous with other chemical defense units, so we might have to part ways with you for a while." Huang Yu's tone was steady. Chen Gang was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. "Understood. Wish you a successful mission, sir." Huang Yu stood up, walked to the side door, and looked into Chen Gang's eyes. "After we leave, you can continue driving east. The signal at the Wamping base over there should be stronger." He took a portable vital signs monitor from the side pocket of his tactical vest and handed it to Chen Gang. "Keep this. Fang Ping should know how to use it." Chen Gang took the monitor with both hands, looked down at it for a few seconds, then placed it into the inner pocket of his uniform. Lieutenant Huang, when you go to Jiangnan University, can you help me find someone named Chen Xiaoxiao? She's my sister. Our mission is to rendezvous. As for the person you're looking for, I'm not sure I can help you find her. We don't even know what's happening at Jiangnan University now. The newspaper said all students left early and the dormitories were sealed, but that was 4 months ago. In those 4 months, anything could have happened. Chen Gang stepped back, clearing the door. Before leaving, he turned and said, Lieutenant Huang, after you finish your rendezvous, if it's on the way, come east to see us. Then he walked back toward the bus, his silhouette appearing very straight in the setting sun. Huang Yu watched Chen Gang return to the bus, then turned and closed the vehicle door. Wang Lucan had already pulled up the interface of the temporary personnel recruitment module. On the screen was a list of selectable units: infantry fire team, chemical defense technical team, engineering support team. Next to each option was a green label, available during mission cost halved. The system granted temporary recruitment authority. Wang Lucan said, during the mission recruitment costs are halved. The infantry fire team was originally 100, now 500. The chemical defense technical team was 350, now 175. The engineering support team was 400, now 200. Our mission time limit is 3 days, and the discount is only valid for these 3 days. He turned the screen toward Huang Yu and Zhao Iman. Recruit or not? Huang Yu looked at the numbers on the screen, pondered for a moment, and said, recruit, but not now. Huang Yu sat down on a folding seat. We still have a Black Hawk to use. Let's use the Black Hawk for aerial reconnaissance first, see what's going on in the campus. How many zombies, any survivors, whether the building structures are suitable for setting up a safe zone. After reconnaissance, we'll decide how many to recruit. Different situations require different configurations. Okay. Wang Lucan closed the recruitment interface. Zhao Iman finished the last can of cola, placed the can next to the field pot, and burped. What about all these pots and pans? They were meant for others anyway. If you want them, go ask for them yourself. Huang Yu stood up, put the gas mask back on his face, and the ceiling buckle clicked shut. The electric motor of the armored vehicle emitted a low resonant hum as it glided smoothly out of the service station parking lot. Huang Yu maintained a steady speed of around 30 kilometers per hour, and from the rearview monitor, he could see the bus and truck still parked where they were. Chen Gang stood by the front of the bus with one hand raised in the air, whether in salute or wave it was hard to tell. Beside him stood Fang Ping, Zhang Cheng, and Li Yong. Little Lu's cracked glasses caught the sunlight, flashing with light. He was shouting something, but by now they had driven far enough away that nothing could be made out. Zhao Iman watched the figures growing smaller and smaller on the screen. Do you think they can make it to Wanping base? Perhaps. Wang Lucan sat in the folding seat, stretching lazily. Besides, they're not entirely defenseless. I asked if they can get there, not whether they'll be safe. Wang Lucan stretched and paid her no mind. Huang Yu turned the vehicle onto the provincial highway, picking up speed to 50 kilometers per hour. The coordinates for Black Hawk were already marked on the navigation display. 3 kilometers due north in an open area, surrounded by wasteland. Before long, the three caught sight of the flat grassland in the distance. At the far end of the field sat a matte white helicopter, and in the afternoon sun, it resembled a great white bird roosting upon the wasteland. We've arrived. Huang Yu slowed the vehicle, gently driving off the provincial highway and crunching over the gravel and withered grass along the shoulder, heading toward the field. The silhouette of Black Hawk grew clearer and clearer until the faint outlines of 2 helmeted figures could be seen in the cockpit, heads bowed as they checked something. Zhao Iman leaned over from behind the driver's seat, studying the helicopter through the forward camera feed. Do you think this was airlifted in, or did the system spawn it right here? Use your brain. Did you hear any sound just now? Wang Lucan rolled his eyes. Unless it gave birth to it, it must have been spawned. Then tell me, if the system spawned this helicopter, are the crew AI or real people? Zhao Iman asked. Are you the 10,000 wise? So many questions. Wang Lucan pulled on his gas mask. The helicopter that came to support us from City Hall, did it feel less real to you? Was that AI or human? Besides, judging by their tone, they know us. It's just that we don't know them. Huang Yu brought the vehicle to a halt roughly 20 meters from Black Hawk and killed the engine. All right, little mouth, let's go see. Zhao Iman muttered. I'm just curious. I only asked a question and suddenly I'm the 10,000 wise. She then fastened the seal on her gas mask. Wang Lucan opened the side door and stepped out, treading across the gravel and withered grass of the field toward Black Hawk. The 2 helmeted figures in Black Hawk's cockpit saw the vehicle stop and pushed open the cabin doors, jumping down. The one leading the way wore the same gear as the trio, but his helmet was different. He carried a crew member's helmet in his arms. He stopped before Huang Yu and rendered a salute. UNCBRN Aviation Support Unit Black Hawk reporting. You must be Lieutenant Huang. Huang Yu returned the salute. What's your mission briefing? Lieutenant, our mission is to provide transport support and aerial fire support. Black Hawk's tone was crisp and efficient. Huang Yu nodded. How many crew? 2 pilots, 2 gunners. 1 on the left, 1 on the right. The range is sufficient to cover all of Jiangnan City and surrounding areas. Black Hawk answered matter-of-factly. Zhao Iman poked half her head out from behind, Huang Yu sizing up Black Hawk. He appeared to be in his early 30s with a square face, a faint old scar on his chin, and closely cropped hair. The co-pilot stood at the cabin door, one hand resting on the frame, wiping the visor of his helmet with a cloth. Noticing Zhao Iman watching him, he raised a hand in greeting. Where were you transferred from? Zhao Iman asked. Black Hawk paused, scratching the back of his head before answering. Lieutenant, we were transferred from the Aegis Task Force at the Mediterranean Garrison. Zhao Aiman opened her mouth to press further, but was kicked gently on the knee by Wang Luqin from behind, and so she closed it. Blake turned and walked toward the Black Hawk, gesturing for him to proceed. Huang Yu pulled open the side cabin door, the rail, emitting a low metallic hum. Board the aircraft, Aiman, Huang Yu said. Zhao Aiman was the first to step onto the landing gear support strut and enter the cabin, sitting down on the foldable seat near the left side door. He clicked the safety strap at his waist into the metal buckle beside the seat and tugged twice to confirm it was locked. Wang Luqin boarded the cabin and took the foldable seat on the right side, fastening his safety strap. Huang Yu was the last to board, taking the seat next to Zhao Aiman, pulling up his safety strap and then signaling to Blake that they were ready for takeoff. The rotors began to spin. The Black Hawk's engine roar deepened into a piercing whine, and the entire helicopter shuddered briefly before lifting smoothly off the ground. The dry grass on the field was pressed into a massive circle by the downwash gravel and dust scattering outward. The nose of the Black Hawk tilted slightly downward as it began flying north. Less than 2 minutes after takeoff, a convoy appeared below on the provincial highway. 3 vehicles traveled in single file heading east along the road. From 300 meters up, they resembled some slow, yet resolute creature dragging a thin trail of dust across the gray pavement. Seems like it's Chun Gang and his crew. Zhao Aiman leaned half his body out the left side of the cabin, the safety rope taut behind his waist. Looks like they're already on the move, much faster than I expected. Huang Yu glanced downward. The bus roof reflected white light in the sunlight, and figures could faintly be seen inside the canvas canopy of the truck trailer. Should we descend? Lieutenant. Blake's voice came through the cabin intercom. Not necessary, Huang Yu said. The Black Hawk did not linger over the convoy and continued flying south. The provincial highway narrowed below, and the farmland and farmhouses alongside it gave way to more abandoned vehicles and scattered debris. The city's outskirts began appearing on the horizon. First scattered industrial factories, then 5 or 6-story residential buildings, and beyond that the familiar gray skyline. Jiangnan City. Seen from above, Jiangnan City in daylight was clearer and even more dilapidated than when they had walked its streets at dawn. Large stretches of rooftops bore burn marks revealing blackened skeletons. Several main roads were completely blocked by abandoned vehicles, some arranged not as if from rear-end collisions, but as if deliberately positioned as roadblocks, likely remnants from the military lockdown period. Zhao Aiman sat by the cabin door, his safety rope tightening and relaxing with each forward lean like a highly elastic rubber band. His rifle hung at his side as he alternately cupped his hands above his goggles to block the sun staring down at the city, growing ever closer below. The Black Hawk began descending, from 300 meters to 200, then to 150. At this altitude, ground details came into sharp focus: every abandoned car on the streets, every shard of broken glass scattered on the sidewalks, every crushed shrub in the green belts. Then he saw the swarming horde. From above, Jiangnan City's main roads and flanking sidewalks were covered with slowly moving humanoid figures like a gray river flowing toward the city center. The crossroads were the densest area, where the horde converged like water rushing into a narrow channel, pushing, trampling, and crawling forward in a slow writhing mass. Well, Zhao Aiman gazed at the scene below. Hundreds of hands reached toward the sky, simultaneously forming an eerie, undulating pale jungle in the sunlight. This crowd density is insane. Look at the numbers. I've never seen so many people in my life. No, I've never seen so many zombies. Wang Luqin sat with his eyes closed, head resting against the cabin wall. Like it's lunchtime at the university cafeteria. Zhao Aiman shifted his position, letting his legs dangle over the cabin door edge and swinging them. His combat boots were still over 100 meters above the ground, but the motion of his legs suggested he was splashing in a river. Whoa, this scene is straight out of a zombie apocalypse movie. Look down there at the crossroads. They're all surging in the same direction. Remind you of World War Z. That part where the zombies pile up into a mountain and climb. Can you stop using whoa as an interjection? Wang Luqin opened his eyes and glanced at him. Then what should I use? Oh my, this crowd density is insane. Do you think that sounds natural, eh? You could just curse. Cursing is too plain. Whoa has more visual impact. Hear whoa, and you immediately know what I saw. What nonsense. You wouldn't understand literary structure. The Black Hawk continued flying forward, the horde of corpses on the ground attracted by the helicopter's rotor noise, trailing countless thin gray streams through the streets, finally converging on the main road to form a slowly writhing pale river. Zhao Aiman sat by the left cabin door, legs dangling outside and swinging the safety rope stretched taut. With one hand gripping the handrail on the cabin door frame, he held up a laser rangefinder he had just purchased from the system store for 15 points. It was palm-sized with a military green casing capable of measuring distances, marking coordinates, and switching to infrared mode. He pressed the rangefinder against the lens of his gas mask and looked down. The density of these brothers down there, at least 3 digits per street. If there's any living person in this place, they're probably no ordinary character. At the very least, they'd be an S-level character card. What kind of metaphor is that? Wang Luqin opened his eyes in his seat. It's like in a game. When a living person suddenly pops up among all the monsters covering the map, don't you think they'd be a high rarity unit? You've got a point this time. As the Black Hawk flew over a commercial street, he aimed the rangefinder at the rooftop of a department store. On the rooftop, a huge SOS was painted in white paint, and beside it lay several faded bedsheets, their edges curled up by the wind. The paint was chipped, the bedsheets covered in dust, looking as if no one had maintained them for at least several months. He then scanned to the glass curtain wall of another mall, where there was also an SOS. The handwriting was scrawled, and below it were written 18 people and January 20th. It doesn't look like anyone's there. Zhao Aiman lowered the rangefinder, turned to look at Huang Yue, and said, speaking of which, is our infantry fighting vehicle safe over there? It's just parked on the grassland with no fence around it. It's safe. Even if you die, the vehicle will be fine. Huang Yu's gaze didn't leave the city map on the tactical panel. I locked it before boarding the helicopter. Without the IDs of the three of us, the electronic lock won't open. Zhao Aiman thought for a moment, nodded, and raised the rangefinder to his eyes again, scanning below. It would be a miracle if anyone's alive in this damned place of old things. We haven't even reached the bustling downtown yet, and it's already this insane. The Black Hawk continued flying east along the river, passing over clusters of buildings. On the river there was a large bridge where abandoned vehicles were crashed together, completely blocking the entire bridge. Zombies were also visible on the bridge, but fewer than on the streets. Lieutenant, Bielake's voice rang out. At 11 o'clock ahead, there's a high-rise building. Someone's on the rooftop. Huang Yu looked through the cockpit windshield. It was a residential building about a dozen stories high. On the rooftop was a white SOS sign, and beside it seemed to be a person waving their arms toward the helicopter. Move in and take a look, Huang Yu said. Bielake slowly brought the helicopter close to the edge of the rooftop. The rotor downwashed blue dust and plastic fragments across the rooftop. The white SOS sign was made of several bedsheets pieced together with bricks holding down the corners. The edges flapped noisily in the airflow. Standing beside the sign was a man. His jacket was so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable, and his hair was a mess. He was waving his arms toward the helicopter. Maintain hover. Huang Yu unclipped the safety rope, stood up from the jump seat, and walked to the cabin door. Zhao Aiman had already pulled his legs back inside, and was aiming his rifle at the man. The Black Hawk's landing gear gently touched the concrete railing at the edge of the rooftop. The fuselage swayed slightly. Huang Yu was the first to jump down, his combat boots landing on the concrete rooftop. He crouched to absorb the impact, then straightened up. Zhao Aiman followed closely, jumping down, and immediately moving 2 steps to the right to create a crossfire angle. The man stumbled a couple of steps toward them, shouting something, but the sound was drowned out by the rotor noise. They could only see his lips moving. His eyes were sunken, his cheekbones prominent. There were several tears in his clothes, and on his exposed arm was a scratch that had already scabbed over. Stop. Huang Yu aimed his weapon at the man's chest. Hands on your head. Get down. Now. The man hesitated for a moment, then crouched with his hands on his head. Zhao Aiman advanced with his rifle raised, then slung it over his body, pulled a plastic zip tie from a side pocket of his tactical vest, and walked behind the man. He grabbed the man's wrists, twisted them behind his back, and the zip tie tightened with a click. The man gave a muffled groan, but did not struggle. Just as Zhao Aiman straightened up, and before he could take another step, a thud came from the iron door on the rooftop. The door was an old-fashioned sheet metal fire door with a rusty padlock hanging from the handle. Now the door panel bulged outward from the impact, hinges screeching with a harsh metallic sound. Zhao Aiman's hand was still on the man's back. He turned to look at Huang Yu with a bewildered expression. The bound man also heard the thud, trembling as he crouched. He shrank his neck and glanced toward the helicopter, as if checking his escape route. Bielake. Huang Yu pressed the intercom. Have the gunner watch the direction of the rooftop iron door. Unidentified personnel are trying to break through. Roger. Bielake's voice came back through the intercom. The Gatling gun by the right cabin door adjusted its firing arc, aiming at the iron door. Wang Luqin jumped down from the helicopter. Then he advanced toward the iron door with his rifle, and Huang Yu slowly approached with him. The door was still shaking, the rhythm of the impacts growing more urgent. Then they vaguely heard someone shouting on the other side of the door, sounds that seemed like both pleas for help and curses. Wang Luqin walked to the iron gate and reached out to grasp the rusty lock. The body was caked with corrosion, but the latch remained intact. He gave it a firm twist, but it would not budge. The rust had seized it solid. He slung the rifle onto his back, drew a dagger from his thigh, and jammed the blade into the gap of the latch. With a sharp prying motion, he worked it free. The rusted bolt let out a piercing metallic screech before snapping with a sharp crack. The lock fell to the ground and bounced once against the concrete. Wang Luqin sheathed his dagger, stepped back, raised his rifle, and trained the barrel on the door. Huang Yu held position on the other side. After a brief stillness following the last impact, the door swung violently outward, slamming against the concrete stop on the wall with a dull thud. A crowd surged through the doorway. At their forefront was a man in his 40s, clad in blue work clothes with a rent across one shoulder, his grip tight around an iron pipe. He burst through shouting a name, his voice rough and guttural like a wolf's howl. Zhang Debiao. You bastard. The rest went unsaid. His gaze fell on Zhao Aiman, the man, kneeling with his hands bound behind his back, the rifle gripped in Zhao Aiman's hands, and overhead the helicopter. Behind him poured out a mixed group, men and women alike. Some brandished kitchen knives, others wielded sharpened mop handles, and a young woman held a fire axe aloft with both hands, its edge already notched and worn. They erupted through the narrow doorway like a flood held back for far too long, bodies streaked with grime and barely contained fury, only to freeze entirely once they took in the scene before them. Huang Yu's barrel remained locked on the crowd without so much as a tremor. "Hands up. All of you down. Now." His voice came through distorted by the gas mask filter, yet the sharp edge and volume of it cut cleanly through the rotor's deafening roar. The iron pipe slipped from the workman's grip and hit the ground. It rolled to a halt less than half a meter from Huang Yu's combat boots. Slowly his hands rose, still shaking. But the fierce momentum he had carried through that door had completely evaporated. He deflated like a punctured balloon, visibly shrinking before their eyes. Behind him, one by one, the others dropped their weapons. "Down. Hands behind your head. I won't ask again." Huang Yu repeated himself. The workman was the first to sink to his knees, followed by the rest. 7 or 8 people crouched in a line across the rooftop's concrete surface. The young woman knelt at the rear. She glanced upward at the helicopter, matte white bearing the blue UN insignia, its left-mounted Gatling gun catching the sunlight with a cold glint. She looked back down at her own crouched position and muttered something under her breath. Huang Yu couldn't make out the words, but it sounded remarkably like a curse. The workman crouched at the front, hands clasped behind his head, chin lifted. His eyes fixed on the visor of Huang Yu's mask, his lips parting briefly before pressing together again. He wanted to ask something, but dared not. The man who had been squatting on the ground curled inward, and when the workman called out his name, his entire body flinched. When he had watched that group charge through the door, terror had been plain on his face. If not for the rifles trained on the entrance, he would likely have been hacked to pieces by now. Beneath that fear lay a sliver of desperate hope, and the moment the workman caught sight of that same flicker in Zhang Debiao's eyes, his expression hardened instantly. "Zhang Debiao." Old Su's leg was shattered in the stairwell, and you wouldn't even try to save him. He was screaming your name as you fled, and you heard him, didn't you? Zhang Debiao remained crouched, head bowed, so low his chin nearly touched his chest. His shoulders hunched inward, and his bound hands clenched into white-knuckled fists behind his back. He stayed silent, dared not speak, dared not lift his gaze. The desperate, stumbling posture of someone begging for rescue in front of that helicopter had completely vanished, replaced by the most primal cowering of a man backed into a corner. "I'm asking you, did you hear him? Old Su died in that stairwell, do you understand that?" The workman's voice rose another octave, his body leaning forward. Zhang Debiao's shoulders drew in tighter, his head sinking lower still. His lips moved, forming indistinct syllables. He could not tell whether he was whispering, "I'm sorry," or "I didn't." The young woman behind the workman jerked her head up. Her voice cracked with the raw tension of months of suppressed fury. "You killed Old Su. You bastard." She lunged forward from her crouch as though to throw herself at him, but a man beside her grabbed her arm and held her back. The man was older, his hair streaked with gray. Without drawing attention, Wang Lucan trained his rifle on the woman. "Enough. Stop. He's dead. It doesn't matter what you say now." The older man's voice was quiet but steady. He glanced from Huang Yu's weapon to Zhang Debiao kneeling on the ground. "Are you military?" He lifted his gaze to meet Huang Yu's. "Did you come to rescue us?" "We're not the military, and we're not a rescue team." Huang Yu looked at the gray-haired man, his gun still raised, but his tone slightly softer than before. "We're a joint national defense chemical emergency response team on a reconnaissance mission. We happened to see the SOS signal you laid out on the rooftop and came to check the situation." The gray-haired man fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded without pressing further. The man in work clothes held his hands behind his head, fingers gripping his own hair until his knuckles turned white from the strain. Huang Yu pressed the walkie-talkie. "Blake, rooftop situation is under control." Blake interrupted him. "Lieutenant, cutting in. The horde on the ground around the building is converging toward this structure. They're moving fast. At this rate, the area below will be completely surrounded in about 10 minutes. Lieutenant, we need to move." Huang Yu released the walkie-talkie and walked to the edge of the roof, looking down. He could see those gray streams shifting directions, surging toward the building from all sides. The horde below is gathering. Huang Yu turned back to the people crouching on the ground. "We have to leave. This building will be completely surrounded soon. Do you have any other safe place to go?" The gray-haired man gave a bitter smile. "All 14 floors downstairs are our safe house. We've sealed the stairwells and locked every fire door on each level. The rooftop was our last escape route. Before you arrived this afternoon, we'd already agreed that if no one came, we'd jump from the roof." Huang Yu fell silent, glancing sideways at Wang Lucan. Wang Lucan nodded. "I'm in, go tie up everyone." Zhao Iman pulled a plastic zip tie from his tactical vest and moved behind the work-clothes man. The zip tie snapped tight with a click and the man grunted but made no resistance. Then came the young woman. She extended her wrists together and stared at the lens of Zhao Iman's gas mask for 2 seconds. Her lips moved as though she wanted to say something, but in the end she only managed gently. Zhao Iman was indeed gentler, far lighter than when he'd cuffed Zhang Debiao. Next came the gray-haired man and several other men and women, the zip ties clicking in rapid succession. After everyone was secured, Zhao Iman straightened up and surveyed the 2 rows of people crouching on the ground. A question suddenly struck him. He looked at the gray-haired man. "Excuse me, is there anyone else upstairs? Apart from your 7 plus Zhang Debiao makes 8. Is there anyone else?" The gray-haired man lifted his head. "No one. We're the only ones left in this entire building." "All right. Bring everyone onto the helicopter," Huang Yu said. Zhao Iman shifted his rifle to his left hand and grabbed Zhang Debiao's zip tie with his right, hauling him up from the ground and escorting him toward the aircraft bay. Wang Luqian was escorting the work-clothes man and the gray-haired man, both cooperative. The young woman followed behind with her hands bound behind her back, the fire axe still lying on the ground where she had been kneeling. She glanced down at the axe, her lips moving as if about to speak, then turned and followed the others into the helicopter cabin. Zhao Iman seated everyone one by one in the rear folding seats of the cabin, securing all the safety straps. Some kept their heads bowed, others closed their eyes, and one person muttered under his breath over the roar of the rotors, "Fuck, first time I've ever been in a helicopter in my life." "Is there anyone else?" "Confirm no one's upstairs." Zhao Iman stood at the cabin door and shouted back inside. "No one." The work-clothes man shouted back as well. "I told you already. All 8 of us are here." Zhao Iman yanked the cabin door shut. "Take off." Blake's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Copy, taking off." The rotor speed surged from idle to takeoff power within seconds, and the Black Hawk lifted sharply upward the rooftop's cement ground, receding rapidly beneath the landing gear. The SOS sign made from bedsheets was torn at one corner by the downwash, the white fabric flailing frantically in the wind whipped up by the rotors before the entire sheet was lifted and swept into the drainage ditch at the edge of the rooftop. Blake pitched the nose down slightly, and the Black Hawk glided out from the rooftop edge at a slight tilt like an eagle leaping from a cliff. Zhao Iman stood by the cabin door, one hand gripping the handrail above the doorframe, the other holding a rangefinder up to her goggles as she looked down. The streets below were completely different from what he had seen minutes earlier. Those gray streams were no longer flowing slowly. They were accelerating, surging forth from every alley and every building's doorway, converging around this residential tower. Looking down from the air directly beneath the building, they were so densely packed that the ground's color was no longer visible. "Good thing we left quickly." Zhao Iman lowered the rangefinder. "If we delayed 2 more minutes, there'd hardly be any room to stand downstairs. There would have been a stampede for sure." In the cabin, 8 people who had just been brought up were crammed into the folding seats at the rear. The man in work clothes sat closest to the cabin door, his head resting against the wall, eyes closed, lips moving continuously. Whether praying or cursing, it was impossible to tell. Beside him sat a young woman, blinking hard, as if adjusting to the dim light inside the cabin. The gray-haired man sat at the very back, his spine straight, gaze fixed ahead, expression calm. But his breathing betrayed him, his chest rising and falling far faster than normal. Zhang Debiao sat in the farthest corner on the other side, his hands bound behind his back, head bowed, so low his chin nearly touched his chest. His lips moved constantly without sound, as if talking to himself or praying. From the moment he boarded until now, he hadn't dared meet anyone's gaze. Huang Yu held onto the overhead handrail with one hand to steady himself. He walked to the front of the rear seats and spoke to the man in work clothes sitting on the outside, his voice rising above the noise of the rotors and engine. "You lot. What are your names? How long have you been in this building? What were your identities before? Take turns starting with you." His gaze fell on the man in work clothes. The man opened his eyes. Bloodshot veins covered his eyeballs. He looked at Huang Yu's gas mask, his throat bobbing. "Zhou Dekai, machine repair worker at Jiangnan Textile Factory. I've been in this building." He paused, glancing at the gray-haired man beside him. "I don't keep track of days, old Sue. When did we come up?" "January 9th. The gray-haired man answered for him. The Jiangnan Textile Factory had the most people. After the factory was sealed, we broke out and were guided by the military to this residential area. When the military withdrew, we sealed off from the 1st floor to the 14th floor, by floor finally reaching the rooftop. We started with over 30 people, but fewer and fewer remained. Some ran away, some died, and some opened the door and never came back. Now only 8 of us are left." Huang Yu turned his gaze to him. The gray-haired man understood the look and sat up slightly straighter. "Su Songshi, Deputy Section Chief of the Warehousing Department at Jiangnan City Grain Bureau. On January 7th, the grain bureau was burned. I let a few people out and encountered Zhou Dekai and them on Jiangnan Avenue, and we were all guided here together." The young woman spoke before Huang Yu could ask her. Her voice sounded thin against the cabin noise, but every word was enunciated clearly. "He Shoshio Warrender operator at Jiangnan Textile Factory in Master Zhou's workshop." She tilted her head slightly, indicating she was the one beside Zhou Dekai. 5 of us came out from our workshop, and now I'm the only one left." Her eye sockets were still red, but her tears had dried. After saying this, she fell silent, turning her head toward the cabin door and gazing at the city skyline rushing past the porthole window. The next few people gave their names in rapid succession as if racing against time. Li Chuanxing, security worker at Jiangnan Textile Factory. Wang Dayong, porter and temporary worker at the textile factory. Gu Minmin, cook at the textile factory cafeteria. Zhao Lao Si, the factory gatekeeper. Each fell silent after speaking, leaving only the engine's roar and the dull rhythm of the rotors beating the air. The last to speak was Zhang Debiao. His voice was so quiet that Huang Yu had to lean forward slightly to hear him. "Zhang Debiao. I'm a freight driver." He raised his head, glanced at Huang Yu, then immediately lowered it again. "I didn't originally live in this building. I climbed in from outside after the military withdrew. They said I was an outsider and never really trusted me." "What?" Zhao Iman turned her head from the cabin door. Zhang Debiao didn't answer. Zhou Dekai answered for him. "They were wondering if he'd abandon us and run." Huang Yu didn't press further. He released the overhead handrail, straightened up, and swept his gaze across the 8 faces in the cabin. For months of siege had left not only emaciation and grime on them, but something deeper, as if part of their souls had been flattened then reinflated into an abnormal shape. Jiangnan University. Does anyone here know the way? Su Songshi raised his head. The main campus of Jiangnan University is in the eastern part of the city across the river near the Ring Expressway. It's about 10+ kilometers from our area. By car, take Binjiang Road eastward. After crossing the river bridge, turn left at the 3rd traffic light, and go straight to the end. He paused. But Binjiang Road is full of abandoned vehicles, and the river bridge is blocked. Can't get through on the ground. East of the city. Huang Yu pressed the walkie-talkie relaying Su Songshi's directions to Blake, then released it, and looked back at Su Songshi. You've been holed up in this building for 4 months. Haven't you seen any other survivors? Aside from yourselves, has no one else been active in this area? Su Songshi shook his head. Never seen any. We can't pick up broadcasts anymore either. We only had one radio, and it died long ago. Haven't heard any military news since February. We laid out an SOS on the rooftop. He Xiao suddenly spoke, her voice even softer than before. We kept it up for 2 months, and someone went up to check every day. When you flew over today, I thought it was a dream. She turned her head back, looking at Huang Yu. There was a ring of bloodshot veins around her eyeballs, but her pupils were normally black. Huang Yu looked at her, but said nothing. When the Black Hawk flew over the river, the rotor's downwash pressed a vast ripple across the gray water. The river bridge loomed ahead, its surface densely packed with abandoned vehicles. Several had been burned down to their frames, and over 10 meters of the guardrail had been smashed with broken steel cables dangling over the river, swaying in the wind. Zombies could also be seen on the bridge, each lowering its head and shuffling slowly between the wrecked cars. At the sound of the rotors, they raised their heads, in unison, gray-white faces turning toward the sky. Blake's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Lieutenant Jiangnan University is ahead. The nose of the Black Hawk lifted slightly as it skimmed over the Jiang Bridge. Zhao Aiman pulled open the left side cabin door. The moment the wind rushed in, everyone in the cabin instinctively hunched their necks. The air carried the characteristic dryness and chill of high altitude. The safety rope stretched taut behind his waist. He raised the rangefinder to his goggles and peered in the direction the Black Hawk was heading. On the distant horizon, a cluster of gray buildings emerged from the ruins of the city. What first caught his eye was not the teaching buildings or the playground, but a wall. A dark gray concrete perimeter wall rose from the edge of the building complex, enclosing the entire campus tightly. The wall was at least 4 meters high, topped with barbed wire. Tattered cloth strips and plastic bags hung on the wire, rustling noisily in the wind. Outside the wall were the typical 6-story residential buildings and street-side shops of Jiangnan City. Inside were neatly arranged red brick buildings and stretches of greenery. The contrast between the two sides was so stark that it seemed as if someone had drawn a line in the east of the city. On this side, the ruins of the apocalypse, on the other, an isolated island enclosed by a high wall. Is this a university? Zhao Aiman lowered the rangefinder from her eyes, then raised it again, checking twice. Why is the wall so high, eh? Huang Yu walked over from the cockpit, one hand gripping the overhead handrail, the other handing a tactical panel to Zhao Aiman. On the panel was the aerial view of the campus, just synced by Blake. From above, the outline of Jiangnan University's main campus resembled an irregular rectangle approximately 800 meters from east to west and 500 meters from north to south, covering about 40 hectares. The entire campus was encircled by a gray concrete wall 4 meters high, topped with barbed wire and several rusted surveillance camera mounts. The school gate was on the south side, an electric sliding door that was closed. 2 dried black bloodstains lay horizontally in front of the gate. Guard posts were set up approximately every 100 meters along the wall, but no one was there. Only a few overturned plastic chairs and a faded raincoat hanging on the railing. The buildings inside the wall were neatly arranged. On the south side near the gate were the administration building and several teaching buildings with red brick walls and white window frames, completely mismatched with the wall style, as if the school had been built first and the wall added later. In the center were the library and the cafeteria. Several panes of the library's glass curtain wall were shattered, and a few overturned bicycles lay at the cafeteria entrance. The north side was the dormitory area with 6 six-story dormitory buildings forming 2 triangular courtyards. On the rooftops, several quilts that had not been taken in were bleached gray by 4 months of wind and rain. In the center of the campus was a standard athletic track field. The red rubber track had faded to white, and the football field was overgrown with knee-high weeds, among which lay a few overturned hurdle frames. But what caught Huang Yu's attention most was not the wall or the buildings, but the signs of activity within the campus. He superimposed the thermal imaging layer, and the screen immediately displayed dense heat source markers. In the south teaching buildings, there were over a dozen heads poking out, near the library windows 7 or 8. The dormitory area had the most, with at least 100 high-temperature heat sources scattered, some moving, some stationary. The cafeteria next to the track field also had dozens of heat sources gathered near the windows on the first floor, as if queuing or sitting in a circle. Rough estimates indicated at least 300 to 400 living people throughout the entire campus. This was not an abandoned, empty campus. It was an organized, large-scale shelter. There are people quite a lot. Huang Yu zoomed in on the thermal imaging image, drawing a circle with his finger between the north dormitory area and the cafeteria. They're everywhere. These people might have survived here for 4 months, and they seem more organized than those in the municipal government building. At least they still have people queuing in the cafeteria. He turned off the tactical panel and pressed the radio. Buellake circle around the campus once. Maintain altitude, don't descend. The Blackhawk's fuselage tilted slightly as it began to circle the perimeter of the campus in a counterclockwise pattern. The roar of the rotors echoed above the walls, and those tattered strips of cloth and plastic bags on top of the wall were whipped wildly by the air current. A few overturned plastic chairs were blown down from the sentry tower, rolling across the cement ground at the base of the wall. Inside the cabin, Zhao Aiman aimed a rangefinder at the cluster of buildings on the inner side of the wall, scanning them one by one from south to north. He suddenly spotted someone taking photos of them with a mobile phone. A mobile phone? It had been 4 months. Was there really someone here who could charge a phone? The dormitory area was the liveliest, with several people hanging sheets on clotheslines between the 6 dorm buildings. When the helicopter flew overhead, they stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, with some raising their arms to wave. A line of roughly 20 people stretched out in front of the cafeteria, some carrying lunchboxes, others chatting with the person ahead. At the back of the queue, someone in blue clothing stood on tiptoe to peer forward, seemingly wondering where that white helicopter in the sky had come from. They're actually still lining up for meals. What the hell is this? Zhao Aiman pointed the rangefinder at the cafeteria entrance and zoomed in on the image. 4 months, and the cafeteria is still operating. The level of organization at this shelter is higher than we imagined. Not only do they have electricity, but also a cafeteria and walls. This doesn't look like a group of survivors throwing something together temporarily. It looks more like someone planned this from the very beginning. Didn't Su Songshir say the army guided them to the residential area? Huang Yu stood beside him, one hand gripping the handrail on the cabin door frame. This wall was probably built by the same military unit. They likely used engineering equipment to construct a concrete wall around the university before evacuating, then guided nearby survivors inside. Once the wall was complete and people were secured, the military withdrew. He released the handrail and walked over to the cockpit, pressing the intercom. In the rear of the cabin, Zhou Datsai and Su Songshir were looking down through the porthole window. Zhou Datsai's eyes were wide open. He Xiao pressed her face against the window glass, her lips slightly parted. Zhang Debiao also raised his head, watching the people hanging sheets on the clothesline outside, then lowered it again, his hands clenched behind his back with white knuckles. Black. Huang Yu's voice was steady. Is there a place where we can land? Black's voice came back after a few seconds. Lieutenant, the playground on campus is available, but the plastic track has a soft base and the helicopter risks sinking if it lands with a full load. About 200 meters southwest outside the school is a middle school with a standard track field. The runway is hardened, surrounded by no high-rise buildings blocking the view, making it suitable for landing. It takes about 3 minutes on foot from there to the main gate of Jiangnan University. Then lower to the height, where we can jump out, Huang Yu said. Black's voice came back after 2 seconds. I can descend and hover, but everyone needs to exit the aircraft within 10 seconds. Can do. Huang Yu released the walkie-talkie and turned to face the people in the cabin. 8 survivors who had just been brought aboard were crowded on the rear seats, still buckled in with safety ropes and wrist bindings. Their expressions varied when they heard the word jump. Zhou Datsai's brows furrowed slightly. He Xiao pressed her lips together tightly, and Su Songshir merely nodded. Zhao Aiman was already unfastening his safety rope. He stuffed the rangefinder back into the side pocket of his tactical vest, stood up, and walked to the cabin door, placing one foot on the landing gear support bar and looking down. This is much easier than descending cliffs with the geological team. He turned around and held up one finger to the people in the back row. One at a time, don't push. Once you jump, run immediately to the edge of the playground. Don't stand at the landing spot. If the rotor blades hit you, no one will be able to save you in time. Now let me cut these bindings off you first. He drew his dagger and freed the group. The Black Hawk began its descent. The fuselage trembled slightly as it descended, and the downwash from the rotors sent months of accumulated dust and dead grass swirling across the middle school playground. The gray plastic runway looked like some rough lunar surface with the white markings barely visible beneath layers of dust. At the center of the playground was a dried-up fountain with several rusted bicycles and an overturned trash can lying at the bottom. Along the edge of the runway were rows of horizontal bars, and a faded school uniform jacket hung on one of them. No one knew who had left it there or when, but its sleeves whipped wildly in the air current. The Black Hawk hovered above the runway like a massive white falcon, its wings slowly beating overhead, casting a shadow that quivered gently on the plastic surface. Wang Luqin jumped down, and when his combat boots landed on the track, a dull scrape echoed as a small patch of anti-slip granules was scuffed off the surface. He took a few steps forward to clear the landing zone, scanning the surroundings of the playground. Glancing back, he saw the Black Hawk hovering 2 or 3 meters above the track. At the cabin door, Zhao Aiman crouched, pulling Zhou Datsai, whose straps had just been cut, toward the opening. Zhou Datsai's landing was clumsy. His left foot hit first, then he staggered on his right leg, stumbling forward several steps before regaining balance. One by one, the people in the cabin jumped down. The last was Zhang Debiao, who hesitated at the door for a few seconds before being shoved from behind by Zhao Aiman. Then Zhao Aiman and Huang Yu leaped down last. After landing, Zhao Iman turned and gave a thumbs up toward the Black Hawk's cockpit. Blake returned the gesture. The helicopter's nose tilted slightly, the rotor's roar shifting pitch, and the craft rose smoothly, flying away from the campus. The sound of the rotors faded. Suddenly the playground fell silent, so quiet that the rustle of weeds on the football field could be heard in the wind. Then another sound came from the entrance of the playground: footsteps, more than one person, approaching rapidly. Wang Luken turned around. He saw the iron gate at the playground entrance being pushed open from the outside. Four people in dark blue uniforms entered. Their jackets were zippered with a shield-shaped badge on the left chest. The leader was a tall man about 35 or 36 with an old scar running from his brow to his cheekbone. He carried only a baton. Of the three behind him, two carried riot shields printed with the words Jiangnan University and the school emblem, while the third held a set of keys, the jingling mingling with their footsteps. The tall man stopped about 5 meters from Wang Luken. "We are from the Jiangnan University Security Department. Which unit are you from?" He looked at Wang Luchen's rifle and gas mask, then at Huang Yu and Zhao Iman standing on the track. His fingers tightened around the baton, betraying his tension. "Are you here to deliver supplies?" He paused, his gaze falling on the UN armband on Huang Yu's chest. His Adam's apple bobbed. "Or are you rescue?" "Neither." Wang Luchen's voice came through the membrane of his gas mask as he cradled his rifle. "We are a decontamination emergency response unit from the United Nations on a reconnaissance mission. We made a temporary landing. We need to see your leader immediately." The tall man stared at the lenses of Wang Luchen's mask for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded. He turned and whispered something to one of the shield bearers behind him, who then ran toward the canteen, the jingling of keys fading into the distance. In less than 10 minutes, a group of people approached from the direction of the canteen. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a white shirt, sleeves rolled to his elbows, the hem tucked into his trousers. The shirt was slightly wrinkled, but compared to the ragged clothes of Zhou Ditsai and the others, it was quite neat. Behind him followed 2 security officers, and then several ordinary survivors carrying lunch boxes, clearly just coming from the canteen, their faces marked with curiosity and hope. After approaching, the man in the white shirt first glanced at Wang Luchen, then at Huang Yu and Zhao Iman standing on the runway, and finally swept his gaze over the 8 people who had just been escorted down from the helicopter. Their clothes were filthy and tattered, and red marks from freshly cut restraints still lingered on their wrists. He furrowed his brow slightly, then turned his attention back to Wang Luchen, who stood at the forefront. Wang Luchen's rank insignia, a second lieutenant, was fastened to the shoulder strap of his tactical vest. "I'm Director Lin from the Emergency Management Office of Jiangnan University, Lin Qichuan. What should I call you, Second Lieutenant?" He extended his hand, his gesture natural, as if he hadn't spent 4 months in the apocalypse. "Which unit are you from?" Wang Luken did not take his hand. "Joint National Defense Chemical Defense Emergency Response Unit, Second Lieutenant Wang Luken. Our captain is in the back." He tilted his head, indicating that Huang Yu, standing on the runway, was the one in charge. Lin Qichuan followed his gaze. Huang Yu walked over with Zhao Iman trailing slightly behind and to the side. Zhao Iman was tilting his head, observing the growing crowd gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria. Huang Yu stopped in front of Lin Qichuan. "Joint National Defense Chemical Defense Emergency Response Unit, Lieutenant Huang Yu. We are conducting a pandemic assessment mission for Jiangnan Province. During reconnaissance, our helicopter detected a concentration of survivors on your campus and made a temporary landing. We need to understand the basic situation on campus: population, supplies, fortifications, and infection distribution. Providing such information would assist our subsequent assessment and potential resource allocation." Lin Qichuan stared at the lenses of Huang Yu's gas mask, silent for 2 seconds. Joint National Defense Chemical Defense Emergency Response Unit. This name did not match any of his expectations. Not the military, not a liaison sent by the government. "Lieutenant, I can provide the information you need, but please allow me to arrange for these survivors to be settled first." He turned and gave a few instructions to a man in a police uniform behind him. The man nodded and walked toward Zhou Ditsai and the others. Xiaoxiao was squatting on the ground, rubbing her wrists. Seeing someone approach, she stood up and brushed the dust off her skirt. Zhou Ditsai was already asking a student carrying a lunchbox what the cafeteria was serving tonight. Su Songshir stood at the edge of the runway, his back straight, watching Lin Qichuan and Huang Yu with a calm expression. Only Zhang Debiao was huddled at the very back of the crowd, head down, not daring to look at anyone. Lin Qichuan turned back to Huang Yu. "Let's talk while we walk, Lieutenant." He made a please gesture and turned toward the entrance of the sports field. Huang Yu walked on his left. Zhao Iman and Wang Luken remained at the rear of the group. Outside the iron gate of the sports field was a north-south main campus road paved with cement bricks, with a few tufts of withered weeds sprouting from the gaps. Plane trees lined both sides of the road, their canopies intertwining overhead to form a green tunnel. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. On the bark of several trees, someone had written in chalk, "Cafeteria to the north, infirmary on the first floor of the administration building, and please keep quiet." The handwriting varied clearly from different periods. The earliest traces had been blurred by rain, but the newest line, "Please keep quiet," had a heavy underline beneath it pressed with considerable force. "Director Lin," Huang Yu began. "How many people are currently on campus?" "As of now, 447 are registered." Lin Qichuan answered without hesitation the number exact to the single digit, as if reciting data he had repeated many times. Among them 310 students, 50 faculty members, and 87 people who took refuge from outside the campus. The oldest is 74, the youngest is 4 months old, born in a dormitory in early January to a female comrade who had sought refuge off campus. Every morning we conduct a head count at the cafeteria based on the breakfast registration form. Huang Yu recorded this information one by one in his system's memo, then pressed further. What about supplies? The cafeteria is still running. How are you sustaining it? From the university's cafeteria reserves. Jiangnan University has 4 cafeterias normally serving meals for 200 staff and students. At full capacity they could last a month. Now with fewer people and rationing we can stretch it for over a year. We also have our own deep well and backup generators. The diesel reserves should last about 3 more months. The infirmary has some basic medications, but antibiotics and chronic disease drugs are almost depleted. He paused. All of this was planned with the help of the military before they withdrew. Huang Yu nodded. As they passed the library, a few students were walking out of the side entrance carrying books. A young woman was holding a stack of thick textbooks. When she saw Huang Yu and Zhao Iman's hazmat suits, she froze for a moment, then nudged her classmate with her elbow and whispered something. The male student beside her turned around, stared for a few seconds, adjusted his glasses, then continued walking. After a few steps he looked back again. Zhao Iman waved at them. The girl hesitated, then raised her hand and waved back before pulling her friend and quickly walking into the dormitory area. Huang Yu shifted his gaze from the library's glass curtain wall to Lin Qichuan. Jin Xiaoxiao, do you know her? A female, probably in her early 20s. Before we evacuated, we met an officer on the highway. He asked us to help find his sister. Lin Qichuan's footsteps faltered. He turned to look at Huang Yu, paused, then spoke. She is the head of our student volunteer group. When the outbreak began in January, she didn't leave campus. She stayed to help maintain order. After the military withdrew, she has been helping with registration and bookkeeping at the cafeteria. He turned and pointed toward the cafeteria. She should be there now preparing today's lunch. Which highway did you meet her brother on? On a provincial road, Huang Yu said. He asked me to tell her that he is still alive. Lin Qichuan was silent for a moment, then nodded. I'll arrange for someone to inform her. She should be in the cafeteria's kitchen. It's the busy time now. He called over a passing student and gave a brief instruction. The student nodded and ran toward the cafeteria. Lin Qichuan turned back and continued walking, his pace slightly quicker than before. The main campus road curved ahead, skirting a dried-up fountain pool. Several students were sitting by the pool chatting, and they fell silent as Lin Qichuan approached with 3 fully armed figures. A male student rose from the poolside, clutching a dog-eared copy of University Physics. His mouth opened and closed, and his gaze followed Huang Yu's gas mask all the way to the corner. Huang Yu did not look at him. Tell me about this wall. He gestured toward the enclosing wall on the right. From the main road, one could see simple sentry posts built from steel pipes and wooden planks spaced along the inner side of the wall. Though unmanned, each post held a thermos and a folding stool, its legs fastened to the pipes with wire. A handwritten duty roster was still taped to the wood of one sentry post, the paper rain-soaked, its characters blurred into a patch of blue ink. The military built it. They encircled the entire campus within 48 hours, a 4-meter-high wall of prefabricated concrete panels with foundations driven nearly 2 meters deep. The main gate is a sliding electric door with 2 emergency exits on the south and north sides, all chained and padlocked with keys kept at the security office. Lin Qichuan walked to the wall and reached out to pat the panel surface. The concrete was rough, a fingernail scraped off a tiny flake of dust. The joints between the panels were sealed with caulk, but several strips had aged and cracked, and the gaps were stuffed with cloth scraps of unknown origin. After the military withdrew, we reinforced the top of the wall with barbed wire and checked every few days for anyone trying to climb over. No incidents for over 2 months now. People still want to leave. Zhao Iman chimed in from behind. Then she crouched by the wall, studying a piece of concrete embedded in a panel, pressing and releasing her finger as if conducting some geological stress test. If they feel the distribution is unfair, they naturally want to try their luck outside. Lin Qichuan's tone was flat. We've dealt with more than a dozen climbing incidents. At first it was the newly arrived refugees from outside the campus. After we adjusted the dormitory assignments, the incidents dropped. But we still can't stop everyone who wants to leave, so we set up a registration form at the security office. Anyone who climbs out and then returns must spend 24 hours in the isolation room and can only go back to the dorm after being confirmed free of infection. Isolation room? Huang Yu asked. First floor of the administration building. It used to be the mail room. We cleared it out, put in 4 camp beds and an independent bathroom. During isolation, the medical office checks temperature and body wounds. No fever or coma within 24 hours, and they're released. This protocol was left by the military before they left, and we've been following it ever since. No problems. As he finished, Lin Qichuan ran a hand through his hair. The sentry posts on the inner side of the wall passed by one after another. No one was stationed on them, but the row of empty posts itself felt like a kind of order. Wang Luqin walked at the outermost edge of the group, his rifle cradled in his arms. Every few seconds his gaze swept through the gaps between the wall top and the posts. He never said a word from beginning to end, but his very presence was a silent pressure that kept the students watching from the roadside from coming too close. Zhao Aiman followed behind, idly fidgeting with a chip of concrete he had pried off a panel. He stuffed the chip into the side pocket of his tactical vest, probably another one of his eccentric geological sample-collecting impulses. 400 people surviving peacefully for so long, Huang Yu said. That's not easy. Yeah. Lin Qichuan rolled up the sleeve of his white shirt, revealing a healed knife scar on his forearm. The wound wasn't deep, but the scar was long, stretching from the inside of his wrist to just below the elbow. Its color was lighter than the surrounding skin, gleaming with a thin, waxy luster in the sunlight. We had one serious incident after the quarantine zone was established. Huang Yu stopped walking. He noticed that Lin Qichuan didn't pause while saying this, as if the topic were a slope. Once started, it couldn't stop, or it would never be able to climb up again. Lin Qichuan continued walking, his silhouette flickering between the shade of the plane trees and the sunlight. The military left in early February. About a week after they left, a group of more than 20 people showed up at the school gate saying they were refugees and wanted to come in. We opened the door. Lin Qichuan passed the fountain and skirted the bicycle shed beside the library. There were several holes in the shed roof, and sunlight leaked through them, casting irregular circles of light on the ground. A shared bicycle lay on its side in the grass outside the shed, its seat sun-bleached and peeling, revealing yellow foam underneath, its edges gnawed by rats. But they didn't look like refugees. Or at first they were, but they'd been out there so long, and before they came to the school something had happened among them that we didn't know about. The day after they arrived, one of them started running a fever. We put him in the isolation room according to procedure. That night, 2 of his companions broke into the isolation room and dragged him out, saying it was just a cold, and we were making a mountain out of a molehill. They were very agitated, wielding kitchen knives stolen from the cafeteria against our security personnel. I came out to mediate. We argued for about 2 hours, and finally they agreed to send him back to the isolation room, but only if one of their own could stay with him. Lin Qichuan pushed open the side door of the cafeteria, and a gust of hot air mixed with steam and disinfectant rushed out through the gap. The inside of the cafeteria was more spacious than Huang Yu had expected. Rows of stainless steel tables fixed to the floor stretched from the east wall to the west, their surfaces covered with plastic tablecloths that had been washed to a pale, worn state. The serving windows were on the north side. Above them hung a blackboard on which today's menu was written in chalk: lunch, rice, potato, and braised meat, and canned stir-fried greens; out dinner, noodles, tomato sauce with minced meat. The handwriting was neat, each character's finishing stroke carrying a slight upward flick, showing it was written by someone used to writing on a blackboard. Beside the menu was a handwritten notice: please queue for meals. 1 portion per person, no proxy pickup. Please wash your own utensils. Do not occupy the public sinks for more than 3 minutes. The notice was signed Logistics Team and dated 3 days ago. Huang Yu glanced at the line in front of the serving window. 7 or 8 people holding lunchboxes, chatting softly. The person at the end of the line stood on tiptoe to read the blackboard menu, clutching a meal card that had become frayed with use. The very existence of that meal card said one thing: the economic system of this shelter had not collapsed. Someone was still managing accounts, someone was still keeping records, someone was ensuring that every meal was distributed according to the rules. That person's isolation period wasn't over yet. Lin Qichuan's voice pulled him back. The fever got worse. The companion who stayed with him also started running a fever. Both of them fell unconscious in the isolation room. Before we could handle it that night, the others outside went berserk. They broke into the isolation room again, dragged the 2 unconscious people out, and said we weren't treating them. I said we had no fever-reducing medicine. Ibuprofen was long gone, no antibiotics either. All we could do was isolate and observe. They didn't believe me. They thought we were locking people in the mailroom to die. He paused and pushed open the door to the cafeteria kitchen. Inside was a narrow corridor with a dishwashing room and a storage room on either side. The floor tiles were covered with anti-slip plastic mats, some with holes in them. At the end of the corridor, a faded fire evacuation map was posted on the wall, its red arrows bleached to a pale pink by the sun. In the end, one person, after getting a fever again, ran out of the isolation room on his own, went to the dormitory area, and knocked on every door, saying we had imprisoned him, that we were using live people for experiments. He knocked on more than a dozen doors, all belonging to the external refugees. Those people never trusted us to begin with. They thought we faculty had kept the best dorms for ourselves, and given them the leftovers. Now someone was knocking on their doors saying we were doing experiments on live people, and they believed it. When you've been in that position, hungry too long, scared too long, you'll believe any answer that helps explain your situation. Huang Yu did not respond. His consciousness was rapidly recording a string of keywords in the system's memo. Lin Qichuan pushed open a fire door at the end of the corridor, and sunlight suddenly flooded in, making eyes sting. Outside the fire door was a small yard behind the cafeteria, about 30 square meters, enclosed by the cafeteria walls and a boundary wall. In the yard were several blue plastic barrels and an upturned long-handled mop. In the corner grew a crooked jujube tree with a thoroughly dried towel hanging from its trunk, the sun having turned it stiff as cardboard. There was a person in the yard. He stood under the jujube tree, his back to the fire door, holding an enamel mug as he drank from it. He wore an old military jacket with the epaulets removed, a dark green patch sewn on the elbow with fine stitches. The left leg of his trousers was rolled up above the knee, revealing an old scar that ran from the ankle to just below the knee. its surface uneven as if torn by something irregular. Hearing the door open, he turned around. He was in his 40s with a crew cut and hair already touched with gray. His eyes held the calm of long weathering. Not sharp, but heavy as if pressed down by something for many years and settled deep in their sockets. He looked at Lin Qichuan, then at the three unfamiliar faces. He didn't tense up, he just gave a slight nod. Old Fan, Lin Qichuan said. These friends are from the United Nations. The man called Old Fan placed his enamel mug on a plastic stool under the jujube tree, then stood straight. The decisiveness revealed was unmistakably military. Even with the epaulets gone, even with the patched elbow on that old jacket, his stance was like a boundary marker that had been washed by rain for a long time. Faded but standing firm. Fan Guan, former engineer platoon leader, direct engineer battalion, Jiangnan military region. In late January, I entered Jiangnan city with the troops ordered to build the Jiangnan University safe zone wall. In early February, when the forces withdrew, I received orders to stay with one squad to maintain the defensive fortifications. Currently 4 of us remain. The other 3, one with a leg amputation, the other 2 still combat capable. His voice carried no emotion, as if reciting a mission brief he had repeated countless times. Huang Yu looked at him. A man surviving alone for 4 months in the apocalypse with no superiors, no supplies, only 3 soldiers under his command. Huang Yu did not press, he just nodded, and replied in the same formal tone as Fan Guan. United Nations Emergency Decontamination Unit, Lieutenant Huang Yu. Platoon Leader Fan, what is the specific scope of your mission during the stay-behind period? Maintain the structural integrity of the enclosing wall, repair damage from explosions and impacts, regularly clear infected individuals within 50 meters outside the wall until higher authorities send a replacement. The wall has suffered 14 structural damages, all repaired. Currently, the overall stability of the wall is intact with no weak points that could be breached. Fan Guan's tone remained steady throughout, but when he said the words weak points, his voice dropped half a note, as if the phrase itself needed greater weight to be grounded. Lieutenant, I have a request. His gaze passed over Huang Yu's shoulder and settled on the rusty fire hydrant hanging on the cafeteria's outer wall. The water in the enamel mug trembled slightly under the shade of the jujube tree sunlight, filtering through the leaves and casting tiny flecks on the surface. Go ahead. I want to know if there is still rescue and supplies coming. Huang Yu did not reply immediately. He looked into Fan Guan's eyes. There was no expectation, no pleading in those eyes. Only a focus that had been forced to endure for 4 months. This man was not requesting rescue for himself. He was guarding a wall for a superior who no longer existed. He guarded until only 3 of his men remained, until he himself no longer knew how much longer he could hold. Then finally someone who looked like a superior arrived. What he asked was not, what should I do, but can my mission still continue? Yes. Fan Guan's expression showed no change, but his fingers around the enamel mug tightened slightly. The remaining half mug of water swayed, the light on its surface shattering and then gathering again. Lin Qichuan stood nearby, lowering his hands from the cuffs of his white shirt without interrupting. Platoon Leader Fan. Huang Yu continued. Our mission is to establish a temporary safe zone at Jiangnan University, set up medical points, and supply distribution stations, and shelter and protect survivors in this area. If you are willing to continue the original stay-behind mission from today, your squad will be under my command. If not, you may choose to be relieved of the mission and instead be responsible for the resettlement of civilians within the safe zone. The choice is yours. Fan Guan was silent for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, he did not look at Huang Yu, but instead turned to glance at the dry towel hanging on the jujube tree. The towel swayed gently in the breeze like a faded flag. Then he turned back, heels together, right hand raised to his brow. Platoon Leader Fan Guan of the Engineer Platoon, directly under the Jiangnan Military Region's Engineer Battalion, leading a squad of 4, requests to return to duty. Please give orders, Lieutenant. Huang Yu returned a military salute. His movement was not as standard as Fan Guan's. The palm of his right hand remained at his brow, half a second shorter than the regulation. But under this jujube tree, the weight of this salute was self-evident. Platoon Leader Fan, where is your squad now? On the first floor of the library. We have turned the reading room into a temporary barracks for easy wall patrol and quick response. Fan Guan lowered his right hand, but his body remained at attention, eyes straight ahead. I'll take you there. Huang Yu nodded. Fan Guan bent down to pick up the enamel mug under the jujube tree, drank the remaining half mug in one gulp, placed the mug upside down on the plastic stool, turned, and pushed open the fire door. There was a slight drag in his left leg as he stepped. The old scar extending from ankle to knee glowed a dark red in the sunlight. The muscles around the scar formed a shallow depression, each step reminding him of what this leg had been through. But his walking speed was no slower than anyone else's. They passed through the corridor behind the cafeteria kitchen. In the dishwashing room, an older woman was stacking cleaned lunchboxes on the drying rack. Seeing Fan Guan leading 3 fully armed men past, the steel wool in her hand froze in midair, her mouth opened then closed. Fan Guan gave her a slight nod, and she resumed scrubbing the pot, but her eyes followed their backs until they turned the corner. In the cafeteria hall, the meal line was still forming. The chef behind the window poked his head out for a glance, then clanged his spatula against the edge of the iron pot, twice urging the student at the front to order quickly. That student standing on tiptoe to stare at Huang Yu's gas mask was startled by the clang and hurriedly said potatoes, braised pork. His lunchbox nearly fell into the vegetable basin. Exiting the main entrance of the cafeteria, sunlight hit their faces again. The library was southeast of the cafeteria, separated by an abandoned flower bed. The roses in the bed had long withered and most of the dry branches had been cut off, leaving a few crooked ones pointing skyward. Several tiles along the edge of the flower bed had been pried off, exposing the red bricks beneath, probably used to patch the wall. The library was a three-story gray building, its exterior covered in faded white tiles. Above the main entrance hung an electronic display screen, long dark, with a handwritten notice taped to its frame. Library, first floor, reading room, temporary barracks, unauthorized personnel, do not enter. The handwriting on the notice was completely different from the menu on the cafeteria blackboard, bold and powerful strokes. Huang Yu glanced at it, then looked at Fan Guan, who was ahead, pushing open the library door. The circulation desk in the library lobby had been pushed against the wall, piled with several stacks of old newspapers tied with plastic string and a few bottles of open disinfectant. In the circular reading area at the center of the lobby, the original positions of sofas and coffee tables had been cleared to make way for a duty desk made of two school desks pushed together. Beside the desk was a folding stool. On it sat a young man in an old military uniform, a well-worn registration book open on his lap. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses with the bridge taped. His uniform sleeves were rolled above his elbows, revealing thin but muscular forearms. His left leg was amputated below the knee, the trouser leg neatly folded and pinned at the thigh. Leaning against the duty desk was a homemade wooden crutch, its handle wrapped in several layers of towel. A towel printed with the words Jiangnan University and a faded school emblem. Sit down. Fan Guan's tone left no room for negotiation. The young man immediately sat back down, but his back was straight. His gaze passed over Fan Guan's shoulder, landing on the hazmat suits and rifles of Huang Yu and his two companions. A flicker of alertness crossed his eyes. Platoon leader Fan, who are these? The young man's voice was slightly hoarse from long lack of communication, but his tone was polite. They're from the UN, here to set up a safe zone. Fan Guan's answer was brief. Xiaozhou, go call old ma and sister Dawn. Xiaozhou picked up the wooden crutch leaning against the table, tucked it under his armpit with practiced ease, and came out from behind the duty desk. His walking posture was off balance, his pace neither fast nor slow. The wooden crutch tapped out a series of even clicks on the library's tiled floor as he headed toward the depths of the reading room. The rubber tip of the crutch had cracks. Each tap left a tiny gray mark on the tiles. Platoon leader Fan. Huang Yu watched Xiaozhou's back disappear behind the bookshelves. Is he one of your men? His name is Zhou Wenjun, a third-year civil engineering student at Jiangnan University Militia Reserve. He volunteered to stay when the military withdrew. He was injured in mid-February. While repairing the wall top, a loose precast concrete slab struck his left lower leg, causing an open fracture with infection. We performed an amputation that night in the school clinic. The surgery was done by a retired chief surgeon from the school hospital who had been rehired. The anesthesia was animal anesthetic we found in the biology lab. He had a high fever for 4 days after the operation, but he pulled through. When Fan Guan said the words pulled through, his Adam's apple moved. Then he added, he is 22 years old. His hometown is a county under Jiangnan City. He hasn't been able to contact his family since the outbreak. Xiaozhou's figure disappeared into the depths of the reading room, the tapping of his wooden cane against the tiles growing fainter, then swallowed by rows of iron bookshelves crammed with books. The library hall fell suddenly quiet. The clock hanging on the wall behind the circulation desk had long since stopped, its hands frozen at 11:07, likely sometime in early January. Huang Yu withdrew his gaze from the clock and turned to Fan Guan. Sergeant Fan, were you also involved in the February incident? I took part in the response. Fan Guan stood beside the duty desk, his tone dropping a degree lower than when he had been reporting the mission scope. That incident was not Director Lin's fault. The first person on the scene was not the police unit, it was me. I lived on the first floor of the library closest to the mailroom. Around 2 that morning, I heard glass shattering, grabbed my flashlight, and ran over. When I arrived, someone had already dragged 2 high-fever patients from their cots into the corridor. The police had not yet arrived when Director Lin came running from his office. He stood in the middle of the corridor, hands empty, while the person opposite him brandished a butcher knife and demanded he hand over the antipyretics. Fan Guan paused here. His gaze drifted past Huang Yu's shoulders, settling on the sun-bleached concrete pavement outside the library's main entrance, as though something in that distance summoned a memory. When I charged in, the armed man turned his head and saw my uniform. He cursed me a deserter. My soldiers were pinned at the other end of the corridor. 3 men, not a single rifle between them. When the unit retreated, they had taken every weapon. The 3 of them blocked the corridor with shovels and riot shields, preventing more people from entering the quarantine zone. We held a standoff with those 20-odd individuals all night long. Both of those patients died that evening. Around 4 in the morning, they drew their last breaths one after another on the corridor floor. Their eye sockets were sunken, pupils dilated, skin ashen gray. About half an hour after they died, I watched with my own eyes as the fingers of one of them twitched, and then his eyes opened. Those were not human eyes. We had no choice but to smash his skull with a shovel. But the people outside, they only saw us kill. That misunderstanding has persisted to this day. Some still believe we used the quarantine as. As Fan Guan finished these words, his right hand unconsciously brushed the old scar on his left trouser leg. It was the sort of gesture one makes instinctively when recalling a painful memory. Huang Yu watched his finger linger on the scar for 2 seconds before letting go. From deep within the library came the sound of a wooden cane striking tiles approaching from afar. Xiao Zhou walked at the forefront, his cane producing a steady rhythmic tapping on the floor. Behind him trailed 2 figures. To Xiao Zhou's left rear walked a middle-aged man in his early 30s dressed in a worn military uniform. He was slightly overweight, the hem of his tunic left untucked the open front, revealing a faded gray thermal shirt beneath. His hair was clipped short, his eyes bright and sharp. In his hand, he carried a military green toolbox, its handle wrapped with several layers of black electrical tape. To Xiao Zhou's right rear walked a woman in her mid-20s, short-haired, wearing an army jacket altered to fit smaller. Her sleeves were rolled past the elbows, exposing strong forearms. Her features. After coming to a halt, Lao Ma set the toolbox down on the floor. The bottom struck the tiles with a dull metallic thud, heavy, suggesting contents far beyond ordinary tools. He straightened and gave Fan Guan a nod, then turned his gaze toward Huang Yu and the others with a hint of curiosity. Dong Jia leaned her shovel against the duty desk, blade down handle resting on the edge, and stood upright. Lao Ma Guoyong, vice squad leader of the engineer first squad, also serving as the demolitions expert. Fan Guan spoke once she had stopped. Dong Chunyan, logistics and medic for the engineer first squad. She was not with our platoon when the unit evacuated. She belonged to the medical company. She volunteered to stay behind. She spent 5 years in the emergency department of a military regional hospital. Wang Luchen's eyes met Dong Chunyan's for a fleeting second before both looked away. The 4 of you, Lao Ma, Dong Jia, Xiao Zhou, and yourself. Zhao Aiman removed her gas mask and hooked it onto her waist belt, studying the group before her. Lao Ma, what's inside that toolbox of yours? Explosives. Lao Ma's voice was surprisingly deep, ill-matched to his build. 6 tubes of TNT, remaining 14 detonators, all inside the toolbox. They were unloaded from the engineering vehicles before the army withdrew. Originally intended to blast open the scrap cars blocking the outer wall, but after 2 uses, higher command ordered us to conserve them. The remainder has been locked in the library's tool cabinet ever since. I inspect them weekly. Double-layered waterproof cloth wrapped around 3 layers of cling film stored at the bottom of the box. As he spoke, his fingers kept absent-mindedly rubbing the handle of the toolbox as though touching some kind of talisman. Do you have subordinates under your command? Huang Yu glanced down, his thumb resting on the rear grip of his pistol. Otherwise the 4 of you soldiers alone would hardly command everyone's respect. Fan Guan did not answer immediately. His gaze lingered for a moment on Huang Yu's hand, moving toward his gun, then shifted away to the sun-bleached cement pavement outside the library's main entrance. Several students were passing by the flower bed carrying lunchboxes, presumably returning from the cafeteria. They did not walk quickly, but their pace noticeably quickened as they passed the library door. The word command obedience doesn't quite apply here. Fan Guan finally spoke, his voice low. Lieutenant, you come from outside and see a wall, a cafeteria, a few hundred people queuing for meals. But what happens inside the wall is far more complex than what lies beyond it. He walked to the duty desk, picked up Xiao Zhou's registration log, and flipped through a few pages. The corners of the log pages were curled from frequent use, each page densely filled with dates, incidents, and outcomes. These 400-odd people include students, faculty, and off-campus refugees. The rift between the 3 groups has existed from day 1. The students believe the school belongs to them. The faculty think the management authority is theirs. The off-campus refugees feel they have nothing. No walls, no cafeteria, no dormitories, while everyone else does. When the army was here, these conflicts were suppressed. Once the army left, they surfaced. He turned the log to a page with a folded corner and pushed it toward Huang Yu. That page read, March 12th, off-campus refugee Li and physics student Zhang quarreled over meal queue order in the cafeteria. Li struck Zhang's brow with a lunch tray, causing injury. 5 roommates of Zhang surrounded Li's dormitory that same evening. The police office intervened, and both parties reached a settlement. Flip another page, March 28th, 3 off-campus refugees climbed over the wall. At dawn the next day, 1 returned alone, the other 2 were missing. The Ritterni claimed they were attacked by infected individuals en route, and the companions, after being bitten, left without waiting. His roommates questioned his account, leading to a physical altercation resulting in 1 minor injury. Cliques. Huang Yu closed the log. Worse than cliques. Fan Guan took the book back and handed it to Xiao Zhou behind him. The student union formed their own self-governing committee at the end of January. At first they helped maintain cafeteria order, then gradually took over dormitory allocation, supply registration, and even dispute mediation. Director Lin tacitly approved. He had no energy to manage the mundane needs of 400 people. Help was always welcome. But the committee consisted entirely of students. No faculty, no off-campus refugees. The refugees felt unrepresented, so they organized their own mutual aid society headed by a man named Lu Chong, the friend of the Li who smashed the tray in the log. The friction between the mutual aid society and the committee has been constant since March. Dormitory disputes, meal queue arguments, and allocation of medical supplies. The faculty are caught in the middle, pleasing neither side. What about the police office? Wang Luqian leaned against the duty desk, rifle cradled in his arms, muzzle pointing down. The police office has only 6 people armed with 4 batons and 2 riot shields. As for Lin Xichuan, Fan Guan paused as if weighing his words. Before the outbreak, he was the deputy director of the Student Affairs Office, an administrative cadre. But on the day the army withdrew, he stepped up voluntarily. Since then he's had some authority here, but it's not absolute. The police office's authority works for cafeteria queues and dormitory assignments, but when it comes to gang confrontations, like the March 12th incident, by the time they arrived the two sides had already grabbed weapons. In the end, old Ma Sister Dong and I had to step in to break it up. They still fear military uniforms. Why? Asked Zhao Aimin. They're afraid the army might return. So as long as a few uniformed soldiers patrol the walls, they can't pretend there's no order here. But lately they've been growing bolder. When Fan Guan said this, old Ma let out a soft snort beside him. Not mocking, but more like a bitter acknowledgement. Just as Huang Yu was about to continue his questioning, a sudden commotion of voices erupted from outside the library. Someone was shouting, someone was arguing, someone was trying to talk over others, but was also being drowned out. The sound came from the main road, growing louder, intermingled with footsteps. Someone yelled, "They're in the library." Another yelled, "Move aside." Someone called a name, but the noise swallowed it, leaving only a vague syllable. He snapped the gas mask from his belt buckle back onto his face, the seal clicking shut. Then he shouldered his rifle, moved to the side of the library's main entrance, pressed his back against the doorframe, and glanced outside. About 20 people, he reported, turning back. The one at the front looks like the leader. Blue work clothes, no weapon, but a few behind him carry mop handles. Director Lin is also in the crowd, apparently trying to stop them. It's Lu Chong. Fan Guan didn't look outside. He recognized the leader just from Zhao Aimin's description. The head of the Mutual Aid Society. He must have heard that the UN representatives have arrived. He's coming to you. Probably to lodge a complaint. Against the police office, against me, against Director Lin. For months, he's been saying that the outside army will return, and when they do, he'll be the first to report the illegal governance here. He paused, looking at Huang Yu. Lieutenant, do you want to see him? Huang Yu clicked the safety off his rifle. The sound rang clearly through the empty room. Let him in. Outside the main entrance of the library, the crowd had already surged to the edge of the flower bed. At the front walked a man in his early 40s wearing a blue work uniform with one button missing from the cuff, revealing the frayed edge of a gray sweater underneath. His hair was cropped short, his sideburns shaved close to the skin. Most striking were the 2 deep nasolabial folds that ran from the sides of his nose all the way to the corners of his mouth. Following him were about 20 people, some in similar work clothes, others in plain attire, gripping mop handles and broomsticks, peering nervously toward the library doors from the rear of the group. They did not look like men coming to fight. They looked like men come to swell their numbers. Tension, excitement, and a certain uncertainty about whether they truly belonged there. Lin Xichuan walked at the very front of the crowd, angling his body as he moved, one arm extended in an attempt to block Lu Chong. His white shirt had pulled free from his trousers at the waist, and his forehead was slick with sweat. Lu Chong, calm down. I've told you. The United Nations people are conducting official discussions with Lieutenant Fan. This isn't the place for your complaints. Go back and I'll relay whatever you have to say. Relay it. Lu Chong showed no sign of stopping. If anything, his pace quickened. Lin Xichuan's outstretched arm was shoved aside by Lu Chong's shoulder, sending him staggering forward and nearly crashing into the concrete bricks bordering the flower bed. How many times have you relayed things? You relayed the dormitory allocation. You relayed the medical supplies issue. We went back and forth, yet we still sleep in 8-person rooms and still wait in line. Nothing has changed. Now outsiders have arrived, and you want me to relay again? No. I'll speak for myself. He reached the main entrance of the library and reached for the glass door. But before his fingers could touch the handle, the door was pulled open from within. Zhao Aimin stood framed in the doorway, a rifle pointed directly at them, the dark lenses of his gas mask fixed squarely on Lu Chong's face. Lu Chong was jolted by the sudden sight. He had not expected the door to be opened by someone so heavily armed, nor had he anticipated that the equipment this person wore looked entirely unlike any military force he had ever seen. His steps halted. The clamor behind him dimmed, even for a moment. Leave your weapons outside. Zhao Aimin's tone was casual, as though discussing something of little consequence, but the muzzle of his rifle lifted an inch or so. Lu Chong glanced back at the people behind him, then turned forward and spread his hands, empty to show he carried nothing. Several men behind him, holding mop handles, hesitated, then leaned their tools against the wall outside the library. One pole slipped, striking the ground with a sharp crack. Seizing the opening, Lin Xichuan squeezed in from the side, positioning himself between Lu Chong and Zhao Aimin. One hand rested on Lu Chong's shoulder, the other braced against the doorframe. Lu Chong, listen to me. Lu Chong did not look at him. His gaze passed over Zhao Aimin's shoulder and settled on Huang Yu standing in the library hall. Huang Yu clicked the safety off, the sound crisp. Let him in. Zhao Aimin stepped aside, clearing the passage. Lu Chong drew a deep breath and crossed the threshold. The people behind him moved to follow, but Zhao Aimin's rifle barrel stopped them. Only him. The rest wait outside. Step back. Someone opened their mouth to argue, but a single look from Lu Chong over his shoulder silenced them. The crowd retreated to the flower bed and crouched in small clusters. Inside the library hall, Lu Chong stood approximately 3 meters from the duty desk. His stance was rigid, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. His eyes first fell on Fan Guan, lingering for a second, then shifted to Huang Yue, then to Wang Luqian, before returning once more to Huang Yu. His Adam's apple bobbed. Then he spoke. His voice was a full tone lower than when he had been shouting outside. As though the moment he crossed that threshold, something heavy pressing on his chest had finally sunk down, settling into a register where it could be heard without raising his voice. Sir, my name is Lu Chong. He paused mid-sentence. His lips were cracked and dry, but he did not lick them, as if restraining himself from words far more volatile. I'm not here to cause trouble, and I'm not here to file a complaint. I'm here for an answer. You are United Nations personnel. You speak with authority, and they will listen. As he delivered these final words, his gaze shifted from Huang Yu to Fan Guan. Fan Guan stood beside the duty desk, his enamel mug empty in his hand. He did not set it down. Instead, he slowly rotated it within his palm. The bottom of the mug scraped faintly against the desk surface, producing a soft rustling sound. Lu Chong watched the mug in Fan Guan's hand, waited a moment, and then added, Lieutenant Fan, I'm not targeting you. What you've done on this wall we have all seen. But your squad is down to 3 men. You cannot control everything. The United Nations representatives are here today, and all we want is a clear answer. Who is in charge of this place? Is it the Student Self-Governance Committee? The Police Bureau? Director Lin? Or does every individual answer only to themselves? If it's the latter, then from now on we'll divide the dormitories ourselves, take the medicine ourselves, manage the cafeteria ourselves. But if there's a better way, I'm willing to hear it. Lu Chong stood before the duty desk, his chest heaving slightly. After he finished speaking, his lips pressed into a thin line, the nasolabial folds carving deep furrows at the corners of his mouth. Huang Yu did not respond immediately. He looked into Lu Chong's eyes. There was no fear, no retreat, only the stubbornness of a man who had stood his ground for half a lifetime. He had seen many such people during his internship. Not bad men, but not easy to handle either. Then he turned his head and said something to Zhao Iman. I'm in, go and invite Director Lin in. Zhao Iman nodded, turned, and walked out of the library's main entrance. The group of people still crouching by the flower bed looked up in unison as she emerged again. The young man crouching at the front instinctively shuffled aside to clear a path. Zhao Iman did not spare them a glance, walking straight to Lin Qichuan, who stood beneath the porch. Lin Qichuan's white shirt was tucked in askew, his forehead soaked with sweat as he wiped the fog from his glasses with a handkerchief. He looked up at the sound of footsteps, instinctively stepping back half a pace at the sight of Zhao Iman's gas mask. Director Lin, please come inside. Zhao Iman stepped aside and gestured toward the library's main entrance with a polite, please. Lin Qichuan stuffed the handkerchief back into his trouser pocket, put on his glasses, took a deep breath, and followed Zhao Iman into the library hall. The soles of his leather shoes made a damp, scuffing sound on the tiled floor, mud he had picked up by the flower bed. After entering the hall, he glanced at Lu Chong, who did not return his gaze. He then looked at Fan Guan, who was still rotating his enamel mug. The sandpapery sound of the base grinding against the tabletop was unhurried. Finally, he stopped about a meter to Lu Chong's right, his hands clasped in front of him, fingers twisting together. Huang Yu waited until he was still before speaking, his voice carrying through the membrane of his gas mask. Director Lin, Lu Chong just raised a question. Who exactly has the final say in this safe zone? The Autonomous Committee, the Police Department, you? Or is everyone responsible for themselves? He wanted Lin Qichuan to face the issue himself. Lin Qichuan was silent for 2 seconds, as if choosing his words. Lieutenant, the answer to that question is the police department is responsible for security, and order the Autonomous Committee for Student Self-Management, the Mutual Aid Association, should represent the rights of off-campus refugees, and I coordinate. We're not asking about your organizational structure. We're asking who makes the final call. Wang Luchen's voice came from beside the duty desk. He was sitting on the desk, rifle cradled in his arms, his gaze sweeping over Lin Qichuan before settling on Lu Chong. Lin Qichuan removed his glasses and wiped the non-existent fog from the lenses with the hem of his white shirt. The final call is mine, because Platoon Commander Fan doesn't handle civil affairs. He put his glasses back on. The Autonomous Committee was established with my tacit approval, and so was the Mutual Aid Association. My idea was simple. Over 400 people, I can't manage them all alone. Better to let each group elect its own representatives and discuss matters at the table. But that idea doesn't always work. Because the table is crooked, Lu Chong interjected. His tone was much calmer than before, but the weight of the words made Lin Qichuan's brow furrow. He did not refute it. Huang Yu waited 2 seconds, confirmed that Lin Qichuan had nothing more to add, then turned to Lu Chong. You want a definitive answer? I can give you one now. Lu Chong subtly adjusted his stance, his spine straightening. This safe zone will be under United Nations jurisdiction for the next 72 hours. From now on, all final decisions concerning security, defense, and resource quotas will be made by us. You may raise objections, voice concerns. We will listen, but the decision-making power rests with us. Lu Chong stared at Huang Yu's gas mask, silent for several seconds. His gaze shifted from Huang Yu to Lin Qichuan, then back to Huang Yu. Then he nodded slowly, as if confirming that this answer was not entirely what he had expected. What about medicine quotas? Dormitory assignments. Will you handle those too? Yes. Huang Yu's reply came without hesitation. But not now. We have a mission to complete. After that, we will present a plan acceptable to everyone regarding dormitories and medicine. Until then, dormitory assignments remain as they are, and the medical supplies in the clinic will be managed jointly by Director Lin and the police department. No one, neither the Autonomous Committee nor the Mutual Aid Association, may privately hoard or monopolize them. Anyone who violates this will be dealt with according to the Safe Zone's interim regulations. The regulations will be posted outside the cafeteria entrance before tonight. If you have objections, you can come to me. Huang Yu's gaze shifted from Lu Chang to Lin Qichuan, pausing for a moment between them. Lu Chang unclenched his hands from his sides, slowly straightened his fingers, then clenched them again. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, then he spoke. Fine. I'll trust you this once. But you mentioned interim regulations. Who is eligible to participate in drafting them? You, Director Lin, representatives of the Autonomous Committee, and Platoon Commander Fan. 700 p.m. Tonight, first floor of the cafeteria. After saying this, Huang Yu shouldered his rifle. Lu Chang nodded, turned, and walked toward the library's main entrance. His steps were half a beat slower than when he had entered, but each one landed firmly on the ground. As Lu Chang stepped out of the main entrance of the library, the people waiting by the flower bed rose to their feet simultaneously. Some flicked their cigarette butts to the ground and stamped them out, others patted the dust off their trousers, and a few craned their necks trying to read something from his expression. Lu Chang said nothing more, only uttered, "We'll talk later," to the young man at the front. Then he led the group along the main road toward the dormitory area. Mop handles and broomsticks were taken down from the wall, dragging an irregular series of scraping sounds on the ground, gradually fading into the end of the plane tree's shade. Zhao Aiman leaned against the doorframe, watching the receding figures of the group. He stepped back and closed the glass door of the library, then pulled a folding stool over and sat by the door, resting his rifle across his knees. He began wiping the dust off the handguard with a cleaning cloth. Huang Yu turned back after watching Lu Chang walk away and approached the duty desk. Fan Guan was giving instructions to Little Zhou, probably asking him to inspect the aging of the sealant at the joints of the third section of prefabricated panels on the southern wall. Little Zhou nodded while listening, his wooden crutch tucked under his armpit, a registration book already in hand. Sister Dong leaned against the duty desk, arms crossed. Her gaze swept between Huang Yu and Wang Luchan, then she spoke. Lieutenant, you mentioned taking over earlier. To what extent? Is it just decision-making authority, or does it include execution as well? The three of you plus Old Fan, and the four of us, 7 people managing 400. How do you plan to do it? That's not your concern. Huang Yu took off his gas mask and placed it on the duty desk, then wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The library had no air conditioning. The afternoon heat poured in through the gaps in the glass doors, turning the hall into a stuffy box. Sister Dong pondered for a moment, then nodded without further questioning. Old Ma stood up from beside the toolbox, hefting the military green iron case. Since we've taken over, I'll be off now. I need to recheck several demolition reserve points on the wall. Before the meeting at 7 tonight, Fan Guan said, go back and inspect your respective sections. Little Zhou, continue your shift. Report any anomalies directly via the walkie-talkie. Sister Dong picked up the shovel, leaning against the duty desk blade down, and hoisted it onto her shoulder. Since I'm heading that way anyway, I'll stop by the clinic to check on the student who sprained his ankle this morning. Old Ma followed behind Fan Guan with the toolbox, and the three of them pushed open the back door of the library, one after another, heading toward the wall. The sound of the wooden crutch tapping against the tiles grew fainter until it was drowned out by the chirping of sparrows in the jujube tree outside the library's back door. Once the first floor hall fell silent again, Huang Yu did not rush to leave. He placed his gas mask on the duty desk, shook out his hair that had been pressed down by the helmet for hours, and looked up at the dome above the hall. The afternoon sunlight slanted in through the narrow windows around the dome, cutting several translucent beams into the air. Within those beams floated the fine dust stirred up by the crowd just moments ago. This library is really damn huge, Zhao Aiman said, following his gaze upward. The dome was a classic design of old academic buildings, a large circular skylight in the center surrounded by 3 levels of circular corridors. The railings were wrought iron painted in dark green with patches of paint peeling off at the corners revealing black rust beneath. Inside the corridors stood rows of iron bookshelves reaching to the ceiling with aisles so narrow that only one person could pass sideways. The gilt titles on the spines glimmered faintly with a dark red glow in the dim light. University libraries are all like this. Zhao Aiman put the folding stool back in the corner, stood up, and patted the dust off his pants. But this one is even bigger than the library at our university. Ours used a steel frame and glass curtain wall looking like an office building. This one was clearly renovated from a pre-liberation old building. The railing style on the upper corridor. I saw something similar in a Republic-era church during my internship in Zakudian. Do you have to give a comprehensive review of geology, architecture, and archaeology every time you go to a new place? Wang Luqin had already reached the staircase, one hand on the railing, turning back to glance at him. It's called professional competence. Zhao Aiman followed his combat boots, thudding on the wooden stairs in a series of muffled echoes. The stairs were an old-fashioned spiral type with solid wooden treads that gave slightly underfoot before springing back. The handrail was worn smooth, still bearing the sweat and oil from generations of students, glinting with a dull sheen in the sunlight. Huang Yu walked at the rear. As he ascended, he counted the floors. The library had 4 stories. The first was a dense stack room, and the upper 3 were reading rooms and corridors. Starting from the second floor, each corridor corner had a window. The wooden frames were somewhat decayed, and a thin layer of dust lay on the sills. From the window, the outline of the entire campus was visible. Nearby were the gray concrete roofs of the cafeteria and students queuing for meals. Further away were clotheslines and sheets hanging between 6 red brick dormitory buildings. Beyond that was the dark gray concrete wall topped with barbed wire that glinted finely in the sunlight. The third floor was even quieter than the second. The bookshelves in the corridor were arranged more densely with aisles so narrow that Zhao Aiman had to turn sideways to pass. The books were mostly in natural sciences and engineering, geology, civil engineering, mechanical manufacturing. The publication years on the spines ranged from the 1980s to the 2010s. Zhao Aiman pulled out a 2003 edition of Engineering Geology, flipped through a couple of pages. The title page bore the blue stamp of Jiangnan University Library. He slid the book back onto the shelf. The one at our school is the 2010 edition. This one is missing way too much content, and the pictures are black and white. He continued forward. After passing through the third floor corridor, the three found an inconspicuous fire door. The green emergency exit sign above it was dark, but the door was unlocked. Pushing it open revealed a narrow staircase to the fourth floor, wooden treads, no handrail, and a row of dust-covered fire sprinkler heads on the wall. The fourth floor was not a corridor structure, but a separate reading room with a sign on the door reading, Teacher's Reference Reading Room. The door was unlocked. Pushing it open revealed a large rectangular room about 20 meters east-west and 10 meters north-south, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves on all 4 walls. In the center was a huge rectangular wooden table, its surface covered with a yellowed glass plate. Under the glass was a map of the old Jiangnan University campus and several handwritten book classification charts. The windows faced north, overlooking the wall, and the provincial road beyond, offering a wide view. Next to the window was a small door. This place isn't bad. Huang Yu leaned his rifle against the table and walked to the window to look outside. Due to the library's topography, from here one could see the entire length of the wall, from east to west, from end to end, with every guard post clearly visible. The provincial road outside the wall and the distant bridge were also visible, covering a fan-shaped area of at least 2 kilometers. This place can serve as a command center. The table is big enough to spread out maps. The windows face north for stable light, and there's a separate staircase for easy access. The rooftop can accommodate antennas and reconnaissance equipment. Below is the corridor, and the second floor can be converted into a duty room and communications room. It's just that this floor's dust needs to be cleaned up. I'll clean it. Zhao Aiman walked to the window, wiped a finger across the sill, and picked up a thick layer of dust on his fingertip. He wiped the dust off on his pants, then bent down to check the power socket under the wooden table. The socket was an old 3-hole type, its plastic faceplate yellowed. He pried it open with his knife, glanced at the wiring inside, then looked up and said, "The wiring is intact, no signs of burning. The building's electrical system should still work, just need to flip the switch in the distribution room." Just as his fingers were still inside the socket panel, a pale blue system notification banner suddenly popped up in the center of their vision. The three of them stopped what they were doing almost simultaneously. Lines of text floated out one after another, the font small but exceptionally clear. Mission complete. Preliminary establishment of a safe zone in Jiangnan University's main campus. Safe zone criteria met. Wall defense system confirmed intact. Survivors registered and confirmed for centralized settlement. A medical point and supply distribution station sited. Defense forces preliminarily integrated. Mission reward. Personnel recruitment module unlocked. Supply points doubled. 6/0 points awarded. Right below, another notification appeared, its font color shifting from pale blue to gold. System detects host has established a safe zone for the first time. Special Operations Squad recruitment module unlocked. Currently available. BSAA Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance and USS Umbrella Security Service. BSAA Tactical Support Squad 7-man unit, including 1 squad commander, 1 deputy commander, and Scout 2 assault troopers, 1 demolition expert, 1 medical expert, and 1 sniper. Equipment synchronized with the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance standard configuration, including, but not limited to, tactical vests, night vision devices, and specialized weapon systems. Specialized in high-risk target elimination and sample collection in biocontaminated environments. Squad members are high-level AI units, with implanted memories confirming the host as their direct superior, possessing independent tactical decision-making capabilities and professional domain skills. USS Tactical Support Squad 6-man unit, including 1 squad commander, 1 deputy commander and intelligence analyst, 2 assault troopers, 1 close-quarters combat expert, and 1 technical expert. Equipment synchronized with the Umbrella Security Service standard configuration, including, but not limited to, individual powered armor, tactical helmets, and ballistically matched silenced individual weapons. Specialized in personnel protection, tactical reconnaissance, and rapid assault in high-risk environments. Squad members are high-level AI units, with implanted memories confirming the host as their direct superior, possessing independent tactical decision-making capabilities and professional domain skills. Each special operations squad can be deployed up to 3 at a time. Zhao Aiman suddenly shot to her feet, her knees slamming into the edge of the wooden table with a dull thud and the curse on her lips detonating almost simultaneously with the impact. BSAA and USS. I've seen those names before. From Resident Evil. The yellowed glass board on the table jumped from the vibration, the edges of the old campus map pressed beneath, it lifting briefly before slowly settling back into place. 6,000 points. Double reward. And a fully organized infantry squad has already been airdropped. Zhao Aiman dragged the system prompt window back and forth across her field of vision as though afraid she had misread the numbers. Let me tell you, I was just mentally calculating. After buying the infantry squad, how many supply points do we have left? Never mind. With 6,000 points added on, they would have at least 10,000. What could 10,000 points buy? Dozens of orders of tripe, or enough to call in armed helicopters to strafe zombie hordes repeatedly. Can you not use tripe as your unit of currency when you're excited? Wang Luqian leaned against the wall beside the window, his arms crossed. His brow had lifted just slightly when he saw the second golden notification. For him, that was as close to extreme excitement as he ever came. Huang Yu did not join in their banter. He dragged the golden prompt box to the center of his vision and read through the introductions for both special operations detachments word by word. The two squads combined totaled 13 personnel, each a high-tier AI unit capable of independent tactical decision-making. This meant they were no longer relying solely on one squad led by Fan Goen and a handful of police officers who could barely handle a firearm. They were about to possess a genuine professional military force. Zhao Aiman leaned over to look at Huang Yu's screen. BSAA is an international organization specializing in combating bioterrorism. It's been the protagonist faction since the 5th installment of the Resident Evil series. USS was Umbrella's security force featured during the Raccoon City operations. The system brought both units over. Equipment synchronized, structure synchronized, even the names unchanged. The system didn't just borrow from Arma. It also lifted from Resident Evil. What game company's server did this thing get ripped out of? That doesn't matter, Wang Luqian said. What matters is their organizational structure and specialization. One is suited for offensive operations to clear infection zones while the other excels at protecting key objectives and conducting high-risk reconnaissance. The number of personnel assigned would integrate seamlessly with the infantry squad, forming a compact combined arms unit capable of both offense and defense. Moreover, the system stated that a maximum of 3 detachments could be deployed simultaneously, but now, before he could finish, a third notification materialized in the center of his vision. Unlike the previous two, this notification bore a dark gold border, and a brief flash of light preceded the appearance of the text, as though the system deemed this information worthy of a more ceremonious presentation. System notification: the number of registered survivors within the safety zone has exceeded 400. According to the safety zone level advancement rules, the current level has been elevated from preliminary establishment to stable development. The deployment limit for special operations detachments has been adjusted from 3 to 6. In recognition of the host, unlocking recruitment authorization for both BSA and USS 2 squads of each are hereby issued as a safety zone upgrade reward. No supply points will be consumed. Deployment has commenced with an estimated arrival time of 1 hour. After reading through the notification, Zhao Aiman stood motionless before the wooden table for 3 seconds. His lips moved several times as if attempting to assemble words, but he abandoned the effort entirely. Turning directly to Huang Yu with arms spread wide, he called out in the same tone he would have used to announce winning a food delivery red envelope jackpot back in the dormitory. Did you see that? Did you see that? 2 of each. Completely free. No points deducted. We were just discussing what 10,000 points could buy, and the system handed us 4 squads outright. Is this the so-called S-class survivor treatment? Master Huang, say something. Don't you usually love delivering concluding remarks at moments like these? Huang Yu did not respond immediately. He minimized all 3 system notifications, then walked to the window and pushed open the north-facing pane. Afternoon sunlight poured through the window, carrying the dry scent of sycamore trees and withered grass from outside. Farther off along the perimeter wall, Old Ma could be seen carrying his toolbox, pacing along the top. Every few steps, he would crouch down to inspect the sealant at the joints between prefabricated panels. Even farther away in the direction of the cafeteria, a thin wisp of cooking smoke rose. Likely someone heating water to wash dishes. He smiled suddenly, a laugh born from being stretched too taut since the transmigration, finally overwhelmed in this single moment by the system's rewards. I was just thinking. He finally spoke. Not much time has passed since we woke up on that highway. Before we didn't even know how to operate an infantry fighting vehicle. Now we've got 1 IFV, a Black Hawk helicopter, a safety zone, with over 400 people, 2 BSAA squads, 2 USS squads. And with the 3 of us added, our total combat strength comes to approximately. Wang Luqian, run the numbers for me. The 3 of us Fan Goen squad of 414 from the 2 BSAA squads at 7 each and 12 from the 2 USS squads at 6 each. Wang Luqian replied without hesitation. 33 personnel, total fully armed, not counting the police officers with their batons. If we include them, the 6 from the police department could form a reserve unit, but they'd need to be equipped with weapons first. Nearly a full platoon. Huang Yu gave the window frame a light tap, then turned to face them both. We'll show them what we've got at tonight's 7 o'clock meeting, and we'll sort out the command center while we're at it. Speaking of the command center, this reading room needs to be reconfigured. We'll clear everything out and furnish it with supplies from the system. The rooftop also needs an antenna installed for communications with the Black Hawk. The second floor downstairs will become the duty room. On the first floor we'll keep Xiao Zhou's duty desk and registration log in the main hall. The borrowing counter can serve as both the reception desk and the entry checkpoint. As Wang Luqian spoke, he used his dagger to mark out approximate zones on the windowsill, the dust parting beneath the blade to leave clean, distinct lines. Alright. Huang Yu picked up his rifle from the edge of the table. I'm going to check the rooftop. Huang Yu pushed open the small door concealed in the corner of the reading room that led to the rooftop. The iron chain wrapped around the door handle was merely looped loosely twice, and as he unfastened it, it clinked against the door frame with a series of crisp metallic sounds. Behind the door was a narrow cement staircase, barely wide enough for one person, its steps covered in a thick layer of dust. Since the military withdrawal, this door had not been opened. At the end of the staircase was another iron door, its bolt rusted. He had to slam his shoulder against it twice to force it open. The moment the iron door swung open, the afternoon sunlight and wind surged in together. He squinted, then stepped onto the library's rooftop. The rooftop was vast, larger than he had estimated from looking out the window. The entire fourth-floor roof of the library was a flat rectangular cement platform about 30 meters from east to west and 15 meters from north to south. Surrounding it was a chest-high cement parapet, which had once been topped with a row of iron railings. But over years of wind and rain erosion, several of the railings had rusted and broken off. The remaining ones were covered in mottled rust. A touch would send flakes of dark red iron filings falling. Inside the parapet, the drainage ditch was layered with dead leaves and silt, and a few unknown weeds had sprouted from cracks in the ditch, swaying gently in the breeze. The waterproof membrane laid on the rooftop surface had aged and cracked, the fissures spreading like a spider's web from the center outward. It felt slightly soft underfoot, but the main structure remained sturdy. Huang Yu walked to the parapet, placed his hands on the cement surface, and looked down. From this height, he could see the entire campus layout. Nearby was the flower bed and dry fountain outside the library's main entrance. In the distance was the dark gray concrete wall encircling the campus from east to west into an irregular rectangle with guard posts spaced at intervals. Further beyond, outside the wall, the provincial road stretched like a gray ribbon from the southeast, passing through abandoned industrial plants and a few half-collapsed residential buildings before branching into two roads at the approach of the Jiangnan Bridge. The bridge deck was densely packed with abandoned vehicles, several burned to frames, and a dozen meters of the guardrail had been broken. Broken steel cables hung over the river, swaying in the wind. A few zombies could be seen on the bridge, appearing from above like moldy grains of rice scattered on a gray chessboard. He turned around and began P. He pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie. Luqian, I need a walkie-talkie repeater, a portable satellite communication terminal, a portable generator, 2 solar camping lanterns, 4 folding chairs, a folding table, and a waterproof tarp, at least 5 meters by 5 meters on the rooftop. Wang Luqian's voice came back through the walkie-talkie. Anything else to buy? What do you suggest? Wang Luqian paused for a moment. Huang Yu could hear the faint sound of fingers sliding across a touch panel through the walkie-talkie, followed by a barely audible sigh. Since you asked me to suggest, I won't hold back. The rooftop is bare now, and the night watch has no shelter from the wind. I recommend buying a command tent, the kind for 4 people to stand duty simultaneously, with space for communication equipment and a map table, side ventilation windows, and cable routing at the top. There's a German-made one in the system store, windproof and waterproof. Also, your generator at 30 points is too weak to power the entire library's lighting and communication gear. I suggest upgrading to a military-grade silent generator, dual mode with fuel and battery noise under 40 decibels, so it won't attract zombies outside the wall. Zhao AI man's voice cut in through the walkie-talkie. I add, let's buy a 20-meter wire mesh to raise the parapet by half a meter. Fasten the mesh to the parapet with quick clamps. It'll be done in 10 minutes. Oh, and since we're setting up an antenna, why not spend a bit more on a signal amplifier? That way we can not only receive the Wanping base signal, but also try to actively call them. Huang Yu paced a couple of steps on the rooftop. The cracks in the waterproof membrane emitted subtle crunching sounds under his combat boots. He mentally weighed the suggestions of the two. Luqian, how many points total? Repeater 200, satellite terminal 300, generator upgraded to 100, solar lanterns 20 times 2, folding tables and chairs 25, tarp 15, tactical tent 220, wire mesh 30, signal amplifier 50. That's 1,040 points. Adding the previous 610. Wait, that was already counted, so adding the new ones totals 1,600 points. Our current supply point balance is over 10,000. Spending this leaves about 9,000, more than enough. Then buy them. After saying that, Huang Yu released the talk button, turned, and walked to the parapet, placed his hands back on the cement surface, and looked at the shimmering waves on the river in the distance. Less than a second later, he pressed the button again. By the way, buy 3 cans of cola too. Wang Luqian's fingers paused on the touch panel for a moment. 3 cans of cola, are you sure? Sure. All right. Wang Luqian did not say another word. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Luqian's voice came again. All items purchased. Supply points deducted 1,606. The system gives 2 options, airdrop delivery or direct deployment at the current location. Which do you choose? Huang Yu thought for a moment. Direct deployment would be fastest, but this batch included a military-grade silent generator, satellite communication terminal, and tactical tent. If these items suddenly appeared on the rooftop, what would the people downstairs think? He felt it was unnecessary to create extra trouble for himself at this point. Airdrop deploy on the open space of the flower bed in front of the library's main entrance. All right. Wang Luchen's voice carried a hint of almost imperceptible approval. Delivery in 5 minutes. Huang Yu released the push-to-talk button on the walkie-talkie and placed both hands back on the concrete parapet. The afternoon sunlight struck him from behind, casting his elongated shadow onto the cracked waterproof membrane beneath his feet. On the distant river, the shimmering waves broke into countless fine silver scales in the breeze, and the steel cables of the Jiangnan Bridge glowed with a rust-colored light under the sun. He stared at the bridge for a few seconds, then turned and descended the rooftop. The iron door clanged shut behind him, the rusty latch striking the frame with a dull thud. As he crossed the reading room, Zhao Aiman was folding the stool back into the corner, his rifle slung over his shoulder, one hand still rubbing his knee that had bumped into the table edge. Wang Luqin had already closed the system mall interface and was standing by the window gazing skyward, as if waiting for something. The three gathered at the stairwell. The wooden spiral staircase groaned under the simultaneous weight of their combat boots, each step like beating an old drum. When they reached the second-floor corridor, they could see through the window that people on the main road had stopped and were looking up. A student holding a lunchbox stood by the flower bed. The lid slipped off and fell to the ground, without him even bothering to pick it up. His companion tugged at his sleeve, pointing at the sky and saying something, but the glass muffled the words. When they reached the first floor, Xiao Zhou was leaning on his wooden crutch outside the main entrance of the library, head tilted back, mouth slightly open. His registration book was tucked under his armpit, and the ballpoint pen had slipped from his hand, rolling to the edge of the drain under the porch. A sound unlike any Black Hawk helicopter came from the sky. The low-frequency rumble of 4 turboprop engines running in sync at high altitude, powerful and steady like someone continuously striking a massive timpani in the distance. The sound came from the southeast, drawing nearer, piercing through the clouds, through the remnants of smoke and dust over the ruined city, overpowering the hum of barbed wire on the perimeter wall, the clatter of spatulas on walks from the cafeteria, and suppressing every other noise on campus into a mere background hum. People squatting by the flower bed stood up simultaneously. The queue at the cafeteria scattered, heads poked out of dormitory windows. Even old Ma, who had been checking blast points on the wall, stopped his wrench, stood up, shaded his eyes with a hand, and squinted at the sky. The clouds were torn open. A massive gray aircraft emerged from the clouds, its 4 engines suspended under straight main wings, the wingtips flashing to silver. The flaps on the wings extended downward, and the engine roar changed pitch the moment the flaps deployed, shifting from a deep timpani to a denser roll. Damn, that's insane. Zhao Aiman stood outside the library's main entrance, one hand on the doorframe, head tilted back, the gas mask lenses reflecting the silhouette of the gray plane in the sky. He recognized the model, a C-130 gunship manufactured by Lockheed, an armed attack variant of the C-130 transport. This type of aircraft shouldn't appear in a supply mission, but the system had sent it. An AC-130 in the airdrop sequence. Does the system have a twisted definition of airdrop? Zhao Aiman's voice sounded thin amid the engine roar. The cargo hatch opened. As the plane passed over the campus, a line of black supply crates streamed out from beneath the fuselage. Each crate tumbled slightly in the airflow upon leaving the hatch, then stabilized, and a gray-white square parachute automatically deployed from the tail. The parachute bloomed at high altitude, one line after another pulling taut, the fabric swelling into perfect hemispheres in the airstream. Like a sudden blossoming of gray-white flowers drifting slowly over the main campus of Jiangnan University. The UN logo on the crates was clearly visible in the sunlight, deep blue background, with a white globe and olive branch, each crate also spray-painted with UNCBRN and a serial number. The first parachute opened about 300 meters directly above the library, then the second, third, fourth, and fifth. 5 parachutes formed a diagonal line stretching from the library northward, covering a large area. Everyone on the ground stopped what they were doing. The cafeteria kitchen lady who was washing lunchboxes craned her neck out of the dishwashing window steel, while still in hand dish soap foam dripping from her fingers onto the windowsill. A middle-aged male teacher jogging on the track paused, hands on knees, panting, looking up at the descending parachutes. Students who had been hanging quilts on the dormitory roof simultaneously looked up. One almost slipped, still clutching a corner of the quilt. In the security office, 2 duty officers rose from their desks, walked to the window, one parting the blinds with a finger, watching for a few seconds, then nudging his colleague with an elbow, pointing outside, and saying something, their expressions frozen somewhere between shock and ecstasy. Outside the wall near the approach to the Jiangnan Bridge, a small group of zombies that had been slowly shuffling among abandoned cars simultaneously raised their heads as the engine roar reeked. Airdrop unboxing. Don't. Wang Luqin cut him off. I haven't finished yet. I know what you're going to say. You pulled 100 times in the game and never got an SSR, and now 4 special ops teams are about to drop from the sky. You think it's like pulling a double golden egg. Zhao Aiman tilted his head slightly. Through his dark lenses his expression was unreadable, but his shoulders gave a slight shrug. No, I was going to say this is like the airdrop supply scene in post-apocalyptic novels. The protagonist wakes up in the apocalypse, the system comes with airdrops, and every airdrop attracts envy and looting from other survivors. Huang Yu watched the parachute sink lower, the lines taut in the wind, the metal frame of the crate's bottom already visible. Let's unload the airdrop first. He turned and walked toward the flower bed. The 5 parachutes landed at 5 different spots on campus. The nearest one, right in the center of the flower bed. The crate's bottom airbag inflated automatically on impact. With a low thud, the crate bounced on the cushion and settled steadily. The UN, CBRN, 01 mark on the side was clearly visible under the sun. The remaining 4 landed on the soccer field in the drying yard below the dormitory next to the jujube tree behind the cafeteria and near the guard post on the perimeter wall where Fan Guan was standing. When that parachute landed, Lao Ma and Dong Jia were already waiting below the guard post. Huang Yu walked over to the crate, crouched down to inspect it. The shell was military green aluminum alloy reinforced with black plastic corner protectors, and the locks were push-button quick release. He pressed one lock and the lid popped open, a crack, the sealant hissing softly as the pressure inside equalized with the outside. When he lifted the lid, the top layer revealed a military green portable generator, next to it a folded green square tent. Below that was a satellite communication terminal, a military green metal box the size of a laptop. Inside it held a folding flat panel antenna and an operation terminal, its screen glowing with a soft blue backlight during boot up. A walkie-talkie repeater was secured in foam at the bottom of the crate, its 2 antennas folded along the sides, and a preset frequency chart was pasted on the back listing dozens of channel numbers from HF to UHF, each labeled with its purpose: command channel, defense channel, logistics channel, emergency. This thing is really well designed. Just clip it onto the parapet, no need for expansion bolts. 10 minutes, and we can raise the entire rooftop wall by a full circle. The folding table and chairs are nice too. Wang Luken pulled out 2 folding chairs and a folding table from the crate. The chair frames were aluminum tubes, the seats military green flame-retardant fabric. The tabletop was high-density polyethylene, the 4 legs folded underneath, and they locked automatically when set up. He stacked the furniture by the flower bed and continued digging deeper. He found a military green waterproof bag. Unzipping it, he pulled out a neatly folded waterproof sheet 5mm x 5mm with the blue UN logo printed on it. Deeper inside were 2 solar camping lanterns, palm-sized, with LED panels on the front and solar panels on the back, hard plastic shell, IP67 waterproof rating stamped on the bottom. He placed the lanterns on the folding table and picked up the last item, a palm-sized black plastic box with only 1 button and 1 status indicator, a signal amplifier. On the back was a brief instruction: connect to the satellite communication terminal antenna interface to increase signal transmission, and that's about all. Wang Luken stood up and patted the dust off his gloves. Luching Yu and Iman, take the command tent and communication equipment to the rooftop. Leave the generator in the corner of the reading room and test its noise level. I'll check the other airdrop points and inform platoon leader Fan about the follow-up personnel. Huang Yu took his rifle off his shoulder. Wang Luken nodded, bent down to lift the largest crate, and Zhao Iman followed with the wire mesh roll over his shoulder. The 2 pushed open the library's glass door and entered the hall. The dull thud of combat boots on the wooden spiral staircase echoed one step after another, rising gradually under the library's dome. Huang Yu walked alone out of the flower bed and headed along the main road toward the sports field. The road was already much busier than before. The parachutes had drawn everyone indoors. Some stood by the roadside, gazing up at the last parachute drifting away. Others crouched on the soccer field watching the falling crate. Still others ran from the cafeteria, lunchboxes still in hand. As Huang Yu passed the fountain, a student in a basketball jersey came running from the dormitory area and nearly collided with him. The student stopped abruptly, saw Huang Yu's gas mask and rifle, instinctively stepped back, then stammered, "Sorry, sir." Huang Yu patted his shoulder to indicate it was fine and continued on. The crate on the soccer field was already surrounded by a crowd, but no one dared touch it. The onlookers kept a distance of about 3 meters, whispering about what might be inside. When Huang Yu stepped into the crowd, they parted to make way. He crouched down to check the crate's locks, then pressed his walkie-talkie. Platoon leader Fan, have someone guard the airdrop crate on the soccer field. Inside are backup supplies and communication cables for the command post. Received. I'll send Lao Ma over. Fan Guan's voice came back through the walkie-talkie, with wind noise in the background. Huang Yu continued walking, soon reaching the jujube tree behind the cafeteria. The airdrop crate lay in the tree's shadow, flanked by 2 security officers who were reporting to Lin Qichuan via handheld radio. Lin Qichuan himself stepped out of the cafeteria's side door and hurried over when he saw Huang Yu. "Lieutenant, are these airdrop supplies yours?" "Yes, they're ours. The library is being set up as a command post. This batch includes communication equipment and a generator. There are also some backup supplies in the crates which will be moved to the library's first floor and registered by the security office." Lin Qichuan nodded, his expression much more relaxed than before in the library. He had been watching from the security office window when the parachutes fell from the sky. He saw each parachute carrying a UN-marked crate and the massive gray shadow of the AC-130 passing over the campus. In that moment, he understood that this safe zone was no longer the isolated island propped up by a single wall and a few iron shovels after the military had withdrawn. Now new strength had arrived on this island. Within 2 hours, Wang Luken and Zhao Iman had set up the command post on the rooftop. During those 2 hours, Wang Luken was mainly responsible for the manual work, while Zhao Iman was mainly responsible for offering commentary as he worked. As soon as the 4 poles of the tactical tent were erected, Zhao Aiman stepped back 2 paces, tilting his head to appraise the overall proportions of the tent. This tent is at least 3 grades better than the one I lived in during my geological fieldwork. Our team's tent was orange, ugly as a life jacket. Living in it made me feel like a refugee waiting to be rescued. Look at this army green square tent, windproof and waterproof with ventilation windows. And the stitching on the hem, reinforced with metal rings so it won't leak in the rain. The Germans really know how to make these things. Could you drive this damn stake into the ground before you wax lyrical about German craftsmanship? Wang Luqian crouched at the opposite corner of the tent, one hand holding the aluminum pole, the other gripping the engineering hammer borrowed from Old Ma. At his feet lay 4 fixing stakes, each as long as a forearm, with sharp diamond-shaped tips coated in anti-rust zinc, gleaming cold gray metallic in the sunlight. Zhao Aiman took the hammer, aligned the stake with a crack in the rooftop floor, and swung. The tip bit into the concrete layer beneath the waterproof membrane, producing a dull metallic thud. After 3 blows, the stake was halfway in. He paused, flicked the tip with his finger, and listened to the sound. This concrete has a low grade, C20 or so, similar to the prefabricated panels on the perimeter wall. This building was probably built in the 1990s, when concrete mix ratios weren't as strict as they are now. But it's more than enough for anchoring stakes. You can tell the concrete grade just by flicking it. Wang Luqian looked up at him. Well, obviously not by flicking. But I've seen similar old buildings during my fieldwork in Zakudian, identical structure. Under the waterproof membrane is a 5 cm leveling layer, then prefabricated concrete hollow core slabs, about 20 cm thick. As long as the stake doesn't hit the hollow core cavities, the load-bearing capacity is perfectly adequate. The crack I'm driving into happens to be right at the joint between 2 slabs. Once the tip bites in, the expansion force will push the concrete on both sides outward, making it even tighter. After saying this, he swung twice more, and the stake sank completely into the ground, leaving only a fixing ring protruding, which perfectly fitted into the base slot of the tent pole. So during your geological fieldwork, you spent all your time studying how to drive stakes. Wang Luqian straightened the pole at the other corner of the tent, took the hammer Zhao Aiman handed him, and began driving the second stake. No, during my geological fieldwork, I mainly studied how to make edible meals with limited ingredients in the wilderness. Setting up tents was a side gig. Our supervisor once said that a qualified geologist must first learn to maintain quality of life in any environment. He was in his 60s, and every time he went into the field, he brought a portable alcohol stove to brew tea in his tent at night. After 3 years with him, my biggest takeaway wasn't how to identify rocks, but how to recognize hot pot base ingredients and taste tea. Zhao Aiman stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, walked to the parapet, unrolled the wire mesh, and began installing quick-release clamps along the inner side of the parapet. So you've been preparing for the apocalypse since your freshman year. Wang Luqian finished driving the second stake, stood up, and checked that all 4 corner fixing rings were locked. It's for wilderness survival. The apocalypse is just an extreme case of wilderness survival. Look now. We've got a tent, a generator, satellite communications, wire mesh, reinforced parapets, and 400 survivors lining up for meals downstairs. The only difference from my geological fieldwork, apart from those things outside, is the zombies. He snapped a quick-release clamp onto the concrete ledge at the top of the parapet, the spring clicking sharply. One more difference: no one in the geological team ever carried a gun. Wang Luqian walked to the parapet, picked up another quick-release clamp, and imitated Zhao Aiman's motion, snapping it onto the wall. His movements were a bit slower, but after securing the clamp, he knocked it twice with his fist to confirm the grip, more meticulous than Zhao Aiman. What do you think Huang Ma is talking about with squad leader Fan down there? They've been chatting for nearly an hour. Zhao Aiman tightened the wire mesh, snapped the last clamp into place, stepped back 2 paces, and surveyed the result. The mesh formed a silver barrier 1 meter high and 20 meters long along the inner side of the parapet. The diamond lattice glinted in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the rusted iron railing remnants on the top of the parapet. One side brand new military equipment, the other a ruin battered by 4 months of wind and rain. Probably going over the defense deployment and tonight's meeting agenda. Fan Guan has been holding this place for 4 months. He knows the perimeter wall better than any of us. Huang Yu isn't going to waste that information source. Wang Luqian set the engineering hammer on an airdrop crate beside the tent, took out 2 solar camping lanterns, walked to either side of the tent, and hung them on the hooks. The lamp faces pointed outward, and the photovoltaic panels on the back faced west, catching the afternoon sun. Luqing, be honest. How many times have you built a command post in a game before? Zhao Aiman poked his head out of the tent. Maybe a dozen times in Arma 3, but they weren't command posts. They were forward operating bases. The game has an editor where you can place tents, generators, ammo boxes, defensive works, and then save it. That's it. Wang Luqian adjusted the angle of the camping lantern, making sure the photovoltaic panel faced the sun. So you're basically rebuilding your game mod in real life. Pretty much. Except in the game you don't have to drive stakes yourself. Just click a mouse and the tent sets itself up. In real life you have to squat on the ground twisting for ages and listen to you giving a geology lecture on the side. After saying this, Wang Luqian walked into the tent, placed the satellite communication terminal on the folding table, deployed the flat panel antenna, and connected the signal amplifier. When the terminal screen lit up, he watched the signal strength indicator jump from 0 to 3 bars, then stabilize at 4. He swiped the touchpad, brought up the spectrum analysis interface. The 450 MHz pulse signal was still there once every 3 seconds, stronger than yesterday. Zhao Aiman leaned in to look at the screen. Can we try to call it? Signal strength is enough, but no rush. Let's wait until after tonight's meeting. I'll have Huang Yu come up to take a look. Wang Luqin locked the terminal, turned around, and walked out of the tent. He carried up the remaining 2 folding chairs, one placed inside the tent, the other outside beside the parapet, facing north directly toward the perimeter wall and the provincial road. The waterproof tarpaulin was spread in the center of the rooftop with an open airdrop crate on it, serving as a temporary shelf. On the shelf were spare communication cables and a few unopened filter canisters. The generator was placed in the corner of the reading room, connected to the library's distribution box. When powered on, the noise was indeed below 40 decibels. Zhao Aiman stood beside the generator, took off his gas mask, and listened for a moment. At this noise level, standing at the edge of the rooftop, you can't hear it at all. Even if zombies outside the wall lined up against it, they wouldn't hear it. It can power the entire library with extra capacity. By the way, should we buy a portable refrigerator? You want a fridge for cold cola or cold tripes? Wang Luqin poked his head out of the tent. Both. Cola and tripe are the 2 holy relics of the hot pot faith. They must be treated equally. The hot pot faith has no budget for a fridge. Apply to the leader yourself. Wang Luqin ducked back into the tent and continued tuning the communication equipment. Zhao Aiman patted the top of the generator like a newly tamed wild animal. I'll apply to Huang Ma after tonight's meeting. We still have over 9,000 points left. A portable fridge costs at most 100 points. After the 2 men moved the 4 airdrop crates into the library in batches, the supplies were redistributed according to Wang Luqin's classification system. All communication equipment went upstairs. Tent accessories and wire mesh had already been used. Spare filter canisters and first aid kits were placed in the temporary storage locker behind the circulation desk on the first floor. The key handed to Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou took the key, glanced at the UN label tag on it, then hung it inside the handle of his wooden crutch, looked up at Zhao Aiman, and said, Lieutenant Zhao, if I hang this here, will it jingle when I walk? Let it jingle. Zhao Aiman was crouching on the ground, bundling the foam padding blocks unpacked from the airdrop crates. Your wooden crutch has been tapping on the tiles all the way. One more clink won't make a difference. True. Xiao Zhou tossed the key in his palm, then rehung it inside the crutch handle. He stood up, using the crutch, took a few steps to test it. It did jingle, but the sound wasn't annoying. He reopened the logbook and wrote on the latest page, 1 key to UN temporary storage locker entrusted to Xiao Zhou. When Huang Yu returned from behind the cafeteria, the 2 had just finished bundling the last batch of foam padding from the airdrop crates, stacking them next to the library's side door trash bin for the logistics team to pick up. He held half a compressed ration in one hand, eating as he walked, and clutched a cola can in the other. A thank you gift from the cafeteria auntie. You're eating alone, huh? Zhao Aiman stood up from the flower bed edge, pointing at the cola in Huang Yu's hand. Someone gave it to me. If you have a problem, go take it up with her. Huang Yu raised the cola can higher, sidestepped Zhao Aiman's grabbing attempt, popped the tab, took a sip, and sat down on the steps of the duty desk next to Xiao Zhou. His gas mask hung from his belt helmet, pushed back. The red mark left by the mask strap on his forehead had faded to a faint pink. He broke the remaining half of the compressed ration into 2 pieces and handed them to Wang Luqin and Zhao Aiman, then looked up at the afternoon sunlight filtering through the library's dome. Squad leader Fan told me a lot about this place. Huang Yu swallowed the last bite of compressed ration and set the cola can on his knee. He can hold off what's outside the wall. But if the people inside the wall start tearing each other apart, then this wall means nothing. Huang Yu set the cola on the ground. Fan Guan is a real man. And what did you say to him? Wang Luqin asked. I told him I'm not his company commander and our systems are different. We were just sent here by chance to take over this safe zone for the duration of the mission. But if he could accept a commander completely different from his former superior, then he had already rejoined the ranks. I would not let him down. After saying this, Wang Yu kicked a small pebble at his feet into the flower bed. The stone hit a withered rose branch, bounced with a soft thud, and rolled into the cement crack at the edge of the flower bed, where it stopped. Just then the sound of rotor blades came from the southeast. The rotors beat the air, making the cover of the logbook on the duty desk tremble slightly. The ballpoint pen Xiao Zhou had placed on the corner of the desk rolled again. This time he didn't press it down. Instead, he pushed himself up with his wooden crutch and looked up at the southeastern sky. 4 helicopters were rapidly approaching the campus from the direction of the Jiangnan Bridge. Their paint schemes were not the matte white with black UN markings of Black Hawks. 2 were deep blue with white BSAA lettering, and the other 2 were matte black with white USS lettering. The downwash from the 8 rotors sent dry grass and dust flying outside the perimeter wall. The helicopter formation swept over the wall in pairs of 2, descending directly toward the open area between the sports field and the dormitory buildings. The side door of the first BSAA helicopter to land slid open before the landing gear even touched the ground. The soldiers inside had already unbuckled their safety straps, their combat boots, stepping on the edge of the door, jumping out one after another. Zhao Aiman stood up from the steps of the duty desk, swallowed the last of the compressed ration, and brushed the crumbs off his hands. Come on, let's go see our soldiers. Four helicopters descended in succession onto the open ground between the playground and the dormitory area, the downwash from their rotors pressing for massive circular imprints into the withered yellow grass. The two helicopters on the left with deep blue fuselages belonged to the BSA. Their side doors slid open before the landing gear had even touched the ground. The two on the right with black fuselages were from the USS. The rotors had not yet fully stopped spinning before the team members began unbuckling their safety harnesses. Huang Yu strode quickly with Zhao Aiman and Wang Luken. The three of them crossed the row of parallel bars at the edge of the playground track, trampled over the flattened weeds beside the football field, and carved a path through the crowd of onlooking students. A male student holding a lunchbox almost had his shoulder grazed by Zhao Aiman's rifle butt. He sidestepped, and the braised pork with potatoes in his lunchbox wobbled but steadied. The first to set foot on the grass were two BSA assault squads. Combat boots stamped against the edge of the cabin doors as the soldiers jumped down one by one, bending their knees slightly on landing to absorb the impact, then straightened up with crisp, clean movements. When the foremost BSA soldier stepped into the sunlight, Zhao Aiman could clearly make out every minute detail of the sophisticated gear he wore. He wore a wolf gray fast basic ballistic helmet. On the metal base at the front of the helmet, a pair of ANPVS 31 binocular night vision goggles were mounted on a traditional flip-up bracket. The two stubby eyepieces were currently flipped upward, aligned side by side above his forehead. On both sides of the helmet, snug against his ears, were basic noise-canceling communication headsets with a cable connected to a personal radio at the back of his head. The most striking feature was his face, covered by a dark gray full-face tactical gas mask. On the left front of the mask was a highly conspicuous bright blue cylindrical filter canister. The mask's black bulletproof glass eyepieces were wide and bright, reflecting the surrounding environment in the sunlight, his eyes completely hidden in deep darkness. They wore the official BSA tactical combat uniform in deep blue and dark gray, topped with a deep blue lightweight tactical vest. The vest's shoulders were covered with thick impact-resistant padding, and the chest and abdomen were fitted with basic ballistic plates. The surface was covered with evenly spaced modular maul webbing, neatly holding spare magazine pouches and utility pouches. On the right shoulder, a prominent white BSA official insignia was printed. On the lower right side of his tactical vest near the ribs hung a conspicuous bright green chem light, or tactical smoke grenade, secured in a storage pouch. On his waist belt, a roll of black and yellow tactical paracord was fastened with a quick-release carabiner, the tail of the cord dangling naturally at his hip, clearly intended for emergency fast roping or obstacle towing. He wore black hard tactical protective gloves and carried a heavily industrial-style Thorshammer tactical shotgun. The entire body of the weapon was matte black with a bullpup design. A large boxy magazine was inserted into the buttstock with a transparent window showing the remaining shells, faintly visible green shotgun rounds. A long extended Picatinny rail handguard ran along the top of the gun all the way to the muzzle, where a tactical flashlight was mounted. At his lower back, a Marksman 1, a semi-automatic designated marksman rifle, was secured with a tactical sling, its long barrel and bipod glinting faintly in the sunlight. Zhao Aiman drew in a sharp breath. These guys' gear details are even finer than the mods I install. Every attachment point on the battlefield has a purpose. There's no redundant junk. Wang Luken stared at the tactical rope at his waist. They're not here for a fashion show. As expected of a hardcore gamer. One glance at the combat accessories, and you know the tactical intent. Zhao Aiman let out a whistle. Huang Yu didn't join the discussion. His attention was riveted on the two black USS helicopters that had landed on the right. When the team members inside began stepping out one after another, Zhao Aiman's breath caught in his throat. Holy shit. What the hell? Zhao Aiman's eyes nearly popped out. Damn, did we just draw the legendary SSR? This is the elite guard of the Arc Research Institute. Wang Luken followed his gaze. The two USS squads now formed up on the ground exuded an oppressive aura from head to toe, every piece of equipment screaming top-tier cost per soldier. Each of them wore a black OPS Core Fast SF high-cut ballistic helmet. Mounted horizontally at the front was a set of L3 Harris F Pano Quad 2 panoramic fusion night vision goggles, with 4 eyepieces for low light and thermal imaging tightly arranged side by side, installed on a Nocturne Chimera side flip mount currently stowed by flipping outward to the sides of the helmet. At the back of the helmet, an independent battery pack was attached, supplying power to the goggles via cable. Their ears were perfectly fitted with OPS Core amp noise-canceling tactical headsets integrated with PRC 148 personal radios and Disco 32 Bluetooth communication modules. Sturdy communication antennas protruded from the rear side of the helmet, pointing skyward. Each of them wore an Avon FM54 gas mask, its silver gray metal and rubber structure tightly conforming to their faces. The most striking feature was the two bright red reflective lenses at the eyes like burning pupils. On their backs, the tactical vest carried a powered air purifying respirator PAPR system, with a black corrugated hose running over the shoulder and precisely connecting to the lower jaw interface of the mask. They wore entirely black Cry G3 tactical long-sleeve shirts and tactical pants with built-in hard knee pads. The fabric was specially treated to resist splashes of biohazard liquids. Over that, they wore a black lightweight modular hardplate carrier vest paired with a multi-channel tactical belt. The belt neatly held spare magazine pouches, an IFV individual first aid kit, a chem light storage pouch, and a quick-draw holster on the outer thigh. The primary weapon in their hands was a clatter carbine full-auto assault rifle with a compact short profile. The top rail was equipped with a red dot sight combined with a side-flip 3x magnifier, and a tactical flashlight and laser designator were mounted underneath. In the quick-draw holster on the right thigh was a boxy short-nosed Gator 9mm semi-automatic tactical pistol. At the back of each person's waist hung a tactical short-handled axe with a black grip and a sharp blade. Wang Luqian stared at this top-tier configuration far beyond conventional forces and slowly spoke. Is this the ultimate bodyguard the system has issued to us? Zhao Aiman fixed his eyes on those bright red mask lenses and swallowed hard. The hell is this, a bodyguard? This is a cyber-bio killer raised by Victor, isn't it? After all 4 helicopters teams had disembarked and formed up, the group noticed a single dark gray helicopter with no markings slowly landing on the far edge. The cabin door slid open. The person who stepped out was not wearing the BSAA's deep blue standard uniform, nor the USS's tight black armor and red-eyed mask. He casually pulled off his tactical helmet and tucked it under his arm. His golden brown hair was slightly mussed by the helmet, with a few iconic strands of bangs naturally falling over his brows. His skin was rough, fine lines gathered at the corners of his eyes, and gray hairs at his temples were clearly visible in the sunlight. He wore a dark gray stand-collar tactical jacket, the hem tucked into the belt of his black tactical pants, with only a thin shoulder pad on one side. On his chest and abdomen were a few black magazine pouches. In the quick-draw holster on his right side was a silver-gray SG-09, R pistol with a walnut wood grip and an integrated suppressor on the barrel. The holster had a worn RPD nameplate on the side. On the left side of his tactical jacket, another holster held a heavy, powerful Magnum revolver, its thick barrel gleaming with a cold, dark gray light. Leon S. Kennedy, DSO Senior Operative. He walked toward Huang Yu and the others, his voice raspier than in the game, carrying a raw, low tone that came from speaking after a long silence. The higher-ups said you guys are short on experienced people, so I'm here. The moment Leon spoke his name, Zhao Aiman had already started moving. His combat boots pressed a shallow dent into the grass, the magazine pouches on his tactical vest slapping against his chest in rhythm with his running. He halted abruptly about a step away from Leon, then extended both hands, grasping Leon's right hand before it could fully rise, and shook it vigorously 3 times. The motion so forceful it nearly dislodged the night vision device mount from his helmet. Mr. Kennedy. Leon. Holy crap, it's really you. I'm your fan. Do you have any idea how famous you are back where I'm from? No, I mean, you'd never guess I'd be standing here shaking your hand today. Zhao Aiman's tone had completely shed the composure befitting a United Nations second lieutenant, morphing into a peculiar pitch somewhere between a fan encounter and a university club recruitment event. He still held Leon's hand, not letting go, while his other hand patted Leon's shoulder as if greeting a long-lost college roommate. Leon let his hand be shaken 3 times, a faint smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, an expression of profound understanding that came from having witnessed too many grand spectacles to be surprised by any sudden turn of events. He waited until Zhao Aiman finished shaking, then patted the back of Zhao Aiman's hand with his now-numb fingers. Looks like you know me. Know you? That's an understatement. Let me tell you the first time I saw you. Not you in person, but in. Anyway, it was a long time ago, back when I was in high school. I first saw you, and you were amazing in there. Especially that martial arts move, the way you spun and kicked the zombie's head off. I thought, this guy is so cool. Behind the gas mask lenses, Zhao Aiman's eyes shone with a light that Huang Yu hadn't seen in ages. A light that last appeared on the highway when Zhao Aiman first spotted Hot Pot Base in the system store. Huang Yu and Wang Luqian stood about 3 paces behind. Wang Luqian cradled his rifle, his gas mask lenses fixed on the direction of Zhao Aiman and Leon. After a 3-second silence, he turned his head to Huang Yu and said in a voice only he could hear, "On the highway, when he first met Chen Gang, he had his rifle aimed and told him to get down on the ground. Now he's holding Leon's hand and saying, 'You're my idol.' Leon isn't Chen Gang. Leon is the character he died dozens of times trying to beat while playing Resident Evil 4 in his high school dormitory." Huang Yu took off his gas mask, hanging it on his belt, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "You too. I played Resident Evil 2. Completion time 3 hours and 47 minutes. After saying that, Huang Yu walked toward Leon, his pace unhurried but each step steady. He reached Leon, extended his hand, and said, "Huang Yue, Lieutenant of the UN Chemical Defense Emergency Response Unit. Welcome to Jiangnan University." Leon shook his hand. In the final moment of the handshake, Leon tightened his fingers slightly, as if confirming something. Confirming that this hand was real, that the lieutenant standing before him was real, that this dusty playground and the clouds torn apart by the rotor wash overhead were all real. Then he released his grip. "Your system implanted a complete mission briefing in me, including the basic situation of this world, the current state of the Jiangnan University safe zone, and the identities and backgrounds of you 3. But I suspect your knowledge of me goes even deeper than I imagine." He paused, his gaze moving from Huang Yu's face to Zhao Aiman, then to Wang Luqian, and finally back to Huang Yu. Those blue eyes held no confusion or unease, only a calmness that had been smoothed by the passage of time. "The system told me everything." Zhao Aiman's smile froze for half a second. He opened his mouth to speak, but Leon raised his hand, making a barely perceptible downward gesture signaling that no explanation was needed. It wasn't easy to digest at first. Imagine living for over 50 years making countless decisions, saving countless lives, losing countless comrades. And then one day someone tells you that your life is a game script, that every decision you made was written by a screenwriter, that everyone you lost died according to the plot's demands. That feeling, hard to describe. He shifted his helmet to the other arm and tucked it under his armpit. But later on the helicopter, I figured something out. He looked away from Huang Yu staring at the BSAA and USS soldiers forming up on the playground. Everything I've been through is real, no matter what it's called on your game disc. He released his grip from the holster at his lower back and looked back at Huang Yu. The hoarseness in his voice seemed to soften after saying those words, as if something that had been stuck in his throat for a long time had finally been coughed out. Zhao Aiman took off his gas mask and hung it on his belt. His hair was a mess under the helmet, and a red mark from the mask's rubber seal ran across his nose bridge. But he no longer cared, stepping forward once more. I just want to say this, whether you know it or not, the three of us. We've really been through a lot with you. We're all your fans. Wang Luken has played it too, he's also your fan, but I think he'd rather die than admit it. I never said I wouldn't admit it. Wang Luken said from behind. See. He admitted it. This is a historic moment. Zhao Aiman turned and pointed at Wang Luchen, then immediately turned back to Leon. Anyway, the three of us have been through those things with you. Now that you're standing here to us, you're not a game character. You're Leon S. Kennedy, having you here to help us. It's an honor. Leon looked at him silent for a few seconds. The last piece of cloud torn apart by the rotor wash drifted slowly across the sky above the playground. Sunlight poured down again, making his golden brown hair gleam faintly. Then he extended his hand and shook Zhao Aiman's. This time, he actively tightened his fingers with measured force. Thank you for telling me this. When Lin Shichuan and Fan Guan walked over from the direction of the library, they happened to witness the handshake between Zhao Aiman and Leon. Fan Guan still clutched that enamel mug, the freshly poured hot water, sending up a thin white steam. He had seen the helicopter land from the wall, but after he had settled Old Ma to continue checking the demolition reserve points and walk down from the guard post to the playground, he arrived just in time to see Zhao Aiman holding Leon's hand and shouting, "You're my idol." He turned to look at Lin Shichuan. Have you ever seen Lieutenant Zhao like this? Lin Shichuan pushed up his glasses and looked at Zhao Aiman's mouth, which was almost stretched to his ears. He was silent for a moment. No. When he stopped Lu Chong with his rifle at the main entrance of the library earlier, his expression was even more serious than now. Who was that newcomer? Not sure, but look at his stance and equipment. Lieutenant Zhao held his hand and said, I'm your fan. A person who can make Lieutenant Zhao call him an idol can't be ordinary. Lin Shichuan walked to the edge of the playground track, glanced toward Leon, and added, and when Lieutenant Huang was talking to him, his expression was very natural, as if he were talking to someone he'd known for a long time. As they approached, Huang Yu turned sideways and gestured for Lin Shichuan to come over. Director Lin, Platoon Leader Fan, this is Leon Kennedy's senior advisor. He's just been transferred from. Huang Yu paused for a moment, then added, from our higher-ups to be responsible for the armed defense deployment of the safe zone and the elimination of infected outside. Lin Shichuan extended his hand and shook Leon's. When Fan Guan shook hands, his grip was slightly firmer than usual, and Leon returned the same pressure. Two soldiers from different systems exchanged a brief, silent message through the handshake on the playground. Then Fan Guan released his grip, glanced at the holster of the VP-70 pistol at Leon's lower back, nodded, and said nothing more. Platoon Leader Fan has been guarding the wall for 4 months. He knows the campus defense system better than anyone. If you have any questions about defense, you can go directly to him. After saying that, Huang Yu turned to Zhao Aiman and found him still standing there, mouth open, looking as if he had 1,000 more things to say, but didn't know where to start. If you keep staring at Leon, he's going to have to give you an autograph. Autograph, right? Autograph. Mr. Kennedy, wait a moment. I don't have any paper on me. Lucien, do you have paper? Little Zhou has a registration book. No, that's public property. Zhao Aiman began rummaging through every pocket of his tactical vest, from the magazine pouches to the medical kit. Finally, he pulled out a neatly folded city map of Jiangnan City from the map pouch. He spread it out on the base of the parallel bars beside the playground, drew a knife from his leg, cut a strip of paper from the blank edge of the map, and then pulled a skin marker pen from the medical kit, used for marking wounds, and handed both to Leon. Leon took the pen and paper, bent over the base of the parallel bars, and signed his name. His handwriting was the cursive style of someone who had filled out countless official documents. Under the line Leon S. Kennedy was a small line RPD. He handed the strip of paper back to Zhao Aiman, and the faint curve at the corner of his mouth deepened slightly. This is more SSR than SSR. Zhao Aiman held the paper up in the sunlight for a moment, then carefully folded it in half and placed it into the innermost pocket of his tactical vest, the pocket usually reserved for the most important item, the individual identification tag. After doing all this, he turned around, spread his arms toward Wang Luchen, who had watched the entire scene, and announced in a solemn, preacher-like tone, Luchen, I have an autograph now. Do you? No, you don't. That's the difference in treatment between a believer and the chief theologian. Your hot pot cult hasn't been officially registered yet. There's no legally recognized difference in treatment between believers and theologians. Wang Luqian took off his gas mask and hung it on his belt. His hair was also flattened into a strange shape by the helmet, but he didn't bother to fix it. He just looked at the skin marker pen still in Leon's hand, which hadn't been returned to Zhao Aiman yet. But if you keep bothering Mr. Kennedy with your hot pot cult, your 7 UPS and 8 downs method is going to be put on trial for heresy by the Ecumenical Council. Lin Qichuan stood beside the pull-up bar for a moment, his gaze drifting from the holster at Lion's lower back to the helmet tucked under his arm. His expression carried a cautious scrutiny. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, then spoke politely. Mr. Kennedy, Lieutenant Huang says you're a senior consultant. If it's not too personal, may I ask what specific department you were formerly with? You've seen the situation we're dealing with here. I need to know your professional background, so I can judge what problems you might help us solve. Zhao Aiman was sliding her dagger back into its thigh sheath when Lin Qichuan's question landed. She immediately slapped a hand against the magazine pouch on her chest and jumped ahead of him. I know this one. I've got his entire resume memorized backwards and forwards. Lion Scott Kennedy started out as a beat cop, and on his very first day on the job ran straight into a bioterror crisis. After that, he joined a directly affiliated covert operations agency specializing in countering bioterrorism. Then he was transferred to the DSO, the Department of Security Operations, answering directly to the highest command. Throughout his career, he's handled bioattack scenarios spanning multiple infection vectors. And the crucial point is, from day one to now, every single time a novel infection emerged, he was on the front line, making first contact. He survived every one of them. Whatever we're facing here, now he's seen variants of it. Zhao Aiman finished speaking and drew in a long breath as though she had just surfaced from underwater. He was about to go on, but Fan Guan cut him off. Lieutenant Zhao, all the places you mentioned, are those overseas? Did this virus actually break out abroad so early? Zhao Aiman's mouth remained open, frozen in the shape of the next words he had been about to speak. His fingers hung suspended in midair, and he looked as though someone had hit pause on his entire body. He slowly closed his mouth, turned his head to look at Huang Yue, then at Wang Luqian, and finally returned his gaze to Fan Guan. With his gas mask now removed and hanging from his waist belt, every nuance of expression on his face lay bare. First confusion, then dawning comprehension, and lastly, an unmistakable awkwardness, the kind that comes when you realize you've completely forgotten something obvious. Wang Luqian stepped forward from the sidelines. He looked at Fan Guan and spoke in a steady, unhurried cadence. Sergeant Fan, the organization Mr. Kennedy belongs to is no different from our own CBRN Emergency Response Unit. Both operate within the United Nations framework. The UN has deployed multiple specialized agencies across the globe to address regional security threats, including in the biochemical domain. Mr. Kennedy's organization handles high-risk special operations in hazardous environments and has accumulated extensive experience countering a wide spectrum of infection sources. His transfer here was triggered when the escalation and assessment of the Jiangnan Province outbreak activated a higher-tier response mechanism. Lion lifted the helmet from under his arm and clipped it onto the equipment loop at his lower back. Sergeant Fan, Director Lin, I understand you both have questions about where I come from. Those questions are entirely reasonable. To put it simply, I was dispatched here because the survivor population within this security zone has reached the United Nations support threshold. Our mission is not to replace what you are already doing, but to bring over the experience we have and help you execute those same tasks more efficiently and more safely. Lieutenant Huang informed me that you are holding a security zone management meeting tonight. If it is acceptable, I would like to sit in as an observer. Lin Qichuan nodded to Lion. If you're attending, I need to let you know a few things up front. First, not everyone seated around tonight's conference table will be military. There will be representatives from the Student Self-Governance Committee and from the Mutual Aid Society. They may argue, they may slam their fists on the table, and they may exchange very unpleasant words. As a senior consultant, can you accept that kind of atmosphere? Accepted. Lion's reply consisted of 2 words delivered in a flat tone, as though someone had asked him how the weather was. Huang Yu glanced down at the time displayed on his wristwatch, then clapped his hands together. The sharp crack of his palms cutting through the brief silence overhead drew every person's attention. All right, everyone. We have a few hours before the meeting convenes. Disperse for now and prepare accordingly. Director Lin, please ensure the representatives from the Self-Governance Committee and the Mutual Aid Society are notified. Sergeant Fan, the deployment of the new guard posts along the perimeter wall will be finalized at tonight's meeting. Specific plans for squad composition and equipment allocation will be addressed uniformly during the session. As soon as his words faded, the BSA and USS personnel on the playground began filing back toward their respective helicopters, attending to equipment cases and personal gear. Lion had taken only a few steps back when Zhao Aiman suddenly called out from behind. Mr. Kennedy, the signature pen, could I get it back, please? Lion halted, looked down at the skin marking marker still held in his hand, and that faintest upward curve touched the corner of his mouth once more. He tossed the pen back toward Zhao Aiman. It rotated twice through the air before she caught it cleanly with one hand. He then continued walking until he reached the center of the base team, where he crouched down and said something to one of the members sorting through an ammunition case. The soldier nodded, rose to his feet, and set off toward the library. The rotors of all 4 helicopters began turning once more. The engine roar climbed from a low growl to a piercing whine, and the downdraft from the blades swept over the withered grass on the playground again, scattering the trampled blades in every direction. The deep blue fuselages of the BSAA and the matte black airframes of the USS lifted off the ground in sequence, their noses dipping slightly as they formed wingtip-to-wingtip pairs. They skimmed over the perimeter wall and headed southeast. Last to depart was the unpainted dark gray single-rotor helicopter, Lion's own aircraft. It circled the playground one final time, its rotor sound gradually receding until it disappeared beyond the horizon in the direction of the Jiangnan Bridge. Silence settled back over the playground, broken only by the late afternoon sun casting the diamond mesh shadows of the barbed wire fence onto the yellowed grass. Cooking smoke drifted from the cafeteria direction, curling in the gentle breeze before dispersing among the plane tree branches. Lin Qichuan said to Huang Yue, "I'll go notify the attendees now." Then he walked toward the dormitory area. Fan Guan turned and headed for the perimeter wall. He still needed to inspect the sealant along the third section of prefabricated panels on the south side. Huang Yue, Zhao Aiman, and Wang Luqian led Lion back toward the library, followed by soldiers hauling ammunition cases, gear supplies, and several army green wooden crates. On the way back from the sports field to the library, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the plane trees, casting fragmented gold across the ground. Leon walked beside Huang Yue, his equipment bag dangling from his hand, his gaze sweeping leisurely over the buildings and people along the route. Several students examining the wreckage of an airdrop crate by the flower bed fell silent. As he passed, a girl's lunchbox lid slipped off and hit her foot. When she bent down to pick it up, her face was already flushed to the ears. 2 boys nearby were also watching him. One whispered, "Who's that?" The other shook his head, but his eyes clung to Leon's face as if glued. Leon, long accustomed to such attention, simply continued walking. "You get this effect wherever you go." Zhao Aiman, carrying a rifle on her shoulder, walked on his other side, her tone laced with a fan's pride. "What effect?" Leon asked. "The kind where any casual snapshot could be a magazine cover, and the real thing is even more authoritative. That kind of handsome." Leon didn't reply, he simply quickened his pace. Behind the circulation desk on the library's first floor, Xiao Zhou was flipping through a registration ledger while leaning on a wooden crutch. Hearing the glass door slide open, he looked up. When he saw Huang Yu and Wang Luqian, he instinctively straightened. When he saw Zhao Aiman, he nodded. Then he saw Leon, and his gaze lingered on Leon's face for several seconds. The golden brown hair was slightly tousled from the helmet, and his blue eyes appeared especially deep under the dim library lights. The interplay of light and shadow added an indescribable weathered air to his entire face. Xiao Zhou placed the ballpoint pen beside the ledger, straightened himself with the crutch, and stood upright. "And this is Leon S. Kennedy, the new senior advisor." Huang Yu stepped aside to let Leon move forward. "This is Zhou Wenjun, a soldier under platoon leader Fan, the library duty officer." Leon gave Xiao Zhou a nod. Xiao Zhou stood ramrod straight on his crutch, raised his right hand in a salute, then picked up the ballpoint pen again and wrote a line neatly in the latest entry of the ledger. The group didn't linger on the first floor. The BSAA and USS team members paired up, began carrying military green crates, ammunition boxes, and weapon cases upstairs. The wooden spiral staircase groaned under the weight of a dozen combat boots. Huang Yu pushed open the door to the rooftop, and soon 2 neat rows of supply crates were stacked on the open ground beside the command tent. He crouched down and pried open the lid of the first crate, revealing military green cans and silver-gray vacuum-packed compressed rations. The second crate held bottled water, the third spare filter canisters, and first aid kits. Zhao Aiman pried open the fourth crate, glanced inside, and let out a whistle. Luncheon meat, hot pot-based solid alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, and several large packs of tripe, enough to throw a hot pot party. "We'll eat after the meeting." Wang Luqian crouched down to inspect the spray-painted label on the crate's side. "Enough for several rounds. If anyone asks about this place from now on, just say our airdrop supplies are issued according to UN standards." Huang Yu set the crowbar aside. "If you slip up, no one can cover for you. Zhao Aiman almost spilled everything on the field today. Don't let it happen again. They only need to know the supplies come through UN channels and the troops are deployed by the UN. The rest, the fewer who know the better." "Understood." Zhao Aiman put the luncheon meat can back into the crate, dropping the half-joking tone from before. He knew Huang Yu wasn't criticizing him. Leon placed his equipment bag next to the tent, walked to the parapet, and looked out. From this angle, he could see the barbed wire on the wall glinting with a fine cold light under the sun. "Do you have a shower around here? I haven't bathed in quite a while, and I'm starting to smell." The public shower is on the first floor of the dormitory. It runs on solar hot water, which is unstable, and water is limited. So after we hook up the generator, we plan to set up a private shower upstairs in the library, supplied directly from our own water tank. Wang Luqian used a knife to cut the spray-painted label off the crate and pasted it into the supply ledger. "The generator has more than enough power to run an extra shower. What about the water tank?" "There's room on the rooftop. The open space next to the tent can hold a vertical tank. The system store sells them. 50 points each, enough capacity for 5 or 6 people to shower at the same time. We can use waste heat from the generator to heat the water. If you're in a hurry, we can have it done after tonight's meeting." Zhao Iman brushed the foam debris off his hands, straightened up, and walked to the parapet to stand beside Leon. Say what you will, but the three of us are pretty efficient. 2 hours ago this rooftop was bare concrete. Now we have a tactical tent, a barbed wire fence, a generator, and a communication station. Give us another 2 hours and a shower room is no problem. Leon said nothing. He withdrew his gaze from the wall. Call me when the stuff arrives. We'll set it up together. Roger that. Shouldn't we make a list first? Water tank, shower head, water heater, waterproof curtain. Oh, and we need a few non-slip mats. Luchan, calculate the points. Mom Huang, Lieutenant Huang, approve the budget. Don't gross me out. Buy what you need yourselves. Huang Yu walked downstairs without looking back. Fine. Zhao Iman pulled Wang Luken toward the edge of the rooftop, counting off the equipment they needed to buy on his fingers as they walked. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the gap in the rooftop's iron door, casting a bright pillar of light onto the wooden spiral staircase. The dust motes dancing in that light beam looked like a swarm of microorganisms in a lively dance. Zhao Iman tugged Wang Luchen's arm and pulled him over to the side of the command tent. She crouched down first, flipping through several pages of the system store, her fingers swiping swiftly across the virtual interface. Water tank. Vertical shower set with hose and bracket, waterproof curtain, military green, matching the tent, 4 anti-slip mats. Total. Luchan, you calculate. 85 points. Wang Luken stood beside him, arms crossed, looking down at the interface he was swiping through. What about the water heater? Did you eat it, eh? Don't rush me, I'm looking. The system store has 2 types. One is an instant electric water heater with a power of 3,000 watts. The other is a solar storage type, lower power, but needs to be heated several hours in advance. Our generator has spare power, so let's just go with the instant one. Zhao Iman added the water heater to the cart, then scrolled down a couple more pages. There's one more thing. Let me think. Alright. Wall-mounted stainless steel storage rack for shampoo and towels. Added in. Total. He paused, mentally calculating for 2 seconds. 145 points. And a fridge. Right, the fridge. Almost forgot the sacred relic, cold storage. Zhao Iman navigated to the appliance category and found a military green portable refrigerator. 50-liter capacity, 12-volt DC power supply, 120 watts, noise below 35 decibels. On the side was a promotional image from the system store showing the fridge door open, neatly stacked with cans of cola and vacuum-packed tripe, along with a messy assortment of ingredients. This one added in. Total 225 points. Since Huang Ma said we can approve our own budget, I'll approve it. Your approval doesn't count. Huang Yu needs to confirm. He already said, buy whatever you need yourselves. That's authorization. Authorization, you understand. This is the delegation of administrative power. The leader of the Hot Pot sect personally authorized the apostles to procure logistics supplies independently. In the sect's doctrine, this is called the principle of economic autonomy. As Zhao Iman spoke, he tapped the confirm purchase button, deducting 225 supply points. Almost simultaneously, 3 military green crates and a vertical water tank's metal frame materialized out of thin air on the empty space beside the command tent on the rooftop. The crates looked identical to the ones they had just unloaded from the airdrop. Military green aluminum alloy shells with reinforced black plastic corner guards. The side of each crate was stenciled with white UNCBRN markings and serial numbers. The vertical water tank was stainless steel, its base fitted with 4 fixed bolt holes, and the accompanying hose and pump were already tied in a waterproof cloth bag to the tank's side. After prying open the crates, neatly arranged inside were the shower set, waterproof curtain, anti-slip mats, instant electric water heater, wall-mounted storage rack, and the military green portable refrigerator. When the fridge door was opened, the LED light inside automatic. This delivery method is really practical, and it even auto-connects the power. Zhao Iman crouched down, pulled out the anti-slip mats from the crate, and weighed them in his hand. Anyway, the airdrop crates we just hauled up were also unloaded from the helicopter. No one knows whether these crates came from the system or fell from the sky. The system is helping us maintain identity consistency. Wang Luken crouched to inspect the fridge's power cord interface. Alright, shut up and start moving. Anyway, we'll just say these are all UN standard issue. UN standard issue. Zhao Iman set the anti-slip mats aside, stood up, dusted off his hands, and turned to look at Liang, who was standing beside the tent. Liang had been leaning against the rooftop parapet, watching the two of them fuss over the pile of crates. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes held a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The kind of involuntary elder's smile that emerges when watching 2 young people busying themselves with something interesting but unrelated to oneself. Zhao Iman set the system store interface to share mode, unfolding a pale blue virtual screen in front of Liang. The screen displayed neatly arranged product categories from weapons and ammunition to food and beverages, from medical supplies to daily necessities, each item with a thumbnail and price tag. Liang's gaze lingered on the screen for 2 seconds, the blue light reflected in his eyes, and he squinted slightly. This is the system. Yes, the supply store. You spend points to buy things, and you earn points by completing missions and sheltering survivors. What you're seeing now is the senior consultant access level, sharing the same store interface as us, and the purchases are also settled from the same points account. Zhao Iman swiped a few times on the screen, switching to the food category. Luken and I were just discussing that the main purpose of buying a fridge is to chill cola and tripe. Those two things are strategic supplies for us. Cola is spiritual replenishment, and tripe is religious relic. But you're a senior consultant. What do you want? Coffee, tea, whiskey. The corner of Li Eng's mouth twitched. He smiled. He walked over to Zhao Aiman, looked down at the rows of product icons under the food category on the screen. Instant black coffee. Coffee beans requires hand grinder sold, separately concentrated coffee, liquid individually packed, 12 sticks per box. Coffee. He paused for a moment, then added black coffee, no sugar, no milk. Zhao Aiman raised an eyebrow. Drinking something this hardcore. Black coffee, no sugar, no milk, nothing added. Just pure concentrated caffeine solution diluted with water. Do you always order like this in the office? I don't order coffee at the office. Li Ao added the espresso concentrate to his shopping cart on the shared screen, his fingers moving across the virtual interface far more skillfully than Zhao Aiman had expected. The office coffee machine brews its own, and there's a vending machine in the hallway too. Zhao Aiman watched Li Ao add 3 boxes of espresso concentrate to his cart, then flip through a few more pages in the beverage category before finding the alcohol section. Whiskey Scotch single malt, 12 years aged. The bottle was a heavy square glass vessel with foreign lettering on the label she didn't recognize. Ice cube trays, silicone material paired with a plastic ice storage container that had a sealed lid. Cups, 8 thick-bottomed straight-sided whiskey glasses with hand-cut diamond patterns on the walls. Finally, he added a foldable aluminum alloy square table, just like the one in the command tent. He added each item to his cart one by one, moving at an unhurried pace. For each selection, he lingered a few seconds on the product details page, checking materials, dimensions, weight, and occasionally pinched his thumb and index finger together on the virtual interface to zoom in and inspect the details. When he shopped, he didn't look like someone using this small system for the first time. He moved like a veteran who had spent years picking out gear in physical stores. After finishing, he pushed the screen back to Zhao Aiman and said something that made her burst out laughing. Let's get another tent too, then set up a table inside with a few chairs. When there's no mission, we can sit there and have a drink. Whatever's going on outside, zombies or anything else, at least for the first sip of whiskey we can pretend it doesn't exist. Leo, you're not just our tactical advisor anymore. Zhao Aiman pressed the confirm purchase button and the supply points ticked again. You're our spiritual and cultural development advisor now. All of these things combined might do more for our morale than the dozen or so tactical squads you brought. Morale is maintained by hot pot and cola. Wang Luken poked his head out from the command tent. Whiskey is a new variable. Its long-term impact still needs observation. If you get drunk and start singing the geological team song, I'll have Wang you take away your economic autonomy. There is no geological team song. We only have a school song. The first line is atop the mountains we are the peak. I think it'd be quite fitting to sing on the rooftop. Zhao Aiman unpacked the newly purchased tent table chairs, cups, ice cube molds, whiskey, and coffee from the supply crate. She held a glass up to the sunlight and inspected the diamond pattern on its wall. The craftsmanship of the whiskey glass was unexpectedly exquisite. Thick walls and a heavy base. Under the sunlight, the diamond patterns refracted into fine, intricate specks of light, utterly unlike anything you'd expect from military-grade supplies. For the remainder of that time, the three of them assembled the shower on the rooftop. The vertical water tank was secured beside the retaining wall on the right side of the command tent with base bolts penetrating through the waterproof membrane directly into the concrete layer. Zhao Aiman drove 4 fixating stakes with her engineering hammer, hung the instant electric water heater on the aluminum alloy bracket outside the tent, connected the inlet pipe to the water tank, and attached the outlet pipe to the shower head. The power cable ran through the ceiling wiring conduit and connected to the generator distribution box in the corner of the reading room. Waterproof curtains were hung on stainless steel rings outside the tent, and once pulled closed they formed a semi-enclosed shower stall. 4 anti-slip mats covered the floor. A wall-mounted stainless steel storage rack was installed on the outside of the waterproof curtain, already holding a bottle of shampoo and body wash and those hands wielded the engineering hammer with uncanny precision when driving the pile fixtures, every strike landing squarely on the center of the pile head. The pile penetrated the concrete layer at a steady pace, without a single deviation. After completing the 3 fixed piles for the water tank base, he rose to stretch his shoulders. Sweat trickled from the few golden-brown strands of hair at his forehead, dropping onto the anti-slip mat. He wiped it with the back of his hand, leaving a faint gray streak. It had been a long time since I last drove piles like this. He returned the engineering hammer to Zhao Aiman, then bent down to fasten the waterproof curtain's hanging rings one by one onto the stainless steel rod. When Zhao Aiman took the hammer, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only managed. Your piling skills are better than Lu Chen's. The first time he drove a pile, he missed 3 times. The crack position of the first pile was poor. It deviated by at least 10 centimeters and struck the hollow cavity of the board. Wang Luken squatted inside the new tent, unfolding a newly purchased collapsible aluminum alloy square table. Wang Luken sheathed his dagger back into the leg scabbard, then pushed open the new tent's flap to show everyone. The tent's interior height was just sufficient for several adults to stand upright. A collapsible aluminum alloy square table rested against the wall, covered with an old tablecloth sourced from the reading room. Originally deep green, it had faded through countless washes into a color somewhere between mint and gray-green. A few threads frayed at the edges, but once spread across the table those flaws were concealed by the cloth's natural drape. On the ground beside the table sat two portable refrigerators with military green casings and UNCBRN markings affixed to the upper right corner of each door. The compressor's hum was nearly inaudible within the tent. Only the faint chill escaping from the door seals confirmed they were functioning normally. The left refrigerator contained neatly arranged cola cans, vacuum-packed beef tripe, canned luncheon meat, and a packet of chocolate that Zhao Aiman had surreptitiously stashed inside. The right refrigerator held a bottle of single malt S. Zhao Aiman set the engineering hammer in the corner, strode to the square table, picked up a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and gulped down half of it in one go. Leon slipped back into his tactical jacket, but left it unzipped, loosely gathering the front panels together. He surveyed the tent's square table, refrigerator, folding chair, and the clean towel draped over the chair back. This is better than the sewers under the Raccoon City Police Department back in the day. Just then the sound of rotors drifted down from the sky. The sound was heavy, the low-frequency rhythm of the blades chopping the air was slower than a Black Hawk's, carrying a strained quality, as though dragging an excessive weight. The three of them stepped out of the tent and stood on the rooftop, gazing toward the playground. A matte white Black Hawk helicopter was approaching from the southeast, and beneath its fuselage a massive matte white armored vehicle hung, suspended by steel cables. The GYRA infantry fighting vehicle, their very own IFV. Lashing lines bound the landing gear to the hull, and as the vehicle rotated gently in midair the UN insignia flashed once in the sunlight with each revolution. The rotor downwash swept across the withered grass on the playground, lifting once more the blades that the previous formation had not yet scattered. Blake's voice came through the walkie-talkie, and in the background could be heard the characteristic high RPM rumble of the Black Hawk's engines under heavy lift. Lieutenant, per your request, the infantry fighting vehicle has been airlifted in. The landing coordinates are set at the center circle of the playground football field. Landing cushioning will be handled automatically by the vehicle's onboard airbags. No additional assistance required. Also, Lieutenant, my mission window has come to an end. Subsequent aerial support will be handed over to another crew. He paused for a beat, then added, gentlemen, until we meet again. Take care. The Black Hawk descended slowly over the playground. The cushioning airbags beneath the infantry fighting vehicle automatically inflated and deployed while still several meters above the ground. 8 V-shaped bladders ballooned into massive white pads beneath the hull. The moment the hull contacted the ground, the airbags compressed to their limit, emitting a low resonant thump, then slowly rebounded, settling the entire vehicle steady upon the playground center circle. The lashing lines detached automatically, and the Black Hawk's fuselage jerked upward, instantly lighter. The rotor roar shifted from a straining bass back to its normal cruising timbre. Blake offered a salute toward the playground from the cockpit, then the Black Hawk's nose tilted slightly upward, banking toward the southeast. The sound of rotors gradually faded and ultimately vanished beyond the horizon. Blake is gone. Zhao Aiman set the emptied water bottle on the square table. Mission period ended, and he just bounced. Then why not persuade him to stay for a meal? Wang Lusen stood by. That's not a bad idea. At the very least we could recruit him into our hot pot sect. Zhao Aiman watched the direction in which the Black Hawk had disappeared, picked up the empty bottle from the table, crushed it flat, and tossed it into the trash can in the corner. Zhao Aiman tossed the empty water bottle into the corner trash can, dusted off her hands, and turned to face Wang Luken and Leon. So which of the three of us goes first to wash up? Let me state up front, I've smashed 4 steaks and moved at least a dozen crates. The inner lining of this hazmat suit is soaked through. If you make me go last, I don't mind. But I'll take the last can of cola from the fridge as compensation. Every time you say I don't mind, the next sentence is always a compensation condition. Wang Luken leaned against the tent door frame, arms crossed. Last time in the dorm you said, I don't mind, but I want the top bunk, and then you collapsed the top bunk's bedboard. That was a quality issue with the bedboard, not related to my weight. You climbed into bed with a backpack full of rock samples, at least 30 gene. I ask you, what kind of person carries a bag of rocks into bed? Do you think you're Patrick Star? Zhao Aiman opened her mouth, found she couldn't refute that fact, and chose to change the subject. Fine, I'll go last. Leon, you go first. You're the advisor, advisors get priority. Leon didn't decline. He pulled a clean training uniform and a towel from his gear bag, stepped into the shower stall, and drew the waterproof curtain. The water heater's indicator light switched from blue to orange, and the first stream of water from the showerhead hit the non-slip mat with a series of fine rustling sounds. Steam rose from the top of the curtain, dispersing into a pale mist in the afternoon sunlight. He washed quickly. Only about 5 or 6 minutes. But when he pulled back the curtain and stepped out, he looked as if he had shed a layer of armor. His golden brown hair clung wetly to his forehead, his face had deepened in color from the moisture, and the contours of his features seemed softer than before. He changed into a clean dark gray t-shirt and black training pants, draped his old tactical jacket over his arm, walked to the edge of the rooftop parapet, leaned against the cement ledge, and closed his eyes. Wang Luken. Zhao Aiman made a pleased gesture. The chief theologian takes precedence over the hot pot apostle. That's what the doctrine says. You did well, little Aiman. What does that mean? Did you just make up that doctrine on the spot? All doctrines are made up on the spot by someone. Wang Luken didn't argue further, grabbed a towel, and walked into the shower. Taking advantage of Wang Luchen's shower, Zhao Aiman went to the fridge, crouched down, pulled open the door, and stared at the row of cola cans inside for a moment. He reached for one, thought about it, then put it back. Instead, he grabbed a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, took a sip. Leaning against the square table, he pulled the note from his tactical vest, carefully unfolded it. In the afternoon sunlight, he read it again, then refolded it, and tucked it back into his pocket. Meanwhile, Huang Yu was walking out of the main entrance of the library. He had just finished checking the wall guard shift schedule with Fan Guan in the reading room, returned the register to Xiao Zhou, told him to wipe the long table in the meeting room before tonight's meeting, and then headed alone toward the sports field. The GYRA infantry fighting vehicle sat steadily in the center circle of the sports field. The buffer airbags had fully deflated, collapsing onto the withered grass like 8 giant white mushrooms. A crowd had already gathered around. Students, faculty, a few off-duty police officers, and several external shelter seekers who had earlier watched the airdrop near the library entrance. They kept the same distance as when they had watched the supply crate, not daring to get too close, but their eyes were all fixed on the matte white 8-wheeled armored vehicle. Some whispered about the meaning of the UN letters on the side, others crouched to study the structure of the buffer airbags, and a few stood on tiptoes trying to see the diameter of the 30mm autocannon barrel on the turret. When Huang Yu walked into the crowd, the onlookers automatically parted to let him through. He approached the side door of the vehicle, pressed his right hand against the biometric recognition panel on the door frame. The panel lit up with a pale blue scanning line crossing his palm. A crisp electronic unlocking sound came from inside the door frame. The hydraulic hinges let out a low hum, and the side door slid open silently. The dark blue LED strips inside automatically lit up, the air conditioning and filtration ventilation system restarted, and a stream of positive pressure air rushed out from the vents inside the door. Everything was normal. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Yu sat in the driver's seat, grasped the control sticks, and the side door closed automatically, the ceiling strip pressing tight. He pressed the external speaker, and his voice came through the roof loudspeaker. "Excuse me, everyone, let me through. I need to drive this vehicle to the library." Enter. The crowd parted to the sides. Huang Yu pushed the control stick forward, and the vehicle glided silently out of the center circle in electric mode, leaving 2 shallow tire tracks on the football field grass. It drove onto the cement road of the main path, and soon, rounding a flower bed, it stopped beside the dry fountain outside the main library entrance. He turned off the exterior lights and stepped out. After stepping out of the car, Huang Yu did not enter the library right away. Instead, he stood beside the open door and glanced upward at the newly installed wire mesh on the rooftop. A few communication antennas protruding from the tent roof swayed gently in the wind, and occasionally a figure flashed along the edge of the terrace. He locked the car door, turned around, and pushed open the glass entrance of the library. Behind the first-floor circulation desk, Xiao Zhou was scribbling something in the registration ledger with a ballpoint pen. Huang Yu greeted him and asked how to get to the third-floor faculty lounge. Xiao Zhou leaned on his wooden crutch and rose to his feet, pointing toward the staircase. "The lounge is on the east side of the 3rd floor. Turn left at the end of the corridor. The sign reads Faculty Lounge." It was originally meant as a resting place for the night wall patrols. "Those captains just now hauled their gear up there and said they wanted somewhere to sit, so I gave them the room." Huang Yu nodded and headed toward the stairs. After a whole afternoon of being trodden upon, the dust on the wooden spiral staircase treads had been mostly scuffed away, revealing the dark reddish-brown grain of the solid timber beneath. When he reached the 3rd floor, the corridor was quiet, but before he had made it to the far end, sounds drifted toward him. Grunts, heavy breathing, the slow creak of some weight being dragged across a tabletop, and the muffled, yet barely suppressible roars of onlookers. "Put your strength into it. Come on, Captain. Come on. Don't let up. Yes. Yes. Just like that." Huang Yu paused at the doorway of the faculty lounge. The door was not fully closed, leaving a gap, no wider than 2 fingers. He pushed it open. The room was modest, with an old wooden table placed squarely in the center. 2 captains sat facing each other across the table, their right elbows braced on the surface, their hands locked together in an arm-wrestling grip. The muscle definition in their arms was clearly visible through the sleeves of their tactical t-shirts. One was the captain of the BSAA team. His neck was flushed crimson, his jaw clenched tight. The other was the USS captain, distinguished by an old scar below his right eye that had grown faintly red from exertion. A ring of people surrounded them. Members of both squads pressed close to the table, some leaning their palms flat on the wood, others tiptoeing and leaning forward, and someone still clutching a gun-cleaning rag he had forgotten to put down after polishing his rifle. The moment the door swung open, the air seemed to freeze. Both captains released their grip, simultaneously rose to their feet, and snapped to attention. The surrounding squad members straightened within a fraction of a second, their arms falling naturally to their sides. The BSAA captain cleared his throat and wiped his right hand along the seam of his trousers. His voice still carried the strain of having pushed too hard, but his tone had already reverted to its usual formality. "Lieutenant, we were conducting physical training. Do you have orders?" Huang Yu stood in the doorway, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the 2 captains. Both of their right hands still retained the posture of their grip, the knuckles pale from overexertion. The redness on the BSAA captain's neck had not yet faded, while the old scar below the USS captain's right eye had already returned to its normal hue. Several of the squad members stood at rigid attention, though their eyes still held the residual excitement of spectators who had just witnessed an intense match. All of them stole glances at Huang Yu's expression like recruits awaiting a drill instructor's reprimand. Physical training. Huang Yu repeated the phrase, shifted his rifle to his left hand, and walked toward the table. A crumpled tablecloth was bunched in the corner, bearing a brown circular stain left by a teacup base. He reached out, smoothed the cloth flat, and then looked up at the two captains. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself on the drill ground. Let's do it now. Captain of the 1st BSAA squad. Your name and rank. The BSAA captain stepped forward and came to attention. Anderson, Lieutenant. Captain of the 1st BSAA squad. Call sign, Shepard, serving concurrently as the unit's designated marksman. Huang Yu nodded and turned to the man beside him. Captain of the 1st USS squad. The USS captain likewise stepped forward. Kane, Lieutenant. Captain of the 1st USS squad. Call sign, Raven. Specializing in close quarters assault and room clearance. Huang Yu nodded and then cast his gaze over the squad members gathered around the table. Just give your names. No need to salute one by one. That's exhausting. Name and rank will do. The members of Shepard's squad went one by one from left to right, calling out their names. Barnes, Sergeant, Executive Officer, and Scout. A tall black man whose rifle was fitted with a high magnification scope. Rojas, Corporal, Assault Specialist. A Latina female with short hair, a well-worn skull decal affixed to her rifle handguard. Clark, Corporal, Assault Specialist. A freckle-faced white youth who looked no older than 25. Miller, Corporal, Demolitions Expert. A rectangular field pack larger than the standard issue strapped to his back, emblazoned with a white background, red letter, hazard warning. Miyake, Corporal, Medic. An Asian woman with medical kits hanging at both hips, each at least twice the size of a standard individual combat medic pouch. Fisher, Corporal, Sniper. An M1A sniper rifle with a suppressor strapped to his back, the weapon completely wrapped in camouflage cloth strips. The members of Raven's squad followed, in quick succession. Green, Sergeant, Executive Officer, and Scout. His rifle carried a scope with even higher magnification than Barnes's. Harris, Corporal, Assault Specialist. Very pale skin, hair shorn down to a light golden stubble. Moreno, Corporal, Assault Specialist. Half a head shorter than Harris, but with nearly the same shoulder breadth. Volkov, Corporal, Demolitions Expert. His accent carried the distinctive vowel stress of a certain Eastern European language. Carlson, Corporal, Medic. Wearing thin-framed glasses with a fine scratch across one lens. Huang Yu scanned everyone, and then asked, who won the arm wrestling match? Anderson and Kane both opened their mouths simultaneously, then closed them. The squad members exchanged bewildered looks until Rojas poked her head out from the crowd. Reporting, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Kane won the first round. Lieutenant Anderson wasn't satisfied and took a rematch. The second match was only halfway underway when you walked in. Kane stood to the side, the corner of his mouth twitching. He offered no denial. Anderson wiped his right hand against his trousers once more. Arm wrestling can be considered part of regular physical conditioning. Huang Yu paused for a moment. However, next time assign someone to record the match. Otherwise there's no proof of victory. Understood. The two captains answered almost in unison. Huang Yu nodded. By the way, I still haven't seen the captains of the second squads for BSAA and USS. Where are they? Flock and Raven squad are on the wall, with Lieutenant Fan inspecting the reinforcement work on the watch platforms. Anderson answered quickly. Lieutenant Fan said they wanted to finish checking the structural integrity before nightfall, so they volunteered. Shall I go fetch them? No need. Let them continue. Before tonight's meeting, all squad captains report to the command tent for a brief coordination session. After speaking, Huang Yu glanced out the window. The afternoon sunlight was beginning to tilt westward. Darkness would fall within a few more hours. He turned and walked toward the door, but after 2 steps he stopped and looked back at Anderson and Kane. Oh, and don't forget to come up to the rooftop tonight for hot pot. Yes, sir. A far more relaxed smile spread across Anderson's square face. Behind him, Rojas picked up the gun-cleaning rag from earlier, and while wiping her weapon whispered to Clark beside her. I told you the captain would win the second round. Clark said nothing, but the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed him. Kane merely tilted his head slightly. Humph. One more time. Next time I'll beat you clean. Huang Yu pushed open the door to the 4th-floor reading room and ascended the narrow staircase leading to the rooftop. The rusted iron door was half open, afternoon sunlight spilling through the gap, casting a bright golden ribbon across the cement floor of the rooftop. He stepped over the threshold, and his first sight was 2 new tents pitched beside the command tent. Like the command tent, they were military green square tents, their windproof and waterproof fabric shimmering with a matte texture under the sun. The metal rings at the stitching points and the mesh of the ventilation windows were brand new and reflective. The curtain of the tent on the left was half open, revealing a waterproof curtain and a shower hose hanging inside, with a non-slip mat neatly laid on the floor. A wall-mounted stainless steel shelf held shampoo, body wash, and soap. The curtain of the tent on the right was also half open, hinting at a foldable aluminum alloy square table and a few folding chairs. Huang Yu stood between the 2 tents, turning his head to look at Wang Luqian, who was squatting by the entrance of the command tent cleaning a gun. Wang Luqian didn't look up. The cloth in his hand slid across the gun's bolt carrier rail, leaving a thin trace of gun oil. The left one is a shower room, the right one a living area. Zhao Iman calls it an investment in spiritual and cultural construction. I call it a new variable. Long-term effects remain to be observed. You set up a living area on the rooftop. Huang Yu repeated. Water, electricity, a fridge, whiskey, coffee. Lion said, when there's no mission we can sit in the tent with a drink and pretend at least for the first sip that the outside world doesn't exist. I found his reasoning quite sound. Wang Lucan finally raised his head, pushing the clean bolt carrier back into the gun's receiver rail, locking it into place with a click. The three of us just took turns showering. Hot water's steady, water pressure's good. The shampoo and body wash are mint-scented. There's a non-slip mat in the shower. Watch your step on the edge. Oh, and there's a fresh towel left for you inside. How thoughtful. Huang Yu took off the gas mask and hung it on his belt, rubbing the red mark on his forehead, left by the mask's rubber seal with the back of his hand. He hadn't showered since waking up on the highway. The lining of his hazmat suit had been soaked through with sweat several times. Where's Lion? In the living area, probably drinking coffee. Wang Lucan gestured with his chin toward the tent on the right. Huang Yu turned and walked toward the living area tent. The curtain was half open. He knocked on the metal frame of the tent entrance. Lion's voice came from inside. Enter. He pushed the curtain aside and stepped in. Lion sat at the square table, his back to the tent entrance. His old tactical jacket hung on the chair back, the collar of his dark gray t-shirt slightly open. In his hand he held a thick-bottomed straight whiskey glass filled with a deep black liquid, a thin layer of coffee oil floating on the surface. On the square table lay the open box of concentrated coffee liquid, next to a small electric kettle bought from the system store. The kettle's power cord connected to a distribution box in the corner of the tent. Lion didn't turn around. He simply raised his glass in greeting. Want a cup? Sure, let me try. Huang Yu sat down on the other side of the square table. Lion stood up and took another whiskey glass, pulled an individually wrapped concentrate packet from the box, tore it open, and poured it into the glass. Then he lifted the electric kettle and poured in hot water. The deep black concentrate spread rapidly in the hot water, leaving several uneven brown streaks along the glass wall. He pushed the glass toward Huang Yu. The bottom of the glass clinked softly against the aluminum tabletop. The corner of Lion's mouth lifted slightly, as if he had anticipated something. Huang Yu picked up the glass, blew on the steam, and took a sip. The moment the coffee liquid touched his tongue, his entire body froze. He didn't know whether to swallow or spit out the mouthful, but eventually forced it down. Then he started coughing, covering his mouth with the back of his hand, his shoulders shaking with each cough. The whiskey glass wobbled in his hand, nearly spilling. This cough. How is it so bitter? No sweetness. Are you sure this is coffee concentrate, not Chinese herbal medicine concentrate? Huang Yu set the glass on the table, pointing at the liquid with his other hand, his expression a mix of betrayal and poisoning. Lion leaned back in his chair, took a slow sip from his own glass, and only spoke after swallowing. His tone carried a barely suppressed smile. It seems my taste doesn't suit you. You really drink it like this? Nothing added. Just this black thick stuff. Huang Yu stared at the dark liquid in his own glass, hesitated for 2 seconds, then picked it up and took another sip. This time, though prepared, the bitterness still twisted his brow into a knot, as if he had put on a mask of agony. He set the glass down, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his expression screaming, I'm being tortured. I can't handle this, can I? Huang Yu held the glass. Lion raised a hand to cut him off. Just call me Liang. Huang Yu nodded. All right, Liang, I mean. Don't you want to try adding some sugar cubes and milk? His hand had already opened the system store. Lion lifted his glass, took a sip of the black coffee that could double as a chemical weapon, and shook his head. I'm used to it. Huang Yu browsed the food category in the system store, flipped a couple of pages, and found sugar cubes and milk. The sugar cubes were individually wrapped white squares in a cardboard box with foreign labels, about a dozen pieces per box. The milk was shelf-stable Tetra Pak, 200 milliliters per pack. He confirmed the purchase, and a crate materialized in the corner of the tent with a soft thud. He crouched down, pried open the crate, took out the sugar and milk, walked back to the square table, and slapped the sugar box and milk onto the table. The bottom of the cardboard box hit the aluminum tabletop with a louder thud than he expected. Sure you don't want any? Lion shook his head. Huang Yu didn't insist. He opened the sugar box, pinched 2 cubes with his fingers, and dropped them into his glass, stirring with the small spoon that came with the coffee cup. The sugar cubes dissolved quickly in the hot water, lightening the deep black liquid slightly. Then he tore open the corner of the milk pack and poured about half into the glass. The moment the milk hit the black coffee, it churned up soft brown clouds, the deep black turning to deep brown, then light brown, finally settling into a color resembling milk chocolate. He lifted the glass and took a sip. Then he set the glass on the table, slumped back into the folding chair, let his head rest on the mesh at the top of the chair back, closed his eyes, and let out a long, utterly satisfied sigh. Oh, that's better. Liang, sure you don't want to try? Lion lifted his own glass, took a sip of the deep black liquid, and shook his head. Really, no. He set the glass on the table, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Huang Yu. Aren't you going to take a shower? Huang Yu sprang up. Damn, I almost forgot. He flung open the tent flap of the living area and dashed out, slipping into the shower in a flash. The sound of water came accompanied by singing. I love taking a bath, my skin feels so good, oh oh oh. Huang Yu had been showering for quite some time. Steam billowed inside the shower room, the waterproof curtain puffed slightly from the moisture, and hot water from the showerhead splashed onto the anti-slip mat, producing a steady, dense rustling sound. Mixed with the occasional off-key notes of his humming, the noise echoed across the rooftop. When he finally pulled the curtain aside and stepped out, he looked as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had changed into a clean set of training fatigues, the old hazmat suit draped over his forearm, his hair still damp, and clinging to his forehead, a faint cooling sensation from peppermint shampoo lingering on his scalp. He stuffed the dirty clothes into a laundry bag in the corner of the rooftop, a military green canvas bag with a white UNCBRN insignia printed on the side one Zhao Aiman had casually purchased from the system store before leaving. He stood beside the rooftop parapet, towel drying his hair, and glanced down at the time displayed on his system interface. The meeting was about to start. He was about to head into the command tent to retrieve his tactical vest when he suddenly realized he hadn't seen Zhao Aiman anywhere. The shower room was empty. The flap of the living area tent hung open as well, and only Leon remained seated at the square table, holding a thick-bottomed whiskey glass, with the black coffee long since finished. Damn it, I just remembered. Where's Zhao Aiman? Huang Yu draped the towel over his shoulder and turned to look at Wang Luqian, who was leaning against the parapet drinking cola. Wang Luqian didn't turn around, one hand holding the cola can, the other elbow propped on the concrete ledge. He had also just finished showering not long ago, his helmet and gas mask hanging from his waist belt. His hair was half dry from the wind, a few stray strands flickering gently in the rooftop breeze. The wire mesh on the parapet cast a long diamond-shaped shadow in front of him. He went out before you got back. He heard there was braised chicken in the cafeteria tonight, and said he'd go check it out, promising to bring back a portion for each of us. Wang Luqian took a sip of cola, the bubbles hissing faintly inside the can. Braised chicken. Huang Yu took the towel from his shoulder and rested it on the edge of the parapet. Yeah, braised chicken. There was a subtle restraint in Wang Luqian's tone, the kind of cautious hesitation one adopts when something feels off, but they don't want to be the first to voice it. Where on earth does this school keep getting all this meat? The cafeteria menu board listed canned potatoes and pork at noon, and now they're serving braised chicken at night. It's been 4 months. After the military withdrew, they've survived on the university cafeteria's reserves this entire time. The frozen meat in the freezer should have run out within the first 2 months. It's not surprising that canned meat lasted this long, but fresh chicken. This either means there's a cache of frozen chicken we don't know about, or someone is raising chickens. If they're raising chickens, that's an even bigger problem. Chickens require a steady supply of feed, which is typically made from grains and soybean meal. That means there must be farmland or storage warehouses. Does this school even have farmland? I haven't seen anything resembling farmland so far, but behind the biology building there's an experimental plot. Not very large, probably used for genetically modified crops. If they converted it into vegetable beds and a chicken coop, then in theory, it could sustain small-scale farming, but I'm just speculating. I think something's wrong. Don't you? He took a sip of cola. Something's off, but it's not entirely impossible. However, based on what we know, this school released students for winter break a day before the outbreak. All students left early and the dormitories were sealed. That timing is too coincidental. Classes ended on the 6th and the first confirmed case was on the 7th. If the school administration received some kind of advance warning, they might have stockpiled supplies at the same time they sent everyone home. Not only sending students back, but also using the opportunity to bring more resources into the campus. If that hypothesis holds, then someone must have known what was coming ahead of time. If that assumption is correct, then Lin Qichuan should be one of the informed. As the director of the Emergency Management Office, he stepped up to take over civil administration of the safety zone after the military withdrew. Any official warnings the school received before the outbreak, he would certainly know. But whenever he talks to us, he never mentions any advance notice. His story has always been the military came and went, and we stayed behind to hold this wall. If he is hiding something, his acting skills are better than I thought. Huang Yu didn't respond immediately. He picked up the towel from the parapet and draped it back over his shoulders. He recalled what Fan Goen had told him under the jujube tree. A handwritten order given before the military withdrew. Hold your ground and wait for reinforcements. Do not give up. The paper, folded and unfolded repeatedly from January to now, was blurred by sweat stains. If the military had time to write a handwritten order to a squad leader of combat engineers before retreating, then they also had time to inform the school administration of the severity of the epidemic. If the school administration knew beforehand, then Lin Qichuan, as the emergency office director, could not possibly have been unaware. If he knew, then why has he never mentioned it? A faint, intermittent fragrance drifted from the direction of the cafeteria. Rich, deeply aromatic, carrying the savory scent of braised chicken and the greasy warmth of rendered fat. It was unmistakably the smell of Huangmin chicken. Zhao Aiman's dog-like nose must have caught it from halfway across the playground. Wang Luqian suddenly straightened up from the parapet and turned to look at Huang Yu, his cola can frozen midair. Wait, weren't we talking about Zhao Aiman? How did this turn into a food safety investigation? By the way, aren't we having hot pot tonight? Who eats the rice he brought back? If he puts the braised chicken on the table alongside the hot pot, that's spicy Sichuan peppercorn beef broth paired with braised chicken. Have you ever considered how bizarre that combination is? And this psycho still hasn't come back. He glanced toward the rooftop iron door. Has something held him up? Can it really take this long to fetch a meal? The cafeteria is only a few minutes walk from the library. He's been gone at least. How long did you say you were showering? Over 20 minutes. Nearly half an hour. Alright, if the cafeteria was crowded, waiting in line is understandable, but he's always the guy cutting the queue. Just as Huang Yu was about to respond, the familiar rhythmic tread of combat boots on the wooden spiral staircase echoed from the direction of the rooftop iron door. The footsteps were urgent, the treads creaking under the force. A few seconds later, Zhao Aiman burst through the iron door carrying 4 aluminum lunch boxes, the lids slightly bulging from the steam of sauce. The aroma of braised chicken mixed with the warmth of steaming rice wafted off him as potent as a walking cafeteria. He set the lunch boxes against the parapet, braced both hands on his knees, and panted for a moment before looking up at Huang Yu and Wang Lucan. Guess what happened to me while I was waiting in line at the cafeteria? Wang Lucan leaned against the parapet watching him. Did you cut in line and get whacked by the cafeteria lady's spatula? No. Your mother. Though I did cut in line, she didn't hit me, and even gave me an extra scoop of chicken thigh. Zhao Aiman caught his breath, lined up 4 lunch boxes on the parapet, and lifted the lid of the top one. The aroma of braised chicken mingled with the steam from the rice, surged upward, the sauce thick and dark, the chicken pieces still on the bone, the potatoes simmered to a soft edge, and the green pepper slices retaining their vibrant color. He fanned the steam with his hand, then looked up at the two of them, his expression swinging between pride and confusion. The point isn't the braised chicken, it's what I overheard while waiting in line. The Autonomous Committee students are apparently meeting on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, discussing tonight's negotiation strategy. I pretended to get my meal downstairs, but my ears were perked up like antennae. Guess what they plan to do to us? What do they plan to do? Huang Yu wrung the water from the towel. Zhao Aiman took a deep breath, fully opened the lunchbox lid, picked up a piece of braised chicken with his chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth. He winced at the heat, then began speaking indistinctly. The Autonomous Committee plans to propose a trade-off tonight. They are willing to accept UN takeover, but demand that the safety zone management regulations include a clause on student autonomy, covering dormitory allocation rights, cafeteria queue priority, and priority distribution of medical supplies to students. They've already finalized these terms internally and plan to bring them to the table tonight. Dormitory allocation rights. Wang Lucan raised an eyebrow. They want dormitory allocation written into the management regulations. Where will the off-campus refugees live? Still in the 8-person rooms. From what I gather, they want priority allocation rights. For instance, if better dormitories become available, or someone leaves the safety zone, or even dies, students get first dibs, while off-campus refugees only get assigned after students have picked. And they're discussing an even more outrageous proposal, splitting the cafeteria into 2 windows, one for students, one for off-campus personnel, with the student window serving first. What's the reasoning? The reasoning is that students are still growing. Wang Lucan was silent for a moment. College students. Still growing. Why not say they're still growing their brains? It gets even more absurd. Zhao Aiman tapped the edge of the lunchbox with his chopsticks. They also want to tie the voting rights for the Autonomous Committee to dormitory assignments. Only those living in the student dormitories get to vote. Off-campus refugees in the 8-person rooms are on the periphery of the dormitory area. Under this rule, they wouldn't even have voting rights. What's Su Ming's stance? Huang Yu asked. Su Ming is definitely opposed. I heard him say in the cafeteria, proposing such terms is basically forcing the Mutual Aid Society into opposition. Aren't you afraid Lu Chang will flip the table right then and there? Then someone beside him said, it's even better if Lu Chang flips the table. Let the UN people see what kind of quality these Mutual Aid Society folks have. Then Su Ming said, what you want isn't fairness, it's privilege. Privilege is backed by guns, and we don't have guns. I didn't catch much after that. So Su Ming is clear-headed, but he can't control his own committee, and he didn't expect the power structure of the Autonomous Committee to have changed. He knows the guns are with us. Wang Lucan said. He knows the guns are with us, but so what? They're convinced we wouldn't dare do anything to them. Huang Yu placed his chopsticks back on the lunchbox. Zhao Aiman scraped the last bite of rice into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, then pointed his chopsticks at the untouched lunchbox in front of Huang Yu. If you're not eating, give it to me. I was too busy eavesdropping in the cafeteria to get much food. Later, when I passed the corridor, I saw Lin Shichuan in the kitchen, apparently with the cafeteria ladies and the logistics team. I crouched in the corner of the corridor pretending to tie my shoelaces and heard him say, after the meeting tonight, someone might come to ask about the inventory. Have the registration book ready, don't panic, just tell the truth. Are those Lin Shichuan's exact words? Huang Yu stared into Zhao Aiman's eyes. Yes. He knows that someone will definitely ask about supplies at tonight's meeting, whether it's the Autonomous Committee, the Mutual Aid Society, or us. He's already prepared to be audited. Zhao Aiman stacked the empty lunchbox on top of Huang Yu's untouched one and let out a satisfied burp. What does that imply, eh? It implies he's not afraid of an audit. His supply management is solid. Huang Yu finally took a bite of chicken, chewing slowly. It also means he knows the supply issue will be a focal point at tonight's meeting, so he made preparations in advance. That man is too shrewd. He clearly has a sharp estimate of the pressure at tonight's meeting. My only worry now is that the two sides might come to blows at the table. Speaking of blows, will Lu Chang bring people tonight? Wang Lucan asked from the side. Definitely. This afternoon he brought over 20 people to block the library's main entrance, and Aunt Huang managed to hold him off with the promise of tonight's meeting. He'll definitely show up. And he'll probably bring a few key members of the Mutual Aid Society to sit in. Among those key members, I found out there's one named Qian. He used to be Lu Chang's apprentice in the factory in the maintenance squad. One of the 3 high-fever patients from the February incident was his roommate. He distrusts Lin Qichuan as much as Lu Chang does, and from the description, he's probably even more impulsive. Zhao Iman stretched his back. Lion is the X-factor in tonight's meeting. No one knows who he is, no one knows his background. He just needs to sit in the meeting room, and that face alone will make both sides pause for a few seconds. As for the defense deployment and supply issues, who will answer? Huang Yu asked. Lin Qichuan and platoon leader Fan will handle it themselves. They don't need us to shield them. Zhao Iman consciously stepped back. Then we'll decide based on the situation. Anything else to ask? Huang Yu wiped the sauce from his fingers with the towel. What about me? What do I do? Zhao Iman raised his hand. You're responsible for ensuring the quality of tonight's meeting dinner. If this meal is ruined, I'll make you scrub the toilets. You can rest assured about logistics. If there's nothing else, I'll go deliver food to my dear idol. Zhao Iman packed up the empty lunchboxes, then picked up Lion's portion and headed toward the tent in the living area. Zhao Iman carried the braised chicken rice pot meant for Liang and walked toward the tent in the living area. The sun sank behind the edge of the rooftop parapet, and the last ray of golden light swept across the diamond-shaped mesh of the wire fence, casting a dense pattern of fine light spots on the waterproof membrane. He lifted the tent flap. Liang was still seated at the square table, already on his second cup of black coffee. The collar of his dark gray t-shirt swayed slightly in the wind from the rooftop. When he saw Zhao Iman enter, he set down the cup and nodded. The cafeteria's dinner tonight, braised chicken with rice. Eat it while it's hot. The sauce will congeal once it cools. Zhao Iman placed the lunchbox on the square table and lifted the lid. Liang glanced down at the chicken pieces and potatoes inside, then picked up the chopsticks that Zhao Iman had brought. He took a piece of chicken and put it into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he paused, staring at the dark sauce in the lunchbox, then continued chewing. It's delicious. Zhao Iman had already reached the tent entrance. Hearing these words, he turned his head back. His mouth opened as if to say something, but he forced the words back down and instead said, "Good rest after you finish. I'll come get you before the meeting." Liang nodded and continued eating. As Zhao Iman exited the tent, he nearly tripped over the edge of the anti-slip mat, steadied himself with a stumble, and then hurried toward the command tent. Inside the command tent, Wang Luken had already cleaned the meeting table. The map of the old campus of Jiangnan University on the tabletop had been flattened again, and the curled corners of the handwritten book classification chart under the glass plate had been taped down with transparent tape. 4 folding chairs were placed on either side of the table. Huang Yu stood beside the table, checking the documents he would bring to the meeting room tonight. One was a draft of the temporary management regulations for the safe zone, which he had drafted casually that afternoon. Another was an inventory estimate of supplies. There was also a draft of the defense deployment diagram with all sentry post locations, shift schedules, and patrol routes for the BSAA and USS units marked on it. When did you write the draft of the management regulations? Wang Luken picked up the paper, his eyes quickly scanning the clauses. Nothing else to do, so I wrote one. I think those students on the self-governing committee might not be happy when they see this document. They originally wanted to insert their own student autonomy clauses into the management regulations. Now that you've drafted it in advance, you've essentially flipped the cards on the table before they even sit down. That's exactly the effect I wanted. Huang Yu stacked the 3 documents together and bound them with a rubber band he found in a supply box. The tent flap was lifted. Zhao Iman entered and then fished out a clean tactical vest from his equipment bag. Damn, I almost tripped over the anti-slip mat, he said as he pulled on the tactical vest, fastening the Velcro straps at the chest and waist, his movements noticeably more practiced than before. Huang Yu tucked his helmet under his arm and picked up the 3 documents. Let's go. It's about time. Zhao Iman and Wang Luken each grabbed their gear and followed Huang Yu out of the command tent. The last trace of sunset had completely sunk into the shadows of the abandoned industrial factory buildings beyond the perimeter wall. The solar-powered camping lights automatically turned on, casting a soft warm glow from both sides of the tent and the 4 corners of the rooftop, enveloping the entire rooftop in a gentle milky white halo. The wire fence reflected fine silver spots under the light, and a few towels hanging on a line outside the tent swayed gently in the night breeze. The light from inside the living tent cast a warm rectangular patch of light on the rooftop floor. The 3 descended the wooden spiral staircase. The meeting room was set up in a large reading room on the 2nd floor of the library. Xiao Zhou had cleaned the long table an hour earlier, and the bookshelves against the wall had been pushed aside to make room for over a dozen people. Half a dozen folding. Huang Yu nodded. Then came Su Ming, a 3rd-year physics student with a pair of black-rimmed spectacles, a slight scratch on the lens. He wore his hair very short and was dressed in a faded casual jacket zipped up to the chest. He walked in softly, as if confirming his seat number before entering an exam hall. 2 core members of the self-governing committee followed. Then came Lu Chang, accompanied by a young man of similar age and work clothes, short but broad-shouldered with an old scar running from his eyebrow to his jaw, his expression even heavier than Lu Chang's. He leaned against the wall by the door upon entering, choosing not to sit. His gaze lingered on the 3 from Huang Yu's group for a moment, then shifted to Lin Qichuan. The last to enter was Liang. His golden brown hair appeared almost white under the fluorescent light. He paused at the doorway for a moment, quickly scanning the positions of everyone in the room. Then he walked to the empty seat on Huang Yu's right and sat down unhurried, leaning back against the chair. The fluorescent tube flickered once and then stabilized. Huang Yu placed the 3 documents in front of him and looked up at the people on both sides of the long table. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Huang Yu placed the 3 documents in front of him, not opening them immediately, his gaze sweeping across both sides of the long table. Lin Qichuan placed his interlaced hands on the register with a craft paper cover. Fan Guan set his enamel mug on the tabletop, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, as if attending a military meeting. Su Ming sat to Lin Qichuan's left, both hands tucked into the pockets of his school uniform jacket. Beside him were 2 key members of the Autonomous Committee, one a tall, thin young man in a baseball cap with the brim pulled low holding an open notebook, the other a short-haired girl. Lu Chang sat directly opposite Su Ming, while Qian Guodong leaned against the wall behind him with his arms crossed, showing no intention of sitting down. Today's meeting has only 2 agenda items. The first concerns the draft temporary management regulations for the security zone along with an assessment of the current conditions within the security zone. The document covers the management structure, security, defenses, material allocations, quarantine room protocols, priority distribution for medical supplies, and entry-exit registration procedures. Please review each item and voice your concerns. He pushed the first document toward the center of the table, the blue UN emblem on the military green canvas, reflecting a dim sheen under the light. Lin Qichuan reached out and took the document to read it. He read with intense, focused brows, slightly furrowed fingers tracing each line as his lips moved silently. Su Ming leaned in to examine it alongside him. The 2 key members of the Autonomous Committee rose simultaneously to stand behind Su Ming, peering down at the document. After a few seconds, the baseball cap emitted a quiet snort from his nose. The sound was faint, yet in the silent meeting room, everyone heard it clearly. Feel free to raise any questions you may have. The baseball cap didn't answer Huang Yu directly. Instead, he glanced at Su Ming first, as though waiting for Su Ming to speak on his behalf. Su Ming showed no reaction, turning to the second page of the document where his fingers lingered for 2 seconds on the clause regarding maintaining the current dormitory allocation. Yet he remained silent. The baseball cap finally lost his composure, slamming his notebook onto the table and pointing at one of the clauses with his finger, his tone carrying the reluctant urgency of a student called upon by a teacher. This draft is nothing but rules imposed by you from start to finish. We're the students' voices. We have our own demands. We don't want issues like dormitory allocation and cafeteria queuing dismissed with a mere maintain the status quo. We are students of this school, and these dormitories were meant for us. Before he could finish, Lu Chang, seated across from him, spoke up. You're well accommodated, but what's the meaning of all these empty dorms while keeping us out? And do those of us from outside the campus not need food? You held your meeting on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria this afternoon. I was downstairs getting food and caught every word. You want to split the cafeteria lines into student and non-student sections with students served first. You want to enshrine dormitory priority into the management regulations. You even want to tie voting rights to housing. This is an internal matter for the Autonomous Committee. The baseball cap raised his voice. How we discuss things is our right. You have no business. What you're discussing affects our interests. You're debating how to keep us from eating our fill, from having proper housing, from having a vote. Of course I'm going to intervene. Lu Chang slapped his palm on the table. His palm pressed against the canvas, fingers tightening until his knuckles turned white as though trying to press an imprint into the wooden board beneath the tablecloth. The meeting room fell silent for roughly 2 breaths before the short-haired girl spoke. Yes, we are discussing these provisions, and why? Because those seeking refuge outside the campus have shown no respect for our autonomous authority. You've consistently treated students as easy targets, and your violations are documented. We require these provisions for self-protection precisely because you persistently undermine the rules. Self-protection. What you're really protecting is your privilege. Qian Guodong's voice erupted from the corner where he'd been leaning in silence, his tone rough and gravelly like sandpaper grinding rust. He had been quiet against the wall, but now stepped forward abruptly, his shoulders shifting past the doorframe, as the old scar running from his brow to his jaw flushed red under the fluorescent lights. His finger pointed at the short-haired girl. Your student autonomous committee has been self-governing from the start, with none of us from outside the campus represented. Every rule you've established serves only yourselves. Last February, when my roommate had a fever, what did your student representatives say? The isolation room is for everyone. You need to queue. He was delirious with fever in the hallway, and your representatives still told us to wait our turn. And then he died. None of us want to relive what happened in February. Lin Qichuan's voice cut in, unexpectedly drawing everyone's attention to the window side of the table. Looking at Qian Guodong, his tone carried a weariness rarely seen on him. The Autonomous Committee has made mistakes, and the Mutual Aid Association has acted impulsively at times. We brought those provisions to today's meeting not to argue, but to find a solution everyone can accept. As Lieutenant Huang said, this draft is only preliminary. Everyone is welcome to voice their opinions. Then speak up. The baseball cap pushed the document toward the center of the table, opened his own notebook, pressed his finger against the page, and began reading aloud the Autonomous Committee's demands item by item. Dormitory allocation should prioritize students. The cafeteria should establish separate student serving lines. Medication quotas should favor students. The Autonomous Committee should retain independent electoral rights. and any provisions affecting students in the management regulations must be approved through the committee's vote. He read through them rapidly, clearly having rehearsed these demands countless times internally. After hearing them out, Lu Chang replied with just 4 words, "Not a chance." Then the dispute between the Mutual Aid Association and the Autonomous Committee erupted like a lit fuse. The baseball cap raised his voice. The short-haired girl countered with even faster speech. Lu Chang struck the table, and Qian Guodong stepped forward once more from the wall. Several people spoke at once, their voices colliding under the fluorescent lights. Fan Guan lifted his enamel mug for a drink, while Lin Shichuan removed his glasses, wiped them twice with his hem, and put them back on. The argument dragged on for several more minutes. The baseball cap finally slammed his notebook onto the table, rising to brace himself with both hands on the surface, his face flushed red. "You're completely unreasonable. These provisions are our bottom line. There will be no concessions." Lu Chang stood up from his chair, as well the folding chair behind him scraping half a meter backward across the tiled floor with a sharp screech. "Bottom line. Do you even know what that means? For 4 months we've lived in 8-person rooms while you get 4. We queue after you for food. Our sick can't get medicine while your expired cold remedies still receive fresh allocations. And now you're talking to me about a bottom line." The baseball cap's hands were still braced against the tabletop, his knuckles white from the strain. He opened his mouth to retort against Lu Chang, but after Lu Chang's words landed, his lips moved several times, each attempt to speak choked off before it could begin. The short-haired girl placed a hand on the baseball cap's forearm, pressing down, gently signaling him to sit. The baseball cap did not sit, but he withdrew his hands from the table, clenching them into fists at his sides. The short-haired girl turned to face Lu Chang, her tone dropping by a degree compared to when she had argued with Qian Guodong alongside the baseball cap. "Master Lu, what you say is true. There are indeed things we haven't done fairly. But you need to understand one thing: the Autonomous Committee didn't start with all these powers. After the army withdrew, the police station couldn't handle everything, and Director Lin was so busy he barely slept 2 or 3 hours a day. It was we who stepped up first to maintain order in the cafeteria, who registered the dormitories, who helped the police enforce the quarantine procedures for those who climbed over the wall and returned. What you see as privilege, we see as responsibility. Without the Student Autonomous Committee, this safe zone wouldn't have lasted 2 weeks after the army left." Responsibility. The emotion in Qian Guodong's voice sharpened. "You call that responsibility? The way you maintain order in the cafeteria is by putting up a sign at the window, white background, red letters, that says Student Priority Window. I saw that sign with my own eyes when I went to get food. It's still hanging there next to the first floor serving window. You call that responsibility? That's discrimination." The short-haired girl did not reply immediately. She lowered her eyes, gazing at the army green waterproof cloth on the table, and remained silent for a moment. Then she looked up at Su Ming. Su Ming had not participated in the argument from start to finish. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his eyes were fixed on the document before him, his fingers lightly tapping on the line that read "Maintain current dormitory assignments." He was thinking, or rather he was waiting for this quarrel to burn itself out. "That sign." The short-haired girl's voice dropped even lower. "We made it. At the time, the reason we put it up was because people were fighting every day in front of the cafeteria windows, students and off-campus people shoving each other. The kitchen staff said if it continued, they'd close the cafeteria. We didn't put up the sign to deny you food, it was to separate the queues for students and off-campus people to reduce friction. If you think that sign is discrimination, I can go take it down right now. Will taking it down be enough?" Lu Chang leaned forward, his hands braced on the table. "The sign can be taken down, but the rules you've established remain. Students first for meals, students first for dormitory assignments, students first for medicine. This isn't about a sign, it's about what's deeply ingrained in your minds. Deep down you feel this school is yours, and we are outsiders. We should be grateful and not make demands." "We never thought you should be grateful." The short-haired girl's voice rose a notch, but she quickly suppressed it. "Then you think we don't deserve equal treatment?" Qian Guodong leaned against the wall, letting out a cold laugh. Lin Shichuan looked at the people on both sides of the long table, remaining silent for several seconds. Then he stood up and walked to the bookshelf against the wall of the meeting room. On the bookshelf was a cardboard box containing a stack of yellowed old newspapers and several registration books with curled edges from frequent use. He pulled something from the bottom of the box, walked back to the long table, and placed it on the army green waterproof cloth, where everyone could see. It was a faded red armband, cloth hand-sewn with crooked stitches and frayed threads at the edges. On the armband, 3 characters were painted in yellow paint: Volunteer. Huang, you recognized the armband. It seemed there was an identical one under the glass of Xiao Zhou's duty desk. This was sewn on the 3rd day after the army withdrew in early February by squad leader Fan and me beside the lending counter on the 1st floor of the library. At that time, the first wave of off-campus refugees had just flooded into the safe zone. The cafeteria was in complete chaos, the medicine cabinet and the clinic had been pried open, and people were cooking in the dormitory hallways. We needed people then, so we handed out these armbands at the cafeteria entrance. Students, teachers, off-campus refugees. Anyone willing to help maintain order could come and take one. Among the first to step forward were 3 workers from your textile factory. Lin Shichuan looked at Lu Chang, then at Qian Guodong. You probably don't know them. They're all dead now, 2 died in the violent incident in February, and 1 never returned after climbing over the wall in March. Back then no one asked whether the other person was a student or an off-campus refugee. No one cared who was priority and who was secondary. We were just on this isolated island surrounded by 4-meter-high walls trying to make everyone live like human beings. The meeting room fell silent for a long time. The fluorescent light flickered once and then stabilized. Lu Chang was still standing. The short-haired girl took off her glasses and pressed her fingers gently against the corners of her eyes. Lin Shichuan placed the faded armband back on the table and pushed it to the center of the army green waterproof cloth. In the silence, Huang Yu drew the pistol from his holster and placed it on the table. Huang Yu placed the P99 pistol on the army green waterproof cloth. The sound of the gun body tapping against the tabletop was not loud, yet everyone on both sides of the long table fell silent in that brief click. They realized in the same instant that throughout the entire meeting from beginning to end Huang Yu had never raised his voice. If you can only argue endlessly like this, then we will fully take over this safe zone and implement military-style management. Everyone will be incorporated into the military unit with roll call at 7 a.m. each morning and rations distributed by headcount. Medical supplies will be centrally managed and no individual may withhold them under any pretext. Dormitories will be reassigned by the logistics team with no distinction between student and civilian quarters. All perimeter guard supply gathering missions and fortification construction will be coordinated by us on a rotational schedule, ensuring everyone shares the duty equally. I don't care whether you're a top physics student in your junior year or a machinist who spent half your life at the factory. The person assigned is the person who does it. If you can't handle the work, someone will teach you. If you don't want to do it, you'll do it anyway. Because beyond these walls lies neither classroom nor workshop. Beyond these walls are zombies, the virus, and rotting corpses that have been clawing at the base of these walls for 4 long months. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Do you think I look young and easy to talk to? His voice suddenly rose a degree, his right hand slamming against the tabletop. Or do you think I dare not touch you? The outside is swarming with zombies. Yet you're carving out your own fiefdoms here over trivial nonsense. Splitting into factions. Forming cliques. Do you really believe you can rule behind these walls? You're squabbling over who gets first dibs at the mess hall, who gets a 4-person dorm, who gets a vote. Have you forgotten that the reason any of you are even standing here arguing is because someone's been manning those walls for 4 months? You've been bickering here for 4 months while Captain Fan and his team have been holding those walls for 4 months, and not a single one of you bothered to ask if he's tired. Did anyone bring him hot water? The baseball cap wears Adam's apple bob twice. The short-haired girl's glasses were gripped tightly in her hand, the frame pressing into her palm until it turned red. Lu Chang was still standing, but he dared not meet Huang Yu's eyes or look at the gun on the table. He could only stare at the crumpled waterproof cloth before him. Did you understand what I just said? I'll say it again. We're not here to listen to your arguments. We're here to take over. We brought you here to give you a place to talk, to deliberate together. But if you can't even discuss things properly, then what was the point of calling this meeting? If that's the case, there won't be any more meetings. All decisions will be made by us. Anyone with an objection, speak now. Huang Yu's gaze swept across every face, but no one spoke. Su Ming, do you have any objections? No. The Self-Governance Committee will remove the cafeteria sign tonight. We agree to the draft management regulations. The dormitory allocation will remain as is. We have no objections. Su Ming's voice was soft. The baseball cap wearer opened his mouth, then lowered his head. The short-haired girl didn't look up, but she finally put the glasses back on that she'd been gripping so tightly. Lu Chang, what about you? No objections. The Mutual Aid Society submits to the takeover. The queuing order at cafeteria windows, dormitory allocation, and medical supply quotas. All accepted under the management regulations. Lu Chang pulled the folding chair back that his knee had kicked aside and sat down. Qian Guodong stood behind him, his Adam's apple bobbing once before obediently pulling out a seat and sitting down. Huang Yu stood before the long table, his hands pressed flat against the military green waterproof tarp. No one in the room was looking at the gun on the table anymore. They were all watching Huang Yu's eyes. Did you all hear me clearly? No one spoke. The one in the baseball cap kept his head lowered, the brim obscuring most of his face. All that could be seen was his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. The short-haired girl took her glasses off and put them back on again, and again her fingers tracing the frame edge repeatedly, as though searching for some posture. She didn't know where to place them. Lu Chang sat with both hands resting on his knees, too afraid to speak. Qian Guodong was unusually subdued. Huang Yu raised his right hand from the table and brought it down hard again. This time the strike was heavier. 3 documents bounced off the tarp and 1 slid to the table's edge before Lin Shichuan reached out and held it down. Water in the enamel mug rippled violently, and a few drops splashed onto Fan Goen's hand. Are you deaf? I heard you. We heard you. The one in the baseball cap was the first to shout it out, his voice cracking as though conditioned to bellow on instinct the way soldiers do when their names are called during drill training. The short-haired girl echoed him almost immediately. Lu Chang unclenched his fists on his knees and muttered, "We heard you," before others began chiming in one after another. Then it settled. The safety zone's temporary management regulations take effect starting tonight. Huang Yu's voice dropped back to its normal volume. Rule 1: all persons within the safety zone enjoy equal basic rights. Housing allocation, cafeteria meals, and medical supply quotas shall all be distributed equally in proportion to headcount. Rule 2. The Self-Governance Committee and the Mutual Aid Society shall retain their representative seats, but voting rights shall be exercised temporarily by the administering authority. Once the safety zone situation stabilizes, those seats and voting rights will be gradually returned to your own elected representatives. The specific timeline depends on your conduct. If you can avoid fighting and causing trouble in the days ahead, I may return voting rights sooner. But if you start slamming tables over trivial nonsense like who gets to serve first in line, then it'll be postponed indefinitely. Rule 3. All persons shall be enrolled into the rotating duty roster. All guard posts and external supply mission teams shall be taken over and scheduled uniformly by our side. Whoever is assigned is whoever serves. Those whose physical condition is unsuitable will be transferred to logistics or the medical ward for support duties. The roster will not exceed sustainable capacity. He paused, picked up the document Lin Qichuan had pressed down earlier, and flipped to the last page. Rule 4, and the final one starting tomorrow, all external supply gathering teams shall be led by a BSA or USS squad. Support personnel will be drawn from the rotating duty roster in sequential order. Prior to each mission, the team leader will provide a brief training session. You won't be going to the front lines, but you will need to learn how to cooperate. He closed the document and looked at Lu Chang. Your people report to the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The team leader will take roll call. Anyone absent will have their daily ration halved for the day. Lu Chang stood up and pushed his folding chair back into place. Understood. Everyone from the Mutual Aid Society will be at the playground at 8. Not a single person missing. Qian Guodong rose as well. He said nothing, merely giving Huang Yu a slight nod in his direction, then followed Lu Chang toward the door. The one in the baseball cap picked up the notebook from the table and tucked it into the inner pocket of his school jacket. His movements were slow, as though dragging out the moment of departure, or perhaps waiting for Su Ming to go first. Su Ming rose from his chair and gave Huang Yu a slight bow in his direction. Then he and the short-haired girl walked out of the conference room one after the other. The one in the baseball cap was the last to leave. He paused at the doorway, glanced back at the pistol on the table, and pulled the door shut behind him. The conference room fell quiet once more. The fluorescent tube above hummed with a faint electrical buzz. Outside the window, it was completely dark. Lin Qichuan took off his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses with the hem of his white shirt. Fan Goen lifted the enamel mug and drained the remaining water, then set it back on the table with a light, crisp click of ceramic against wood. Leon leaned back in his chair, watching Huang Yu, a faint curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That slap of yours earlier had real force behind it. Couldn't hold back. It kills. Huang Yu massaged the base of his right palm with his left hand. The edge of his palm was already a deep red. Not controlling yourself actually worked better. If you'd been holding back when you slammed the table, Lu Chang and Qian Guodong wouldn't have capitulated so quickly. Leon picked up his water cup from the table and took a sip. Then I suppose I don't mind letting them see where true authority lies. Huang Yu moved his hand away from his palm, picked up the pistol from the table, and holstered it once more. Decisive indeed. Huang Yu gathered the documents and tucked them under his arm. Let's go. Lin Qichuan put his glasses back on and rose from his chair. He sandwiched the register with its brown paper cover beneath his arm. Lieutenant Huang, I'll have someone remove that sign from the cafeteria tonight. As for the Self-Governance Committee, I'll speak with Su Ming separately once more to ensure they understand the execution details of the management regulations. I've already had Liping reorganize the logistics department's supply register, and it will be on your desk tomorrow morning. His tone while speaking was much the same as during the meeting, but something had shifted in the way he looked at Huang Yu. It was the complex respect that arises naturally when one sees someone far younger achieve what one himself could not. Thank you for your hard work, Director Lin. Huang Yu switched the documents to his left hand and extended his right to shake Lin Qichuan's. Lin Qichuan's palm was dry and firm, his fingertips calloused from years of gripping a pen. Then Lin Qichuan nodded to Leon, and Fan Goen pushed open the conference room door and stepped out. The even rhythm of his leather-soled shoes against the tile floor echoed in the corridor, gradually fading toward the stairs. Fan Goen lifted his enamel mug and rose, stretching his shoulders. He had barely spoken a word throughout the entire meeting. Sergeant Fan, tomorrow morning you'll work with the captains of Base Squad 1 and USS Squad 1 to finalize the guard rotation schedule. They should be on the third floor in the faculty restroom. Fan Goen gave a single nod, drained the water from his mug, and headed for the door. At the threshold, he paused, turning back to look at Huang Yu. Lieutenant, that palm of yours. It'll likely be swollen tomorrow morning. There's anti-inflammatory spray at the infirmary. Then he pushed open the conference room door and disappeared into the far end of the corridor. Wang Luqian and Zhao Aiman rose from their positions by the wall. Zhao Aiman unscrewed the mineral water bottle she'd been clutching tightly throughout the meeting without daring to drink, and took a long gulp. She wiped her mouth with her sleeve and exhaled a long breath. Huang Mama, you were fucking awesome. Seconded. Wang Luqian, rifle still slung over his shoulder, approached the table. Let's go. Time to eat. Zhao Aiman fell silent for a moment. Shoot, did I make a mistake coming down here? Wasn't I supposed to be cooking upstairs or something? Exactly. I was wondering the same thing just now. Wang Luqian looked thoroughly defeated. Leon rose from his chair. Let's go. Freshly made tastes better anyway. After the meeting, Huang Yu and Liang walked ahead, while Wang Luqin and Zhao Aiman followed behind. The wooden spiral staircase let out familiar low echoes under the pressure of their combat boots. As he climbed the stairs, Zhao Aiman counted on his fingers, pondering the menu for tonight's hot pot. After calculating for a while, it seemed nothing was missing. With this calculation, it seems nothing is missing. Zhao Aiman paused at the iron door of the rooftop, finished counting on his last finger, and found that there was indeed nothing else to add to the ingredients. But he felt something was missing. He pushed open the iron door, walked into the living area tent, and pulled open the refrigerator door. Inside, luncheon meat, tripe, hot pot base, and various other ingredients were neatly stacked in several layers. The refrigerator light shone on his face as he stared at the row of items for a moment, then closed the door and walked to the entrance of the command tent. Luqing, how many cans of cola do we have left? I forgot, didn't you just go in and check? Oh, I forgot too. Zhao Aiman returned to the refrigerator, crouched down, and searched through the bottom layer. Nothing left. Should he buy more? Although Liang only drinks black coffee and whiskey, what if he wants to change it up today? If he only buys 3 cans, wouldn't that be an unlucky number? An odd number on the hot pot table, according to the doctrine of the hot pot cult, is a theological issue that requires discussion by the Ecumenical Council. I'll buy a case of cola. He opened the system store and found can cola in the beverage category. A case of 24 cans packed in a military green plastic box with a white UNCBRN logo on the side. He dragged the case of cola out of the delivery box, opened the lid, took out 4 cans, and placed them in the refrigerator, then pushed the rest still in the box under the square table. He then took out 1 can and handed it to Wang Luqin, placed another next to the armrest of Huang Yu's folding chair, and kept the last one for himself. Where did this come from? Wang Luqin pulled the tab. I bought a case. If I only bought a few cans, how could that be enough? Although Liang doesn't drink cola, we can't deprive him of his future right to drink just because he doesn't now. Moreover, 3 cans is an odd number. The doctrine of the hot pot cult clearly stipulates that the beverages on the hot pot table must be an even number. An odd number means one believer will be abandoned by the holy fire. When did the hot pot cult add this doctrine? Just added it now? Since I am an apostle of the hot pot, I have the authority to temporarily formulate doctrines in emergency situations. This is called the principle of economic autonomy, which you acknowledged before. I didn't acknowledge it, I just didn't refute it. Not refuting is defaulting, and defaulting is acknowledging. Chief One, you said yourself before that the hot pot cult is not yet officially registered, and there is no legal disparity between believers and theologians. Since there is no legal disparity, the doctrine I temporarily formulated has the same theological effect as the doctrine you previously explained. Zhao Aiman sat cross-legged on the anti-slip mat at the entrance of the tent, looking up at Wang Luqin, holding the cola can to his lips as if it were a holy grail. Your theological effect is based on the premise that not refuting is defaulting, but this premise itself has not been voted on by the Ecumenical Council. Then let's vote now. Raise your hand if you agree that not refuting is defaulting. Zhao Aiman raised his right hand, nearly spilling his cola, and then quickly put it down. He glanced at Huang Yue, who was spraying his right palm with a biochemical-style spray bought from the system store, and did not raise his hand. He then looked at Liang, who was leaning against the rooftop parapet, holding a thick-bottomed straight whiskey glass, watching them with the kind of affectionate gaze an elder would have when watching 2 young people argue about a topic that had nothing to do with him, but was very interesting. 1 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention. Liang is not yet a member of the hot pot cult and has no voting rights. The result is a tie. The Ecumenical Council of the hot pot cult stipulates that in a tie the cult leader has half a vote weighted. Mama Huang, the cult leader, what do you vote? The cult leader's hand is still swelling. Let's vote after it's swollen. Let's eat hot pot first. Huang Yu put the spray bottle next to the armrest of the folding chair, stood up, walked to the gas stove, and stirred the melting hot pot base in the pot with chopsticks. The beef tallow cubes had completely melted, and a dense layer of Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili peppers floated on the dark red soup surface, tumbling up and down with the boiling water. The spicy aroma filled the entire rooftop. Then the vote is postponed, but the doctrine takes effect temporarily. Tonight's cola distribution will follow the even number principle. Zhao Aiman got up from the ground, patted the anti-slip mat debris off his pants, walked into the living area tent, and brought out the ingredients from the refrigerator. He arranged the ingredients on the folding table next to the gas stove, then turned around and waved at Liang by the parapet. Mr. Kennedy. No. Liang, come over and sit down. The hot pot is about to start. If you don't come soon, Luqin will eat all the tripe by himself. I haven't eaten any yet, don't slander me. Wang Luqin sat on the folding chair, his chopsticks still placed beside the bowl. You were like that last time, saying you didn't eat, but your chopsticks kept fishing for luncheon meat in the pot. Last time I cooked hot pot in the dorm, you did the same thing every time. I put in the luncheon meat, and when I turned around it was gone. I asked who ate it, and you said you didn't, but there was chili oil on the corner of your mouth. That time you ate too fast and forgot. I counted for you. You ate 7 slices of luncheon meat by yourself. 7 slices. You counted. You counted how many slices of luncheon meat I ate. While eating hot pot, instead of focusing on the hot pot, you were counting how many slices I ate. Which one of us is the crazy one? Meanwhile, at the main gate, guard post shepherd squad leader Howard stood at the edge of the guard platform, one hand on the wire mesh fixing, clipped the other, holding a night vision telescope. The night vision lenses dyed the ruins of the abandoned industrial factory outside the main gate in varying shades of ghostly green. The toppled gantry crane scattered container fragments and the abandoned police car that had overturned beside the ruins of the sandbag defense line. The bullet holes on its hood looked like several dark eye sockets under the moonlight. Behind him crouched two team members, assault specialist Liu and sniper Piao. Liu rested his rifle on the sandbags, sweeping the large magnification scope across every window on the east and west sides of the factory. Piao lay prone on the leftmost side of the guard platform, the barrel of his sniper rifle sticking out from a gap in the sandbags, his right eye pressed against the scope eyepiece, his breathing as steady as if he were. 9 o'clock, second floor window of the factory. Piao's voice suddenly broke the silence. Something there. Howard turned the telescope to 9 o'clock. There was a reflection, just now a flash, and then gone. Could be broken glass, or maybe a metal surface moving. Piao's index finger remained outside the trigger guard, his tone calm and unhurried. Keep observing. Report any subsequent reaction immediately. Howard switched the telescope to his left hand and adjusted the focus of the night vision device with his right hand. The windows on the second floor of the factory moved past his lens frame by frame without any abnormality. The wind blew from outside the wall, carrying the rustling sound of withered grass on both sides of the road into the earphone microphone as uniform as white noise. Then Piao's breathing suddenly changed, and he paused for a moment. Captain, direction of Jiangnan Bridge, midsection of the bridge deck, distance about 600 meters, green rifle laser designator. Howard turned the telescope toward Jiangnan Bridge. The densely packed abandoned vehicles on the bridge deck looked like piles of moldy building blocks in the night vision view. Overturned vans, cars burned down to their frames, truck wreckage hanging in midair after breaking through the guardrail. But among those blocks, a thin green beam as fine as a hair was moving slowly, from an overturned van to the hood of a nearby car, from the hood to the guardrail, from the guardrail to the outer side of the bridge deck. The beam moved slowly but with extreme stability, each pause during scanning as precise as a metronome. Not zombies. Everyone take cover. Turn off all external light sources. Howard said immediately. The two portable camping lights on the guard platform went out simultaneously. Piao quickly pulled his sniper rifle back from the gap in the sandbags and shrank his entire body into the shadow inside the guard platform. Liu withdrew his rifle behind the sandbags and crouched at the bottom of the guard platform. Howard retreated into the shadow at the back of the guard platform, leaning against the wire mesh, and extended the telescope through the diamond-shaped mesh. The green laser scanned the bridge deck for over 10 seconds, then suddenly turned, moving from the outer side of the bridge deck to the inner side from the guardrail toward the approach bridge. The green beam hit the hood of the abandoned police car 50 meters outside the main gate, paused for a moment, then slowly moved upward, sweeping over the ruins of the sandbag defense line, the steel frame of the electric sliding door, and the spare sandbags piled below the guard platform. Then the beam went out. Piao took the opportunity to set up his sniper rifle. He turned off the laser. I saw it. Through the telescope, Howard saw 4 or 5 blurry figures walking out from behind an overturned truck at the approach of Jiangnan Bridge, approaching the wall. The one in front was taller, carrying a rectangular backpack on his back and what appeared to be a rifle on his shoulder. The ones behind seemed to be holding axes or similar weapons. Should we fire a warning shot? Liu poked half his head out from behind the sandbags. No need. First confirm their identity. They didn't fire, which means they're not here for a firefight. Howard pressed the intercom. Attention all posts. 5 people approaching from the main gate direction, armed, but not in an attack posture. Everyone stay hidden and wait for my orders. Piao aimed the sniper rifle's scope at the tall figure in front. The man suddenly stopped, raised his head, and glanced in the direction of the guard platform. He seemed to know that someone was watching him from there. Howard watched as the group reached a point less than 20 meters from the motorized sliding door. The tall leader took a step and paused beside the ruins of the sandbag defense line. His military boot crushed a spent casing lodged in a crack in the concrete, sending it bouncing. He glanced down at the dense carpet of casings beneath his feet, stretching from the front of the sandbags to the open ground below, the steps gleaming with a dull brass sheen under the moonlight. The young man behind him, carrying an axe, stopped as well. He used the axe handle to brush away a few casings near his feet, murmuring something under his breath. Beside him, another young woman with a backpack shook her head, her gaze fixed steadily on the sentry platform. All posts follow my orders. Turn on the main floodlights. Howard pressed the talk button on his radio. Simultaneously, 2 high-powered searchlights atop the sentry platforms flanking the main gate illuminated the area. The beams did not strike the uniformed leader in the face directly. Instead, they painted a bright white arc on the ground roughly 2 meters in front of their feet. The tall leader raised his left hand, first palm outward, while his right hand still gripped a long rifle-shaped object. The individuals behind him filed to a halt, one by one, raising their hands. Howard finally got a clear look at the leader's uniform. It was a woodland camouflage combat suit with a dark red scout patch stitched above the left breast pocket, featuring an embroidered mountain hawk. His helmet was an older Kevlar model, augmented on the left side with a homemade armor plate, the NVG mount on top severely worn, with 2 wraps of black insulating tape coiled around the fastening bolts for grip. The long object in his hand was a compact assault rifle stock folded to the left, its surface bearing multiple marks of field stripping and reassembly. A rudimentary vertical foregrip was mounted on the handguard, the engineering plastic showing a slight color shift compared to the receiver. The 4 civilians behind him carried crude weapons, an axe, a machete, and a length of steel pipe salvaged from a truck bed. We're from the townships surrounding Jiangnan City. We followed the helicopter. Can you let us in? The leader tilted his head up and shouted toward the light. His voice was hoarse, roughened by days without water and the thick, dried residue in his throat. Howard rose from behind the sentry platform, his right hand resting on the grip of his holster, but he did not draw. He took 2 steps forward to the edge of the wire mesh, ensuring those below could clearly see his rank insignia and unit patch. Lay down your weapons and place your hands behind your heads. Approach the door one at a time. You will be disarmed, checked for injuries, and only then will you be permitted entry. This is standard procedure with no exceptions. The leader hesitated for a moment, then turned and muttered something to his companions. He set his rifle on the ground and unholstered his sidearm, placing it beside the rifle as well. Straightening up, he clasped his hands behind his head and began walking slowly toward the gate. Behind him, the 4 civilians similarly discarded their axe, machete, and steel pipe, shuffling forward with their hands over their heads. The steel wheels at the base of the motorized door rolled along the track with a series of low metallic grinds. The door opened just wide enough for a single person to slip through sideways. Lou, an assault specialist from the Shepherd team, was the first to wedge himself through. Behind him came Park, the sniper, right hand gripping his pistol, his gaze sweeping from the leader's face to the 4 civilians behind him, then back again. The third to emerge was Volkov, the demolitions expert. He paused at the threshold, using his back to hold the door panel steady. The axe was a timber feller, its wooden handle worn smooth with deep grip grooves from prolonged use, the blade nicked in 2 places. The machete was homemade from automotive sheet steel, its grip wrapped in strips of rubber cut from scrap tires. The pipe was simply a crossbeam from a truck bed, one end battered into a bludgeon. He set each weapon aside methodically before finally lifting the compact assault rifle. The stock was folded to the left of the receiver. The handguard featured MLK rail segments on all 4 sides with a fully continuous Picatinny rail on top, housing a heavily worn red dot sight. He depressed the magazine release, the mag slid free and dropped into his palm, surprisingly light. Pressing down on a round with his thumb, he examined the projectile, a Spitzer tip with a pronounced case neck crimp. The head diameter was a full ring smaller than that of a standard rifle cartridge. Come take a look at this crap. Volkov held the bullet up into the searchlight beam. Lou leaned in, glancing at the bullet through Volkov's hand. He didn't take it, merely tilting his head to study it for a moment before pulling a standard rifle round from his plate carrier's mag pouch. He placed it side by side in Volkov's palm for comparison. The contrast was immediately apparent, one stout, the other slender, the cases differing in length by nearly a third. Calibers noticeably smaller than ours. Stowing his own round, he turned toward the door gap and called out, "Hassan, come see this. We've got a rare find." A figure nearly a head taller than Lou squeezed through the gap, broad-shouldered and heavily built. It was Hassan, another assault specialist from the Shepherd team. He stepped up beside Volkov, eyed the bullet in his palm, then lifted it into the searchlight. Roughly 5 to 6 millimeters. A pistol round. He dropped the bullet back into Volkov's palm, stood, and walked over to Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan kept his hands clasped behind his head. "That piece of yours is interesting, brother. Where'd you get it?" "KCPDWR. A compact assault rifle standardized by the Yunzhou National Defense Industrial Complex." Lin's reply was curt. "Experimental prototype just rolled out to our reconnaissance battalion under Jiangnan military region late last year. Only the Spearhead platoon was issued them. Mine's factory serial number 37. An experimental model." Hassan spun around and elbowed Lou in the chest, sending him stumbling back half a step. "Did you hear that? Experimental rifle. Ever seen one of these?" "Never." Lou rubbed his stinging ribs, then glanced at the rifle in Volkov's hands. "The caliber does look smaller than ours. 5.7 by 28. Lin Ziyuan stated. "Excellent penetration, but lacks the stopping power of a larger caliber." "How many rounds does your recon battalion typically shoot in training?" Hassan asked. "In past training, at least 200 rounds a day." "How long have you been wandering out there alone?" Lou queried. "About 4 months. From Jiangnan City to Xinwu, then Xinwu to Guangda. Constant reconnaissance in the field." Lou spoke up. "You've been solo for 4 months." "Most of the time, yeah." Lin kept his hands behind his head, his gaze sweeping over the men clad in gear he had never seen before. 4 months of marching from Jiangnan City to Xinwu and Xinwu to Guangda, relying solely on this one rifle. Lou cradled his own weapon. "Ammunition in this caliber isn't exactly common, is it? Looks like you've only got a few rounds left in the mag. Hard to come by. There's only one production line, and it went dark when the pandemic hit. I'm down to 3 mags, fewer than 40 rounds total. How have you survived these past months? What did you eat? Where did you sleep?" "Emergency rations. Sometimes I took down wild rabbits. Slept in abandoned farmhouses or pitched a tent on a rooftop. Migrated as I moved, pushed on at first light." Lin's tone was flat, as if recounting someone else's ordeal. "What about your unit? 4 months alone out there. Never thought about returning to the ranks." Lin fell silent for a moment. "Gone. When the main force evacuated, our squad was left behind to cover the eastern district. We held position until the following night. The horde poured onto the highway, too many of them. Command order to fall back, but the company commander insisted we hold at all costs until the convoy cleared. The line eventually broke. Of my entire squad, I was the sole survivor. I wanted to get back to my unit, but Jiangnan military region had already been shattered during the retreat. Communications. On the third day of the outbreak, the region deployed over a dozen high-power military signal jammers throughout the urban core, intended to disrupt the acoustic triggers of the infected, but instead of halting the horde, they completely fried our comms and fire control systems. Nobody maintained the jammers afterward. They likely powered down not long ago, but the command structure was already dead. I haven't received a single directive from regional command up to TH. Lou asked. So these past 4 months haven't been a mission. Just you scraping by. You have to find your own way to live, but I still log intelligence. Jotted it down wherever I went. Someone might need it later. What's your rank and position? Squad leader, motorized reconnaissance platoon. Staff sergeant. Lin tilted his head, gesturing toward the embroidered hawk patch on his left arm. Hassan let out a low whistle. Spearhead squad leader with an experimental rifle. Your battalion piled all the fancy gear onto you lot, and then sent you to hold the rear guard. He paused, the teasing tone instantly evaporating. What's your company commander's name? Zhou. Hassan fell silent, then gave a single nod and dropped the subject. Volkov had already gathered the confiscated edged weapons and was slipping back into the secure zone. Lou glanced back at the 4 individuals crouching with hands behind their heads. And these guys? How'd you come across them? Lin Ziyuan turned his head to look at the 4 behind him. The 4 quickly scrambled to their feet. Wu Xiaojun, native of Xinwu, used to run a hardware store near the Xinwu highway exit. We met at a gas station in late February. Chunyu, from Guangda, found her at an abandoned grain depot in the northern suburbs in early March. Zhao Dachuan, also from Guangda, used to drive a truck. Met him in the southern suburbs in late March. Qian Dishing, mechanic at the Guangda agricultural equipment station, ran into him in the eastern suburbs around mid-March. As Qian Dishing took a half step forward, a green lasered. It dropped from the sentry platform, landing precisely less than 10 centimeters ahead of his feet. The spot lingered on his shoe tip for a heartbeat, then slid up to rest on his chest. He froze instantly, throwing his hands back over his head with a speed that even surpassed his earlier compliance when disarmed. I said one at a time. If I haven't told you to move, don't move. Howard's voice drifted down from the platform. Qian Dishing swallowed hard and obediently sank back into a squat. Proceed through individual inspections. Once cleared, line up against the inner wall of the door. Lou sidestepped to clear the passage, his eyes tracking Wu Xiaojun the entire time. After the remaining individuals finished their checks one by one, Lou glanced at the last to enter Zhao Dachuan, then signaled to the side. Hassan was leaning against the doorframe, his rifle pointed downward. Noticing Lou's gesture, he tilted his head. Lou held up 3 fingers in a clear signal toward Hassan, then thumbed toward Lin Ziyuan. Hassan frowned, returned the thumb gesture toward Lin, then held up 5 fingers. Lou shook his head, holding up 2. Hassan shook his head again, extending 4. Lou gritted his teeth, settling on 3, then pointed at Hassan's chest, and then at his own. Hassan stared into Lou's visor for a moment before nodding and extending his hand. Lou closed his grip firmly, and the 2 gloved hands gave 3 vigorous shakes under the searchlight. Lin Ziyuan stood nearby, having witnessed the entire silent negotiation. What exactly are you gambling on? On you. Betting whether you can actually put 200 rounds downrange in a day. Hassan released Lou's hand and stepped up to Lin Ziyuan. Meet us at the range tomorrow morning. If you've truly got the skill for 200 rounds, he owes me 5 cans of Spam. If you don't, I owe him 3. Additional clause: the loser washes the entire team's stinky socks for a month. Lou added. No hot pot privileges either. Triple penalty for 3 days. Only emergency rations, no meat. Lin Ziyuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. Can we raise the stakes? Hassan blinked, then broke into a wide grin. He stepped forward half a pace, sizing Lin up from head to toe. The calculating glint in his eyes had shifted into the sharp thrill of a marksman spotting a peer willing to match wagers on the range. What do you want to add, O? If I shoot a perfect score, you return my rifle and help me source ammunition. Hassan pondered for a moment. Lou, what do you think? He's betting with you, not me. You're the principal here. Decide for yourself. Hassan turned back to Lin Ziyuan and extended his hand. Deal. On the rooftop, the hot pot had already been going for 3 rounds. Zhao Iman crouched beside the gas stove, his chopsticks fishing through the pot 7 or 8 times before retrieving a slice of luncheon meat. He blew on it twice, stuffed it into his mouth, then called out to Huang Yu in a muffled voice, Huang Yu, I've helped myself to your tripe. It'll get tough if you wait any longer. Huang Yu ignored him, standing by the parapet with the walkie-talkie pressed to his ear. Howard's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Lieutenant Huang, the 5 newcomers have been arranged. One of them is Lin Ziyuan, a former sergeant from the Direct Reconnaissance Battalion of the Jiangnan military region. The other 4 are civilians, all from the Guangda direction. Their weapons have been confiscated, and preliminary physical exams show no signs of infection. They'll undergo a second check tomorrow morning after the disinfection tent is set up. Platoon leader Fan has just taken them to the mailroom. Lieutenant Kane and his squad are now setting up the disinfection tent. Copy that. Appreciate the work. Huang Yu released the walkie-talkie and turned around. On the rooftop, the gas stove's flames swayed gently in the night breeze, and the remaining red oil broth in the pot was still bubbling softly. Zhao Iman sat cross-legged on a non-slip mat holding a can of cola surrounded by several empty plates. He counted the plates, then the remaining contents in the pot, and arrived at a heartbreaking conclusion: the tripe was gone. Now only a few cabbage leaves nearly dissolved from cooking and half a pot of rolling red oil broth remained. He set the empty plate on the folding table, looked up at Wang Luqian, who was eating luncheon meat nearby, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, said with a hint of settling scores, "Chief Theologian, did you sneak 2 extra slices of tripe while I was talking to Brother Yu?" "No." Wang Luqian shoved the last piece of luncheon meat into his mouth, chewed, and then continued, "You finished your own tripe. I've been eating luncheon meat the whole time. I didn't touch the tripe. Furthermore, accusing someone requires evidence, and you have none. The evidence I saw with my own eyes is that the tripe is gone from the pot, and you're the closest person to it. The person closest to the pot and the food is you. You've been beside the gas stove from start to finish. According to spatial geometry calculations, your contact with the tripe is at least twice mine. The total number of tripe slices is fixed, and your consumption correlates proportionally with your contact frequency. That's just sophistry." Lion leaned against the parapet holding a whiskey glass with a little whiskey left at the bottom. He chuckled at their debate, from the disappearance of tripe to spatial geometry. This noisy, lively atmosphere was indeed precious compared to the gray world beyond the walls. "Lion, don't just laugh. Say something. You're a senior advisor. You have the right to express an opinion." Zhao Iman placed the cola can on the folding table and turned to Lion. "I have no opinion." Lion took a sip from his glass. "No, you can definitely vouch for me." Lion paused for a moment. "Based on my observation, there's a clear positive correlation between the rate of tripe disappearance and the frequency of your chopsticks entering and exiting the pot. So if you want to accuse Wang of eating more, you need to eliminate your own suspicion first." Zhao Iman opened his mouth, then glanced down at the pile of empty plates in front of him. He looked at the single bowl before Wang Luqian. He closed his mouth. Wang Luqian placed his bowl on the folding table. "See, justice resides in the hearts of the people. The masses have sharp eyes." Zhao Iman sat back down on the non-slip mat, took a gulp from the cola can, and the bubbles made him cough. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, stared at the remaining red oil broth in the pot, and suddenly let out a sly chuckle. "What are you laughing about?" Wang Luqian looked at him. It feels surreal. We were still figuring out how to drive on the highway not long ago. These 48 hours have been more exciting than my entire 4 years of college." Zhao Iman placed the cola can on his knee, tilted his head back to look at the stars in the sky. "And we have to get up early tomorrow. We're part of management now. We can't be the ones showing up late." "When did you develop such a sense of identity with the word management?" "After Brother Yu's palm strike at the meeting. After that strike, his right hand was swollen like a panda's paw." Wang Luqian took a sip of water from a bottle. "So I gave him the last slice of luncheon meat. He asked you to pass the cabbage. That's not important. What matters is my intention." Zhao Iman stood up, patted the non-slip mat crumbs off his pants, and walked to the parapet. The night breeze blew from the direction of the wall, carrying the dry scent of withered grass and dust. Lion finished the last of his whiskey and set the glass on the parapet. "I'm going to make a patrol round just in the industrial area outside the south wall. I'll be back late." He picked up the tactical jacket draped over the back of a chair. "I'll go with you." Huang Yu suggested. "No need. You have to preside over the roll call tomorrow morning. Get some sleep tonight. I'll take the shepherd squad. We'll do a quick patrol and come back. It shouldn't be a big problem." Lion put on his tactical jacket, walked to the iron door of the rooftop, paused, and turned back to look at Huang Yu. "You still have a lot to learn." Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. The iron door closed behind Lion, and the sound of combat boots descending the wooden spiral staircase gradually faded. Zhao Iman walked over to Huang Yu and handed him a can of cola. "Don't worry about Lion. He's so strong the 3 of us combined couldn't match one of his hands. I'm going downstairs. Come down and rest early." Wang Luqian waved and went downstairs. "Aren't you going to shower?" "I showered this afternoon." "You have no idea how to enjoy life." Zhao Iman opened a fresh can of cola, the bubbles hissing at the rim. The rooftop fell silent for a moment, leaving only the sound of the night wind passing through the wire mesh. "All right, let's go downstairs and rest." Huang Yu also went downstairs. Zhao Iman followed, but after a few steps, he turned back to look at the wall outside the parapet, bathed in moonlight. "Wait for me." Zhao Iman chased after Huang Yu's figure down the rooftop. The wooden spiral staircase groaned familiarly under their footsteps, descending floor by floor. The night corridor was quiet. They returned to the 4th floor. Wang Luqian had already laid out the beds, or rather 3 cots bought from the system store, each with a sleeping bag and a clean towel. Huang Yu sat down on the middle cot and began to unfasten his gear. But because the base of his right palm was still swollen, his fingers slipped when he reached the last buckle. Zhao Iman immediately reached out and helped him press the strap. "You don't have to get up so early tomorrow, you know." Zhao Iman's voice was lower than usual, as if afraid of waking someone. "Listen, and I can handle the roll call for you. It wouldn't be right if I'm not there. And the roll call isn't just a formality, it's about letting everyone see that management is also enforcing the rules." Huang Yu hung his tactical vest on the head of the cot and lay down. Zhao Iman laid down on the cot beside him. He stared at the fluorescent light tube in the reading room for a long time, then suddenly spoke. "Do you think those things outside will always be like this?" Huang Yu didn't answer immediately, but paused to think. Moonlight streamed through the gap in the reading room curtains, casting a thin silver-white band on the ceiling. They might not change, but we will. We still have a lot to learn. One day we'll surpass them. Zhao Aiman turned over, pulled the sleeping bag up to his shoulders, and closed his eyes. Zhao Aiman turned over the canvas of the camp cot, giving a faint creak beneath him before falling silent. In the reading room, only the occasional chirp of insects from outside the window and the whisper of the night wind through the wire mesh remained. Huang Yu turned his head, peering through the gap in the curtain at the moonlight outside. Then he pulled the sleeping bag up to his shoulders and closed his eyes. The base of his right palm was still faintly swollen, but much better than it had been in the afternoon. When Huang Yu woke the next morning, Wang Lucan was already up heating water in a corner of the reading room with a portable gas stove. The flame of the stove was a pale blue, almost transparent, like a quiet ghost fire in the dim room. Wang Lucan crouched beside the stove, holding an enamel cup he had bought from the system store, filled with freshly brewed black coffee. Huang Yu propped himself up on the camp cot, rubbing his right hand against the sheet. He looked down at his palm. Much better, though there was still a slight ache in his knuckles when he moved them. What time is it? 6:10. Wang Lucan didn't look up, his eyes fixed on the gas flame. Zhao Aiman was still asleep, his sleeping bag half kicked off, one leg dangling over the edge of the cot. Huang Yu put on his shoes, walked over to Zhao Aiman's bed, and gently tapped the cot with the toe of his boot. Get up, the sun's burning your butt. Just 5 more minutes. Zhao Aiman buried his face in the sleeping bag. You said yesterday that management couldn't set an example by being late. Zhao Aiman was silent for a moment, then sat up from the sleeping bag, his hair sticking out in several bizarre directions. He squinted at Huang Yu, then at Wang Lucan, crouched in the corner drinking coffee, and yawned. Did you two secretly agree to be model workers behind my back? No, I just couldn't sleep. Wang Lucan stood up with his enamel cup, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtain. Morning light flooded in from above the eastern wall, brightening the reading room considerably. Huang Yu turned to look at the other side of the reading room. Leon's cot was empty. He must have gone out earlier. Zhao Aiman was standing by the portable water bucket in the corner of the reading room, wiping his face with a wet towel. The cold water made him gasp, his whole body shaking. Then he vigorously rubbed his face twice and quickly hung the towel on the rack beside the bucket. What time did Leon get back last night? Zhao Aiman asked while putting on his tactical vest. Don't know. Huang Yu picked up his helmet from the corner of the table and fastened the chin strap. The three of them left the reading room and went downstairs. Behind the first-floor circulation desk, Xiao Zhou was already standing at the duty post, leaning on a wooden crutch. The radio beside him emitted a faint static hiss. When Xiao Zhou saw Huang Yu coming down, he quickly straightened up. Lieutenant Huang, this is this morning's roll call register. The disinfection tent is also set up. Platoon leader Fan checked it this morning and said the construction quality is fine. Also, Mr. Leon asked me to give you this. He pulled out a waterproof cloth bag from under the circulation desk and handed it to Huang Yu. Huang Yu opened the bag. Inside was a hand-drawn sketch of the industrial factory area, done in pencil, with clean lines and detailed annotations, the locations of the factories, the density of zombie distribution, passable routes, and several circled areas marked suspected human activity traces. In the lower right corner of the sketch was a small note: someone entered these factories after the military evacuation. Recommend investigation. Huang Yu folded the sketch, put it back in the waterproof bag, and handed it to Wang Lucan. After roll call, scan this into the system memo. Wang Lucan took the bag and nodded. The three of them pushed open the glass door of the library. The morning air carried the scent of porridge from the cafeteria and the dry smell of weeds beyond the wall. People were already gathering near the flower bed outside the library's main entrance. The first to arrive were Lu Chang and Qian Guodong, walking from the dormitory area, both in clean clothes. Lu Chang stood at the front, Qian Guodong behind him. When he saw Huang Yu standing by the fountain, he straightened his back. More people came gradually, all members of the Mutual Aid Society, trickling in from the dormitory area and forming a few loose rows in the open space in front of the library. Fan Goen also arrived, leading his people to stand on the other side of the formation. Huang Yu walked to the dry fountain outside the library's main entrance, swept his eyes over the crowd, and began to speak. I've called you here today to announce a few things. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone in the quiet morning air. First, starting today, all of you are officially assigned to rotating duty, wall guard posts, external supply searches, and defensive fortification construction. Whoever is scheduled will do it. If you have special circumstances that prevent you from performing, report to Lu Chang. The Mutual Aid Society members will be managed by Lu Chang, who will confirm the next day's duty roster in advance every day. Qian Guodong stood behind Lu Chang, his expression much more relaxed than during last night's meeting. But when he heard the words external supply searches, his shoulders tensed briefly, then relaxed again. Second, today's task is to clear the Jiangnan Bridge. This wall is a defense line, not the end. We need to open the bridge deck and set up a checkpoint. That will make it easier to enter and exit the city, search for supplies, scout the periphery, and receive survivors. After that, we will gradually clear the nearby streets centered on the school. There will be more and more livable areas, and the actual control range of the safe zone will expand step by step. He paused, letting the words settle in the crowd. Behind Fan Goen, Lao Ma turned his head to glance at Sister Dong. Sister Dong didn't look at him. Her gaze remained fixed on Huang Yu. Third, Huang Yu's eyes swept from Luchang past Qian Guodong to the Mutual Aid Society members in the back rows. Today is everyone's first time going out on a field mission. This is not a drill. The things out there won't follow your rules. So before we set out, we will issue you basic protective gear. Once on the bridge, everyone must follow the team leader's orders. No leaving the group without permission, no loud noise. Anyone who disobeys orders 3 times has the right to be shot. Any questions? Ask now. No one spoke. A young man from the Mutual Aid Society in the back row opened his mouth, but the person next to him nudged him gently with an elbow, and he closed his mouth again. Lu Chong. Huang Yu looked toward the front row. Here. Lu Chong stood straight. The Mutual Aid Society members going out today will be mustered by you. Go to the library to get supplies before departure. Time 10:30 assembly at the playground. Huang Yu looked at the others. Dismissed. Western suburbs of Jinghua Wanping Base. Before the pandemic erupted, the name belonged to the Army Officer Academy, one of Yunzhao Kingdom's premier military institutions. Spanning 1,200 acres, it boasted an independent water and power supply system, an underground ammunition depot, a field hospital, and an 800-meter airstrip. After the outbreak, the interim government ordered the academy converted into the core defensive stronghold of the capital region. From that day forth, every military radio still receiving a signal replayed the same directive on loop. All surviving military units assemble at Wanping Base in Jinghua. Now broken soldiers, refugees, conflicting intelligence reports, and a host of unanswered questions had gathered here. The base command post occupied the underground command center beneath the academy's main teaching building. The electronic terrain map in the center of the hall had long gone offline, covered instead by a paper map crisscrossed with red and blue marker annotations. Red denoted known infection zones, blue marked areas where distress signals had once been received, and black indicated regions where no living soul could possibly remain. Blue was now sparse across the entire map. Most areas were either red or black. Tacked to the map's edges were several handwritten briefings, the earliest dated January 12th, and the most recent from yesterday. Each briefing bore a different handwriting, and some pages bore the telltale burn marks left by cigarette ash. Before the pandemic erupted, the troops stationed to defend the capital, bolstered by military academy cadets and logistic support units, had totaled well over 100,000 at full strength. Now within Wanping Base, fewer than 40,000 people could still wield firearms, nearly half of whom were logistic soldiers and cadets reassigned from non-combat roles. Heavy equipment fared even worse. Fewer than 300 armored vehicles remained operational, more than a third of which would require extensive repairs before they could be redeployed. Only a handful of helicopters, barely a dozen, still flew, each with their available engine hours painstakingly circled in red by the logistics team, the numbers growing smaller by the day. The fighter jets didn't even have enough fuel to operate. And on the officer in charge of logistics, all that was recorded in the remarks column was a single line: cross-regional rescue operations are not feasible. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness had not descended overnight. From the initial outbreak in early January until now, Wanping Base had been inundated with nothing but dire news each and every day. It started with the Jiangnan military district losing contact, then the Weiwater military district falling completely silent, and finally the communications with the Shijing military district cutting off abruptly in the dead of night. When the provisional government retreated from Jinghua, it carried with it an entire administrative apparatus, but the force of its decrees in areas beyond radio coverage was indistinguishable from nothing. The refugee population sheltered within the base had long exceeded its carrying capacity by several times over, and the sheer effort of maintaining basic order and rationing food consumed the majority of their personnel and energy every single day. And at the root of it all lay the deepest predicament shared by every surviving military base, a cascading systemic collapse triggered by a series of domino reactions in the earliest days of the pandemic. Only with the benefit of hindsight 4 months later could those fragmented pieces be pieced together into a relatively coherent picture. But in those moments no one could perceive the whole. From the initial suppression of riots to the escalation into large-scale conflict, soldiers at each garrison could only watch helplessly as the lines they were sworn to defend slowly crumbled. Command structures shattered, disastrous technical decisions wrought catastrophic losses, panicked masses of civilians surged through checkpoints in terror, and outbreaks of infection tore through the ranks from within. Communication lines went dark, supply routes clogged, ammunition dwindled at an alarming rate, until the only words remaining on the command radio were these: hold fast and await reinforce. At the time the pandemic erupted simultaneously across multiple regions of Yunzhao Nation. In post-crisis reviews no one could pinpoint which city harbored patient zero. Jiangnan reported the first confirmed case, but shortly thereafter hospitals across the country, in Huaishui, Shijing, Jincheng, and other cities, almost simultaneously received patients suffering from unexplained fevers and comas. The virus spread at a rate far exceeding any known infectious disease model. From the confirmation of the first case to the declaration of a citywide emergency, less than 2 days had passed. Within those 2 days the virus completed its first wave of mass transmission across the population. By the time local governments realized the severity of the situation, hospitals were already overwhelmed, and infected bite victims began appearing on the streets. As the capital Jinghua's initial response measures were no different in essence from those of other cities. City lockdowns, troop deployments, and quarantine zones. But Jinghua possessed a unique advantage no other city could match. It housed the nation's most advanced research institutions. By the 5th day of the outbreak, Jinghua's biochemical laboratories had already secured the first batch of viral samples. Under extreme pressure, the research team worked around the clock on gene sequencing and analysis. They sought to answer several critical questions in the shortest time possible. Specifically, what exactly was the virus's transmission mechanism? And why did bitten individuals transform into the undead? Was there any exploitable weakness in their behavioral patterns? One line of research, however, would later prove catastrophic. Its emergence stemmed from constant reports of anomalous horde clustering on the front lines. The earliest signal that caught the research team's attention came from an observation in Jiangnan. A reconnaissance unit trapped on a high-rise building observed through binoculars that the horde on the streets below simultaneously turned toward the same direction without any apparent external stimulus. To the east. What lay to the east? The reconnaissance team could not determine the answer, but they recorded everything. The turn occurred within minutes and affected every street within their field of vision. Similar reports then trickled in from multiple directions, Huaishui, Shijing, and others. The horde's movement was not entirely random. Under certain conditions, they exhibited an inexplicable synchronicity. Multiple groups would surge toward the same direction at roughly the same time, or collectively alter their routes when blocked by quarantine lines. No one could determine the trigger for this behavior. Perhaps distant explosions, perhaps a specific frequency of noise, or perhaps something entirely else. But one thing was certain: if this synchronicity could be broken, the horde would revert to isolated wandering states, and the pressure on blockade lines would ease significantly. Based on these observations, a virology expert proposed a hypothesis: there might exist an unknown information transmission mechanism among the infected. Its precise form remained undetermined at the time. Some speculated infrasound, others a low-frequency signal beyond human hearing, while some believed it might relate to the virus's own biological properties. Yet this hypothesis found indirect support in laboratory settings. The research team conducted a series of acoustic tests on single infected subjects in a sealed laboratory and discovered that the infected did indeed respond to certain specific sound frequencies. This response was not mere phonotaxis, but a more complex neural reflex. The finding led the research team to a seemingly logical inference: if the infected responded to specific sound frequencies, they might also be exchanging information through those same frequencies. If high-powered jamming devices could blanket those frequencies, it might be possible to disrupt they. But the fatal flaw in this reasoning came to light at the meeting that followed. The conference room, windowless and cramped, was packed with representatives from the military, the research team, and relevant departments. The virology expert pointed a laser at the acoustic test data projected on the screen, walking through the feasibility of the jammer plan page by page. When he finished, silence fell over the room for a long while. Then a voice came from the far end of the long table. It belonged to a technical officer from the military's weapons systems division. He stood, used his laser pointer to draw a circle on the jammer deployment diagram, and turned to face the virology expert. I have a question. Military jammers emit electromagnetic waves, not sound waves. They can only disrupt radio communications and electronic equipment. They cannot directly interfere with sound propagation. And the information transmission mechanism between the infected, if it truly exists, is carried through sound waves or bioelectric signals. Electromagnetic interference has no blocking effect on either medium. This is basic physics. I expect the research team to provide theoretical justification for how electromagnetic interference could disrupt bioacoustic signals. The virology expert adjusted his glasses and fell silent for a few seconds. You asked me if I have theoretical backing. I don't. But do you? Can you provide any evidence proving that the horde's synchronized behavior would persist after these jammers activate? You cannot, because we are all speculating. The technical officer slapped his laser pointer onto the table. You are using frontline soldiers and the entire population as your experimental subjects. Deploying so many jammers simultaneously, you have no idea what will happen when they all activate at once. Their electromagnetic compatibility has never been tested under large-scale deployment conditions, and the cumulative effects of intermodulation interference have never been validated in a combat environment. If something goes wrong, our remaining advantages will be lost overnight. Do you have any idea how many soldiers on the front line are counting on these devices to survive? The virology expert did not yield. Then tell me, without deploying jammers, how do you propose to break the horde's synchronized behavior? Do you understand how much ammunition the front line consumes each day? Such large-scale electromagnetic radiation will inevitably cause severe disruption to all electronic equipment currently operational on the front lines. Every piece of equipment we rely on for the electromagnetic spectrum will be affected. If this plan fails, our advantages will be lost in a single night. You cannot. Gentlemen, the senior officer presiding over the meeting tapped the table. Your opinions have both been recorded. Now we will vote. Those in favor of deploying the Iron Wall plan as originally proposed, raise your hands. One by one, most attendees raised their hands. Seated at the far end of the long table, the meeting recorder kept his head down, jotting notes. The rustle of his pen across the paper stood out sharply in the silence. The technical officer closed his notebook, stood up, and already knowing the outcome of this meeting, he spoke quietly. "You will regret this." He turned and walked out of the conference room. The door closed behind him. The recorder struck the heated exchange from the minutes and replaced it with a terse summary. Participants had conducted thorough discussions on the technical feasibility of jammer deployment, and the risks raised by the technical department had been taken into account in the subsequent deployment plan. In the original transcript, the technical officer's remarks had been recorded verbatim. But in the final approved minutes, every word vanished, reduced to the bland phrase that the technical department had offered constructive suggestions. An objection that should have carried veto power was downgraded to a manageable technical reminder. The Iron Wall plan passed under its original terms. In the subsequent review investigation, this officer was summoned repeatedly. Everything that unfolded after the jammers activated validated every word he had spoken in that windowless room. Whenever questioned, his reply was always the same: "My objection is on record. I have nothing further to add." In that same review, the altered meeting minutes were entered as key evidence. Investigators attempted to locate the recorder, but he had already perished during the pandemic. 3 days after the jammer plan was activated, he had been killed by the infected while attempting to evacuate his family from a hospital in downtown Jinghua. No one knew what drove him to alter the wording, whether ordered by superiors, compelled by pressure, or simply the result of judgment clouded by days of relentless overtime. The answer died with him in the corridor of that hospital. What followed was the most devastating technical setback suffered by the Yunzhao Kingdom's military throughout the entire pandemic. The selection and deployment of jammers were completed in an extremely short time. The military mobilized nearly all available high-power electronic jammers from its inventory. These devices were originally designed to disrupt enemy communications and radar on the battlefield with extremely high transmission power and wide coverage. However, they had never been tested for their impact on friendly equipment in dense urban environments. The deployment points were planned according to the acoustic model developed by the research team. With Jinghua City Center as the focal point, jammers were placed at key nodes in multiple directions, forming a signal-blocking network covering the main urban areas. Jiangnan City, another heavily affected region, was also included in the same deployment plan. The jammers were activated on a cloudy afternoon. Over a dozen high-power jammers powered on simultaneously, and intense electromagnetic pulses instantly blanketed the main roads and industrial zones of Jinghua and Jiangnan. The radiation then spread to the surrounding defense lines at a rate far exceeding expectations. The coverage radius predicted by the research team was severely underestimated. The electromagnetic radiation from the jammers underwent complex reflections and superposition within the urban building clusters, resulting in an actual coverage area nearly double the theoretical value. More critically, the simultaneous operation of multiple same-frequency devices produced intermodulation interference, a nonlinear frequency superposition effect never tested before deployment, which further expanded the spectrum pollution range. Within minutes of the jammers starting, electronic equipment at various frontline units began to malfunction one after another. The first to fail were the drones. All reconnaissance drones operating within the coverage area lost control simultaneously. Next came the electronic fire control systems of armored vehicles. The control modules of turret servo motors were burned out by the strong electromagnetic pulses. The electronic reticles in the commander's sights disappeared, and vehicle-mounted communication devices produced only piercing white noise. Then came the individual communication equipment. All wireless signal-dependent devices failed at once. Within the jammer coverage area, the military instantly lost all electronic communication capabilities. More devastatingly, after the jammers were activated, the gathering behavior of the corpses remained unchanged. The infected still roamed the streets in groups, just as they had before the jammers were turned on. The Iron Wall plan turned into a one-sided technological disaster. Those jammers deployed at key nodes in the urban areas were meant to disrupt the communication between the zombies, but instead they disrupted the military's own communications. Moreover, once activated, the jammers could not be remotely shut down. The technical team that deployed them had already withdrawn after installation. To turn off the jammers, someone had to enter the zombie-infested areas to operate them manually, but the front lines had no spare troops for such a task. Eventually, the jammers shut down due to lack of maintenance, but the damage to equipment had already been done and the command structure was already in shambles. The failure of the jammers completely stripped the military of its electronic warfare advantage. However, before that, heavy equipment had indeed played a crucial role in the urban blockade. Armored vehicles and tanks were indispensable pillars in the initial construction of the blockade lines. Their thick armor easily withstood the bites of zombies, and the vehicle-mounted cannons and coaxial machine guns provided ample firepower against dense hordes. But the number of zombies far exceeded anyone's estimates. A city of 40 million meant 40 million potential infection sources, and even if only a fraction turned into zombies, their numbers were enough to overwhelm all defenses. What was even more horrifying was that the noise and vibrations from heavy equipment attracted zombies from farther away, continuously drawing them toward the defense lines. The harder the defenders fought, the more zombies they attracted. This was an unbreakable, vicious cycle. You needed firepower to hold T. The ammunition supply problem was the biggest hidden danger from the very beginning. The rate of ammunition consumption for heavy equipment under continuous fire far exceeded any training data. When zombie hordes surged, gunners had to use full auto just to barely suppress the advance, and ammunition belts were quickly exhausted. Even more severe was the issue of transporting ammunition. Although the rear depots had plenty of ammunition, getting it to the front lines required traversing roads clogged by traffic jams, and the risk of ammunition trucks being attacked by scattered zombies along the way was extremely high. In some positions, soldiers could only watch helplessly as ammunition trucks were blocked by zombie hordes on streets less than a kilometer away, the ammunition tantalizingly close, but impossible to deliver. Some armored vehicles, after exhausting their ammunition, were trapped in the zombie hordes, becoming immobile iron boxes. They could hold out for a long time, but those inside could not get out. Some tanks, after running out of fuel, had all personnel trapped inside waiting for rescue that never came. In the memories of frontline soldiers, those tanks, surrounded by zombie hordes, became the most silent landmarks on the blockade lines. Amid the chaos of the urban blockade, coordination between the military and police also suffered deadly problems. In the early days of the outbreak, the Jinghua City Police System was the first force to be mobilized. Before the military entered the city, the police undertook the initial quarantine zone control and infected person transfer tasks. These police officers, lacking any protective equipment, handled infected individuals with bare hands, resulting in alarmingly high infection rates. Within the first few days of the outbreak, police stations across Jinghua reported thousands of officers infected or missing, and this number was likely severely undercounted amid the chaos. In the core urban areas, individual police stations collapsed entirely after a large number of officers were infected. The station buildings themselves became sources of infection. Unconscious officers woke up in their station buildings and attacked their still living colleagues. Those who survived tried to fight back, but their batons and pistols were utterly inadequate against zombies at close range. The first officers apart from the ground armored forces, the helicopters belonging to the Army Aviation suffered an even more tragic fate. The military helicopters, once shuttling between buildings and codenamed Night Owl and White Stork, faced a far more devastating blow than the Army's armored vehicles after the electromagnetic shock of the Iron Wall Plan. Before the Iron Wall Plan was initiated, the Army Aviation Corps constituted the most active aerial support force along the blockade line. The Jinghua Military Region's Army Aviation Regiment possessed over 100 helicopters of various types, including the armed reconnaissance helicopter codenamed Night Owl and the medium transport helicopter codenamed White Stork. During the initial days of the outbreak, they executed a multitude of missions involving fire support, casualty evacuation, and reconnaissance. Once the jammers were activated, powerful electromagnetic pulses engulfed nearly all operational airspace without any warning. Dozens of Night Owls conducting low-altitude fire support over the urban area were the first to encounter trouble. The electronic gyroscopes in their flight control systems were pierced by the electromagnetic pulses, causing all flight attitude data to be lost, and pilots lost control of their aircraft within seconds. The lead helicopter collided. Dozens of Night Owls never returned. Several White Stork transport helicopters within the jamming coverage also met a similar fate. One of them was on a casualty evacuation mission, with several critically wounded soldiers evacuated from the blockade line lying in the cabin. The crash occurred within seconds. The helicopter's rotor blades scraped against the steel cables of an abandoned tower crane at low altitude, lost balance, and spun to the ground, leaving no survivors. Another White Stork, after losing communication, attempted to fly back to base using visual navigation, but without radio guidance, it could not determine its position. Eventually, it ran out of fuel and made an emergency landing on the edge of an industrial area already overrun by the zombie horde. The crew trapped inside the cabin defended themselves with their sidearms against the zombies converging from all directions, fighting until all ammunition was expended and every member perished. The aviation regiment's losses quickly reached a grim 5. This report bore no signature, but the handwriting perfectly matched that of a squadron commander in the aviation regiment at the time. After the failure of the Iron Wall Plan, he flew numerous missions, and ultimately, during a low-altitude fire support mission, a piece of building debris hurled suddenly from the ground zombie horde struck his tail rotor. The helicopter crashed on the blockade line, and the other 2 crew members on board perished with him. The surviving helicopters of the aviation regiment were further depleted under sustained overburdened missions after the Iron Wall Plan, leaving only a dozen or so still airworthy. Meanwhile, the situation of the Air Force's fixed-wing aircraft presented a different picture. Before the outbreak, the Jinghua Military Region Air Force possessed hundreds of fixed-wing aircraft of various types dispersed across multiple air bases surrounding the capital circle. In the early stages of the epidemic, these bases fought alongside the aviation regiment, and fixed-wing aircraft, leveraging their altitude advantage, suffered minimal losses from the jammers. The inherent anti-jamming capabilities of their flight control and communication systems left them virtually unscathed in that electromagnetic catastrophe. In the early days, the Air Force also conducted missions, including reconnaissance of key transportation routes and strikes on designated targets. However, the Air Force soon encountered an insurmountable obstacle over urban environments. It was impossible to distinguish from high altitude whether the human figures on the ground were infected or civilians. This dilemma was repeatedly raised at every mission briefing of the Air Force Command. Frontline ground forces constantly requested air support, but Air Force commanders were compelled to ask the same question each time: are there still living people in the target area? The answer to this question was often uncertain. Reconnaissance satellites and drones could provide thermal imaging, but the infected and the uninfected showed no significant difference in body temperature. Viewed from hundreds of meters above, the human figures on the ground were merely heat sources indistinguishable by pupil color or jaw angle. A survivor squad trapped within a building complex seen from above looked exactly like a small group of the infected wandering in place. If the bombs of the fighter jets fell upon them, the Air Force would be slaughtering civilians. If they held back, the zombie horde might breach the blockade line within hours, causing a wider spread of infection. The moral chasm between these two options could not be bridged by any flight manual. The Air Force Command ultimately made a difficult decision. Fixed-wing aircraft were not permitted to execute ground attack missions unless it was confirmed that no survivors remained in the target area. This effectively meant the Air Force abandoned all aerial support over urban centers and densely populated peripheral areas, limiting ground attacks to zones already cleared by ground forces. This decision indirectly led to the subsequent fall of outlying air bases. Air bases themselves were not safe havens. Shortly after the outbreak, signs of the virus appeared even within many bases. Not long after, the perimeter defenses of the bases were repeatedly breached under the pressure of the zombie tide. Some bases experienced internal infections early on, with the attrition rate of pilots and ground crew far exceeding the ability to replenish. Others located in densely populated areas had to evacuate entirely after the outer defenses were overrun, leaving behind large amounts of heavy E. On the military map of the Yunzhao Kingdom, the collapse of the Jinghua military region was merely the first domino in the crumbling of the entire defense system. The pandemic spread across the nation at a speed far beyond anyone's estimation, and though each military region faced the catastrophe under different circumstances, their fates all converged on the same path. One by one, they became mired in isolated battles, eventually losing the capacity to organize a large-scale counteroffensive in a war of attrition. The Jiangnan military region was also where the pandemic first erupted, and it was the first to implement a lockdown. With a full-strength force of nearly 80,000 troops, it was responsible for the defense of Jiangnan Province and its surrounding areas. The outbreak in Jiangnan City struck with terrifying speed, from the first confirmed case to the entire city being placed under emergency measures. Less than 2 days elapsed. Upon receiving the lockdown order, the main force of the Jiangnan military region was rapidly mobilized from their respective garrisons and dispatched to the city and its key transportation routes. However, the complexity of the mission far exceeded anyone's expectations. Jiangnan City, with its millions of inhabitants, required astronomical resources for evacuation, quarantine, resettlement, and the provision of basic necessities. The military had only 2 understrength divisions and a contingent hastily drawn from militia reserves. In the initial phase of the lockdown, the Jiangnan military region designated Chongning as the core pivot of the second line of defense, deploying nearly a division of troops equipped with armored vehicles, towed artillery, and hastily converted anti-air positions. The strategic purpose of this pivot was to use Chongning as a bastion to prevent the zombie horde from advancing northward toward Jinghua if the defense line in Jiangnan City were breached. However, the Jiangnan military region staff in making this deployment were unaware that the Huaishui military region had also selected a county called Pingyang within its jurisdiction as a southern pivot. The 2 pivots were connected by a provincial highway, but the staffs of the 2 military regions had not coordinated before the deployment. When 2 waves of the zombie horde surged simultaneously from the Jiangnan and Huaishui directions, a massive coordination gap appeared in the defense line between Chongning and Pingyang. The activation of the Iron Wall plan dealt a particularly devastating blow to the Jiangnan military region. Jiangnan City was one of the key areas for the deployment of jammers, and the powerful electromagnetic pulses covered nearly the entire city and its surrounding defenses. Dozens of helicopters conducting fire support missions on the front lines crashed within minutes of the jammers' activation. The electronic fire control systems of armored vehicles were burned out, and communication equipment fell silent. After the loss of Chongning, the Jiangnan military region was forced to hastily contract its defense lines, but the remaining forces were fragmented into isolated units of varying sizes. Some withdrew with the main force toward Jinghua, others were trapped around Jiangnan City for a long time, and some remain unaccounted for to this day. Fan Guan's squad and Lin Ziyuan's reconnaissance squad were all fragments scattered in this great rout. The Huaishui military region was on. The Huaishui military region's initial response to the pandemic mirrored that of Jinghua, mobilizing troops to blockade major cities, setting up checkpoints on key transportation routes, and attempting to suppress the zombie horde toward the coast with firepower. However, Huaishui faced a more daunting challenge. Its defense zone was too long. From Haimen to Pingyang, several large port cities lined the coast, each a potential infection source, and each requiring troops to blockade. The Huaishui military region deployed its main force dispersely across multiple key coastal nodes, resulting in insufficient troops at every node. At the Pingyang pivot, the defenders relied on terrain advantages to hold out for nearly 2 days, but the flanking friendly forces withdrew under the pressure of the zombie horde, leaving Pingyang's flanks completely exposed. The pivot commander requested a retreat in the last communication, but by then the Huaishui military region's command system had been shat. The situation of the Xijing military region was starkly different from that of Huaishui. With a full-strength force of over 70,000 troops, it was responsible for the defense of the northwestern direction. The northwestern region is sparsely populated with vast deserts separating towns and villages. Low population density, a developmental disadvantage in peacetime, became a natural advantage after the outbreak. The virus caused severe damage in Xijing City, but the impact on surrounding townships was relatively minor. This gave the Xijing military region a buffer time that no other military region possessed. However, this buffer did not translate into a strategic advantage because the core problem facing the Xijing military region was equally daunting: a shortage of troops. The defense area was so vast that the troop density when mapped was almost invisible. On the 7-direction defense line, each zone had an average of only a few thousand troops available, and those few thousand had to defend a frontage often exceeding dozens of kilometers. In the early stages of the pandemic, the Xijing military region attempted to blockade Xijing City, but soon found the troops severely insufficient. The force required to blockade a city far exceeded expectations, and although the cities in the northwest had low population density, the distances between them were great, stretching support and supply lines too thin. After the activation of the Iron Wall plan, the communication system in the Xijing direction was also severely damaged with intermittent contact between defense zones. However, thanks to the geographical advantage, the Xijing military region had large swaths of uninhabited land acting as natural barriers between zones. The zombie horde moved much slower. The situation of the Jincheng military region was the most complex. With a full-strength force of over 60,000 troops, it was responsible for the defense of the southwestern mountainous area. The terrain in the Shu region is highly variable, with earthquakes and landslides severely damaging roads, frequent mudslides during the rainy season, and intermittent connections between the base and the outside world. After the outbreak in Jincheng City, the military region attempted to blockade the city, but the shortage of troops was even more pronounced in the mountains. The poor condition of mountain roads severely hampered troop movement, which could not keep pace with the spread of the zombie horde. Unlike other military regions, the Jincheng base had never been a single large stronghold. Before the outbreak, the Jincheng military region had already been accustomed to dispersing troops in the mountains, establishing multiple small strongholds based on existing warehouse complexes and permanent fortifications. This layout, effective in dealing with the complex terrain in peacetime, unexpectedly proved useful during the pandemic. When one stronghold was breached by the zombie horde, it did not affect others. However, it also meant that when any stronghold was besieged, it was difficult for others to organize timely rescue. The roads between strongholds were frequently blocked by mudslides during the rainy season, making travel extremely difficult. It often took days for reinforcements to arrive from the time a request for help was received. By the mid-stage of the pandemic, the number of strongholds in the Jincheng direction had been reduced by nearly half, and each surviving strong. As the pandemic continued to spread, the remaining navy shuttled back and forth between the few surviving ports, struggling to maintain coastal blockades while transporting supplies and personnel among various coastal strongholds. After the port cities fell one after another, the number of ports capable of accommodating large warships dwindled. The remaining naval vessels were forced to disperse to multiple small ports and temporary anchorages. Coordination between fleets virtually ceased, and eventually most ships were lost in the war of attrition due to internal infections or the fall of their ports. The final states of the military regions, the Jinghua military region fell back to the Wanping base along with the remnants of the Army aviation regiments, helicopters, the air forces, standby fighters, and scattered troops withdrawn from various defense lines, barely maintaining the last section of the blockade line that remained nominally controllable. The main force of the Jiangnan military region retreated northward after the fall of Chongning, and its remnants were absorbed into the Jinghua defense system. However, the organizational structure had been shattered, and only a handful of units could still be identified by their designations. The bulk of the Huaishui military region's forces were trapped among the coastal nodes, with their connection to the rear command completely severed. Scattered units retreated southward to the Longchuan stronghold, but Longchuan itself was under constant pressure from the zombie horde, and its capacity to accommodate more had long been saturated. The Xijing military region, by virtue of its geographical advantages, managed to preserve most of its equipment and personnel. However, the Jiangnan base's location was too remote to exert any substantial influence on the situation in the eastern theater. They held their own ground, but that was all. The Jincheng military region dispersed and held out in the mountains with intermittent communication between strongholds. Some strongholds still do not know what has happened in the outside world. They only hear distant sounds through the mountain mist, wondering whether the faraway places are still resisting or have already fallen. The remaining naval vessels were scattered among multiple small ports along the southern coast. Each ship was a mobile island of isolation. At sea, they occasionally picked up radio signals from other vessels, but the signals grew sparser and the intervals longer, until finally only a call every few days remained, just to confirm that each other was still alive. In the long silence after the calls ended, only the sound of the sea wind and the static of the radio remained. In the surviving archives of the Yunzhou State military, the classification system for infected entities was gradually established after the outbreak. The initial classification only distinguished between infected and uninfected. However, as frontline observation data accumulated, the military realized that not all infected individuals followed the same behavioral patterns. By the mid-stage of the pandemic, the research team at Wanping Base, after compiling observation reports from various military regions, roughly categorized the known infected entities into the following types. Walkers are the most common type of infected, comprising the vast majority of all known infected individuals. They move slowly, are sensitive to sound and light, and their attack methods are limited to biting and scratching. They cease activity permanently once their brains are destroyed. Walkers are the most frequent enemies on the blockade lines, and the only type of infected entity for which the military's tactical doctrine has a systematic response. Individually, they pose little threat, but their numbers are enough to overwhelm any defensive line. Imitators are a minority of infected individuals that exhibit behavioral peculiarities. They seem to be able to learn certain simple actions after repeated attempts, bypassing obstacles, finding paths through barricades, and in some cases stopping to stare in a certain direction as if waiting for something. Physically, imitators are no different from walkers. They do not run faster or strike harder. However, they can cause soldiers accustomed to walker behavior patterns to hesitate for a few critical seconds, and that hesitation is often fatal. Multiple frontline reports record cases where imitators led squad commanders to misjudge the trajectory of the horde, consequently creating gaps in the defensive line. Mimics are even rarer in number. They seem to retain some of their pre-death bodily memory, enabling them to perform stereotyped actions close to instinctive responses in specific environments. For example, pushing doors, pulling, bypassing obstacles, and even to some extent, utilizing objects in the environment. A report from the direction of Huaishui mentioned a mimic that repeatedly tried to push open a door in an abandoned hospital, leaving layer upon layer of bloody handprints on the door panel. After the door was pushed open, it walked straight to the back of the nurse station counter. The reconnaissance team judged that it might have worked in the hospital before death. Mimics are the most puzzling category among all formal classifications for the research team because their existence suggests that the infection has not completely erased the host's cerebral cortex function. However, the mechanism of this functional residual is still unclear. Beyond these three confirmed types, in the internal memos of the research team at Wanping Base, the entry on special variants remains in the under observation status to this day. Too few reports, too little data, and too long intervals between each sighting to conduct systematic research. But in the last paragraph of the memo, a researcher wrote a line in pencil in small script. They seem to be adapting. Some change we do not yet understand is slowly occurring within the horde. After Huang Yu announced the dispersal, the sky was just beginning to lighten, with the cold light of dawn spreading across the entire campus. The crowd dispersed following the path toward the cafeteria. Lu Chang led more than 20 members of the Mutual Aid Society, turning toward the sports field. They needed to roll call the field personnel before 7:30. The bridge clearance mission could not be delayed. The cafeteria kitchen was already bustling. Kitchen assistants hoisted large pots of congee onto the stoves where the scalding white porridge bubbled and swirled its steam and rice fragrance drifting through the windows. At the main entrance of the library, Zhao Aiman watched the final Mutual Aid Society members rounded the flower bed and disappeared, then turned to Huang Yu and said, "I'm starving. Let's eat first. Field work really takes it out of you. You can't keep going on an empty stomach." Huang Yu nodded, and the three of them headed into the cafeteria together. Breakfast was simple: white congee, pickled vegetables, and half a small ration biscuit per person. Zhao Aiman finished 2 bowls of congee, then broke half a biscuit into the remaining liquid, and ate heartily. About the same as our field internship rations, just not quite as harsh. Wang Luqian barely touched his meal, just over half a bowl of congee, which he pushed toward Zhao Aiman instead. Huang Yu finished his portion in silence, and checked his watch. "Luqian, what's the configuration of that wheeled assault vehicle from the system store you mentioned last night?" Wang Luqian wiped his mouth, and set his enamel bowl back in the return bin. "Rhino MGS up, a wheeled tank destroyer. It's armed with a 120mm smoothbore gun, a coaxial 338 machine gun, and a 12.7mm remotely operated weapon station mounted on the roof. The main gun has an 8-kilometer range, and can fire both high-explosive rounds and fin-stabilized depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. The armor is lighter than main battle tanks, but reinforced with explosive reactive armor and slat armor, more than enough for swarms of the undead. Originally priced at 120 supply points, it's now discounted to 960. Buy 2, Huang Yu said without hesitation. We need heavy direct fire capability for clearing the bridge. The infantry fighting vehicle's 30mm cannon handles precision strikes, but we'll need the howitzers for large-scale obstacles." Wang Luqian immediately pulled up the system interface and confirmed the order. The display flashed as 1920 points were deducted. "The system says both vehicles are being air deployed. They'll reach the field in 15 minutes. Huang Yu secured his tactical helmet and stood. "Let's wait on the field." The three emerged from the cafeteria as the sun climbed higher, barbed wire along the perimeter wall, catching pale, fractured light. On the sports field, Lu Chang had already assembled the group. Shovels and crowbars distributed, everyone lined up and ready to move. Zhao Iman surveyed the formation and murmured, when those two assault vehicles drop in, the looks on these people's faces are going to be priceless. No need to explain, Huang Yu replied evenly. Just tell them it's you and allocated supplies. Within minutes the distant thrum of rotors grew louder. Two gray-white heavy transport helicopters approached from the southeast, each carrying a large olive-green sealed container suspended beneath it marked with UNCBRN insignia in white lettering. The helicopters hovered steady, their rotor wash flattening the grass across the field and kicking up clouds of dust. The containers settled precisely in the center circle, and the moment the cables released, the aircraft climbed and turned away. A murmur rippled through the Mutual Aid Society ranks, though no one dared speak loudly. Huang Yu led the way with two others approaching quickly, and Wang Luqian stepped forward to unlock the containers. Inside sat two brand-new Rhino MGS ups. Matte gray finish 8-wheel chassis, the 120mm gun barrel, standing rigid and gleaming coldly in the morning light. The roof-mounted remote weapon station and side slat armor were intact with UNCBRN markings on the hull, and the containers also held spare ammunition maintenance tools and English manuals. This firepower is serious, Zhao Iman said, circling the vehicle and giving the run-flat tires a pat. Wang Luqian tossed him the manual. Here, what am I supposed to do with this? Zhao Iman asked, running his hand along the slat armor. Take care of it. These are some of our few heavy weapons platforms right now. Both assault vehicles fired up in succession, the diesel engines growling a few times before settling into a steady low idle as black smoke puffed from the exhaust. Lu Chang gathered the team around, everyone's eyes locked on the new machinery. Some clenched their fists, others sucked in breath at the sight. Qian Guodong, mixed into the crowd, wore a complicated expression. The impact of seeing heavy equipment in person that he'd only ever seen in images was something else entirely. Huang Yu turned to Lu Chang and gave the order, everyone board the vehicles. Go get the military trucks. 2 transport trucks will follow behind the convoy. Stay with the formation at all times, no straggling, no disembarking without authorization. March discipline must be strictly enforced. Lu Chang immediately turned to organize boarding, while Qian Guodong led the way toward 2 decommissioned military trucks parked in the library's carport. Their paint had faded to a dull olive drab, and the canvas cover edges were frayed and worn, left behind when the troops evacuated. Zhao Iman selected 2 drivers directly. Zhao Dezhu, who had experience with freight trucks, and Wu Xiaojuan, who'd operated construction vehicles. They took the keys and climbed into the cabs. The engines coughed and sputtered several times before finally catching. Thick smoke billowed from the exhaust pipes, and though the trucks looked rough around the edges, they ran fine and would hold up for this mission. At 7:30 sharp, the convoy rolled out through the main gate of Jiangnan University, heading toward Jiangnan Bridge. The column moved out in tight formation. The GYRA infantry fighting vehicle, led with Huang Yu at the wheel, Wang Luqian manning the weapons, and Zhao Iman seated behind the driver. 2 Rhino assault vehicles followed in the middle, their barrels angled slightly downward, while Kane and Anderson each operated one with a spotter. At the rear, 2 military trucks carried the bulk of the Mutual Aid Society members, their beds loaded with obstacle-clearing gear, sandbags, and spare diesel stowed in the corners. Far ahead, the silhouette of Jiangnan Bridge stretching across the river grew clearer with each passing moment. The suspension cables of the nearly 2-kilometer span swayed gently in the wind, while the roadway itself lay completely blocked by abandoned vehicles. Charred skeletal frames, overturned sedans, and mangled bodies hanging off the bridge's edge. A massive tanker truck lay stacked across the center, sealing the passage entirely. Deeper on the bridge deck, scattered zombies stirred at the sound of the approaching convoy slowly turning and shuffling toward the entrance. Huang Yu began issuing combat orders, clear the bridge deck in coordinated advances. Infantry squads must stay within the protective range of the IFV. The Rhinos hold position at the bridgehead on standby, hold fire for now. Reserve the main guns for urban assault. The 30mm cannon and shotguns will handle threats on the bridge. Both Rhinos came to a halt at the bridgehead, their barrels angled toward the far end of the deck, while maintaining visual coverage of both riverbanks. The GYRA advanced steadily with the Shepherd and Herder infantry squads flanking on either side, using the wreckage for cover as they pushed forward. Each soldier carried a Thorshammer tactical shotgun, ideal for close-quarters zombie clearing. The widespread and devastating power meant minimal aiming was required. A single shot could shatter an undead torso. BSA operatives moved in pairs, covering each other as they methodically cleared scattered zombies across the bridge. Those hiding in vehicle crevices, convulsing on the deck, or dangling from car doors. All were obliterated by close-range fire without exception. The GYRA rolled forward behind the infantry, with Wang Luqian operating the 30mm cannon to pick off dense clusters of zombies at range, creating safe zones for the advancing troops. Zhao Iman half-exited the hatch, rifle in hand, covering flanks and eliminating any stragglers that slipped through the periphery. Gunfire, shotgun blasts, and autocannon sweeps merged into a continuous roar that echoed across the river. Smoke thickened until the entire bridge seemed shrouded in a dense haze. Once the infantry secured a safe zone, Lu Chang led the Mutual Aid Society members forward to begin clearing operations. Working in grim silence, they wielded crowbars and shovels to drag wrecked vehicles, sweep up shattered glass and dismembered remains. Heads bowed, nobody daring to linger on the gruesome scenes around them. One man slipped and fell, but a teammate hauled him back up without pause, and he immediately resumed work. Section by section the bridge was cleared and advanced upon. A relentless pace with no room for hesitation. Zombies occasionally lunged from beneath overturned vehicles or emerged from undercarriage gaps attacking nearby infantry. Team members would sidestep press their barrels against the zombies' chins and fire, each shot bursting skulls and splattering gore. Several Mutual Aid Society members vomited on the spot, clutching wrecked cars for support. Qian Guodong never fell back, his crowbar bending from repeated impact. He simply swapped it for another and pressed forward, not yielding an inch. Lu Chong bellowed over the chaos, done puking. Get back to work. The longer you stop, the scarier it gets. Keep moving. Those still retching wiped their mouths, gripped their shovels through clenched teeth, and threw themselves back into the labor. By just past 9 in the morning, most of the bridge deck had been cleared. A continuous lane opened across the north half, flanked by makeshift barriers of sandbags and barbed wire to prevent falls and flank attacks. Wang Luken turned to Huang Yu. There's still a short section at the far end. The vehicle debris is piled too high. For infantry to advance on foot would be too risky and inefficient. Huang Yu decided instantly, then rammed through it. Some vehicles are wedged into the bridge seams. We might not be able to push them free, Zhao Iman added. If we can't push them, we'll breach with fire. Clear the surrounding obstacles with the cannon, then tow the vehicles out, Huang Yu ordered. Wang Luken adjusted the turret angle slightly, and the GYRA drove steadily toward the far end of the bridge deck. Short bursts from the cannon eliminated the remaining zombies hidden among the wreckage. Infantry advanced, hugging both flanks of the vehicle, stack shotgun reports ringing continuously as they suppressed all threats. 20 minutes later, Jiangnan Bridge was fully open across its entire length. River winds swept through the suspension cables, dispersing the lingering smoke and revealing the pristine roadway in the strengthening morning light. Jiangnan Bridge clearance mission complete. Huang Yu's voice remained steady and calm. Advance the entire team to the approach ramp area. Establish an interdiction checkpoint and set up defensive positions. The convoy rolled slowly across the bridge, pushing toward the urban core of Jiangnan. The skyline grew sharper in the distance, glass facades catching the cold white light of dawn. The defensive battle had officially begun. Huang Yu descended from the GYRA's driver's seat, walked to the junction where the bridge met the approach, and glanced toward the approach. In the distance, a gray mass of corpses had already appeared at the street corner of Jiangnan City's downtown area, surging along the roads and riverside promenade toward the bridgehead. Their numbers were countless times greater than the scattered zombies earlier. He turned to look at the two rhinos waiting behind, pressed the intercom, and said, "Bring the vehicles up. Kane, take Rhino 1 to the left flank of the bridge entrance. Anderson, Rhino 2 to the right flank. Once the roof-mounted machine guns run out, switch to the coaxial machine guns to buy time for the infantry to set up defenses. Rhino 1 copy. Rhino 2 copy. Advancing." Huang Yu returned to the vehicle as the two rhinos moved forward. Their 8-wheeled chassis crushed empty shell casings and shattered glass, taking positions on either side of the bridge entrance. The turrets rotated into place, main guns lowered, and the roof-mounted remote weapon stations powered up, ready to engage. The side-slat armor still bore splatters of flesh and blood from the bridge clearance gleaming under the morning light, making the vehicles look as if they had just emerged from a slaughterhouse. The GYRA reversed several dozen meters, stopping at the junction where the bridge met the approach, its nose facing the bridge entrance. Wang Luken kept the autocannon firing, sending 30mm high-explosive rounds one after another into the distance. Each round tore a gap in the ground, sending limbs and rubble skyward before they rained down. The gunfire rolled across the river like a continuous torrential storm. Zhao Iman lifted the hatch and glanced out. At the edge of the city beyond the approach, gray humanoid figures were pouring out of the riverside streets and the ruins on both sides. The gunfire had awakened them all like ashes blown together by the wind. First a few, then a dozen, then an entire horde, their numbers swelling as if a floodgate had opened, seeping out from every direction. Zhao Iman gripped the hatch frame and cursed, "Damn. This is endless. The zombie tide is coming." Huang Yu stared at the screen. "Luchan, don't let up on the fire. Iman, immediately go to the system store and buy several shipping containers. Have them airlifted to the approach road intersection. We'll block the path first and consider installing doors later. With our current firepower, we can't hold out. Once the ammunition runs out, we'll be iron coffins. Plus, there are still zombies to clear on the island. If we drag this out, we might end up caught in the middle." "How many?" Zhao Iman called up the system interface. 4. 2 vertical to block the front, 2 angled to seal the sides. Zhao Iman placed the order swiftly. The points were deducted, and the system confirmed that the military containers were being deployed via airlift, arriving in a few minutes. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the zombie tide had already closed to within 200 meters of the rhinos. Both rhinos fired their main guns simultaneously. High explosive rounds detonated in the center of the horde, sending shockwaves that toppled zombies within a dozen meters. Limbs and debris flew into the air and fell like black rain. Muzzle flashes erupted in white bursts against the morning light, and shell casings clattered against the armor plates as they were ejected. One round fired the recoil, not yet settled, and the next was already loaded. The roof-mounted 12.7mm heavy machine guns opened up simultaneously, pulling crimson trails of fire through the horde, cutting across multiple targets. A single bullet could pierce several zombies. The 338 coaxial machine guns swept the closer ranks, their fire as dense as tearing thick cloth. The GYRA's 30mm autocannon provided sustained suppression from the rear. Belt after belt of ammunition fed in, and the ammunition counter plummeted. The zombie tide came fiercely, but it was also cleared ferociously. Each round could shred several targets, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Along the riverside road, both sides of the approach and the abandoned street, zombies continued to emerge. A gray oppressive mass like pus seeping from countless wounds across the city. Huang Yu knew they couldn't hold out much longer. The gunfire would continue to attract more distant hordes, and the more they fought, the more would come. The first container has arrived. It's being hoisted. Zhao Aiman's voice came from outside the hatch. A gray-white heavy transport helicopter hovered above the bridgehead, lowering the first container slowly. A second followed, and a third and fourth came from the southeast. When the containers hit the bridge deck, the entire structure shook, and a three-sided barrier took shape instantly. The helicopters detached their loads, climbed, and turned back. Blocked off. Zhao Aiman clenched her fist in excitement. That eases our defensive pressure a lot. The zombie tide piled up against the containers. The front line of zombies slammed into the walls and were pushed back, while those behind climbed over them, reaching desperately, but unable to even touch the top of the containers. The impact sounds were like continuous muffled thunder. Some zombies began to scale the containers, their fingers digging into the anti-slip texture. They barely poked their heads out before Wang Luchen's autocannon blew them apart, sending their bodies tumbling down to crush those below. The bridgehead was temporarily stabilized. Huang Yu stared at the pile of corpses on the bridge and the endless gray tide still surging, then pressed the intercom to Zhao Aiman. Have Lu Chang's team reinforce the bridgehead. The front is blocked, but we need sandbags on both flanks. Also keep a close watch on the south side of the bridge. Zhao Aiman keyed the intercom to notify Lu Chang. Lu Chang, the front of the bridge is blocked. Take your team and reinforce the flanks with sandbags and barbed wire immediately. Assign 2 people to watch the south side of the bridge with binoculars. Report any anomalies at once. Copy. I've sent Qian Guodong to the south side. I'll take another group to the bridgehead. Are you all okay? We're fine. Hold your position. After the communication ended, the bridgehead defense began to take shape. The 4 containers formed the first barrier, and behind them members of the Mutual Aid Society stacked sandbags and barbed wire for a second line. Qian Guodong ran back from the south side, carrying barbed wire, his hands covered in dust. Lu Chang directed the placement of sandbags and drove stakes, while some moved diesel barrels to the rear of the line for backup. Wang Luqian leaned out of the GYRA and shouted to Lu Chang, "Don't stack the sandbags too high. They'll block the machine gun's field of fire. Don't touch the front." Lu Chang signaled his understanding and called back the people stacking sandbags on the front line. On the north side of the bridge, scattered zombies appeared along the riverside promenade, drawn by the gunfire and climbing up from the bank. Zhao Aiman used her rifle to pick them off and instructed Kane to move the Rhino to the north side for support. Kane acknowledged, rotated the turret half a turn, and swept the promenade with the roof-mounted machine gun. The 12.7mm bullets kicked up white dust from the concrete barriers, shredding the leading zombies in half, their bodies tumbling off the promenade. 20 minutes later, the first wave of the zombie tide was temporarily suppressed. A pile of corpses had formed in front of the containers. The zombies behind were still climbing, but at a noticeably slower pace. The riverside promenade was also secured. Huang Yu jumped down from the GYRA, walked to the containers, and examined them. Blood ran down the metal surfaces, collecting into thin streams on the bridge deck. A few zombies crushed between the container and the deck still twitched, their hands reaching out from the gaps, grasping at the air. Huang Yu stepped back and said, "We can't rely solely on sandbags and containers. We need to set up firing positions on top of the containers. Otherwise, if a large horde surges, the autocannon and rhinos alone won't hold." Zhao Aiman nodded. "I'll handle it. I'll take the truck bed apart and use the wooden planks to build a shooting platform on top of the containers." Zhao Aiman led Lu Chang and a few others to dismantle the truck bed. The thick pine planks were pried off with crowbars. Qian Guodong and Wu Xiaojun carried the planks to the containers, tied them with ropes, and added steel plates salvaged from scrapped vehicles as protection. Half an hour later, 2 simple shooting platforms were set up. BSA members tested them and reported that they were stable. Wang Luqian leaned out and said, "Not high enough. Add another layer." Zhao Aiman and her team raised the platforms until the guns could be securely rested on the container edges. As they spoke, a new wave of zombies appeared in the distance on the bridge, even larger than before. They converged from the city's direction along the main road and riverside streets into 2 gray streams merging at the bridgehead. Zhao Aiman had just climbed down from the shooting platform, slinging her rifle over her shoulder. "Here they come again. Damn, it never ends. Notify the rhinos to prepare for battle." Huang Yu was already back in the GYRA. Wang Luchen's autocannon fired first, followed by the main guns of both rhinos. High explosive rounds detonated, tearing up several sections of the asphalt approach road. Stones and corpses rained down like hail against the containers. This wave was more intense than the last. The zombie tide came so densely that the rhinos' main guns couldn't even eject all the shell casings. Wang Luqian had to reload the belts more frequently, and the ammunition counter dropped like a leak. He shouted to Huang Yue, "Ammunition is burning too fast. We'll be empty soon." Huang Yu glanced at the storage, frowned, and said, I'm in resupply. By the maximum base quantity. Zhao Aiman operated immediately, and the supply points drained rapidly. The system confirmed that the ammunition was being airlifted, arriving in a few minutes. A transport helicopter flew in from the southeast, carrying 4 olive green ammunition crates, which it set down on the rear of the bridge. Zhao Aiman's team dragged them to the rhinos, and the GYRA opened them and began loading. The new crates were neatly packed with high explosive rounds and heavy machine gun belts, their oiled paper still gleaming with factory freshness. Wang Luqin jumped down to help feed the belts into the turret. Zhao Aiman offered him a water can, but he waved it off, wiped his sweat, and continued loading. The infantry temporarily held the zombie tide, but they couldn't last much longer. Just as the infantry fire began to show gaps, the heavy firepower came online. With the heavy firepower restored, the zombie tide was pushed back another wave. The corpses piled up on the bridge reached such a height that the zombies behind couldn't climb over, but they still pressed forward, stacking onto the mound. The area in front of the containers became a massive slope of corpses, the container base soaked with blood, the shooting platforms above trembling incessantly. The sounds of gunfire echoed across the river, unending. By midday, the intensity of the zombie tide began to wane. The number coming from the city direction had noticeably decreased, and only a few scattered zombies remained on the riverside promenade. The pile of corpses in front of the bridgehead stood like a black hill, with blood flowing along the bridge deck into the side drains, forming dark red streams. When Wang Luqin stopped firing, the gun barrel was already hot. He sat in his seat silent for a long time. Zhao Aiman climbed down from the shooting platform, sat against the container, removed her helmet, and placed it on her knees. Her hair was soaked, and her breathing was heavy and irregular. Huang Yu descended from the GYRA, walked over, sat beside her, and handed her a canteen. Drink some. There's more work ahead. Zhao Aiman took a few gulps and handed it back. Damn, how many of them are hidden in this godforsaken place. I think I need a therapist. Huang Yu didn't respond. He looked up at the bridgehead. A few zombies that hadn't died, yet were still twitching on the corpse pile, their fingers spasming in the mass. The sky over Jiangnan City's downtown area was stained gray by smoke and dust, the entire city like a dying ember. The road is blocked, but it won't hold forever. Huang Yu's voice was low. We'll need to reinforce it later, or we won't be able to hold long. Zhao Aiman closed her eyes and gave a weak laugh. When this is done, I'm going to sleep for a day and a night. Huang Yu patted her shoulder, stood up, and walked toward Luchang. The bridgehead position was temporarily secure, but the corpses and blood on and under the bridge reminded everyone this was only the beginning. The temporary calm on the bridge did not last long. Scattered zombies continued to approach from the city direction, but their numbers no longer posed a threat. They crossed the road surface, overturned by artillery fire in small groups, stepping over shattered glass and twisted vehicle wreckage, inching toward the bridgehead one step at a time. The BSA soldiers guarding the front line barely needed to aim. They raised their rifles and eliminated each target cleanly. Occasionally a few climbed up through damaged sections of the bridge railing, but Wang Luqin dispatched them with machine gun bursts. Their mangled bodies tumbled into the river, splashing into the water. At the rear of the bridge in the direction of Jiangnan University they had passed earlier, a small group of zombies also appeared. They had been drawn by gunfire that carried along the river breeze the previous night and throughout the morning. The number was small, roughly a dozen estimated through binoculars from the bridgehead position. They shuffled forward along the approach ramp at a sluggish pace. Huang Yu asked over the comms, who's handling the rear? Already taken care of. Anderson's voice came through the walkie-talkie. The reverberation of Thor's hammer could still be heard in the distance. Barnes and Rojas stayed behind. 11 came, all cleared. The bridge tail is secure now. Tell them not to let their guard down. Stay safe, Huang Yu replied. After the zombie tide had been suppressed at the bridgehead, everyone seemed to have lost half their strength. Members of the Mutual Aid Society sat in small groups behind sandbags, some leaned against the barbed wire fence drinking water, others rested their shovels across their knees and stared blankly. Zhao Yu sat beside a truck tire, gripping half a ration biscuit in his hand, taking 2 bites before setting it down and leaning against the wheel hub to catch his breath. Wu Xiaojun squatted by the bridge parapet, wiping blood off his crowbar with a damp cloth, but stopped mid-wipe, his gaze fixed steadily on the distance. Qian Guodong didn't sit. He stood beneath the firing platform, untying the cloth wrap from his waist and rewinding it tightly around the grip of his crowbar, layer after layer dense and secure. Lu Chang walked back from the bridgehead, handing out water bottles to everyone, completing his circuit without saying much. Zhao Aiman had long since descended from the firing platform and was sitting on the ground, his back against a shipping container. His helmet rested on his knees, his hair soaked and clinging to his forehead. His eyes were closed, his chest rising and falling slowly as though asleep. Huang Yu walked over and handed him a canteen. Take a few sips. Don't push yourself into collapse. Zhao Aiman took it and gulped a small mouthful, then tilted his head back against the container and said in a hoarse voice, I'll never complain about the kanji at the school cafeteria again. This taste really isn't pleasant. Wang Luqin climbed down from the GYRA and inspected the barrel of the rooftop-mounted gun. Heat still radiated from the barrel, the surrounding air shimmering faintly. He hovered his knuckle near it, burned his hand instantly, then turned and retrieved an asbestos cloth from the toolbox. Draping it over the barrel, he began slowly wiping it down. If this thing fires another round right now, I doubt it'll hold together. He spoke without looking back. Barrel life isn't infinite. From clearing the bridge until now, what we've already put through it has exceeded the safe limit. Keep using it, and we'll risk thermal deformation. Huang Yu glanced at the corpse pile in the distance, then back toward the bridgehead. The scattered zombies were still coming, few in number but unceasing. He was about to speak when a whistling sound suddenly came from overhead. The sound was dull and heavy, as though some extraordinarily massive object had been hurled into the sky from an extreme distance and was now accelerating back toward the ground. Huang Yu's earpiece even caught the sound a fraction of a second beforehand. The sharp fleeting tear of air being split open like someone had ripped a seam through an entire expanse of wind. What was that? Zhao Aiman's eyes snapped open, and he pushed himself up off the ground. Before he could finish the sentence, a shadow fell over them from above. A boulder plummeted from the sky, screaming through the air, and struck squarely into the zombie pile in front of the container. The entire stone crashed into the pile like a boulder dropped into quicksand, blasting apart nearly a meter of accumulated zombie carcasses along with fragments of concrete and rebar. Bones, severed limbs, shredded flesh, black blood, and crushed cement chunks exploded skyward in every direction, erupting like a deep crimson firework detonating at the bridgehead. Shrapnel pelted the outer walls of the containers with a sound like popping beans. Several fragments the size of eggs even sailed past the sandbag defenses, whizzing past Lu Chang's ear. Get down. Huang Yu grabbed Zhao Aiman's shoulder and forced both of them to the ground. Wang Luqin reacted faster. He dove beneath the side of the GY Ray and crouched against the armor plate. Shredded limbs and fragments rained down, striking the vehicle roof, the bridge deck, and the sandbags with a continuous wall of muffled impacts. Zhao Aiman lay pressed against the ground, his ears ringing. He muttered a curse, the words swallowed by the dirt beneath him, barely audible. Qian Guodong and several members of the Mutual Aid Society had already been shouted down by Lu Chang. Some had tumbled between sandbags, their shovels and crowbars scattering across the ground. Before anyone had recovered from the impact of the first boulder, a second one came flying in. This time it struck the corpse pile and slammed into the front faces of two adjacent containers. The impact sounded horrifying, like a giant hammer strike against an iron wall. Both containers buckled inward deeply. The steel plating on their fronts crumpled like crushed paper. Zhao Aiman watched clearly from behind. The two once rectangular containers were now misshapen. The front panels had collapsed inward, exposing the white thermal insulation layer beneath, and several rivets at the corner joints had been blown clean loose. System alert. A red warning flashed across Zhao Aiman's vision. Unknown biological signature detected. Bearing due north. Range approximately 400 meters. Estimated body length exceeds 3 meters. Movement speed slow. Threat level high. I can see it. Huang Yu scrambled to his feet, grabbed Zhao Aiman by the back of his collar, and dragged him behind the sandbags. Don't just stand there, damn it. What the hell is that thing? Zhao Aiman pressed against the sandbag, retrieving his rifle and breathing heavily. I don't know. Huang Yu's eyes fixed on the bridgehead. Smoke still lingered there. The area in front of the containers had been turned to devastation. The corpse pile was reduced to a mound of shattered limbs, spray-marked everywhere. Between two faint but still recognizable tire tracks on the road surface, a conspicuously unnatural crater had appeared. Looks like something big is over there. Wang Luchen's voice came from behind the vehicle. He was pressed against the GY Ray's hull, already sliding back inside. The containers are blocking my view at the bridgehead. I can't see it. Move the vehicle to the right flank. Huang Yu ordered. Swap positions with Anderson's car. Hit it from the side. The GY Ray's electric motor emitted a low hum as the vehicle began to move. Just then an extremely deep and muffled roar rang out from afar. The roar came from beyond the bridgehead, carried on the wind, like some primal howl from a throat torn raw. The scattered zombies on the bridge surface actually froze simultaneously at the sound. They stood stock still, no longer advancing toward the bridge, as though an invisible hand had seized them by the nape. Then in unison they turned and began moving toward the source of the roar, as though that presence commanded more authority than gunfire itself. Is it commanding them? Zhao Aiman's voice carried clear uncertainty. Not certain. Wang Luchen's voice came through the comm channel, cold and precise. But one thing is clear. They're responding to a dominant auditory signal. Forget whether it's commanding them or not. Fire the cannons. Blow it to hell. Huang Yu shouted. Both rhinos and the GYRA opened fire simultaneously. Two 120mm high explosive rounds were launched almost simultaneously, carving twin white trails across the bridgehead before detonating in the distance. This was followed by the GYRA's 30mm He rounds in rapid burst fire. The firepower crashed into the distance like a deluge, sending a massive cloud of gray-white smoke billowing across the bridge, obscuring everything on the far side. Zhao Aiman raised his rifle and slowly peered out from behind the sandbags, squinting into the distance. The thick smoke churned for a moment before the river wind tore a gap open. On the far side of the bridge, the unknown creature still stood. However, more than half of its upper torso had been blown away by the two 120mm rounds. Its head was gone. The left shoulder hung with half an arm dangling at its side. The right shoulder had collapsed entirely, leaving only two legs standing upright. Smoke still rose from its waist and abdomen, and occasionally chunks of shredded flesh dropped from above. Its legs wobbled in place for a moment before the knees buckled. Then the entire body toppled forward like an old house with its main beam removed, crashing down onto the bridge deck with a tremendous impact. That's it. Zhao Aimain held his rifle frozen for a long moment. Huang Yu stared at the legs as they fell and didn't move for quite some time. Even Wang Luchen's tone carried a trace of disbelief. Did we kill it too fast? Zhao Aimain turned to Huang Yu. Wait, didn't this thing put on quite a show? It smashed boulders and dented containers like nothing. How did it end up as just legs after 2 shells? Huang Yu slowly exhaled. Probably all brute strength. Zhao Aimain straightened up and stretched his shoulders. What the hell was that? Felt like a boss battle, and it was over after 2 shells. That's hilarious. Lu Chong poked his head over from the side, his face smudged with soot. Sir, is that thing dead? Huang Yu nodded. Dead. Let's go take a look. Zhao Aimain picked up his rifle and walked toward the bridgehead alongside Huang Yu. Wang Lunan climbed down from the vehicle and followed. The 3 of them stepped over a deformed pipe and advanced slowly along the bridge deck. A thin veil of smoke still drifted above the bridgehead. In the distance, the monster's remains lay sprawled across the deck, just 2 legs and a pile of charred blackened flesh. Craters from the explosions and scorched patches of bridge asphalt were scattered nearby. Zhao Aimain glanced at the scene a few times and suddenly cursed under his breath. Huang Yu said, nothing, lowering his head to use the barrel of his rifle to pry aside a piece of smoking shrapnel. Wang Luqin crouched down and lifted a fragment of fabric with his dagger. Can't say for sure. He spoke. But it's dead. Too bad about the containers. They're wasted. Zhao Aimain looked at the scene before him and suddenly smiled. High threat, my ass. Real high threat. His laughter scattered across the river wind, carrying an absurdity born of having survived against all odds.